Just as his freshman year of college begins, Subai binds to the Indulgent Tycoon system. Slept in late, reward plus yen 1000, spent 288 yen at a barbecue stall, cashback plus yen 2880, spent 14,396 yen on game skins, special reward triggered a Porsche Panamera. Luxury cars, mansions, company shares, business empires, college life is meant to be lived indulgently. Do whatever you want, however you want. A cute, nerdy top student has a sick family member and is struggling financially. Subai waves his hand. Your future? I'll cover it. Ooh, big brother is so good to me. I'll become a scientist and repay you. The genius little sister is being suppressed by a corrupt professor. Subai counters with a 10 billion yuan investment. The university begs her to return. A company's capital chain is about to collapse. Subai smiles lightly. If there's one thing I don't lack, it's cash. Years later, when people trace the rise of a genius AI prodigy girl, they're shocked to discover the man behind it all was him. And that's not all. Subai becomes the first love of the proud campus belle, the daily necessity to the cool and mysterious senior, and the spiritual soulmate of a rich and beautiful student advisor. Chapter 1, Unlock the Indulgent System and Enjoy College Life. Jiangqing University, Room 510, Building 7, Male Dormitory. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning and many classes had already started. However, the 4 boys in the dormitory were all sleeping soundly in their beds, with no intention of getting up to go to class. Perhaps this is a must-do for every college student, skipping the 8 a.m. classes. After all, you have just suffered 3 years in high school, and if you can resist indulging yourself in the relaxed environment of college, you are simply a god. Suddenly, one of the boys opened his eyes abruptly and sat up straight on the bed, the sudden voice in his head and the light screen in front of him woke Subai up instantly. The Indulgent Godly Rich system has been bound. This system is designed to help the host enjoy a life as he pleases. Any indulgent behavior will be rewarded by the system. In addition, all spending related to indulgence will receive a random cashback ranging from 2 to 10 times. Note, the system is operated for your conscience, and all income is from legal sources. Oh my god, is this the legendary brother Tonzi? Subai was pleasantly surprised. Then I thought, now that he has overslept and skipped classes, does that count as indulgence? At the same time as this idea was born, the system prompted again. Ding. Detected that the host slept in and skipped class. Reward cash plus 1000 yuan. Subai quickly looked at the text message alert on his phone. China Construction Bank. Your account ending in 8577 has received 1000 yuan, with a balance of 2200 yuan. Please click here for details on popular financial products. There was only 1200 yuan in his account for living expenses that his aunt had just transferred to him yesterday. He was a typical poor college student. Now, 1000 yuan has been deposited out of thin air, and the assets have doubled. In an instant, Subai had an indulgent idea, and by the way, he wanted to verify the value of the system. I quickly got out of bed, put on my clothes, and ran to the cafeteria to order a table of breakfast: spicy hot pot, fried chicken fillet, braised duck legs, snail rice noodle. Eating something so greasy so early in the morning is definitely considered an indulgence, right? Ding. The host was detected to have overeaten at breakfast, spending 43 yuan, triggering a 10x cashback, plus 430 yuan. The SMS notification of bank account arrival also lights up on the phone simultaneously. Subai? Come and have breakfast. Hearing someone talking to him, Subai looked in the direction of the voice. It was his counselor, Charlene. She is called a counselor, but in fact she is a senior who just graduated from her senior year and is studying for a master's degree in the same major, and works as a part-time counselor. Subai greeted politely. Hello, Director Xia. It's so early in the morning, and you're eating such a rich meal. Be careful of indigestion. Charlene reminded him kindly. It's okay. I'm going to the gym later. I need to eat more so I can have more strength. Is that so? Then have a good meal. I'm going to be busy now. Bye. Goodbye, Director Xia. Charlene didn't stay for long. After a brief greeting, she went about her own business. She remembered that Subai's class had an ideological and political class this morning, which meant that Subai skipped class. I was aware of this, but didn't mention it. It's quite normal for college students to skip classes these days, as long as they can handle the final exams and their grades aren't too bad. If you really want to be picky, Charlene also skipped classes many times in the past. Her style of managing students is relatively relaxed, and she is a beautiful and generous senior student. In the more than 1 month since the start of school, she has been well received by students. As for Subai, when he said he wanted to exercise, it was of course just a polite remark. Things like fitness require too much self-discipline and are totally incompatible with the indulgence system. After a delicious meal, Subai returned to the dormitory and turned on the computer. My roommates are still fast asleep. Playing games at this time will disturb others, so I'd better watch some online dramas. I have recently stockpiled a lot of dramas that I want to watch, both domestic and foreign, but I haven't had time to watch them yet, so this is a good time to arrange them. After watching for a while, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Detected that the host is watching drama during a good time when they should be studying. How indulgent. Reward plus 2000 yuan. Getting paid to watch a show, right? Not bad. Subai was immersed in the plot. Time passed quietly, and soon it was past 9 in the morning. The roommates finally woke up and some prepared to go to the second class in the morning. It was not long after the first year of college started, and most students still had some shame and decided not to skip classes that were scheduled during the day. Of course, some people come to class because they can see the goddess they have been Dreaming of Wang Haoren, who was in the bed next to Subai, had no classes, so he got up, turned on his laptop, and started a two-dimensional game. Yes, Wang Haoren is a veteran anime fan, but he is much more low-key than those exaggerated Japanese anime fans who wear t-shirts with anime character patterns, use strange pillows, and speak Japanese lines. He looks like an ordinary college boy. When I have nothing to do, I like to watch anime and play games quietly by myself. I will never spend money on them, but he has a good personality and is harmless to people and animals. In the more than 1 month since school started, the person in the dormitory who has the best relationship with Subai is Wang Haoren. The main reason is that the other two people have personalities that are hard to describe. Relying on their family's wealth, they often do some outrageous things, which makes the two normal people speechless. Seeing that his roommates were all awake, Subai turned off the online drama. When I get tired of watching TV shows, I play some games. When I logged into League of Legends and opened the interface, I was bombarded with advertisements for skin promotions. If it were normal times, Subai would simply close the advertisement without any fluctuation. Skins and such have nothing to do with a poor guy like him, and they don't increase his attack power. Just use the free skin. And now that he has unlocked the indulgence system, Subai has changed his mind. If you buy a lot of game skins at one time, is that considered indulgence? After getting confirmation from the system, Subai selected a lot of skins that he had liked for a long time, but it suppressed his desire to buy in order to save money. There is a total of 4,630 yuan on the bank card now. Try to spend as much as possible. After all, the system gives you cash back on the spot, and the more you spend, the more you get back. Supreme Fist, Soul Blossom, and the limited time returning champion skins. Buy whatever you like. The final total price was 4,396 yuan. You know what? This number is quite auspicious. Ding. Excessive consumption of game skins by the host has been detected, triggering a 5-fold cashback, plus 21,980 yuan. The balance of the bank card has reached more than 22,000 yuan. This speed of making money is too incredible. Subai thought Jiangcheng University, where Subai studies, is a national key 985 university, and he studies computer science, which is a popular major currently. Even though their graduate students found high-paying jobs in the internet industry after graduation, they may not earn 22,000 yuan a month. Not to mention that this was just Subai's income for the morning. As the principal increases, Subai can choose to indulge in more luxurious consumption, and his wealth will snowball, earning faster and faster. Needless to say, the system indicates that with deeper indulgence, the rewards given are not just cash, but also luxury cars, watches, villas, and even more magical hidden features. Is this the life of a super rich man? It's really super rich. Subai was excited for a while, but soon calmed down. He was a man with strong psychological qualities. Let's not talk about the money. Let's play the game first and experience the newly bought skin. The dormitory had a bed above and a desk below. Wang Haoren had even stood up to stretch his legs while browsing the game. He accidentally saw Subai's game interface next to him and was immediately shocked. Fuck, brother Bai, when did you buy so many skins? This must add up to over 1,000, right? Well, I just spent a total of more than 4,000. Wang Haoren had a dazed look on his face. What was going on? You know, Subai had always been a zero player, a freeloader just like him. Why did he suddenly start spending money like crazy? Subai smiled and said, let me be frank. Actually, I am also a rich second generation. Wait, why did you say that? Wang Haoren suddenly realized, damn, I'm the only poor guy in our dormitory. Before Subai could say anything, Wang Haoren scratched his head and said with a grin, okay, that's good. It turns out that you were so capable, brother Bai. That's normal. Otherwise, the two people in our dormitory are so outstanding that they have distorted my impression of rich people. Subai just smiled and said nothing. It was normal to meet idiots in university accommodation. This was a big country with a population of 1.4 billion. How could the diversity of human genes be reflected without meeting a few idiots? Brother Bai, you don't know that when you were away last night, Shumingzhi and Xuetao started arguing again. Shumingzhi and Xuetao are the names of the other two roommates. Why? It's because of a woman. Shumingzhi liked a girl, but Xuetao insisted that she was a hypocrite and was no different from other girls behind her back, so they started arguing. But I remember that girl ignored Shumingzhi at all, right? Subai recalled. Yeah, it's just unrequited love. He's so strong that he can even quarrel over her. He's unbeatable. Creatures like liquors are not uncommon in any era and any place. Subai just took it as a joke. However, the dormitory where the girl Shumingzhi is pursuing lives is quite interesting. Among the 4 girls, 3 have outstanding looks and each has their own unique style. The IT is called the Goddess Dormitory by classmates. The girl Shumingzhi likes his name Chen Yuxing, and she is the type of cold and domineering lady. Like them, we are all freshmen. She is over 1.7 meters tall and has a pair of long legs with graceful curves. The cool and beautiful face is more beautiful than any celebrity. Like Subai, she studied computer science. It is said that she published her own open-source project on the internet when she was in high school. As soon as the school started, a professor invited her to join the laboratory. She is definitely a top student. Since the military training, it has attracted the attention of countless teachers and students. Although he usually has an expressionless face, there are always people who try to please him. However, she rejected any flatterers without hesitation, declaring that I don't want to fall in love and will not accept other people's kindness in vain. Perhaps, this is why Chu Mingzhi thinks she is special. Shui Tao thought Chen Yuxing was pretending. This kind of thinking is actually very normal. Everyone has a side that is unknown to others. Subai didn't care about the conflicts between his roommates, he just listened for fun. Quickly return your attention to the game. I played Vian in the top lane and Yasuo in the mid lane. The combined score for the two games was 1-17. Oh no, the silver tier in this game is too cruel. I can't stand it. I need someone to play with me. Subai did it right away and opened a play-along app. Select the League of Legends project and sort directly by price, from high to low. Ordering a high price for playing with others is also a form of indulgence. Asa result, Subai looked carefully and found that those with the highest prices were basically professional players or former professional players. Just skip it, they are all men. Not interesting. What's the point of spending a lot of money to ask a man to play games with him? It would be better to just ask Wang Haoran to play duo, with two silver players bravely traveling the world. Subai decisively selected female companions only in the filtering conditions. Now all that comes out are a wide variety of photos of beautiful women in the style of internet celebrities. Comfortable. After browsing around, Subai chose a female companion with the ID Xia. Compared with other playmates, she didn't even post her own photos. I just left an audio clip of myself introducing myself. Her voice is very nice. She sounds young, but she has the aura of a cool and arrogant lady, which makes people imagine a lot. Unfortunately, the young lady made it clear in the introduction that she doesn't do anything sexy and only plays games. The price is 200 yuan per hour. IT is already approaching the fees charged by ordinary professional players. So the question is, what is the confidence of this playmate to charge such a sky-high price? The answer is simple. Her rank is the 1000-point king in the Korean server. Chapter 2, Monthly subscription for beautiful girls to play with you. Huge cash back. As we all know, high-skilled female companions are the most scarce resource in the companionship industry. The comments at the bottom of the page were also very positive. They all said that the young lady had invincible skills and could lead the team steadily. Except that her personality was indeed a bit cold. She didn't even call him boss, and only communicated with basic courtesy. Overall, this price is reasonable. Subai didn't care anyway, as long as the voice sounds good and can carry people, that's all Subai requires. His ultimate goal is to make money. Xia happened to be online, so Subai clicked on the private chat and asked a very mysterious question right away. Soupy Big White Goose, hello, can you offer a monthly subscription for your companionship service? Rain break? Supply White Goose, it's like this, I'm looking for a long-term, stable playmate with a nice voice who can lead me on. I think your profile perfectly meets my needs. Xia, oh. Xia, what are the specific details? Soupy Big White Goose, monthly billing, no more than 2 hours of gaming per day, specific gaming time can be negotiated. Yushi, yes. Done. Subai smiled slightly before chatting privately. He studied Yushia's order records. An average of 2 hours a day should be no problem for her. The charge is 200 per hour, 400 for 2 hours a day, which is 12,000 per month. Puff Pastry White Goose, transfer rain break? Xia, what is this? Puff Pastry White Goose, payment for the next month. Xia, shouldn't we try it first? Puff Pastry White Goose, no need to try, I believe you. Xia, I'll try playing around with you first, just in case you don't like it. Xia, it's a pretty big sum of money, so be careful. Puff Pastry White Goose, you'll like it. Don't worry, I won't refund you no matter what. This amount of money is nothing to me. Xia, oh. Yushi, accept transfer at the same time. Subai's system also started to move. Ding. Detected that the host has subscribed to a beautiful girl to play with him for a month, spending 12,000 yuan, triggering triple cashback, reward plus 36,000 yuan. Excluding the payment costs, that means I made 24,000 yuan this time. Subai happily logged into the game and added Xia as his in-game friend. Both parties open the voice chat through the game companion software. Hello. The voice is cold and majestic, exactly the same as the one on the companionship display page. Hello, let's start playing ranked. Subai said. It really is quite cool. It's okay, as long as you can fly. This cold little voice sounded quite exciting, Subai thought. Then, go to the ranking page. I found a very embarrassing problem. The rank of Yushia's game account is Platinum 2. According to the rules, in singles and doubles ranking, players in the silver rank can team up with players in the black iron, bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Platinum is one level higher than gold, which means the account Yushia is obviously a secondary account. Used for playing games together. However, he still couldn't rank with Subai. I'm so hot that I hate you. How can this world ever be better? Bayan's life is also life. Perhaps because the situation was too awkward, the conversation fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, Yusia suddenly said, I remembered that I have another gold account. Wait a minute while I go change it. Go ahead. 2 minutes later, Subai added her golden trumpet. We can queue together. I didn't realize your rank was so low. Ahahaha. Sorry, did I irritate you? I'm not very good with words. If you've offended me, just yell at me. It's okay, I have a good attitude. Oh. A silent smile appeared on Subai's lips. To it seems that this young lady is not only aloof, but also a little cute at heart. However, once he entered the game, Yuxia no longer looked cute at all. She chose the jungler Nidalee, a classic fish blasting hero, catch people, counter jungle, and control the map. One leads 4 and kills the opponents indiscriminately. Subai felt that he won just by doing some random things. TSK, no gaming experience at all. Bad review. Doghead, please give me a few more easy victories like this. For the next 2 hours, Yuxia made great strides with the crispy white goose. When the last game started, there were actually only 5 minutes left in 2 hours, but Yuxia still finished the game, which can be said to be a perfect example of professional ethics. Overall, Subai felt very good about the experience. Although Yuxia's voice was very plain and without the usual tricks of female companions, her voice was pleasant and made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Coupled with the rare super strength among the female companions, it is generally worth it. Time's up. Yuxia reminded after the last game ended. Okay, we had a great time today. Let's continue tomorrow. I'll contact you then. Add WeChat so we can get in touch easily. I don't add clients on WeChat. But I'm a long-term customer. I added you so it's easier to contact you. I can transfer money to you directly via WeChat in the future, saving you the platform's commission. After hesitating for a moment, perhaps under the temptation of saving handling fees and the influence of Subai's high-quality customer attributes, the other party agreed to add a Yuxia's WeChat avatar is a purple-haired anime girl with a cool and cute temperament, which is very similar to the personality reflected by her voice. Subai is simple, just draw a simple white goose emotic and pack. Both parties checked each other's circle of friends at the same time. It's all just a horizontal line. The classic is only available for 3 days. Neither of them is the type who likes to post updates. Also at Jiangqing University, a girl's dormitory, Chen Yuxing took off his headphones and closed his laptop. The graceful long legs wrapped in black stockings exude an alluring luster. Chapter 3, the holy body of innate black silk stockings. Chen Yuxing basically wears black stockings all year round. Her blood circulation is not very good, she is afraid of cold, and her legs and feet are especially susceptible to coldness, so wearing pantyhose is very comfortable. As for why I wear black stockings, it's because black is the most resistant to staining. It's an outrageous reason, but for Chen Yuxing, a straight girl from science and engineering with an unusual way of thinking, there is nothing wrong with it. The actual effect in the eyes of others is that Chen Yuxing is born to wear black stockings. It is natural and very harmonious, beautiful but not gaudy, charming but not vulgar. After closing the computer, Chen Yuxing prepared to go out for dinner. Passing by the mirror at the door of the dormitory, he saw the reflection of the girl's face that made countless men's hearts beat faster. His face looked a little haggard. My mother's condition worsened, and the hospital bills became higher and higher. The savings had been spent long ago, and now Chen Yuxing was the one bearing all the costs of his mother's medical treatment. In order to make money, she worked in the laboratory on commercial projects that the professor helped to bring in, and received a salary, but the income was still a little insufficient to cover the expenses, so Chen Yuxing used his advantage of being a good gamer to play with them. The income from playing games with others is unstable, and you cannot always receive orders. Sometimes an order would suddenly come in the middle of the night, and even though Chen Yuxing was already sleepy, he would still endure the sleepiness and finish the job. After all, you never know when the next order will come, so you have to seize every opportunity to make money. She was extremely lucky today, as a rich guy actually kept her for a month. Well, this sounds a bit strange. In short, you will have a long-term and stable income. Chen Yuxing was very happy, but also felt a little strange that crispy white goose had never played games with her, but she just directly transferred the monthly fee to her. At first she suspected that the other party had other intentions towards her. As a result, after playing the game for more than 2 hours, the crispy white goose did not make any inappropriate behavior. There were no formal questions about her personal privacy. I didn't ask her to send a picture to show her legs. There wasn't even any verbal teasing during the game. It's a green, healthy, and pure way to play games. Follow her to kill people and shout Big Boss 666. The overall impression is that of a sunny and cheerful male college student. So, what was the point of spending more than 10,000 yuan on her at once? Is it really like what he said, that the only requirements are good sound and strong gaming skills? After thinking for a long time, Chen Yuxing still couldn't figure it out, so he simply shook his head and gave up thinking. Anyway, since she has received the monthly fee, she can just help him to gain points. As long as he maintains this state, it is a good thing. After all, she can make money steadily. After deducting the platform's commission, she can make more than 10,000 yuan a month. Which companion doesn't like such high-quality customers? Let's go eat. We have classes in the afternoon. Alas, when will this non-stop life end? In fact, Chen Yuxing knew that as long as he lowered his bottom line, he could easily make quick money. Good looks, figure, clean body, plus the gimmick of being a top student from a top university and a top university in the top universities in China. There are many rich people willing to pay for it. But she didn't want to fall to that point. As long as he can make money through his own efforts, Chen Yuxing will never fall into depravity unless, well, there is no unless. Men's dormitory, building 7, room 510. Subai turned off the computer and said to Wang Haoren, let's go eat. Go. It's only 12 o'clock now, and those who have classes in the morning haven't come out yet. which means there are not many people in the cafeteria. In half an hour it will be crowded and you'll have to queue up even to buy a cup of Coke. The closest to men's dormitory building 7 is the third canteen. As he walked into the cafeteria, Subai moved in a coquettish manner. Instead of going to the first floor where we usually dine, we took the escalator and went straight to the second floor where we had a gourmet stir-fry. Although I have indulged in breakfast, it is now lunch and the food I ate in the morning has long been digested. It is well known that male college students can eat more than the New Year pig, not to mention that Subai is tall and strong, and his appetite is bigger than that of other students. Really, the second floor? I feel like the things on the second floor have no value for money, they're too businesslike. Wang Haoren felt a little uneasy. His family background was about the same as Subai's before the showdown. Don't lie, Daddy's treating you today. Let's have 4 dishes and 1 soup, and enjoy it. Subai waved his hand with great enthusiasm. Oh my god, so generous. Neither Chu Mingjie nor Xue Tao has ever treated us to a meal. That's because they're too stingy. They act like they're rich all the time. They can't even afford a place on the second floor of the third dining hall, right? It's true. Wang Haoren agreed with this. It turned out that Subai's personality was completely different from those two, but there was one thing that Wang Haoren felt a little strange about. Since Subai is a rich second generation, why has he been so low-key from the time he entered school until now? The daily necessities and clothes we wear are all very simple. It was today that I suddenly started spending money. Facing Wang Haoren's doubts, Subai said, I remember telling you I was adopted, right? Yes, I did. Recently, a wealthy foreign family approached me, saying I was their young master who had been stranded abroad, and then, you know what happened. Subai stretched out his hand and made a gesture of counting money. Wang Haoren's pupils trembled. No, buddy, are you serious? Are you filming a Douyin skit here? I'm serious, I'm not kidding you. Of course, please don't spread it around. I prefer to keep a low profile. I know. Wang Haoren was envious for a while, but soon he came to terms with it. This kind of good thing that falls from the sky depends purely on fate. Brother Bai is lucky, and as a friend, he can also benefit from it. It's a good thing. Dining table, the two of them ordered 4 dishes: braised fish, cumin lamb, chicken stewed with mushrooms, shrimp with leeks. Let's have some carrot, corn and pork rib soup. They are all very homely dishes, but they are much better than the indescribable taste on the first floor of the cafeteria. There is naturally a difference in price. The total cost for 4 dishes and 1 soup was almost 200 yuan. My luck was not very good this time. I only got double cashback and made a net profit of 200. It's not bad, mainly because Subai was so lucky with the cashbacks in the past few times, which made his appetite picky. I'll see if there are any suitable indulgences in the afternoon. Subai and Wang Haoren showed off wildly. I returned to the dormitory with a full stomach. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Chu Mingjie and Xue Tao debating. The facts are clear. Everyone in the computer science department knows that Professor Luo personally brought in a business project and gave it to Chen Yuxing to manage. He earns at least several $1,000s a month. He's definitely not short of money, right? He's supporting himself with his own abilities. Chu Mingjie is defending his goddess again. When talking about Chen Yuxing's glorious deeds, his face lit up and he was so damn proud. I don't know why he is so proud. He is not the one that the professor values, Xue Tao retorted. Oh, that's hard to say. Girls have very high material pursuits. How can they be satisfied with just a few thousand yuan a month? Clothes, bags, cosmetics, which one doesn't cost money? Do you really think you're as frugal as the boys in our dormitory who don't even spend money on mobile games? Wang Haoren protested. No, man, what's wrong with us zero-spending players? Do I have to spend money on this game? I'm not talking about you. I was just giving an example. Xue Tao paused. Chu Mingjie, don't have too many filters for Chen Yuxing. What's wrong with the goddess dormitory? My new girlfriend is also their roommate, and she's no worse than Chen Yuxing. I don't care. In my eyes, Chen Yuxing is the most outstanding goddess. If I can't pursue her, I would rather stay single for 4 years in college. Chu Mingjie made some defiant remarks. With a look of sacred glory on his face, Xue Tao was shocked. What the hell, you really hanged yourself on a tree? No one cares about you, and you're just lying here in the void, trying to keep your chastity? Ha, the rejection I've faced so far is just a small setback on the road to success. A truly tasteful man would like Chen Yuxing. Only a man who lacks the ability would settle for second best. Who the hell are you mad at? Xue Tao was furious. Indeed, the one he really liked was another girl in the goddess dormitory, but she had many suitors. Xue Tao knew that he was not good enough, so he had to settle for the second best and pursued the only ordinary-looking girl in the goddess dormitory, Lu Yuan, but the so-called ordinary is only compared with her roommates. Among the entire group of girls, she is definitely a little beauty. It's also very impressive. It's only been a month since school started, and how many of my classmates are still single? Xue Tao's charm is absolutely unique. How could Chu Mingjie from the ditch have the turn to mock? He also talks about taste, and keeps saying taste. He relies on the fact that he is from Shanghai and looks down on people from other places. Shuetao is a native of Jiangcheng and a demolition resident. There are 4 apartments in the family, and the rent collected every month is a huge sum of money. The minimum pocket money he gets every month is 10,000 yuan. Moreover, I bought him a Magotan right after the school started. A joint venture B-class car worth 200,000 yuan. How many people can drive a Magotan in their freshman year? About the quarrel with roommates. I watched coldly, just enjoying the show. I imagine the classic movements and magical voice of a certain abstract anchor on Douyin. Shanghai Master versus locals, do you know? Seeing Chu Mingzhi and Shuetao arguing endlessly, Subai quickly said, "That's enough. Go to the corridor if you want to argue. I want to take a nap." "Subai, please be fair. What kind of person do you think Qin Yuxing is?" Shuetao persisted. "That's right, let Subai speak." Chu Mingzhi was also competing. Subai yawned and said, "I'm too lazy to talk about it. I ate too much at noon and I feel dizzy. Cover yourself with the quilt and fall asleep." He was too lazy to get involved in these boring disputes. It was more important for him to conserve his energy and think about how to indulge himself in the afternoon. Chapter 4, Apple Store, the Holy Land of Cashback. Seeing that Subai refused to make a sharp comment, Shuetao and Chu Mingzhi had to stop for the time being. The reason they asked Subai for evaluation was simply to save face. After all, the two of them think they are the best in the dormitory and even in the class, so naturally they have to compete with each other. As for why I care about Subai's opinion, although Subai's family was very poor and all he wore were items from Taobao, the shoes he wore were domestically produced Hongqing 2 models, which probably cost only over 100 yuan, not as expensive as a pair of Chu Mingzhi's underwear. But Subai is 1.85 meters tall, strong, and handsome. Even the two rich guys who thought highly of themselves had to admit that Subai was the undisputed class flower. However, this guy seems to be too indifferent and usually has little presence in the class. Sometimes he seems too unsociable, like just now, when he acted as if it had nothing to do with him. Stop pretending. When you want to have a girlfriend, you may not be able to find anyone better than Lu Yuan. After all, girls these days are very realistic. They not only look at looks, but also financial strength. For example, Shuetao, a native of Jiangcheng, has 4 houses in his family and drove a Magotan in his freshman year, so he was able to find his partner quickly. It is said that Subai's family is extremely poor. Can he afford a Magotan in this lifetime? I don't have the ability to know. Shuetao complained inwardly for a while, then picked up his phone and happily chatted with his girlfriend. "I'm no longer single, unlike you bunch of single guys." Afternoon. Subai woke up feeling refreshed. I looked at the time and there was still more than half an hour before the afternoon class. College physics experiment. Go out for a walk first, and then go to class when the time comes. Jiangcheng University is very large, with several campuses occupying a large area in the urban area. Some people jokingly say that Jiangcheng is a city built within Jiangcheng University. Naturally, there are many commercial facilities on campus, including supermarkets, snack streets, cafes, and even script-killing shops. Subai was strolling along the roadside when he suddenly saw an Apple store. Apple is good. What's so good about it? Fortunately, mobile phones are expensive. Subai's eyes lit up. He walked into the store, picked up the latest flagship mobile phone on the counter and started playing with it. iPhone 1X, the 1T storage version, has an official price of 13299. I called up the system to confirm, and sure enough, such an expensive phone was clearly an indulgence for a college student. Now that domestic mobile phones are on the rise, phones that cost more than 2,000 yuan can be used smoothly in daily life and are also good for playing games. But sorry, Subai wants to get the reward, so he can only bear the pain and exchange the cost-effective Redmi phone in his hand for a top-of-the-line fruit phone with no cost-effectiveness. The color scheme is the original color of titanium, which feels quite textured. Subai paid the money happily, then held his breath and waited for the cashback. Ding. Host's excessive spending detected, 13,299 yuan, triggering 6 times cashback, plus 79,794 yuan. Good luck is coming. Subai secretly clenched his fists. This cashback directly increased his savings to over 100,000, but it's not enough. Subai's eyes swept over the other products in the store. Apple's high-premium products are not just mobile phones, tablets and laptops are not bad either. iPad Pro 2T, the version with SIM card, 21,299 yuan. MacBook Pro, Chip Max version. Storage configuration up to 128 gigabytes plus 8 terabytes, 54,749 yuan. To be honest, it was the first time that Subai knew that Guozi's laptop had a configuration of more than 50,000 yuan. This kind of configuration is really not useful for normal people, right? But it doesn't matter, he can use it. After all, the system gives cashback, and the more you indulge, the richer you will be. Subai said nothing and just kept paying. I was unlucky with the tablet and only got double the reward, earning 20,000. Triple reward for laptops, earn 110,000. After all the operations, the deposit exceeded 200,000. This Apple Store is really a great place to earn rewards, Subai said with emotion. Not only are the items expensive, but they are also things that college students can use, which meets the definition of indulgence in the system rules. After using this system, Subai roughly figured out its routine. The so-called indulgence means enjoying material life to the fullest and doing whatever you want rather than simply extravagance and waste. The store clerks were very happy to sell nearly 100,000 yuan worth of goods in one go. Several people surrounded Subai to help him activate the equipment. While waiting, Subai suddenly thought of a question. System, I'm asking, are the consequences of my indulgent behavior something I need to bear personally? My lord, this is not your responsibility. The system will automatically eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for you. For example, if you indulge yourself by sleeping in and skipping exercise, your body won't deteriorate, you'll simply gain the energetic benefits of being well rested. For example, even if you overeat, it won't be bad for your body. The system will help you promote digestion, absorb nutrients, and eliminate toxins. Hearing this, Subai was delighted and asked, "What if I skip class?" My lord, you will automatically gain the knowledge taught in that class. Oh my god, this is also possible. That means I skipped all the required courses, so I will fail the final exam. Brother Tongzi is really awesome. Subai's thoughts immediately started racing, recalling the ideological and political class in the morning. The teacher's voice, appearance, and smile are still in front of my eyes. The content of the story includes bragging about the latest political hot topics and recounting the adventures of his daughter while studying in the United States. Well, it's better to skip this class. Useless knowledge, get out of my head. At this time, the shopping guide in the store interrupted Subai's thoughts. My dear customer, your device has been fully activated. Do you still need to purchase extended warranty service? No, thank you. Subai refused decisively. If it breaks, of course you should buy a new one. How can you be a human being if you don't use the reward? Okay, then please add my WeChat. If you have any questions in the future, please contact me directly. By the way, you are a student at Jiangqing University, right? Yes. Subai felt a little strange, and his attention shifted from the system to the shop assistant in front of him. She is a young girl who looks like she just graduated. Being looked at by Subai, she suddenly looked shy. I added him on WeChat in the name of after-sales service, but it's hard to say that there was no other intention. As a shopping guide in an Apple store, I meet a lot of rich people, but I rarely see someone like Subai who spends money without blinking an eye. He directly buys the top-of-the-line three-piece suit and spends 100,000 yuan in minutes. Coupled with Subai's height and good looks, the salesgirl was really attracted to him. Since you're a student of Jiangqing University, there will definitely be a chance for us to meet again in the future. The shopping guide's eyes were filled with affection as she watched Subai leave. Subai turned around and set the shopping guide's WeChat to Do Not Disturb. Although the young lady is good-looking, she is still a little lacking in Subai's eyes. He is also very picky about food, and now with the godly rich system, he has the capital to be picky about food. After some shopping, I walked to the laboratory building, just in time for class. To be honest, why does the computer science department offer a physics experiment course? It seems completely irrelevant. Forget it, I won't go into it further. Logically speaking, the American adventures of the ideological and political teacher's daughter have nothing to do with the course, but he still talked about it. What does this mean? When you go to college, the most important thing is the experience. In fact, Subai was quite curious about the equipment used in physics experiments. The middle school he attended in his hometown was relatively poor, and the laboratory was almost useless, so he couldn't touch any proper experimental equipment. Sign in with the substitute teacher and then sit down in your assigned seat. I have to go to class later, so I'll play with the tablet first. I have to say that the display effect of Apple devices is really good. Subai logged into a certain JD.com mall to check out the latest hot-selling desktop computer configurations. Just now he had a new idea. Although Apple laptops are high-end, they are not good for playing games. So I will buy a desktop computer to play games, which is also a reasonable indulgence. I directly chose a high-end esports brand, ROG, commonly known as that Eye of Prodigy, the white moonlight in the minds of countless computer players. After selecting all the options, I took a look at the price, which was over 80,000 yuan. Not bad, I can make a minimum of 80,000 yuan on this order. After all, there is a double cashback at the lowest. Just as Subai was about to place an order, a vaguely familiar, cold, and majestic voice suddenly rang out beside him. Don't buy this one, it's a ripoff. Chapter 5 The Black Silk Stockings Female Academic Master. Secretly, Subai looked up and was stunned. A tall and slim girl with long black straight hair, cool and elegant, wearing a simple t-shirt and chiffon long skirt, with a piece of black stockings and small leather shoes showing under the skirt. In mid-September, it is still the tail end of summer in Jiangqing. Girls who dare to wear black stockings and leather shoes in this weather are all tough. The result is that it will probably start to smell after wearing it for half a day. However, the girl did not emit an unpleasant smell. Instead, there was a faint fragrance that came to the face. In short, it was a feeling of deep elegance, like a flower from a high mountain. What did you say just now? Subai asked. There's nothing I can do. The girl is so pretty that my brain has temporarily short-circuited. I said, this computer you want to buy is not good. The girl pointed at the screen on the tablet and said, the brand premium is too high. I suggest buying the parts and assembling it yourself. You can save about 30%. No, sister, I wish I could get that extra 30%. I want the brand premium. When you meet a stranger by chance, why do you cut off his financial resources right away? Subai complained in his heart, then smiled faintly and said, it's okay, I just like this brand, it has sentimentality. But thanks for the reminder. Okay. Then you can wait for the government subsidy to buy it. It should be available soon and you can save a few thousand yuan. No, do we know each other? Why do you always tell me to save money? You are Subai, in the same class as me. Aha! Subai slapped his forehead. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What's your name, classmate?" "It's been a month since school started." "The beautiful girl in your class remembers your name, but you don't know her." "Embarrassing, so embarrassing." Fortunately, she didn't seem like the type of Japanese anime lady who gets furious when her name is forgotten. She said calmly, "Chen Yusheng." "The rain is in raining, the shang is in Zhushang." "I remember. We're in the same group for the physics experiment. We're going to collaborate on a lab report for this class. Let's add each other on WeChat." "Okay." A few days ago, Zhu was still racking his brains to think of how to add Chen Yusheng's WeChat, in a fresh, natural, and unpretentious way. Who would have thought that the first person in dormitory 510 to get a V would be Subai? It's hilarious. In fact, it's really nothing. It's 5202, and adding each other on WeChat has become a very common thing, especially among college classmates. It's easy to add each other for many matters such as group cooperation, club socializing, event collection. It was really that Zhu had an unrealistic romantic fantasy about girls, as if every step from the moment they met had to be decorated with pink bubbles. A bit funny. No wonder his classmates all jokingly call him Shanghai Master. It really has an inexplicable sense of humor. Subai was thinking about the interesting things in the dormitory, and casually opened his WeChat code and gave it to Chen Yusheng to scan. "Hey, did I add you?" "Really? I don't remember what your profile picture looks like." "A purple-haired anime girl." "Ah, let me look for it." The two fell silent at the same time. Chen Yusheng held the phone, her long, fine eyelashes trembling. "Look at the big white goose avatar that I just added this morning, and then look at Subai in front of me." Even though she was born with a cold and expressionless face, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her cheeks flushed, and she dug her toes into the ground. It should be said that Subai was in a good mood. Even in such a difficult situation, he was the first to speak and break the deadlock. "No, sister, why are you using your real name to go online? It's already postmodern. Can you please be more aware of the box protection? Who uses a big account to play with you? I've already told you, I never add clients on WeChat. You're the first one." Chen Yusheng's tone was tinged with resentment. "How could I have known that a classmate would subscribe to me on a monthly basis?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole atmosphere was off. It became inexplicably ambiguous. Subai quickly changed the subject. "Hurry up and create a small account. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, remember to use the small account." Which part of the experiment will you be responsible for? The hands-on part or the data recording part?" "My hands-on skills are average." "Aren't you working for Professor Luo? How come your hands-on skills are so average?" "Computer-related research generally does not require hands-on skills." "I see." Then it was silent again. Subai thought he had high emotional intelligence, and the problem lay with Chen Yusheng. Obviously, her original personality was reflected when she was playing with him. He appears to be cool on the surface, but is actually quite naive. This can be seen from her persistent persuasion of Subai not to buy the Eye of Prodigal Son. Fortunately, the teacher at the podium announced the start of the experimental class in a timely manner. The classroom became quiet. Then I started to read the PPT and repeat the experimental precautions, which was boring. As we all know, the lectures given by old professors in universities are the most difficult to swallow. No emotion, just technique. He spoke with a strong, strange accent from some unknown county near Jiangchang, reciting difficult physics terms as if he were being summoned by an evil god. Chen Yusheng was originally in a state of shame, but after listening to the old professor's PPT recitation like chanting a sutra for a while, he suddenly felt sleepy. "She has been severely sleep deprived lately." Then Subai saw Chen Yusheng nodding his head, and then he lowered his head and fell asleep. The old professor, who was reading a PPT, looked up and scanned the classroom, his sharp eyes falling on the table of Subai and Chen Yusheng. "Girl in the second to last row, please stand up and answer the question." The old professor threw a piece of chalk over, and it landed on the table in front of Chen Yusheng with a crisp sound. Chen Yusheng woke up in shock and stood up, staring blankly at the blackboard. "Briefly describe this, the precautions for determining the XX constant." Subai poked Chen Yusheng's black silk thigh with a pen under the table, turned to a certain page in the experiment manual, and moved it on the table to show her inconspicuously. Chen Yusheng understood, glanced at the content, cleared his throat, and replied, "There are 3 main points to note. The first is," the old professor nodded and said, "Very good, your foundation is good. Please sit down. This course is counted as compulsory credits, so everyone should pay attention to it." Then he continued to chant. "After the experiment introduction is over and the practical operation begins, students are allowed to communicate aloud." Chen Yusheng took the opportunity to say to Subai, "Thank you. It's just a small matter. You're amazing. You can even listen to such a boring class." "Actually, I didn't listen either. I just happened to know what the teacher asked about." "Oh." Subai was distracted while the old professor was chanting. The system judged it as indulgence and rewarded him with 1,000 yuan. By the way, he also activated the function of eliminating the negative effects of indulgence and stuffed the relevant knowledge of this physics experiment into Subai's head. Not bad. At least now I won't be at a loss as to where to start the experiment. While other students were still scratching their heads in a panic, Subai had already finished the experiment. The data was recorded by Chen Yuxing, and then the two of them went back to collaborate on completing the experimental report. It's quite troublesome. No wonder every class of seniors would complain about the terrible university physics experiment, but it doesn't matter to Subai as long as he leaves it alone. The power of the system will make the experimental report grow on its own. Brother Tongzi, Daddy loves you, so Subai and Chen Yuxing's group can get out of class early. Chen Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Subai with gratitude in his eyes. Not only did it prevent her from embarrassing herself in class, but the experiment was also done so quickly, saving her time. This way she can go to work in Professor Luo's laboratory immediately. But there is another thing that Chen Yuxing is a little confused about. In the corridor, Subai was about to slip away when Chen Yuxing called him from behind, etc. What's wrong? Chen Yuxing hesitated for a long time and whispered hesitantly, my job as a playmate. Subai couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. No, sister, you don't think I'm the kind of person who says, you don't want your classmates to know that you're a playmate, do you, Miss Chen? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of gossipy person who likes to gossip everywhere. I will definitely keep your secret. This is also the ethics I should have as a client. Thanks. After a pause, Chen Yuxing asked worriedly, really? Subai complained helplessly, do you have to kneel down and beg me to be at ease? Please don't tell anyone, I will do anything. Perhaps amused by Subai's exaggerated tone, Chen Yuxing rarely revealed a smile from the heart. At this moment, Subai finally understood why his classmates said that Chen Yuxing had a paralyzed face and never smiled. It's right not to laugh. If you don't laugh, she's not messing around. Let me tell you, this girl is so charming when she laughs. However, when Subai was temporarily unable to move because of her charm like a flash bomb, Chen Yuxing keenly caught a hint of something from Subai. Same taste. Chen Yuxing was not very sure, but after interacting with Subai both online and offline, she had a very good impression of him. So she decided to give it a try. After a slight hesitation, he said, what did you just say? I'll keep it a secret for you later. Subai was confused. Chen Yuxing was a little anxious. His ability to express himself was not very good to begin with, so he suddenly became incoherent. That joke you mentioned later, is it from that anime? Subai's eyes lit up and he blurted out, Onagai, watashi? That's right. Fuck, you too? Aha! Chapter 6, Mobile Game Krypton Gold is fully maxed out. The deposit exceeds 1 million. Coffee shop. Subai looked at the girl opposite him who was holding a cup of iced latte and chattering, and fell into self-doubt. Who said Chen Yuxing was aloof? Not at all, okay? Look at that little mouth of hers, she keeps chattering. He is completely different from the image that classmates usually think of him. Just now, Chen Yuxing took the initiative to exchange secret codes with him, and then Subai discovered that they were actually loyal fans of a certain girl band anime. Then Chen Yuxing's desire to express himself burst out as if he had met a soulmate. It was not convenient to chat in the corridor of the laboratory building, so the two went to a nearby cafe. Just some random chat. I was shocked to find that both parties liked more than just the same anime. Their common hobbies have a high degree of overlap. For example, favorite animations and movies, favorite music, and favorite books. For example, in terms of daily entertainment, I like playing games, watching abstract videos, cooking food, and reviewing various electronic products. It's like another me in the world. This shocked Subai greatly. Logically speaking, shouldn't the hobbies of a cool and arrogant female academic be as elegant as those of a rich lady, or, as people stereotype, chasing stars, reading entertainment gossip, shopping with girlfriends and knowing everything about luxury brands? As a result, Subai actually sought his own shadow in Chen Yuxing. This is really hilarious, but it also makes people feel excited and full of anticipation. After all, someone understands me is a higher level spiritual need, especially when the person who understands you is a beautiful girl with long black straight hair and a royal sister style. As they chatted, they coincidentally took a sip of coffee at the same time. The air suddenly fell silent, and the coffee shop was filled with the leisurely atmosphere of the afternoon. Her eyes accidentally met his, but they awkwardly looked away. Well, I have to go work in Professor Luo's lab. Go ahead, business is important. Chen Yuxing looked at Subai with a bit of lingering feeling, moved his lips, but still didn't speak, grabbed the school bag and left. In fact, Subai also had something to say but didn't have time to say it. He wanted to know why Chen Yuxing wanted to be a playmate since he had an income from working in the laboratory. I don't mean to discriminate against those who play with others, but there is no need for ordinary female college students to work so hard. It seems that Chen Yuxing is short of money. Forget it, I'll ask again when I have a chance. Maybe it's someone's privacy and it's not convenient to disclose. After drinking coffee, Subai bought some small desserts in the cafe and took them away. This cafe features an exquisite style and can be considered a popular check-in shop on the campus of Jiangxing University. The desserts sold there are all priced quite high, which is just right for Subai to get his rewards. I took it back to the dormitory and shared it with Wang Haoren. Brother Bai, do you want me to help you write your lab report? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I feel bad for always following you around and eating and drinking for free. I'll help you with some odd jobs. Oh, and if you play online games in the future, I can also help you with the grind. Wang Haoren looked sincere. I have to say that this guy does have a good character. Many people like to take advantage of others and then have no gratitude towards you at all after taking advantage of them. However, when talking about Uryo, Subai had new inspiration. Playing 2D card drawing mobile games is also a great way to indulge in consumption. For example, for the most typical source code, if you open a new card pool and draw all the possible items, the mathematical expectation of spending is about 25,000 yuan. If you are unlucky, you may spend more than 30,000 yuan. Not if there are 2 new characters in the current issue. It will be super doubled. Subai turned on the computer and logged into his Yuanchan account. When this thing was first released a few years ago, Subai tried it out and didn't like the game itself very much. There were some pretty characters, but the problem was that he couldn't afford them because they were too expensive. 648 Krypton gold was thrown in and not even a splash was seen. But in high school, 600 yuan was enough for Subai to eat frugally in the school cafeteria for a month. Things are different now. Since the system has determined that spending money on mobile games is indulgence, then beat them hard. Subai was seen spending money like water, doing 10 crazy draws in a row, and directly drawing all the cards in the card pool. The total consumption is more than 50,000. Subai didn't even know who this game character was or what his background story was. It doesn't matter. He just needs to know that the system triggers an 8-fold cashback. 400,000. Wang Haoren next to him was stunned. I've heard for a long time that for rich people playing mobile games, spending money is as natural as breathing. As a result, he really saw it in real life. This feels like playing 2 completely different games compared to those players who complete tasks every day and calculate and accumulate resources for drawing cards. Blue-green modifier. So terrifying. Brother Bai, is that wealthy overseas family looking for you to recognize as a relative still in need of a young master? How about adding me as one? God damn it, I'll add you. Where's the CPDD in this King's Hall? Subai logged out of his account and sent his password to Wang Haoren. I'm done with the lottery. Can you help me with the game? I haven't played in a long time and I don't know where I am in the main quest. No, Brother Bai, don't you want to experience the character you just drew yourself? What's the point of experiencing it? I quit the game a long time ago. I'm too lazy to research this new mechanic now. I just want to watch you play. Brother Bai, if you don't mind, I'd like to take you as my adoptive father. Get lost, I don't want a stupid son like you. Subai cursed and laughed, then returned to his computer. Then suddenly I remembered something. Wait, something seems to have 2 other gacha mobile games, right? Wang Haoren's eyes lit up. Yes, brother, yes. Half an hour later, there were 2 windows hanging on Wang Haoren's computer screen, operating Yuanchan and Jutsuling at the same time. Bangti is still running on the phone. 3-line operation. Very smooth. Subai exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, you were born to do this. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Haoren said modestly, I'm just familiar with the mechanics of these cheat games. It's not difficult. I worked as a proxy for a while during the summer vacation. The computer I use now was bought with the money I earned from proxying. Awesome. Subai started to think, if he opened an online game studio and let Wang Haoren run it, and then registered all the accounts he had recharged money into the studio, wouldn't that meet the conditions for indulgence? After all, you are looking for someone to play the game for you, rather than just paying money without playing the game. It does not constitute waste, but that is a matter for the future. At this stage, let Wang Haoren help him with the Mi family 3-piece set. It's a case of mutual help among roommates. Anyway, he also loves to play, and it's a pleasure for Wang Haoren to have a top-level account to play. Thanks to the full cashback from spending money on 3 games, Subai's savings have exceeded 1 million. Now in Subai's mind, Apple's status as the holy land of cashback has been replaced by Xiaomi. After all, if you buy a set of mobile phones and tablets, you can use them for a long time. The card pool of the card drawing mobile game changes in less than a month. For Subai, it means stable cash flow, and it's very simple and easy. He doesn't even have to leave the house. He just needs to pay and his roommate will do it for him. After reciting it several times, Subai instructed Wang Haoren, remember to remind me when the card pool is updated, and I will top it up then. Do I have to max out every card pool? Pull it up, it must be full. This is what a real rich person is like, spending money casually. The key is that Subai is low-key, doesn't like to show off, and doesn't have the airs of a rich man at all. In comparison, the other 2 in the dormitory, local and Shanghai master, are far inferior. Wang Haoren felt deeply moved. Ding. Detected that the host's deposit has exceeded 1 million. Reward, a luxury car raffle ticket. Please keep working hard and indulge yourself. Luxury car raffle tickets, not bad. Zhongcheng City is very large and public transportation is not as convenient as in first-tier cities. It is good to have a car, but taking a taxi is not so free. Subai called out the system to check the details of the lottery ticket. Chapter 7, Driving a Mercedes-Benz GLE in freshman year. The senior sister is jealous as the name suggests. After using the luxury car lottery ticket, the system will randomly draw a luxury car between 300,000 and 3 million yuan in price and send the car to Subai in a legal and compliant manner. The more expensive the car, the lower the probability of winning it, which is the same as drawing cards in mobile games. For limited edition sports cars with limited quantities, the chance of winning one is extremely small. Subai doesn't know much about cars. After all, ordinary people only know of luxury brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi. On the worst-case scenario, at worst you can win a car worth 300,000 yuan, which is already a good car in the eyes of the general public. It's definitely fine for daily use, and since you're a freshman, there's no need to make it too extravagant. Lottery. The colorful turntable spun rapidly in front of my eyes, gradually slowing down, and finally, the pointer stopped in a relatively narrow area. Subai was immediately delighted, because this meant that at least he didn't draw the worst one. Congratulations to the host, you won the Mercedes-Benz GLE 450-4MATIC luxury model, black, official suggested retail price, 880,000. Looking at the holographic projection of the vehicle on the interface, Subai was very satisfied. A black medium to large SUV with a businesslike, steady and domineering appearance, full of luxury. It adopts a 2.5T high-power engine and a 48V mild hybrid system. It is comfortable for daily driving and has sufficient power for extreme working conditions. The most important thing is that there is ample space, which is suitable for taking girls out to play. Alas, Mercedes-Benz has also improved, and can even get it from my rich man Subai. Soon, a person on WeChat whose profile picture was a suit ID photo added Subai is a friend, manager Gui. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Gui Yuanhang, the sales manager of the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership in Xuefu District, Jiangcheng District. You can just call me Xiaogua. Crispy White Goose. Hello Manager Gui, your car is ready. You can come and check it out at any time. We'll have our star sales lady on hand to assist you throughout the entire process. When would you like to schedule a time? Supply White Goose. Tomorrow morning, around 9:30, I'll go after class. Tomorrow will still be 8 am. Theoretically, Subai could skip class and sleep in the dormitory, gaining the systems plus 1,000 yuan in knowledge infusion. However, this is not feasible in practice, because the class tomorrow morning is C++, and the teacher is an extremely serious middle-aged female teacher, known as Nun Miju, who is one of the 4 famous tutors in the computer science department. This means that it is very easy to fail the courses taught by these 4 teachers and then have to retake the exam. Not only that, the sign-in is very strict, even the break between 2 sections requires you to punch in. It's really perverted. The good news is that in a week's classes, the only time I need to be tortured by Nun Miju is Thursday morning. On other mornings, I either don't have classes or I can skip them. Ever since he knew that the system would eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, Subai established a study strategy for his 4 years of university. You can choose to skip required courses, but you must skip elective courses. Chat on the other side. Manager Guo was stunned when he saw the message sent by the other party. Attend class. It turns out that Mr. Su, who reserved the top of the line GLE, is actually a student. Manager Guo didn't notice it when he was helping the customer with the procedures before, but now he realized it and couldn't help but be shocked. He should be a college student. He drives such an expensive car before graduating. He must be someone's son. Although it is still not very common for college students to drive to school, it is not as rare as before. After all, for young people who like to travel, having a car and not having a car are 2 different concepts. You don't need a very nice car, but as long as it is a car that can carry your luggage and take your friends or girlfriend to the high-speed rail station, it is much better than taking a taxi or subway with a lot of bags. When it rains or snows, the benefits of having a car become even more apparent. On a muddy rainy day, when a goddess is invited to a date, would she prefer to get on the bus downstairs of the dormitory and go directly to the destination, feeling refreshed, or would she prefer to squeeze into the subway with you while stepping on the puddles, looking messy? The results speak for themselves. As for Mr. Su, who is about to receive a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz GLE worth 880,000 yuan, as long as his other conditions are not too bad, he will definitely be a big shot in school. Manager Guo couldn't help but feel envious. As a sales manager of a 4S store, he was doing pretty well. But when he was in school, he was a poor and stupid boy who didn't even dare to talk to pretty girls. Having the capital to enjoy life in the best years of youth is the greatest happiness in life. After a while of envy, Manager Guo calmed down and went to arrange tomorrow's reception tasks. Xiao Zhou, come here for a moment. The girl he called was leaning against a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan, shooting promotional materials for a short video platform. The girl is not tall, but her figure is extremely plump and sexy. She wears a white shirt and a black hip skirt. The curves in every key position seem to be about to burst the clothes. The thrilling wineglass legs are a real killer compared to those boring chopstick legs. Her breasts are plump, and at a glance they are at least D-cup. Her charming appearance is as alluring as a vixen. Her name is Zhou Jialu. She has only been interning at this 4S store for a few months and has become the most popular salesperson. Her baby-faced and big-bodied appearance is the basis of her popularity, but she does not simply rely on selling her body to gain performance. On the contrary, Zhou Jialu, as a graduate of Jiangcheng University majoring in marketing, has a good professional foundation, a cheerful and generous personality, and can even be said to be a bit aggressive. The business capabilities are extremely strong. In Manager Guo's opinion, this girl is very interesting. She likes to dress herself up beautifully and is also keen on shooting short videos to attract traffic, but I kept myself clean and refused to let any customer touch me. To use her own blunt words, she likes the uncomfortable feeling of others looking at her with envy but not being able to eat her. What a little slut. As for boyfriend, I have never talked about it. I don't have any feelings for any of the men I've met. I have to be attracted to them first. She said that if she really met someone she liked, there would be no need for the boy to take the initiative. She would just pounce on him like a hungry tiger and eat him up. She is also a girl with a strong personality. Since Zhou Jialu came here for internship, his performance has been very good every month, worthy of being a star salesperson. Manager Guo, are you looking for me? After shooting a short video, Zhou Jialu walked towards Manager Guo with her fat buttocks twisted and asked casually. Well, there's a client. Please come and receive him at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Male or female? He's a young man, probably still in school. Maybe he's your schoolmate. Zhou Jialu immediately became interested when he heard this. Do you have any photos? Without, then you should at least know the specific age, right? Let me see, the customer information says, 18 years old, 18? Manager Guo originally thought that he was about to graduate and his family bought him the car, but it turns out that he is just a freshman in college. Oh my! It's actually a freshman. I have to treat him well. Zhou Jialu licked her lips, and her charming eyes sparkled with anticipation. As an elder sister, I love teasing the innocent little brother the most. Chapter 8, There is no future in dating a poor handsome guy. In the evening, men's dormitory 7, room 510. After class, Zhu Mingzhi and Xue Tao returned to the dormitory. Fuck, Wang Haoren, why are you still in Yuanshan? I saw you started fighting since you got up in the morning. Xue Tao said in surprise. Oh no, I took a liver transplant job. Wang Haoren said casually, since Brother Bai said he wanted to keep a low profile, he certainly wouldn't take the initiative to publicize Su Bai's strength. I see, liver transplant is good. It's a good way to work and study. In fact, trying part-time during college is a good idea. It allows you to experience the hardships of society in advance. Xue Tao inexplicably began to put on a mature face, as if he really had a lot of social experience. These days, money is hard to come by. We 985 graduates all think we're the chosen ones, but after graduation we realize that even for highly educated people, part-time job income is just so, far less than income from assets. Indeed, it's not as good as your 4 local apartments. Zhu Mingzhi suddenly said sarcastically. You fucking, Zhu Mingzhi curled his lips and said, actually, a truly high-quality woman will not only consider a man's assets when choosing a mate, but also his own abilities. If he only has wealth but is too unremarkable, he will be despised by the goddess. I'm no longer single anyway. Unlike someone else, I don't have such high tastes. Xue Tao complained. Old Chu was talking about girls in school. They have little experience but high aspirations. When you really get into society, who cares if you're not capable at work? You work hard to get a promotion and a raise, but is that more than what someone else earns from renting out their apartment? On the contrary, the more girls enter society, the more. Similar debate sessions take place almost every day in dormitory 510. Zhu Mingzhi versus Xue Tao, love and hate each other in daily life. It's so exciting, even more exciting than Boruto. Wang Haoren had long been accustomed to it, and just listened to it as a crosstalk, while the liver replacing process continued. You know what, it's really fun to play this character with 6+5 max draws. The two rich men were tired of debating and took a break when they suddenly heard a hearty laugh coming from Su Bai's side. When I looked up, I saw Su Bai lying lazily on the bed, with his legs crossed, looking at his phone and laughing like a fool. Xue Tao asked, what are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Nothing, just some silly videos from Station B. Fuck, wait, Su Bai, why did you change your phone? The two of them were so engrossed in the debate just now that no one noticed. Only then did I realize something was wrong. Originally, Su Bai used a cheap domestic mobile phone, but now he suddenly switched to an Apple One. Zhu Mingzhi took a closer look and said in surprise, it's actually the latest Pro Max. That would be almost 10,000 yuan. Given Su Bai's family's financial situation, it's a stretch for them to afford such a good phone, right? Xue Tao spoke in a way that defied expectations. Yes, but I made a small fortune recently, so I can satisfy myself. Su Bai explained casually, then continued to look at his phone, too lazy to pay attention to them. Su Bai had long been accustomed to Xue Tao's outrageous remarks and felt no wavering about it. For example, do you care what a monkey on the street thinks of you? So Su Bai didn't care about Xue Tao's opinion. Xue Tao, however, continued to chatter on, trying to show off his understanding, saying that Apple was not as good as Huawei, and that if one had money, it would be more prestigious to buy a Tri. Full phone. Zhu Mingzhi is a die-hard fan of Apple. The two started a new round of debate on this issue. I quickly forgot about Su Bai changing his phone. Nowadays, it is normal for children from poor families to save money to buy apples. Changing the apple cannot change the fact that Su Bai is a poor GUI. As for Su Bai, he continued chatting with Chen Yuxing just now. Chen Yuxing shared an interesting video with him on WeChat. After watching it, Su Bai expressed his desire to complain to her. We started chatting naturally and it became very lively. People with similar interests and hobbies can start a conversation so smoothly. If he was bored, Su Bai might join the Shanghai Master vs Locals battle, act as a supporting role and amuse them, but now he is busy chatting with Chen Yuxing. To be honest, Su Bai has always had a very negative view on chatting with girls, driven by desires in that area. Many boys take the Initiative to approach girls, cater to their preferences, and talk about topics that interest them. This is true in most situations, from dating to blind dates, but have they ever thought about whether they really enjoy the process of interacting with girls? Boys are required to provide topics, emotions, and rhythm most of the time. Girls stand in the position of judges, scoring the boys' immature and clumsy performances. If the girl is experienced, she might even sneer in disdain when giving the score. Look at that clown, he looks like a dog. Take blind dates as an example. What do they talk about? Family, ex-boyfriends, and entertainment gossip, the classic three-piece set of dating girls. If a man is not eager to be a licking dog, which man cares about these things? Can't girls take the initiative to talk to boys about graphics cards, games, basketball, online novels, and the wooden cabinet band? I'm so angry. What did the boy do wrong? Can this world ever be a better place? So Subai is usually too lazy to chat with girls. It's better to chat with Wang Haoran. Even watching Shanghai Master vs Locals is more interesting than flirting with girls. Chen Yuxing broke Subai's inherent impression. The two of them seemed like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and they quickly entered a state of spiritual harmony. This made Subai sigh. Actually, what Xuetao said was not wrong in a sense. Money is the core item for contemporary boys. If it weren't for the indulgence system, Subai wouldn't have spent 12,000 yuan on a monthly subscription to play with Chen Yuxing, and he wouldn't have been able to reveal Chen Yuxing's hidden side, let alone develop the subtle bond they have today. Say thank you to brother Tongzi quickly. Subai was immersed in the chat, and when he looked up, he found that it was dark. My stomach is growling. Let's eat. Anyway, eating doesn't interfere with chatting. 510 4 people went out for dinner as a group. In fact, Subai just wanted to call Wang Haoran, but Xuetao and Xu Mingzhi always followed them out of habit. Maybe their war of rich men also needs an audience. Subai and Wang Haoran are very good audiences. They look poor at first glance, but they have good personalities and never quarrel with each other. They are top audiences. At the entrance of the cafeteria, they came across two beautiful figures, Chen Yuxing and Lu Yuan. The former is a well-known beauty and academic master, and the latter is also a beautiful girl from a small family. The two girls walk side by side, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. Yuan. What a coincidence, you guys are coming to eat too. Xuetao forced a smile on his face that he thought was awesome, and wrinkles appeared on the side of his face. He didn't know if something went wrong with this unlucky child when his mother gave birth to him, but he already had wrinkles just after he became an adult. Xu Mingzhi privately called him a Shar-Pei mixed breed. Yeah, we just got out of class. Yeah, we just finished class too, hee. Xuetao smiled foolishly and scratched his head. He always gets nervous around girls. In particular, in addition to his girlfriend Lu Yuan, there is also Chen Yuxing. Xuetao knew clearly that compared with Chen Yuxing, Lu Yuan was nothing, but this girl was too aloof, and she was also a top student. She looked at others as if they were trash. Actually, she had no ill intentions, she just had a blank expression, and Xuetao felt that he had no chance of winning over her. Xuetao couldn't help but glance at Chen Yuxing. She was so beautiful, like a lotus hidden in a deep valley. If his family had 8 houses instead of 4, Xuetao might have the courage to give it a try, but the reality is cold and I can only admire it secretly. Lu Yuan maintained a reserved smile, but her eyes were rolling to the sky in her heart. Of course she noticed Xuetao's eyes. Xuetao glanced at Chen Yuxing awkwardly, as if worshipping a god. This philandering bastard, all men are really bad, forget it, I'd been single until my sophomore year. If I don't find a boyfriend, I feel like my college life will be wasted. Although Xuetao is not a good person, she is willing to spend money on Lu Yuan, and she is still very satisfied with this, but if she really wanted to express her physical affection for Xuetao, it was absolutely impossible. Speaking of physical love, Lu Yuan couldn't help but secretly glance at Subai. So handsome. If Subai came from a family background similar to Xuetao's, Lu Yuan felt that she would have been unable to resist having sex with him right after the military training. It's a pity that I'm a poor guy. There is no future in dating a poor handsome guy, but it's okay to satisfy your eyes occasionally. While Subai was concentrating on playing with his phone with his head down, Lu Yuan looked at him a few more times. His tall and straight figure made Lu Yuan breathe faster and her cheeks flushed slightly. Xuetao's face turned green when he saw this, and he said, then let's go in and eat first. Ah, well, we eat too. Chapter 9. The closest friend Chen Yuxing has ever had since I met my girlfriend by chance at the cafeteria entrance. We had to share a table and eat together. The purpose is of course to show affection. Some people say that those who show off their affection will die sooner. However, Xuetao doesn't think so. Isn't the purpose of finding a girlfriend in college to enjoy the feeling of being cool and to enjoy the envious looks of other single guys? Xuetao approached Lu Yuan with a shameless face and tried to pull her hand, but she avoided him in disgust. Yuan, don't be so touchy, we've only been together for a few days. Do you like me as a person, or are you just trying to take advantage of me? Of course I like you, Lu Yuan. I held a grand confession ceremony for you. The venue is Hongyun State Banquet, a Michelin-starred restaurant. The venue fee for the private room alone is several thousand. This is the negotiated price I got through my uncle's connections. Most people wouldn't have the means to book it, but as a local, I do have some connections. Xuetao starts showing off whenever he gets the chance. Xu Mingzhi next to him had a look of disdain on his face. Lu Yuan kept smiling on her face but kept cursing in her heart. No buddy, who asked you? Booking a Michelin box has to do with connections. Isn't it just a matter of paying money? She had seen relevant information on Zaya Hongsha several times, and she knew it all in her heart, but in order to cater to Shuetao's desire to show off, she still smiled and said to Shuetao, "You know so much. I don't even know this." "Yeah, I will unlock more new knowledge for you in the future." Shuetao made faces. Wang Haoren's iron collapse started. He did not forget his liver responsibilities while waiting in line to buy food. He was said to be the second immortal. Chen Yuxing had a blank expression on her face as she secretly chatted with Su Bai. Yuxie, your roommate is annoying. Supply white goose, a little bit, but I think it's more fun than annoying. Don't you think such an interesting pair, rivals, is rare? Yuxie, it really is. Dong Shuelian, it's rare to scold someone. Yuxie, can we just ignore them and find a place to eat together alone? Yuxie withdrew a message. Oops, I seem to have gotten a little too proud of myself. Chen Yuxing looked around guiltily, the fair skin around his ears turning red. If you eat with Su Bai in front of Su Bai's roommates, all kinds of strange rumors will definitely spread, although, I don't hate it, but I'm still shy for now. So Chen Yuxing had to secretly chat with Su Bai on the phone in order to prevent Lu Yuan from being infatuated with Su Bai again. Shuetao took Lu Yuan to sit at the edge of the long table, away from Su Bai. Wang Haoren is a pure bot, he just finds a place to eat and play games. The remaining three are Chumingzhi, Su Bai, and Chen Yuxing. To be honest, Chumingzhi wanted to sit opposite Chen Yuxing, or next to her, but he was too embarrassed to do so he sat diagonally opposite her. So Su Bai and Chen Yuxing faced each other, but because Chen Yuxing was shy, she had to communicate by typing on her mobile phone under the table. Puff pastry white goose. Sweating soybean supply white goose. Why does it feel like we're meeting with the underground party? It's so abstract. Yushi, my social phobia. Yushi, cat poking its head out. Supply white goose, social anxiety is normal. Geniuses usually have social anxiety. I don't have social anxiety, so I don't study well. The rain stops. Yuxia, you are confusing cause and effect. Yuxia, besides, we all got into the same school, so why can't we study well? Supply white goose, forget it. I got here by sheer luck. I'm nothing like you, the big shot who started your own project in high school. I feel like I just casually got a degree and graduated, while you have a bright future. Yushi, Yuxia, it doesn't matter. You have money anyway. Crispy white goose, who told you that? Yuxia, you use such expensive electronic products and spend over 10,000 yuan playing with them. Do you dare to say you don't have money? Puff pastry white goose, really Yuxia, it's great to have money. With money, you don't have to work hard to make a living. Puff pastry big white goose underscore day supply white goose, you seem to be very short of money. Supply white goose, how about this, if you really need to make money, I'll give you more playtime orders. Soupy big white goose, League of Legends is fine, other games are fine too. Yuxia, I don't need pity. Supply white goose, quite the opposite, it's not pity. I really enjoy playing with you, and I'm paying for the emotional value. Yuxia, oh. Chen Yuxing on the opposite side had a somewhat conflicted expression. I secretly glanced at Su Bai and was immediately convinced by his innocent and sunny temperament. Well, he really doesn't have any dirty thoughts about me, and he is really rich. A beautiful girl like Chen Yuxing has encountered many men who show off their wealth and try to seduce her. She saw through it easily. The elders in the family say that she is dull and foolish when it comes to socializing, but in fact she is not stupid at all, she is very smart. A little logical analysis will reveal this. People like Su Bai are truly rich. He spends money casually on his hobbies, but does not show off his expenses on food, clothing, or in front of his classmates. He has a very clear-headed personality and lives life to the fullest. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Chen Yuxing really needs to make money from Su Bai. Even she herself did not realize the subtle affection for Su Bai that was sprouting in her heart. The main reason was that she felt particularly relaxed when chatting with Su Bai. After all, Su Bai even knew her little secret of being a playmate, and his interests and hobbies overlapped with hers, so she felt comfortable talking to him without any scruples. Before Su Bai, Chen Yuxing had never made any close friends, never. When the two were communicating face-to-face on the phone like underground party members, Chumingzhi, who was sitting diagonally opposite Chen Yuxing, kept his head down and hesitated for a long time, and didn't even eat the plate of rice in front of him. Suddenly he stood up. Student Chen. Chen Yuxing looked up from his phone in confusion. It's okay. Chumingzhi sat down again. I was still timid. I prepared a speech for the whole meal but didn't dare to speak. Su Bai wanted to laugh when he saw this. If he wasn't a buddy, why was he just talking nonsense here? Act like a master, brother. Yuxia, Su Bai, your roommates are so weird. Supply white goose, it's not bad, only those two are weird. Wang Haoren is pretty normal. Yuxia, who is Wang Haoren? Supply white goose, the one who plays mobile games. Yuxia, does he like mobile games? Supply white goose, I gave him my account to play with, and in exchange he helped me grind. Yuxia, oh, your account must have been topped up a lot, right? Supply white goose, I spent over 50,000 on the card pool this time. Yusia, you mean you want to get another 50,000 in the next draw? Yushi, cat is frightened. Yusia, I don't understand you rich people. Chen Yushing looked at Subai meaningfully. It took me a long time to finally muster up the courage to send it on my phone. Why Yusia, to be honest, I really need money recently. Yusia, so please don't show any pity, just use me as much as you want. Yusia withdrew a message. In fact, once the other party has seen what you have sent, it becomes meaningless to withdraw it. On the contrary, it will increase the shame. Chen Yushing's beautiful dark eyes dodged around, and her elegant neck, which easily reminded people of a white swan, was now brighter. It seems that her neck is very sensitive. Kissing here will definitely have a very good effect. This bad idea popped up in Subai's head inexplicably after swallowing a bit. My face turned red and warmed. Oh, bad thoughts, you really are bad. Chapter 10, High Attack, Low Imitation Senior. Although it was awkward, Subai still understood what Chen Yushing meant tacitly. After all, it is another me in the world. Chen Yushing is a girl with strong self-esteem, but she really needed money, so she hoped that Subai would use her companionship service more often so that she could earn more on top of the 12,000 yuan. It's really touching to eye in this era where pretty girls ask you for red envelopes and you'll be banned from Zaya Hongshu if you don't send enough. Chen Yushing's equal exchange style of doing things is truly a breath of fresh air. Then let's play with her for a while longer tomorrow. After all, the course has only been going on for 2 weeks, so there won't be much to do. Additional playtime expenses will also be rewarded with cashback. This wave is not a loss. No words were spoken that night, and the next day at 7:30, Subai's alarm clock rang on time, but was turned off by Subai in less than 2 seconds. Then he quietly got out of bed, washed up, picked up the school bag he had packed before going to bed last night, and went out to class. The whole process did not wake up any roommates. Unfortunately, the 3 roommates did not choose the same teacher as Subai for their C++ course. In other words, Subai was slow in grabbing the class, so he ended up taking Master Miju's class. This is the difference between college life and high school life. Even if all the students in the dormitory are in the same class, there are still differences in class times. Some dormitories are a mix of students from different grades and majors, and the differences in their daily routines are even greater. For example, the famous Goddess dormitory has 4 girls, 2 freshmen, a sophomore, and a senior, and they are studying 4 different majors. The diversification index is maximized. Subai is still well-mannered. He gets up early to attend class without disturbing his roommates. No, this isn't indulgent enough. Let's rent a house off campus. Subai had this idea on his way to the classroom. In principle, the computer science department of Jiangcheng University does not allow freshmen to rent housing outside the campus, but as we all know, in principle not allowed equals allowed. I went to the counselor to smooth things over and it was resolved. Director Xiao was very easy to talk to. Of course, Subai would still go back to the dormitory to play during the day. Whether it was Wang Haoren, the second immortal, or Shanghai Master versus locals, they were all rare fun and must not be missed. When you need to relax outside of school, go to the place where you rent a house. The main feature is to do whatever you want. Subai currently has no experience in renting a house, so he plans to do some research first, or ask someone with experience. Attend class. Nothing happened after class. Subai took an online taxi and went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. As soon as he got off the car, Subai recognized Manager Guo, who had sent him a WeChat message last night, wearing a suit and tie, with a neatly slicked back hair. He looks like a car salesman. Hello, Manager Guo, I'm Subai, here to pick up the car. Hello, Mr. Su. Manager Guo shook hands warmly. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Not only is he young, he is also tall and handsome, and has a sunny temperament. If the race of tall, rich, and handsome people has bloodlines, then this guy is definitely a pure blood. As for the toboggans he was wearing and the old canvas bag with frayed edges on his back, Manager Guo automatically ignored them. Those who can afford a GLE as a freshman no longer need to prove themselves with expensive clothes. Maybe they just like to be low-key, or maybe their parents asked them to do so. As I walked into the high-end decorated 4S store, I was immediately greeted by a graceful and charming female salesperson, but Subai was a little surprised when he spoke. Junior, I never thought that the second time I see you is in a place like this. Zhou Jialu approached Subai with a smile on her face. The ambiguous distance between them was enough for Subai to have a clear view of the full curve of her chest. Moreover, the perfect smell of perfume mixed with the faint scent of female hormones immediately made Subai a little intoxicated. Even though Subai is not easily distracted by women, there was a moment when his eyes were a little dazed. What a sexy stunner. Do we know each other? Subai looked at her, wondering. It looks familiar, but I just can't remember who it is. I even gave you a flyer when you were registering as a freshman, but you actually didn't remember me. That's too much, huh? I'm face blind. Meet Zhou Jialu, a senior in the marketing department, graduating next year. Subai, freshman in the computer science department. When shaking hands, Subai felt the other person's soft touch, as well as the ambiguous numbness of his palm being scratched twice by her fingertips. What a classic seduction. When Manager Guo told him about the beautiful saleswoman yesterday, Subai was mentally prepared. I just didn't expect that the other person was actually a senior from the same school. Out of curiosity, Subai called out the system to check Zhou Jialu's information. Name, Zhou Jialu, age, 22, height, 165 centimeters, D+ number of romances, 0 first kiss, Alai Chuyi, still alive? Several question marks popped up in Subai's mind. No, sister, does the legendary pure and innocent female salesperson really exist? Manager Guo introduced Xiao Zhou. She's currently our store's top performer. She's also responsible for our new media promotions. The short videos she shoots as a model have been very popular on Douyin, TikTok. Her personal account has quite a following, too. While not as popular as a major blogger, she's still a minor influencer. Being reminded of this, Subai remembered, "Senior sister, you are the one who can't wake up Lulu? Oh? Does that mean that my junior is my old fan?" Jo Jelu covered her mouth and chuckled. "Of course I have. I've been following you since high school." No wonder it looked familiar, but I didn't recognize it at first. Subai suddenly realized, after all, when we see a beautiful woman in real life, we often don't associate her with internet celebrities at first. In fact, he can't be considered an internet celebrity. The account Lulu Can't Sleep is not very popular because she neither promotes products nor does she engage in any other activities. The degree of her involvement is very low, just simply sharing life. But this blogger's appearance and figure are particularly to Subai's liking. It can be said that they are the first group of beauties that Subai followed on Douyin. It's a bit hard to say. Jo Jelu's videos accompanied Subai through countless lonely nights during his difficult high school career. It's human nature. At this moment, standing in front of the master, Subai felt a little embarrassed, but fortunately he had a good psychological quality and did not show it. He still looks relaxed and calm on the outside. Manager Gua smiled and said, "This proves that you two are destined to be together. In that case, Xiao Zhou will be responsible for the entire process of delivering Mr. Su's car. Guaranteed to complete the mission." The vehicle delivery process is actually very simple. After all, it has been debugged by professional engineers. Subai checked and found everything was correct, so he tried to drive on the road. The luxurious brown interior is calm and solemn, which may be difficult for impulsive young people to control. However, Subai's temperament is sunny and gentle. He sat in the driver's seat and drove the car steadily. The charm he exuded made Jo Jelu in the passenger seat's eyes shine. "Are you from Jiangcheng?" "No, I'm from Ongshi, my hometown. It's also within the province, not far away. If you encounter any difficulties in school in the future, you can always ask me for help. I know a lot of life tips, among other things." "Thank you very much, senior." "Yeah, I should." Subai tilted his head and took a look. At this time, Jo Jelu just leaned slightly towards Subai, with her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings pressed together, without any special movements. However, because she had so much capital, just by fastening her seatbelt according to the rules, she created an extremely exciting visual effect. "What are you looking at, little brother?" "Senior sister has a great figure. She looks even better in real life than in the videos." "Look, you've done a lot of research on my short videos." "It's true. I've watched those Korean dances many times. Tell me the truth, have you ever done anything bad in front of your sister's video, huh?" Jo Jelu stretched out a finger and poked Subai's face. Just as she was about to greet the young man, she was at a loss as to what to do. Unexpectedly, Subai admitted openly, "Of course, I've done it so many times that I can't even count. My health has deteriorated, so you have to take responsibility, senior sister." They happened to be waiting for the red light at this time. Subai stared at Jo Jelu. His sincere and eager eyes, coupled with his handsome face, made Jo Jelu's face hot. Why doesn't this junior student play by the rules? Chapter 11. There is no place to put your right hand when driving, so use the senior sister ding. You admitted your mistake frankly in the face of your senior's advances. It's human nature. Who hasn't made mistakes? Reward, cash plus 10,000 yuan trigger special reward, Sigma Aura Sigma Aura. When faced with female temptation, your mentality is as steady as an old dog, and you can easily control your primitive desires. Conversely, women who try to disturb your Dao heart will be more easily aroused by you. Not bad, Subai nodded secretly. Brother Tongzi really understood him. You know, Subai never liked being led by women. This Sigma halo just happened to fit his personality very well. I just don't know how effective the other special effect of the halo will be on senior sister Jo. Jo Jelu slapped Subai's arm with a coquettish look. "Oh, that's annoying. How can you say such things in front of girls? Only I, your senior, am magnanimous, otherwise, what else? Are you going to hang me up on Zaya Honshu? That's not the case. Yeah, I'm so handsome, how could any girl be willing to post me on Zaya Honshu?" Subai said confidently, "Don't worry, senior sister, I know how to joke around. Most girls are very tolerant of me." "Junior, has anyone ever told you that you are narcissistic?" "I've always known I'm narcissistic without anyone telling me." "Ha, you little guy, you're so interesting." Before meeting Subai, Jo Jelu guessed that he was the type of innocent little boy, but after the initial contact, it turned out that it was not the case at all. With great composure, natural and easy manners and a strong financial background, Jo Jelu immediately felt that this junior fellow was extraordinary, and when Subai stared at her, Jo Jelu's heart was rarely moved. How is that possible? You know, Jo Jelu has never met a man who can make her heart beat. She is often calm and composed, yet she can still charm the men around her to their core. She also enjoyed the process. Some people in the circle say that she is a slut, but Jo Jelu disagrees. She has never taken advantage of men, and she has never done anything unfaithful, so she has kept her body pure. Why do they say she is cheap? She just loves to tease, being single. It's not illegal to flirt with others. It's just that ordinary men are boring to flirt with. Subhai gave her a surprise. You, my junior, make me so happy. You're only a freshman, but you're already driving an 880,000 yuan car. You're so handsome, and you have such a fun personality. You're no longer just an ordinary junior. I have to give you a hard time. Zhou Jialu's intuition told her that Subhai had no feelings for her. Although he admitted that he had made a mistake with the senior's video, Zhou Jialu felt that it was just empty talk. Who knew the actual situation? Senior, please introduce this car to me. I don't really know much about it. No problem, I'm very familiar with this. Zhou Jialu readily agreed and began to introduce the relevant features of this top-of-the-line four-wheel drive version of the Mercedes-Benz GLE, as well as some precautions in daily use. The explanation was very clear, easy to understand and well-organized. The most touching thing was that it did not contain any elements of promoting various strange maintenance packages in the store. It seems that this senior student's ability to become the star salesperson of this 4S store is not only due to her pretty face and figure, but also due to her strong professional qualities. Come to think of it, after all, the system scan revealed that Zhou Jialu's first kiss and first leaf were both kept, which meant she definitely had never slept with any clients. Of course, if given the chance, Subhai wouldn't mind being the first customer to achieve this achievement. He really did make a mistake with the Lulu Can't Wake Up video. Subhai's main focus is sincerity. The biggest feature of this car is that, while not being bulky, it manages to create ample interior space. For example, if my junior gets a girlfriend, there's plenty of room for them to interact. Having said that, Zhou Jialu paused and cast a suggestive look at Subhai with his eyes moving around. Subhai asked, for example, what kind of interaction? Zhou Jialu smiled without saying a word, kicked off her high heels, and placed her legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings across Subhai's thighs. Look, this car has an electronic shifter design. In other words, there's no traditional gear lever on the center console. This saves space and makes it convenient for all kinds of fun interactions. Subhai glanced down. Different from those who blindly pursue slender chopstick legs, the senior sister's legs can be described as plump and moderate, and every round curve makes people want to explore. The car has excellent sound insulation. In the quiet space, the sound of stockings rubbing against each other can be clearly heard. Zhou Jialu's heart was pounding. Really, this was her first time having such close contact with a man, and she had never done anything so bold before. It was really Subhai's charm that made her so overwhelmed that Zhou Jialu was eager to see her junior's shy look, and when she really put her legs up, the tension in her heart was even stronger than when she took the college entrance examination. Zhou Jialu was looking forward to Subhai getting embarrassed. The fact is just the opposite. Subhai did not waver at all, but instead held Zhou Jialu's calf with his right hand. Junior, you? Senior sister, your calves are really cute, full but not too much. Subhai looked at her with a half smile. I learned to drive a manual transmission at the driving school, so I'm used to the gear lever. This car doesn't have one, so you can fill the gap. Alas, Subhai's big hands, the electric shock-like throbbing immediately spread throughout his body, making Zhou Jialu feel strange. She tried to pull her legs away, but Subhai held them tightly. So strong that coquettish face revealed panic and shyness. I wanted to arouse the affection of my junior, but unexpectedly I was outmaneuvered. Senior, don't move. The red light is about to end. If you move around and interfere with my driving, it will be bad. You guy, it's obviously you. Safety is the most important thing. Senior, be good. Seeing that Subhai refused to let go, Zhou Jialu, knowing that he could not escape, had no choice but to obey. So Subhai unlocked the skill of driving with one hand. By the way, I also had a good look at the top-notch beautiful leg modeling. The luxury car raffle ticket comes with expert driving skills, and the expert level corresponds to the level of an experienced driver who has driven for the leader for 10 years. Not so, he is no longer the novice driver who just got his driver's license during the summer vacation. Ding. Host, seize the opportunity to savor the top-level three-dimensional beautiful leg modeling and comprehend the beauty of human body curves. Reward cash plus 20,000. While holding the senior sister in his hand, he drove around the 4S store and deliberately made a few more laps. At first, Zhou Jialu could barely hold on, but as time went on, the feeling in his body became stranger and stranger. When he tried to pull himself away, he found that his legs were so weak that he had lost all his strength. Damn you, my underclassman, for making me do this. Senior sister, you reacted so strongly and kept shaking. Could it be that you have never been touched by a man before? Subhai said playfully. Ha, how is that possible? I'm very experienced. I'm just not in good shape today. Not in good shape. Are you still being stubborn? Subhai thought Zhou Jialu was quite cute. Other girls were eager to pretend to be pure and innocent, but she was different. In order to appear mature in front of Subhai, she pretended to be experienced. She is clearly an innocent little girl. All right, enough joking around. Senior, please sit down. We're almost back to the store. The GLE drove back to the parking space in front of the 4S store. The repairman was already waiting there. He greeted Subhai warmly and asked if he encountered any problems during the test drive. No problem, you can sign the contract. Zhou Jialu went to the bathroom. Her strange state, combined with the fact that she had just gone for a test drive with Su Bai, caused the store staff to gossip. Could it be that Zhou Jialu, who never does anything with clients, was taken away by this young man? It's quite normal. He's young, handsome, and rich. He's the prince that many salespeople dream of. When Zhou Jialu came back, Su Bai invited her. Senior, are you free at noon? Would you mind having lunch with me? Chapter 12, The Wealthy Junior is a special person. Originally, Zhou Jialu failed to tease the younger student and was seen through by him, which made him feel full of resentment. I suddenly received an invitation from Su Bai to have lunch together, and my mood suddenly changed. Humph, little guy, you are acting like a modern-day Lu Xiaowei, and suddenly you want to invite your sister to dinner. Aren't you interested in your sister? It's noon. I don't know if there's anything going on. I'll have to ask the manager. Zhou Jialu hesitated for a moment and pretended to ask Manager Gua, and the answer he got was of course yes, it is normal to have a meal with such a high-quality customer who can afford a car worth less than 1 million. Besides, Su Bai is so young and may have the potential to buy a car in the future. This kind of customer must be well maintained, not to mention that they are in a senior-junior relationship. Look at Zhou Jialu's beaming expression. It seems like she has taken a fancy to her junior. Manager Gua saw through the situation but did not say anything, and approved Zhou Jialu to leave work early. Just consider it a way of helping others. Su Bai took her to the vehicle management office to register her car. Some 4S stores will charge an extra license plate fee, which is a ripoff. This store doesn't seem to have this problem. They can handle the matter on Su Bai's behalf and only charge the official handling fee, with no additional fees. Su Bai chose to go alone, mainly because he had never done business at the vehicle management office before and wanted to just watch the fun. During the conversation, Su Bai and Zhou Jialu chatted about some interesting things at school and the 4S shop, and there was no ambiguous plot. The two of them tacitly pretended that what happened during the test drive had never happened. In fact, Su Bai didn't care if Zhou Jialu wanted to continue to be ambiguous with him. After all, she is a charming and sexy beauty, and she is an original product, so it's fun to play with her. But it was obvious that the senior student didn't want to do that. She was afraid of appearing weak. Su Bai discovered that Zhou Jialu seemed to care very much about her vixen persona and insisted on maintaining the attitude of an experienced older sister in front of Su Bai. It's really high and mighty. I don't know what the meaning of this superior attitude is. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations and unique interests. Su Bai respects the hobbies of his senior sister. We drove to IKC Plaza, not far from the 4S store. This is one of the top luxury business districts in Jiangcheng, with many luxury international brands and many high-end restaurants. Has Senior ever been here? I've been here a few times, but not often. The food here is really expensive, and it's beyond the reach of an intern like me. Aren't you a star salesperson? That's just an intern contract, with little commission. It's pure slavery. Sigh, I'm just looking forward to graduating and getting a full-time job. Senior, please recommend a place. Don't worry about the price, as long as you think it tastes good. Oh, since you said so, I won't be polite, okay? Zhou Jialu chose a Japanese buffet restaurant and opened the page on his phone to show Su Bai. Can you accept Japanese food, Junior? Sure, I eat anything. I have a good appetite. I can see it. How can you grow so tall if you don't have a good appetite? Zhou Jialu took the opportunity to pinch Su Bai's arm, but Su Bai still didn't respond. Oh, really? It seems that this junior is not at the same level as ordinary male college students. I'm afraid he has already raped many girls. Zhou Jialu was thinking about all sorts of things as he led the way to this high-end Japanese all-you-can-eat restaurant, a la carte buffet. She had only been here once, on a company team-building trip, and had eaten at a restaurant where the average price per person was 300 yuan, and their selling points were fresh salmon, Arctic sweet shrimp, and various Japanese-style snacks. It tastes good and is very delicate. The photos taken with it look particularly beautiful and it fits the aesthetic taste of many girls. In the private room. Su Bai briefly flipped through the menu and said to the waiter, I want this one for $12.99 per person. Are you sure you want the highest end meal, right? Zhou Jialu quickly said, oh, there's no need to eat something so expensive. In fact, the $299 per person meal is quite filling. The $299 set meal is the lowest price in this buffet. The next tiers are $599 and $899, which respectively include some expensive ingredients and premium dishes, such as New Zealand lobster, fresh sea urchin, and foie gras. As for the most expensive $12.99, you can eat unlimited French oyster sashimi, bluefin tuna, black abalone, extra-large conch, M9 Wagyu beef, and other top-quality ingredients. It looks very awesome. Su Bai has never eaten any of them, so he wants to give it a try anyway. There is an indulgence system to reimburse you. Facing the senior sister's advice, Su Bai said, it's okay, senior sister, I said I'm treating you, so it must be a good meal. Don't worry, this level is no pressure for me. The waiter next to him took a look at the Uniqlo t-shirt on Su Bai and found it a bit difficult to stretch to. I'm afraid that these college students must have saved up their living expenses for several months to afford this meal. Zhou Jialu knew very well that Su Bai was not showing off. More than 1,000 yuan per person was not a big deal for him. GLE is a very good car for young people, and he bought the top configuration. In fact, when buying a car, the configuration you choose can largely reflect the buyer's cash flow. After all, some comfort features cannot be seen from the outside, and their appearance effect is not obvious. So many people don't like to have them many times. By removing the small letters on the tail label, changing the paint or applying a car film, the core power configuration will not be able to tell the difference between the low-end and high-end versions. Therefore, the rich who are just showing off their wealth tend to buy low-end products from high-end product lines. Only those who are truly not short of money will mindlessly purchase the highest configuration. For example, Subai's GLE can be bought for around 500,000 yuan if you were willing to endure the basic version. But not only did he buy the top model, he also looked nonchalant and careless when inspecting the car many times. The attitude when consuming can better reflect hidden information than the specific price of consumption. Other details also reflect Subai's considerable strength. For example, the latest Apple mobile phone also has the highest configuration. When Zhou Jielu was putting the contract in the 4S store, an Apple notebook appeared in his backpack. He asked about it and found out that it cost 50,000 yuan. A boy from an ordinary family can spend 50,000 to buy a computer that is not even convenient for playing games, drive a car of 880,000, and eat out at a casual cost of 1,000 per person without feeling bad. By the way, why didn't Zhou Jielu hear about such a big fat fish joining the computer science department when he attended the orientation? Maybe I'm more low-key at school. Suddenly, Zhou Jielu no longer felt so resentful about Subai. Bullying her in the car.it is normal for a real rich man to have a calmer mentality than an ordinary man. Such a high-quality junior is more worthy of Zhou Jielu's careful seduction. Junior, I didn't do anything for you, and you suddenly treated me to such an expensive meal. I feel a little guilty. Zhou Jielu started to have a fever again, and stretched his feet under the table towards Subai. The Japanese restaurant is decorated in authentic Japanese style, with tatami mats on the floor, and customers are required to take off their shoes before entering. At this moment, under the soft and warm light of the private room, the jade feet covered with flesh-colored stockings appeared in front of Subai. There was no peculiar smell at all, and it seemed that they were well maintained. Her toes are also round and plump. This time, the flexible toes coordinated with the swing of the arch of the foot, and the toes scraped Subai's legs. The senior sister is really invincible. She didn't forget to show off before the food was served. She is really naive but loves to play. Subai lowered his head and stared at her admiringly for a while, muttering, "Is senior sister like this to other customers as well?" "No, just to you." "Is this true or not?" "Believe it or not, hee. I believe in you, senior." Subai stared straight at Zhou Jielu, with a playful smile on his lips. Suddenly, he reached out and pinched the sole of her foot, hooking his fingers on the side of her toes. Zhou Jielu immediately shuddered all over and shrank back suddenly. His face panicked. Although Subai didn't say it explicitly, Zhou Jielu knew exactly what he meant. "Oh, I'm so angry. Why does this junior have such sharp eyes? How come the whole world thinks that Zhou Jielu is a loser who burns the sword? But Subai is the only one who sees through her innocent nature. But Subai is the only person Zhou Jielu particularly wants to flirt with, even going so far as to create physical contact with him. A subtle mood is spreading. Chapter 13. Envious Lu Yuan, missing Subai's cute academic master. Soon, the food started to be served. The extra-large sashimi platter has a great visual effect. Fresh sea urchins are neatly stacked together with caviar next to them, which looks very appetizing. As for the expensive conch, it is cut into slices and cooked using the cross-cooking method. The chef pushes the pot into the private room, boils the broth, cuts the snails into slices for the customers on the spot, and dips them in the broth for a few seconds until they are just cooked enough to retain the freshness and sweetness to the greatest extent. They also kept the conch shell from which the meat had been extracted. It was as big as a basketball and placed on a plate with dry ice underneath to create a smoky visual effect. Zhou Jielu has been taking pictures. This scene is not common for her. Subai was too lazy to take pictures and just drank the matsutake soup by himself. The soup was served in a delicate little teapot. He squeezed a little lemon into it before drinking it. It tasted great and was refreshing. Eating Japanese food buffet is a must, because for Subai, what he is interested in this restaurant is the various seafood sashimi, various high-quality beef and mutton grilled. For Zhou Jielu, the ingredients themselves are not the most important thing. Instead, she spends her energy on editing photos and posting them on WeChat Moments. "Senior, are your posts on WeChat Moments always this exquisite? Of course you prefer something more refined. Who doesn't like to show off their glamorous side in social situations?" Zhou Jielu sighed. After all, for most people, it takes a long time to encounter a commendable display, but for you, it's just an everyday occurrence. That's not the case. If I eat this much every day, my cholesterol will probably explode. It's okay. We're still young. We won't be afraid if we exercise more. How about I find a way to help you exercise and burn off the extra nutrients? Zhou Jielu blinked. Subai said helplessly, "Senior sister, I find that you don't seem to have a long memory. Wasn't your feet itchy enough in the car just now?" He pretended to grab Zhou Jielu's legs. The latter quickly begged for mercy. No, we are eating. You can't mess around while eating. It will affect your digestion." After playing around for a long time, Zhou Jielu finally finished taking the photos needed to post on WeChat Moments. The standard 9-grid format received many comments shortly after it was posted. Wow, what a big conch. It must be very expensive, right? Is this the Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza? I'm so envious. Such a good weekday lunch. Wow, I was chewing a steamed bun in the cafeteria, and tears welled up at the corners of my mouth. Why order this highest priced set meal? It feels totally worthless. Another banquet for clients. Senior sister is different after working in sales. She lives a life of luxury every day. Joe Jellu responded one by one. Some people are obviously looking for trouble, so I just ignore them or send them a sarcastic smiley face. Joe Jellu has long been accustomed to bad reviews or foul language attacks, and this has even been the case since she was in high school. After all, her figure was already very attractive at that time. She did not shrink back because of the rumors, but dressed up beautifully instead. Spread rumors all you want, no matter how much you slander me, there are still a lot of men who admire me. At this time, roommate Lu Yuan also commented on Joe Jellu's circle of friends. Sister Lu is so cool today. Did she place a big order? Joe Jellu smiled slightly and did not continue to interact in the circle of friends. Instead, he chose to chat privately with Lu Yuan. In their dormitory, two beautiful freshmen joined just a month ago. Before this, Joe Jellu and Lu Yuan lived together. Now that they have been formed into a mixed dormitory, Joe Jellu and Lu Yuan are relatively closer. If they have anything worth complaining about in daily life, they usually chat privately instead of in the dormitory group. It's not that there's something wrong with those two girls, they're very nice people, but it just takes some time to get familiar with each other. Miss Joe from AAA Shuefu District Mercedes-Benz, I picked up a really handsome guy and he treated me to a Japanese buffet worth over 1,000 yuan. Huh, yuan, he treated you. Don't you usually split the bill with your clients? Miss Joe, the owner of the AAA School District Mercedes-Benz, this one is different. He's really, really rich. Miss Joe from AAA Shuefu District Mercedes-Benz, honestly, I'm move yuan. Is Sister Lu finally going to sacrifice herself to join the game? I'm so excited. A man is actually going to taste Sister Lu's deliciousness. Who is so lucky? Messa Joe, Benz from AAA University District, I wouldn't risk my life to get involved. Oh, it's hard to say. Who knows if she's interested in me? To be honest, Joe Jellu was sure that he liked Subai very much, whether it is liking someone in the physiological sense or rational consideration based on economic strength. A truly wise woman should remain chaste and then take decisive action when she meets her true love. The point is, she seems to be lower than Subai. When someone pinched my calf, my whole body went limp, and I even had to go to the bathroom to clean up. Joe Jellu didn't even know that he was so sensitive. On the other hand, Subai never seemed to be attracted by her from the first time they met until now. Well, take it slow, and always think positively. Maybe Subai is just being pretentious because they just met. Who knows, you might even fall in love with her after getting to know her. There is ample time. At the same time, in the cafeteria of Jiangcheng University, Lu Yuan looked at the message sent by her roommate with mixed feelings. She knew what Joe Jellu wanted from her boyfriend. I like younger ones. You also need money. It's better to be more handsome. To be honest, it is indeed difficult to find. After all, those who can meet all these conditions at the same time are in high demand, and there is no shortage of women. Finally, she found it. Lu Yuan was 3 parts happy for her, 3 parts secretly jealous, and 4 parts indescribable melancholy. She also wanted to eat Japanese food that cost more than 1,000 yuan, but Xue Tao was only willing to take her to eat food that cost 300 yuan. He always brags about how great the locals are, but when he actually starts dating, he realizes that they don't have that much money. Forget it. At least Xue Tao's conditions are pretty good in the circle, and she is willing to spend money on him. Nowadays, the cunning Puxin men will be desperate to buy you a cup of milk tea no matter what. After Lu Yuan started dating Xue Tao, she achieved milk tea freedom. Moreover, Xue Tao will continue to spend money on her, and she can get benefits continuously as long as she keeps Xue Tao hanging. On the other hand, who knows if Joe Jellu's so-called rich little brother just wants to play with her. This time, at the cafeteria dining table, Xue Tao was next to Lu Yuan, talking about some car trivia with saliva flying, mainly revolving around his Magotan. After all, young and promising driving a Magotan is one of Xue Tao's main personality labels. The first one is German-made mechanical quality, and the second one is domestic cars nowadays are cutting corners. Lu Yuan's head was buzzing after hearing this. She interrupted irritably, Xue Tao, let's go out and have some Japanese food this weekend. Japanese food? Japanese food is flashy and just for show. How about some homemade chicken? Xue Tao's smile was a little weak. The budget had been tight recently, and Japanese food and the like would easily cost hundreds of dollars, which was really an unbearable burden. My roommates all went to eat today. Look at this, it looks delicious. Xue Tao looked at the photo and broke into a sweat. Damn, this whole thing will cost more than 1,000 per person. No, sister, can you have some sense? Your 3 roommates are all so beautiful, are you trying to compare yourself to them? Stop it. However, Lu Yuan refused to give in. Xue Tao had no choice but to rack his brains to find a way to prevaricate. This lunch in the cafeteria, like yesterday, was also a chance encounter between the 2 dormitories. Wang Haoran was still a robot, quietly playing the second game, isolated from the world. The 6+5 main see that brother by Drew is really good. He can fight in the abyss without hands. Xu Mingzhi was pulling himself apart. Chen Yuxing sat alone in the corner, with a hint of resentment on his expressionless face. She was wondering why Subai didn't reply to my message. Chapter 14 Impossible, she can't have a boyfriend. Chen Yuxing started sending messages to Subai from the first class in the morning, stupid memes, funny videos, the latest gaming news. In the end, Subai didn't reply to any of them, and no one knew what he was busy with. Then Chen Yuxing suddenly realized that he had sent many messages in a row in private chat. Doesn't it look very abnormal? I don't dare to send it, but I also want to chat with Subai. It feels like a very relaxing and stress-relieving thing. He was obviously her employer, which was strange. Chen Yuxing had never had this kind of experience when taking orders before. Subai still didn't respond until lunchtime. In fact, Subai's roommates were at the dinner table, and Chen Yuxing could just ask them what Subai was doing, but she is socially anxious. Yes, many times it is just simple social anxiety, not deliberately being aloof as many girls speculate. Chen Yuxing was confused for a long time, and suddenly an idea came to his head. Well, since I can't figure it out myself and I don't dare to ask Subai's roommate, I might as well ask the invincible AI. As a talented girl in the computer department, Chen Yuxing is very familiar with the concept of AI big models. Many small problems encountered in life can get detailed intelligence from AI. So Chen Yuxing opened a recently popular AI Q&A website. Input command: I'm a playmate and have a crush on someone. He's been ignoring me all morning. What could be the reason? After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the answer began to scroll on the screen. If the other party hasn't contacted you all morning, there could be a variety of reasons. Here are some common possibilities and suggestions. 1. Objective reasons: temporary busyness, technical problems. Chen Yuxing widened his eyes and looked at it very seriously. When I saw one of them, my heart suddenly tightened. Difference in relationship positioning: he may only see you as an ordinary playmate and is unaware of your affection, so he doesn't have the habit of maintaining frequent contact. I see, maybe in Subai's eyes, chatting is not that important. It's just that Chen Yuxing likes it very much. To put it bluntly, this is just a business. Subai also said that he had no other intentions, he just wanted to buy emotional value from Chen Yuxing, meaning playing games with her. In fact, this is a very normal situation. If it were placed in other playmate lists, Chen Yuxing would appreciate this attitude with a strong sense of boundaries. Each code is a code, don't make it unclear. But why do I feel so lost? In fact, she hopes to be friends with Subai. She just wants to have an ambiguous relationship with Subai. Although there is a big gap between the objective conditions of the two people, the distance between their souls is very close. Subai, what exactly does he think of her? They had such a happy chat in the coffee shop yesterday and after returning to the dormitory at night. With his head stuck in a dead end, Chen Yuxing exuded a strong aura of resentment. Her roommate Lu Yuan looked at her strangely, but didn't think much about it. Thinking that she might be reading a novel, she remembered that this aloof freshman girl sometimes read novels. It was normal to read a novel to immerse herself in the novel these days. She would read stories about the tragic love between CEOs and the domineering prince falling in love with me. Lu Yuan would also read them occasionally. Wang Haoren said nothing, just working on his liver. Only Chu Mingzhi was particularly concerned about Chen Yuxing's unusual condition and made extremely rich imaginations. After finishing the meal, when the three people from 510 were returning to the dormitory, Chu Mingzhi, who had been silent on the way, suddenly said, "Everyone, do you think Chen Yuxing is weird today? I didn't notice it. Why is it so strange?" Wang Haoren temporarily stopped the second tour to charge his phone and asked casually. "I'm not sure, but based on my years of studying the psychology of love, Chen Yuxing was probably ignored by someone she particularly cared about." Wang Haoren, Shui Tao was surprised. "No, your high school also teaches love psychology?" Chu Mingzhi shook his head. "No. I learned it in my spare time." Wang Haoren, who came from a province where the college entrance exam was hellish, was also surprised. "No, your high school has extra time? And the kind where you have the energy to study extra knowledge? Fuck you, that's not the point." Chu Mingzhi waved his hands, his face filled with irritation and pain. "The point is, who is that person?" "It's her boyfriend. She had a fight with her boyfriend." Shui Tao guessed. "No." Chu Mingzhi covered his face with his hands. "Impossible, this is impossible. How could a goddess as pure and pure as Chen Yuxing be in love with a man?" In Greek mythology, goddesses not only fall in love but also give birth to children. "What's so strange about that?" Shui Tao gloated. "I've always told you not to think too highly of this goddess dormitory. Chen Yuxing is also a human being. Isn't it normal for her to have emotional needs and fall in love? The locals are sensible." Wang Haoren agreed. It was a rare moment for Shui Tao to speak human words. However, it was obvious that Chu Mingzhi could not accept this answer at all. He ran to the bed with a copy of the Encyclopedia of Love Psychology, English edition, pulled the curtains, and began to study furtively. This kid is crazy. Alas, this is what happens when you have high expectations but low skills. Why not be like me and pursue the right person within your ability? I'm going to drive Yuan out to play again this weekend. Can I hold her hand this time? When Shui Tao saw Chu Mingzhi acting silly, her frustration caused by the insufficient budget for Japanese food seemed to be relieved a little. In a high-end Japanese restaurant in IKC Plaza. Subai enjoys eating. I have to say that this high-end seafood sashimi tastes great. That special sweet and fresh taste is indeed incomparable to cheap ingredients. It also has high nutritional value and is good for health, so it can be used as a staple food for fitness athletes. Of course, cost may be a problem, but the last thing Subai needs to worry about is cost. While senior Joe Jelu went to the bathroom, Subai played with his phone for a while and only then saw the string of messages sent by Chen Yuxing in the morning. His.my schedule was tight this morning and I didn't have time to check my phone. Well, actually I did check it a few times, but maybe Chen Yuxing's message was overshadowed by other things at the time. It's human nature. Although he got along very well with Chen Yuxing yesterday, Subai was not the type of person who would be obsessed with a pretty girl's personality once he started chatting with her. He has always been of a rather dull temperament to eye and everything. The main goal is to do whatever one wants and leave everything to fate. Puff pastry big white goose, big white goose _ scratching head puff pastry white goose. I was busy this morning and didn't see it as soon as I sent it. Chen Yuxing replied almost immediately. Yuxia, what are you busy with? Yuxia withdrew a message. Crispy white goose picked up a car. Yuxi, cat is frightened. Yuxia, it must be a very expensive car, right? Crispy white goose, not bad, over 800,000. Yuxia, sure enough, soupy big white goose, I will read the things you posted before when I have time. Yuxia, there's no rush, it's not a serious matter. Yuxia, are you still playing games today? Supply white goose, yes, let's play. Probably in the afternoon or evening. I'll let you know in advance. Yuxi, good. Hey, Junior, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Joe Jelu came back from the bathroom and saw Subai typing on his phone and asked. A roommate. It seems like you have a very good relationship with the people in the dormitory. TSK, this is not easy. Why is it difficult? Dormitory relations aren't international relations, so there's nothing complicated about it. It's hard to say. Especially with someone like you who has such good conditions, there will always be people who are jealous. Let them be jealous, they are jealous of their own. I live mine, the road is wide and we each go our separate ways. So, what if someone does something bad to you behind your back? Joe Jalu's beautiful eyes flickered, as if she was lost in some unbearable memories. Subai said indifferently, then find a way to retaliate. I am not a tolerant person. Yeah, that's right. You have the money anyway. Joe Jelu nodded slightly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at him became more and more obsessed. Even Subai's personality is very much to her liking. Oh my, how can I make my junior shy? Subai didn't have so many complicated thoughts. Seeing that the two of them were almost full, he said seriously, Senior, are you familiar with the market conditions related to renting a house? Chapter 15, Senior sister wants to take a shortcut in life. Rent a house? Yeah, the dormitory is a bit inconvenient. I plan to rent a house near the school. Joe Jelu expressed her understanding that the overall management of Jiangcheng University is relatively relaxed and many students rent housing. As a senior student, she is very familiar with this area. I'm a senior now, and almost half of my classmates rent off campus. After all, they have internships, and some work far away or even out of town, so renting a house is much more convenient. Of course, there are also some who rent in the on-campus staff housing, usually for postgraduate entrance exams. I see, Junior, let me ask you first, when you say rent a house, is that the same as what most people think of as renting a house? Joe Jelu felt that since his junior was so rich, his demand for renting a house must be higher than that of ordinary people. Ordinary students rent a house for the sake of quietness and freedom. Apart from that, I don't really care about decoration, space, living conditions, etc. Or even if you care, you don't have the extra budget to be picky. But Subai is different. He is so rich in billions. It's a little different indeed. Subai admitted frankly, my need is to live in the best possible house, preferably with someone to take care of it so I don't have to do too much cleaning myself. Like renting a normal house, renting a model house that is even almost unfinished, and then decorating it yourself is too troublesome. If he really wants to decorate it himself, Subai would rather wait until his wealth accumulates to tens of millions, then buy a luxury house directly, and then slowly build it up. Rent a good house now and get cash back on the rent. After all, we have to indulge ourselves, and indulgence means enjoying the present moment, Joe Jelu said, then you can just stay in a hotel. Hotel rooms are booked on a monthly basis, and there are discounts. You can usually negotiate a 20% or even 30% discount. It varies slightly depending on the operating conditions and location of each hotel brand. The hotel is not bad. Subai pondered and thought, I've read some news online and found that many people who have become rich overnight like to stay in 5-star hotels. Subai has not experienced it yet, but feels it is worth a try. Book a few days of accommodation and stay there for a few consecutive nights to see how it goes. He opened Mate One on his phone and searched for luxury hotels near the school. After looking around, I felt that JW Marriott looked very good. Subai scrolled directly to the bottom of the room. Type sorted by price to look at the most expensive ones. Executive suite with river view. The space is a full 94 square meters, and the living room, bedroom and bathroom are all very grand. Includes access to the hotel's swimming pool, gymnasium and executive lounge. 678 yuan per night. It is currently the off-season for tourism, and the price will increase during the National Day holiday. This price already exceeds the monthly living expenses of a large number of students. Subai placed an order directly and booked it for a week. The reason why it is 1 week is because if you spend more than that, you will not be able to trigger the indulgence cashback. Based on the current system's judgment of Subai, the maximum booking period is 1 week. As Subai's life becomes more and more Luxurious, the system will be upgraded and the cashback amount will also increase. Ding. Detected that the host booked a luxury hotel and spent 11,746 yuan, triggering a tenfold cashback, reward plus 117,460 yuan. Subai paid in front of his senior, openly and without hiding anything. Zhou Jielu was frightened by what ESAW.my junior student just said, that he would try staying in a hotel first and then decide whether to rent it long-term. In other words, he planned to stay in the Riverview Executive Suite for a long time. This is too exaggerated. Even if we follow the off-season price and negotiate a 30% discount, it will still cost almost 35,000 yuan a month. Zhou Jielu used his clever brain to quickly calculate the approximate number. Breathing became rapid. He really spends money like water. He is simply the perfect boyfriend in my dreams. Many rich second generations who claim that their family assets amount to hundreds of millions of yuan don't spend money so lavishly. When you go to college, you are essentially still a student, and parents often don't give you too much money, not to mention that the economic situation has been a bit sluggish in the past 2 years, and the budgets of many rich guys have been reduced. Take renting a house for example. Spending several thousand yuan a month to rent a 3-bedroom apartment of about 100 square meters in a good residential area near the school is already top-notch accommodation among students. Some girls who love to enjoy life will go there to live with them. Subai directly increased the budget several times. There is a beauty in numbers. Imagine being his girlfriend. You can stay with him in Marriott's Riverview Suite every night, and you can shake a glass of red wine in the executive lounge and overlook the night view of the river city, then go to the swimming pool to play for a while, and go back to the room to take a nice bath in the big bathtub. The price is just to be slept with. By Subai. No, this can't even be called a price. After all, Subai's looks and figure are both good. Although he is not as good as a male star or idol, he is also a handsome boy in the class. Usually, rich people of this level either have a hard-to-describe appearance or are middle-aged with a greasy beer belly, which makes people feel sick just thinking about it. When I was in a relationship with Subai, I had no such concerns at all. For a moment, Zhou Jielu was almost conquered and decided to just throw himself at her. However, she was still a little reserved in her heart. It's not that she doesn't want to give her body, but she hopes that Subai can feel her charm, be unable to bear her temptation, and take the initiative. In fact, she had already decided in her heart that Subai was the man she had been waiting for so many years. From now on, she no longer needs to use her natural charm on anyone else. She only needs to concentrate her firepower on seducing Subai. Senior, are you free after dinner? Why, you don't want to see your sister go? Zhou Jielu licked her lips and blinked. Come with me to see the hotel. To be honest, this is my first time staying in such a nice hotel. Subai said honestly. Is this your first time? Zhou Jielu was very surprised. Yeah. Because of my family's circumstances, I was raised in poverty, with a simple life and hard work. Now that I'm in college, I can finally enjoy life to the fullest. So that's how it is, no wonder. Zhou Jielu suddenly understood. No wonder the younger brother looked so low-key. It turned out that he had received a good education at home. The kind of young man who has been extravagant since childhood will most likely be a good-for-nothing when he grows up and will have no ability to take over the family business. Only by experiencing the life of an ordinary person and going through hardships can one be more empathetic to grassroots employees and be more reliable when formulating corporate policies. Well, that's how it's written in domineering CEO novels, in an instant. Zhou Jielu had a magnificent imagination about Subai's life experience. The emotion surging in my heart became even more intense. She is already a senior in college and has been doing internship for quite a long time. She has left behind the naive and ignorant student status and has a basic understanding of society. Girls at this stage tend to become realistic quickly. Money can really change your destiny, but it is also really hard to earn. If I could become Subai's girlfriend, it would definitely be a shortcut in life. Who doesn't want to take shortcuts? We are all lazy. Chapter 16, Senior Sister's First Man. And the last, sir, how was your meal? Were you satisfied with the food and service? When Subai was about to leave, the restaurant manager walked in with a smile and asked in a soft voice. Satisfied, the seafood is delicious, the beef is a bit greasy, but it's probably not the meat itself, maybe it's just the wagyu that's greasy. Then you can try our Sonite lamb chops next time. They are lighter than the M9 wagyu beef. Okay, come back later. Only when Subai walked to the counter did he see that the Japanese restaurant had a top-up activity: recharge 5,000 and get 600, recharge 10,000 and get 1,500, and recharge 20,000 and get 4,000. I asked the system and found out I can get cash back. I just recharged 20,000 yuan and the system gave me a cashback of 60,000 yuan. Subai loves to eat meat. This restaurant has a variety of high-quality meats, and there are many types that we haven't ordered yet. He can come here often in the future. You are addicted, Junior. I didn't expect you to recharge your card. Zhou Jielu said. It's okay. Actually, it won't be used for many times. If you bring a few more people to eat. Subai glanced at the senior student. I'll call you next time. It's a bit boring to eat alone. How can that be? If I keep following you around to eat and drink for free, I'll just be taking advantage of you. This is easy to solve. Just give me some reward. Oh, what kind of reward do you want, Junior? At this time, the two were in the elevator. It was the peak hour at noon in the mall, and there were a lot of people in the elevator. Subai and Joe Jelu were standing in the corner, and just then a group of people got on, taking advantage of the situation. Joe Jelu hugged Subai's arms. The two big and soft arms made Subai experience the generosity of wealth while feeling the beauty of his senior sister. Subai's hands were not idle either. The texture of the stockings, combined with the senior sister's plump figure, is simply amazing. Joe Jelu's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with tears. I didn't expect that my junior would actually take the initiative, and secretly in front of so many people, get off the elevator and go to the underground parking lot. Joe Jelu continued to walk holding Subai's arm in a place where no one was around. She suddenly reached out and felt it. Then she covered her mouth and laughed. Junior, you're not completely heartless. Indeed. Subai was a little helpless. Senior sister, you have already done this. If I don't give you some feedback, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? Sigma's aura allows Subai to gain an advantage when facing the senior who was both unskilled and playful, but he couldn't pretend to be deep all the time. After all, Subai was actually happy to have something happen with his senior, just like playing a game. The ultimate goal of pulling is to complete the kill. Subai felt that the fight was almost over and he could start attacking. Then he put his arm around Joe Jelu's waist from behind. Her waist is very thin, which forms a sharp contrast with her plump figure. Joe Jelu was obviously a little embarrassed, but she did not resist. Although her body was a little stiff, she still obediently stayed in Subai's arms, still pretending to be calm. He raised his head and asked Subai in a protesting manner, Junior, how is my waist? That's great. Subai looked into her eyes. But the waist still needs to exert force. I want to experience how it feels like to exert force. Smooth talk. Joe Jelu hurriedly looked away. Alas, there was no way he could seduce him. The charm of his junior was simply too great. Subai laughed secretly. What a contrasting senior sister. So cute. After getting on the bus. Subai drove with one hand along the way, while interacting with his senior with his right hand. Joe Jelu couldn't bear it anymore, so he simply held Subai's hand to stop him from moving. This is also good. The senior sister's hands are soft. It's better to say that her whole body seems to have that soft feeling. JW Marriott Hotel. As soon as the two entered the lobby, they attracted the attention of people around them. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women always catches people's attention. Moreover, the man looks younger than the woman, which is really rare in this hotel where an ordinary double room starts at more than 900 yuan. After completing the check-in procedures, I took the elevator to the 27th floor. As soon as Joe Jelu opened the door of the Sea View Executive Suite, the luxurious and elegant decoration inside caught her eye and she quickly walked in her high heels. When she came to the floor-to-ceiling window, the vast scenery came into view, making her a little dazed for a moment. Is this what it feels like to be rich? Well, it is indeed very enjoyable. Look at this luxurious room again. If she works normally, it will take many years until she is old and ugly to have enough money to live in it. This is even a very optimistic idea. In the current market situation, it is considered very good if you can get a full-time job after graduation and keep having a job instead of being unemployed. Just as Joe Jelu was lost in thought, Subai closed the door. The sound of the door closing made Joe Jelu realize something. She suddenly blushed and said, Junior, I'll accompany you to visit the room for a while. I have to go back to work later this afternoon. Okay, please feel free to do as you please, senior sister. Subai smiled and didn't say much. Many girls actually have no resistance to high-end luxury things, especially those who have entered society, whose material desires will be even more inflated than when they were in school. Subai noticed that his senior was wavering. It's human nature. It would be better to say that Joe Jelu was already a god for being able to stay clean until now. Logically, such a top-notch vixen should have no shortage of pursuers, let alone rich men. So, there was some kind of fate between him and the senior sister, and their energies were right. Otherwise, with the senior sister's emotional intelligence, she would definitely not agree to come to the hotel with Subai. They are all adults, and it is impossible for them not to understand what it means for a man and a woman to come to a hotel alone. Joe Jelu excitedly walked around the room, touching and looking at things here and there, and took many photos. Senior sister, it shouldn't be that serious. Subai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. As for that, how could I bear to stay in such an expensive room? I've finally come here, so of course I have to savor it carefully. That's not the point. Actually, if you like, you can come here often. Subai approached Joe Jelu from behind, put his arms around her, and placed his hands on her belly. The abdomen is flat, without a trace of fat. He lowered his head and took a deep breath through her hair. The sweet fragrance is mixed with the senior sister's unique hormonal body fragrance that makes your blood boil. Junior, what are you doing? Ugh. Joe Jelu's heart was pounding, and she turned her head to look at him in panic, but Subai took advantage of the situation and raised his hand to pinch her charming face, kissed her in an instant. Joe Jelu's mind went blank. When she came to her senses, the two of them had already moved to the large and soft sofa, falling limply into the arms of her junior. Joe Jelu bit her lip and hummed with mixed emotions, Junior, you may not believe this, but this is my first kiss. I believe it. Why don't you believe it? Didn't you follow me on TikTok before? Didn't you read the comments? They're all saying I'm the one who's been doing that to thousands of people. And there are rumors at school, so I guess there's nothing good to say about me. That's what others think. I have my own judgment. Subai stretched out his hand and pinched her. Senior sister is so shy. She must have never touched any man before. Snort. A joy that came from the heart poured into Jo Jelu's heart like sweet syrup. She buried her face in Subai's chest. That's right, Junior, you are my first man and my last. Chapter 17, the innocent senior who just fell in love and learned to protect her food. No, sister, this is just the beginning. How could it be considered the first man, the last man? We just kissed and it happened like this. If something else happens, will it fast forward to a lifetime? Subai couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at, you naughty Junior? Jo Jelu pouts and hits him. The movement is so gentle that it can't cause any form of harm at all. Senior is so innocent, you really have no experience at all. A snort. At this point, Jo Jelu was no longer ashamed to admit it. After all, this is a very serious issue. Many men care a lot about their partner's past. Jo Jelu doesn't know whether Subai cares, but to be on the safe side, he can't lie for the sake of his boring self-esteem. I like this kind of senior. After saying that, Subai held Jo Jelu's face again. Senior, let's go out for a walk. We have nothing to do in the afternoon anyway. Okay. After being affectionate for a long time, both of them felt stuffy in the hotel room, so they went to the nearby street. Compared to IKC Plaza where we had lunch, this place is not as prosperous, but it also has several unique shops. Subai was interested in a newly opened Chinese bakery. The shop's sign described its specialty. Its products were moderately sweet and not greasy, and they incorporated enzymes to promote digestion. I ate too much meat at noon, so I really need to digest it properly. Jo Jelu was holding his hand, her face filled with happiness and a little shyness. These emotions, appearing on the extremely seductive face of a vixen, would make passers-by envious to death. If I had a girlfriend this sexy, I'd trade 10 years of my life for her. Really? Don't do that. Dating a succubus's human form will already shorten your lifespan. If it shortens it even more, you'll probably just die right there. Yeah, it's better to be single. Being single means you can live a long and healthy life. Listening to the neurotic discussions of passers-by, Jo Jelu felt very wronged. What about shortening her lifespan? Is she that scary? It's obviously his junior classmate who is more terrifying. Just now in the hotel room, Jo Jelu was so excited that he could hardly breathe and was in a daze just by hugging and kissing him. The whole process was simply Subai bullying her, but I like being bullied by my junior classmates, and I was bullied in a JW Marriott hotel, which was a special feeling. Subai's hands are big and a little rough. I feel safe when held in his big hands. It was the first time for Jo Jelu to experience the girlfriend's perspective. Every time she turned her head to look at Subai, she would look a little surprised. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? I just realized you're so tall. You're 1.85 meters tall, right? Yeah, that's right. I feel like those 1.85m celebrities on TV or in short videos are okay, but when they stand next to you, they feel like a towering tower. That's normal. This is based on scientific research. It's said that girls' visual systems have a smaller field of view, FOV. When looking at distant objects, they tend to underestimate the size of objects and overestimate their own height. In other words, girls tend to have a higher self-perception of their height, but when they look at others, they appear shorter. There's this kind of research? Junior, you know a lot. Jo Jelu listened carefully with a look of admiration on his face. Subai wanted to laugh when he saw it. Alas, maybe this is the magic of money. When he was in high school, he talked about this with the girls in his class. As a result, the other party became furious and questioned Subai whether he was discriminating against women. A flurry of punches left Subai stunned. Sure enough, the difference between a mediocre man and a high-quality man can be made up for by numbers. Oh yeah, God's how. While sitting in the store eating snacks, Subai looked at what Chen Yuxing sent him in the morning and gave it a sharp review. Jo Jelu took the opportunity to ask for leave from Manager Gui of the 4S store, and Manager Gui expressed his understanding and asked Xiao Zhou to persuade Mr. Su to continue considering the Mercedes-Benz brand if he planned to buy a car in the future. What pillow talk? Seriously, we haven't even started yet. Hey, it's only a matter of time. Our Xiao Zhou is incredibly charming, and your junior will definitely be satisfied with you. Jo Jelu put down his phone and asked Subai, Junior, are you satisfied with me? Of course, otherwise why would I bring you to see the hotel room with me? Hey! I've asked for leave from the company, so I can spend the whole afternoon with you. Me too, there was no roll call in the afternoon classes, so I just skipped it. Jo Jelu said with a wicked smile, you're not a good boy, you're just a few days into the school term and you're so good at skipping classes. How can you possibly graduate successfully? It's okay. If I can't keep up with the lessons, I'll have to trouble you to tutor me. As he spoke, Subai reached his hand out from under the table. Jo Jelu's body trembled, but he was much more adapted than at the beginning. She whispered coquettishly, Junior seems to like stockings very much. Yes, I like it very much. No wonder, he's always making moves. Actually, I prefer to attack another place, but it's not convenient to do it in public. Hate following Subai's gaze, Jo Jelu immediately understood what he meant. He lowered his head and his face flushed. I feel quite proud. After all, that was her proudest asset. She has developed better than girls of the same age since she was young, and has an excellent shape and uprightness when she grows up. Ding. Detected that S-rank goddess Zhou Jialu's favorability towards Subai has exceeded 80 points, and the intimate relationship has been successfully bound. 1 bonus draw. Now, spending on Zhou Jialu and satisfying her indulgent desires can also earn the host 2 to 10 times the cashback. Oh, Subai called out the system interface. According to the system's definition of favorability, 20 points means ordinary friends, 40 points means important friends, 60 points means you can fall in love, and more than 80 points means you are in an unforgettable passionate love. As for 90 points, it is the point of loyalty until death. Subai scanned Zhou Jialu and found that her favorability had soared to 85. In fact, it is not far from being forever, but they had only known each other for a few hours. I can only say that it was love at first sight. So, senior sister is not the Xiaolangjian that everyone generally thinks she is. Behind the lively and enthusiastic personality is the courage to love and hate. Once you decide you like someone, you will devote yourself to them without regard for the consequences. To be honest, Zhou Jialu's vision is indeed good. He immediately fell in love with Subai, who has a system. Subai will definitely not let her down. The Chinese baked goods were really good, so Subai bought some extra and asked Zhou Jialu to take them back for his roommates. This time, Subai didn't know that Zhou Jialu's dormitory was the famous goddess dormitory. Out of the 4 members, he only knew Lu Yuanyuan and Chen Yuxing. After all, Lu Yuanyuan is Xue Tao's girlfriend, and Xu Mingzhi talks about Chen Yuxing all the time. Zhou Jialu didn't mention this either. She knew that her roommate was as beautiful as her, so let alone talk about it. She tried not to let Subai appear in front of her roommate. Although they just started dating, Zhou Jialu was already protective of her food. Chapter 18. I want all these limited editions. After walking a few steps along the street, Subai suddenly saw the LV store. As for the Donkey brand, I have heard of its great name for a long time. It should be a very good luxury brand in the eyes of girls. Subai knew nothing about luxury goods. After all, before going to college, he only knew how to study, play games, and watch stupid videos. In fact, most men of this era are more or less like this, right? It's also the basic element that makes up the hardworking masses, but in the eyes of girls, such men are boring, even useless. I'm so angry. The reason why Subai knew a little about the LV brand was that he was bored at school in junior high school and read Gui Jingming's novel brought by his deskmate. The young mind was shocked by the luxury dishes listed, since the LV brand name and logo are the simplest. I remembered them. In addition, where Subai lives in his hometown, there is a girl of the same age living next door who has been attending the same school as Subai since kindergarten. We can be considered childhood sweethearts. During the summer vacation, I talked to Subai for a long time, saying that I wanted to work and save money to buy an LV bag. As for the result, it is unknown. The girl broke up with Subai as early as August due to an inexplicable relationship, and they were considered to have severed their friendship. Subai was not moved by this. It wasn't until this moment, when I saw the LV store, that I remembered this matter. Subai thought again about the new function that the system had just unlocked. I have tried it when buying snacks for my senior. I spent more than 100 yuan and got 500 yuan in cash back. It really works. He noticed that Zhou Jialu was also looking over there, his eyes shining at the things on the mannequin in the window. Senior, let's go in for a walk. Subai put his arm around her slender waist and said frankly, I'll buy you a bag. Ha? Zhou Jialu was stunned for a moment, then waved her hands repeatedly. No need for that. My current bag is fine, and I don't really need to carry an LV bag for now. If there is no demand, create it. Come on. Subai temporarily ignored the senior's opinion, pulled her in. Welcome to LV. Excuse me, sir. Are you buying something for your girlfriend? The salesgirl came up to me with a polite smile. There was no classic scene of looking down on others. The main reason is that Subai's temperament is casual and calm, and he doesn't look like those poor students who come to watch the fun and don't buy anything. Although his outfit is simple, it is no longer possible to judge a person's economic status based solely on his clothes these days. All factors need to be considered comprehensively. Besides, the woman next to him was young, beautiful and sexy, and even the salesgirl, who had seen many beautiful women, was dazzled by her. She is much better than those female internet celebrities with tech-like faces. She is simply a natural-born fairy. To be able to make such a beauty stick to him so affectionately, logically speaking, the man must be quite capable. Yes, pick a bag for her. Subai said generously. Okay, sir, what are your needs? Please also tell me your budget. We are the most comprehensive LV store in Jiangchang, and we can find styles suitable for ladies at all price points. What do you mean? Subai asked Zhou Jialu. The latter thought about it, and without being pretentious, he said thoughtfully, if you want to buy it, it's best to buy one with a high value retention rate, such as a monogram pattern. It's also easy to sell secondhand. Ha, of course, junior brother should not need to consider this really. Also, if there happens to be a rare limited edition, you can also buy it. Then it should be a limited edition. I think it can satisfy my collecting addiction. Subai had an idea and turned to the shopping guide. Take us to see the limited edition items that are in stock in the store and are not in high stock on the market. As for the budget, anything under 1 million is fine. Yes, sir. The shopping guide didn't take the $1 million budget statements seriously, but he didn't show any contempt. He just put on a professional smile and took them to see some rare styles that had recently arrived. The prices range from 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, provide customers with a wide range of choices. Even if they ultimately choose the cheapest option and claim they have a large budget just to show off, you still have to satisfy their desire to show off. With the shopping guide thought so considerately. After all, the money is paid by the man. If you don't let him have fun and turn around to buy other luxury brands, wouldn't you lose a deal in vain? This is the ninja way of our store's gold medal shopping guide. The shopping guide estimated that this young man would probably buy something worth tens of thousands of dollars for his girlfriend. He is so young, he must be the second or even third generation of rich people. He spends the money given by his parents, so it can't be too much. Jiangcheng is a standard second-tier city. It's not like the imperial capital or the magic capital where there are rich people everywhere. The so-called rich young man actually has an average monthly cash flow of 50,000 yuan, which is considered to be a sign of strong family strength. Moreover, this 50,000 yuan is the total expenditure, and only a part of it is spent on women. The shopping guide's understanding is based on her many years of experience as a salesgirl. However, Subai must be an existence beyond ordinary experience. He leaned close to Zhou Jialu's ear and said, "Senior sister, listen to me. Don't worry about the price, just pick what you like. Junior, I know you're very satisfied with me and very generous, but what I showed you was a rare limited edition that arrived by chance. It's not something you can get for just 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. A good one costs 200,000 yuan. 200,000 is 200,000, as long as senior sister likes it. You know, besides restricting me to live in poverty before college, my family also has another requirement. I can't treat my women badly, otherwise it would be a disgrace to the family honor." Subai looked very serious. Zhou Jialu was stunned when he heard this. I couldn't help but start imagining it again. Oh my god, it seems this junior is even more unfathomable than I thought before. To be honest, these rare limited edition products that the salesgirl brought out were all ones that Zhou Jialu had seen on Zaya Hongshu, and she loved them very much. Clothes, bags, jewelry, these are things that Zhou Jialu likes very much. She admitted that she was a vain, superficial, and materialistic girl. There's nothing wrong with just admitting it honestly. Aren't most people in this world like this in their bones? The reason they usually don't admit it is just because they are stubborn. How many people are truly spiritually rich and profound? Material desire itself is not scary as long as it can be controlled. As long as you keep yourself clean and don't mess around, have self-respect and don't keep fish, there will be no problem. Zhou Jialu's values are roughly like this, and now she has decided on Subai. So when Subai told her to be picky, even though she thought it was outrageous, she decided to listen to Subai. This, and this. Well, you can choose one of these three. You choose. The bag is for you, not for me to carry. Hey, I have to watch it even if I carry you on my back. I have to let my junior students enjoy the sight, right? Zhou Jialu took Subai's hand and spoke in a coquettish tone. Subai enjoyed the girl's demeanor very much. He immediately waved his hand and said, "I want all three." Swipe the card. Chapter 19 onwards, the charm belongs only to you. I want all of these. The salesgirl had only seen similar lines when she got home from get-off work in the evening and had nothing to do while reading novels about domineering CEOs. In reality, I have never encountered it. There are not so many rich people in the world who spend money without blinking an eye. In fact, the richer they are, the more stingy they are. Those old men who bring their mistresses to buy LV would like to secretly give the fake goods to the salesperson and sell them to the mistress at the original price of the genuine product so that they can share the kickbacks. Of course, the above things are actually impossible to happen. After all, the beautiful girls who live on old men have developed a pair of sharp eyes. If nothing else, they can still tell the authenticity of common luxury goods. However, Subai really did it. Not only did he make big promises, but he also took out his card to pay. Guest, are you sure? Sure. Okay, sir. These three models are rare, discontinued, and hard to find on the market. They're all first-hand stock, sourced from special channels. Don't worry, all the certificates are authentic and verifiable. Based on the current secondary market prices, they're approximately 160,000, 200,000, and 180,000 yuan, respectively. Your total payment is approximately 540,000 yuan, clear. While Zhou Jialu was still in a daze, Subai had quickly completed the payment, looking forward to checking the system's cashback. Ding. You bought Zhou Jialu a rare LV bag. You actually bought her 3 bags that she'd been eyeing for a long time. These were the goals she set for herself before turning 30. I can't believe she's achieved them so soon. Trigger 6 times cashback, reward 3.24 million yuan. Nice. Subai discovered that his senior sister was his lucky star. It seemed that when he was with her, the cashback multiples he received were quite large. Junior, this is too. Zhou Jialu said in disbelief, you really bought them all? I've already told you, trust my abilities. I won't overextend myself, nor will I mistreat my own people. Our own people. Zhou Jialu looked at Subai again, and his eyes were actually somewhat moved. They had only known each other for such a short time, but for some reason, Subai had a special trust in her, and this trust touched the depths of her soul. She hugged Subai ecstatically for a while, and then began to try the bags with the help of the clerk. A little nervous, after all. It was the first time I used such an expensive item. Subai didn't understand it at all, but the system had the function of scanning objects. According to the system's appraisal, these three are indeed rare items with extremely high prices in the secondary market. The first one is a handbag from the Takashi Murakami collaboration series, based on the classic monogram pattern. It is infused with bright colors and artistic design. It comes with a detachable shoulder strap, a gold padlock and a bow key case, combining classic and playful style. Since Murakami Takashi has ended his collaboration with LV, this series is a limited edition and out-of-print item. It is rare in the secondary market and has the potential to appreciate in value. The second one is a custom LV Capucine's exotic leather model, nothing much to say about it. The third one is a hard luggage bag, the same style as Guiling, which became popular on the catwalk. These three women's bags correspond to three styles: lively and casual, elegant, and retro, and are suitable for going out with clothes of corresponding styles. As for which one is the best, it's hard to say. Zhou Jialu really had a hard time making a decision, so she asked Subai to help her choose. She never thought that Subai would choose to buy them all, as spending $500,000 to buy her a bag all at once sounds a bit too abstract, but Subai really did the abstract thing with an indifferent look on his face. In fact, Subai was not really calm. He was still a little excited inside. It was the first time in my life that I spent 500,000 yuan in one go. More importantly, this deal helped him earn nearly 3 million. Junior, when I saw this bag online, I thought, if I become successful in my career, I must find a way to buy one as a reward for myself. Zhou Jialu, who was carrying a bag and admiring herself in the mirror, muttered with a dazed look in her eyes. Then, he looked at Subai with some embarrassment. Are you really useless, senior sister? What's so useless about this? Everyone has to have a goal to strive for. No matter what it is, as long as it doesn't break the law, it's good. You're such a sweet talker. As she spoke, Zhou Jialu stood on tiptoe, hooked her arms around Subai's neck, and kissed her tenderly. The interweaving of gentleness and charm made Subai extremely happy. The shop assistants politely avoided looking at him, but they couldn't help but feel envious. Where can I find such a rich and inhumane boyfriend who is also young and handsome? May I ask, if Zhou Jialu's looks and figure weren't so intimidating, the young ladies in the store would probably be considering poaching her. 500,000 in cash. Anyone who calls himself rich can come up with it. However, spending 500,000 to buy 3 bags is outrageous. It is a scene that most people will never see in their lifetime. Zhou Jialu and Subai flirted for a while before finally realizing that they were shy in front of so many people. So he packed his things and quickly fled the store. Just as the two were about to leave, Subai suddenly said something that once again shattered the shop assistant's 3 views. Since you're here, why not buy a few watches? They'll go perfectly with the bag you just bought. No, buddy, are you speaking Chinese? What the hell does buy a few watches mean? Are you buying Casio electronic watches here? But the shop assistants thought that based on the spending habits shown by the bag just bought, the budget must be over 1 million. Where did this guy come from? He looks like a money printing machine turned into a spirit. I don't know, but he seems very handsome and polite. He might be the young master of a prominent family. It's so terrifying. Young master's family is still short of a maid. I can do it. You can be a bitch. They hire maids who have good smiles. Why don't you go look in the mirror? Even though my smile isn't pretty, I do look funny. Outsider, Zhou Jialu advised, don't buy anything else. I'm already very satisfied with what I have. After all, we just got together, and I haven't paid anything for my junior. Alright, let's talk about it another day. After strolling around for a while, the two returned to the hotel. Zhou Jialu took out her bag again and looked at herself in the mirror to admire her beauty. Put aside the retro and elegant style bags for now, and the brightly colored ones are best for daily use. After all, she is still a female college student in her early 20s. She doesn't need to force herself to look like a rich lady like those celebrities on Xiaohongshu.su. Bai probably doesn't like that either, so it's better to be natural. Junior, you've bought my dream and now my life is going to lose its purpose. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Putting the bag aside, Zhou Jialu faced Subai and sat on his lap. Then Subai's eyes were filled with a broad mind. Well, then don't limit your goal to making money. Find something you want to do. I support you. Subai said this, picked up his phone, and immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to her. 100,000 yuan of pocket money every month should be enough for me from now on, right? It's enough, definitely enough. Although he knew that he should remain reserved at this time, Zhou Jialu couldn't help but smile foolishly. Oh, it seems like life has entered a relaxed mode. I don't have to worry about finding a job or saving money anymore. But she also knew that as Subai's woman, she had obligations to fulfill. Then I'll tell the 4S store tomorrow that I'm quitting my job. Oh, and I'm also not going to keep a Douyin account. I'll delete all the videos as soon as possible. Subai was a little surprised. Senior sister, you were so decisive. You have arranged everything so quickly. Yes, my junior fellow students are so kind to me, so of course I need to be more courageous. After all, Zhou Jialu leaned close to Subai's ear, kissed him lightly, and said charmingly, "From now on, I'll only burn it for you." Hiss this time. The lethality was so great that even Subai, who had the Sigma halo, could not withstand it. Senior. I'm sorry, I'm going to make a mistake with you. Chapter 20, Playing Online and Offline, Couple's Private Room. You won't have to wait that long. The hero is steadily picking up the girl, and soon we'll get to the part everyone wants to see. Don't worry, everyone. It's a pity that I couldn't win over the senior today. Zhou Jialu felt that they had just met and it was too fast. The first time should be more solemn. Maybe this is the sense of ritual for girls. Subai agreed. After all, it was his first time too. He agreed with his mouth, but had another idea in his heart. You don't have to do the last step yet, but you can't miss the other enjoyments. The panel shows that Zhou Jialu actually wanted to do it too. He probably got too pent up during the first 3 years of college. Subai planned to proceed step by step, using various intimate methods to eat out his senior sister step by step. She verbally agreed with Zhou Jialu that more than a month later, on Zhou Jialu's birthday, she would give herself to Subai. In fact, it will take a few days, depending on Subai's technique. Good food should be eaten one bite at a time. Don't rush. Subai decided that when the time comes, he would make his senior sister beg him to complete the last step ahead of time. An evil and delightful plan had already begun to form in his mind. Anyway, after a while, Subai collapsed on the sofa and let out a sigh of anger, feeling refreshed. My head feels a little empty. I entered a period of time when I was thinking about the universe, life, and entropy increase and heat death. Zhou Jialu returned to school and said he had an appointment with his roommates to have dinner together. Well, after dinner, Subai plans to explore other ways to get cash back. Some methods are really not suitable to be done with senior students. I bought 3 bags for Zhou Jialu, and temporarily left 2 of them with Subai. I always feel unsafe taking them to the dormitory. Zhou Jialu only carried the bright styles suitable for daily use. She said that by carrying such an expensive bag, other men would know that she was taken and would not harass her. What if others think you are being kept by someone? Subai asked. It's okay. Anyway, there have been people spreading rumors that I was abused by a rich old man. I'm not afraid of being slandered. Zhou Jialu rubbed against Subai with a happy face. It's my good fortune to be supported by this junior. Thinking back to the happy little woman's expression on Zhou Jialu's face when she said those words. Subai was very satisfied. Just as Subai was thinking about life, the system rang again. Ding. Zhou Jialu's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 90. Detection of favorability exceeding 90, reward 1 lucky draw opportunity. Currently there are 2 lucky draw opportunities in total. No, sister. Is this until death? I don't know if it's because Subai spends enough money on her, or if Zhou Jialu is just very innocent, or is it a mysterious love at first sight. Maybe there are various factors involved. Feelings are inherently complicated. It doesn't matter, let's just draw the prize. 2 consecutive chances to draw the lottery made Subai eager to try it out, etc. It's better to take a shower first, change clothes and then smoke. In fact, generally speaking, non-chain hotels in the suburbs of slightly larger cities are also likely to be equipped with usable bathtubs. But the sanitation of the bathtub is not satisfactory. In a hotel of Marriott's level, at least the bathtubs are carefully maintained. Subai took a bath happily, and then, wearing a bathrobe, bowed to the god of wealth in the direction of the river. After completing the ritual, he clicked on the lottery on the system interface. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won 1 million yuan in cash. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you won the primary body strengthening fluid. Description: primary body strengthening fluid will adjust the host's body to a completely healthy state, with all physical fitness indicators reaching the excellent level of an adult male, and the original strengths are further enhanced. This is good. The past year of high school life has caused Subai's body to fall into a subhealthy state to a certain extent. Chronic gastritis, cervical spondylosis, and lumbar disc herniation are very common conditions among high school students these days. There is no way, the competition in the college entrance examination is too fierce and studying is too hard. Why do people say that all the students in universities nowadays are fragile? With the kind of structure you develop in high school, it's impossible for your body not to be fragile. With this strengthening liquid, you can improve your health problems. As for the improvement of physical fitness, Subai is also looking forward to it. Which man doesn't want to have a strong physique? Subai glanced at the detailed description of the strengthening liquid and summoned it immediately. A small glass bottle the size of Coke, containing a clear, colorless liquid. Drink it all in one gulp. It has a sweet and refreshing taste that seems to be absorbed as soon as it enters your mouth. Then Subai lay on the bed. There are no side effects such as fever all over the body, discharge of black mud, crackling of muscles and bones. After just a nap of about an hour, Subai opened his eyes and the whole world seemed to have undergone subtle changes. First of all, vision and hearing become sharper. The second is the feeling of being full of energy in my body. The last time I experienced it was before I went to high school. Ever since I started studying and doing exercises day and night, my health has been getting worse day by day, but now I am back to my peak. No, I am much stronger than before. Looking in the mirror, at his much improved body, Subai struck several bodybuilder poses, very satisfied. In terms of physical test indicators, there is definitely a gap compared to real bodybuilders, but those muscles that are too exaggerated are not good either. It's better to be more coordinated like now. Subai doesn't want to train his physical fitness to be like Arnold with a pointed head. It's better to be more handsome. At this time, the sky outside was getting darker and it was evening. Subai was also hungry. I ordered a Western dinner directly from room service. I haven't eaten it, let me try it. Since he wanted to go out for a drive in the evening, Subai didn't order any red wine. The classic 3-pronged Western meal, appetizer, soup, and steak, served with bread. The combination of precious ingredients and mild seasoning is not that delicious. Before I finished my meal, Chen Yuxing sent another message. Yuxia, do you want to play games tonight? Crispy white goose, hit me, I'll call you when I'm done. Yuxia, yeah. Yuxia, then I'll go out and find a place. My roommate is in the dorm, so it's not convenient. Puff pastry big white goose underscore okay rain break, cat rolling soup. I thought about it and decided to stay at AM in the hotel, and the laptop I use for gaming is still in the dorm, but I'm too lazy to go back and get it. I can't use an Apple laptop to play League of Legends. It feels so weird. There's something awkward about using a high-end ink screen e-reader to read tomato fast food online articles, so Subai searched the map and found that there was an internet cafe downstairs of the hotel. The IT is an internet cafe with a very good environment. Reviews generally say that there is no smell of cigarettes, the computers are very new, and there are many seats, so there are always vacancies even during peak hours. Subai thought about it and thought that it might be because this place is a little far from the main campus of Jiangnan University, and the tuition is high, so students basically don't come here to surf the internet. The nearby residential area is also a high-end community, and people in high-end communities have even lower demand. For internet cafes, very good. Let's spend the night here. I wonder if there's any recharge activity at the internet cafe, so I can give Subai a few thousand yuan in cash back. Nowadays, Subai has become accustomed to the thinking of the indulgent rich man and takes advantage of people in various ways. Only after Chen Yuxing said she was ready did Subai go downstairs and find the internet cafe according to the house number on the map. As soon as I entered, I saw a familiar figure paying at the counter. The two sides looked at each other for a moment. Subai was the first to speak. No, sister, you came all the way here to place an order? It's because it's far from school that I don't run into anyone I know. Chen Yuxing blushed slightly as she said, you are the one. How come you're here? Oh, I'm staying in the hotel upstairs tonight, so I'm playing games here. The hotel upstairs seems very high-end. I'm afraid it would cost thousands to stay for one night. Chen Yuxing didn't quite understand this, but considering Subai's wealth, it wasn't surprising that he stayed in a 5-star hotel. Suddenly, she thought of something and said happily, since we met by chance, why not open a couple's room? This internet cafe has couple's rooms. After I said it, I realized that this was not a very appropriate thing to say, then she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Subai. Chapter 21, you are already rich, why do you still need traditional love? The couple's room is good, what's good about it? The good thing is that the two computers are placed side by side, a small room but a great deal of ambiguity. Once the door is closed, no one will be loved. Subai knew that some of his classmates who were addicted to the internet like to find an internet cafe to date and have a sweet couple duo chat. The brave ones even save on hotel money. This kind of thing has evolved into a more high-end form, which is the esports hotel, and of course the price will also be higher. Subai is not bothered by the price issue now, but with Chen Yuxing's socially anxious personality, she might find it difficult to accept the esports hotel. However, after a little hesitation, she followed Subai into the couple's room. The main reason was that Subai directly recharged 5,000 yuan at the front desk. The store was having an event where you could get 5,000 yuan for every 5,000 yuan you recharged. Then Subai said that when he comes here to play games in the future, he can directly spend the money in this card. At first Chen Yuxing refused, but Subai persuaded her and said that since I hired you, I have to provide you with good working conditions. You spend my money in the internet cafe, just like a boss has to pay rent for office space when he opens a company. It is only natural. Do employees have to pay the rent for the office building? Chen Yuxing thought about it and thought, well, there seems to be no problem. As a straight girl majoring in science and engineering, she was very logical. Since Subai convinced her with logic, she had no choice but to follow Subai into the couple's room. Turn on the computer, get on the clock. No, get on the plane. Did you pick up the car this morning, right? So what are you doing this afternoon? Chen Yuxing looked at Subai with a puzzled expression, and with a blush on her pretty face, she added, I don't mean to ask too many questions, I'm just curious. Well, just chatting casually. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. It's okay. We're all friends, so it's normal to share our daily lives. I was shopping this afternoon and bought some snacks. I brought them here. You can eat them if you get hungry after playing games later. Subai placed the snacks from the Chinese bakery on the table, between his and Chen Yuxing's monitors. This internet-famous snack, apart from anything else, does look delicious. Chen Yuxing clearly made a sound of swallowing saliva, but his face remained expressionless. I'm not hungry, oh. I'm on the number. I'm fine too, come on. Happy hour has begun. Time in intense gaming always passes quickly. By the time Subai came to his senses, the 2 hours of agreed-upon playtime was almost over. The room service I ordered for dinner was not very filling. It was only a little after 9 o'clock in the evening and I was already hungry. Subai reached out to touch the box of snacks, but found an empty box. No, sister, when did you eat? Subai didn't notice it at all. Good job, Chen Yuxing, you have some skills. When his eyes fell on Chen Yusheng, the latter acted dumb, feeling embarrassed by Subai's gaze. He murmured quietly, "Sorry, I accidentally ate it all."
"Oh, what's there to be embarrassed about? You came here without having dinner, have eaten. That means eating too little. Are you really that short of money?"
"It's not that I'm so short of money that I can't afford to eat, it's just that I've been busy lately and have no appetite. Your dim sum is so delicious." Chen Yusheng licked his lips, looking unsatisfied, like a greedy cat that had been hungry for several days. The cute look forms a sharp contrast with the cold appearance. Subai thought to himself and said, "Then I'll help you whet your appetite.
Let's go have a midnight snack together."
Chen Yusheng originally wanted to refuse, as Subai invited her to have a midnight snack and it would cost her extra money. Although Subai doesn't lack this little money. It's purely because Chen Yusheng has a strong sense of self-esteem. Ever since her mother fell ill, Chen Yusheng has experienced a lot of social malice, but on the contrary, Subai has given her too much kindness. Good people shouldn't be held at gunpoint,
and good men shouldn't be treated as ATMs. Facing Chen Yusheng's hesitation, Subai's solution was, "I opened WeChat and transferred 400 yuan to her. Chen Yusheng, I'll send you an order. Please accompany me to eat hot pot. It will be charged for 2 hours. It's the same price as playing games. This isn't good. What's wrong with that? I won't eat you."
"Not worried about that, well, okay." Chen Yusheng expressed obedience. Subai said he wanted to eat hot pot, so hot pot probably isn't that expensive. Come to the underground parking lot of this building. The sound of unlocking the Mercedes-Benz GLE, coupled with the flashing headlights and the majestic and domineering black outline, emerged as an oppressive figure in the darkness of the underground parking lot. Luxury cars, especially SUVs with a relatively high body posture, do give people who have rarely seen them a sense of
inexplicable oppression. "Is this the car you picked up this morning? So beautiful." Chen Yusheng suddenly thought of something. Standing next to the car, he thought for a moment and asked, "Can I sit in the passenger seat?" "Why can't we sit here?" Subai laughed. "I heard that the passenger seat is for your girlfriend or wife, and it can't be given to other girls." "So what? I don't have a girlfriend." When saying this, the figure of Senior Zhou Jialu inexplicably appeared in Subai's mind. Let's be honest, he didn't seem to have said that the senior was his girlfriend. "You are already very rich, why bother with traditional love? Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more female confidants?" Chen Yusheng is cute and adorable, and plays games with him. Zhou Jialu is a contrast, and accompanies him shopping. "You have long legs." She has big bears, each occupies a different track and does not interfere with each other. Beautiful. When it comes to love, Subai is a staunch reformist. "You don't have a girlfriend? Well, that's okay."
Only then did Chen Yusheng get into the car with peace of mind. If Subai had a girlfriend, she would definitely keep her distance, but Subai said no. Chen Yusheng couldn't help but have some unnecessary thoughts in his mind. While I was daydreaming, the car soon arrived at the hot pot place. Looking at the imposing restaurant entrance in front of him, Chen Yusheng complained, "Is this place really a hot pot place?
It doesn't seem like it."
"So what does it look like?"
"Like that expensive and unpalatable Western food." "Ha ha ha ha, indeed."
Subai laughed,
"But I asked my friend, this restaurant is delicious.
It offers a special sour soup hot pot, a special flavor from the southwest region, which can help improve your appetite." "Oh." As soon as he walked into the store, Chen Yusheng immediately smelled the aroma of sour soup hot pot. My stomach suddenly groaned, longing to be filled. She was a little embarrassed, and since it was her first time in such a high-end restaurant, she kept her head down and didn't say anything. This is what social phobia is like. It doesn't matter.
Subai has arranged everything anyway. Let's order whatever looks good on the menu.
It's a whole table of luxurious set meals. High-end hotpot is basically a trend brought about by the Villa Hotpot in Shanghai.
This trend has now blown to Zhangcheng.
The form may have changed, such as the sour soup feature, but the core elements supporting the price have not changed.
High-class dining environment, high-class service, and high-class ingredients.
Chapter 22, 8,000 yuan for a work meal. When Subai was ordering food, Chen Yusheng was still cowering in social anxiety. It was not until several plates of expensive-looking seafood were served that Chen Yusheng realized that this hot pot was completely different from what she had imagined. There's no need to be so extravagant.
How can this be considered extravagance and waste? Besides, I want to eat, and you're just eating with me. Why do you care what I eat? Put yourself in your place, classmate Chen.
Looking at Subai's pretending to be serious face, Chen Yusheng knew that he didn't want her to worry about the price. She had no choice but to swallow her saliva and eat with Subai. Soon the soup came up, and the orange-red sour soup looked particularly bright under the warm light. After heating, the sour and spicy smell with a hint of ginger gradually wafts into your nose. This is really making me drool. Seeing Chen Yusheng's appetite was agitated, but she couldn't let go. Subai picked up a plate of snacks and placed it in front of her.
Eat something first. You eat too. I've already had this kind of seafood at noon, so I don't really need it right now. Just eat it. Oh. Chen Yusheng looked down at the elegant tableware in blue and white porcelain colors. The plate was large, but there was not much on it. The golden fried food was piled up in a small pile. Is it seafood?
Yes, it has king crab legs in it, cooked tempura style. I thought it was crispy pork. She tasted it, her eyes sparkled and her little mouth moved non-stop. Subai looked at her with a smile on his face, and even until Chen Yuxing realized her loss of composure and became shy, the boy still had a gentle smile on his face. Don't act like a lady in front of me, okay? Eat if you want. Only when you're full will you have the energy to play with me. Thank you. With the addition of hot pot meat and vegetables, Chen Yuxing gradually relaxed, and he also had a bit of a broken jar mentality. After all, he had already finished Subai's box of snacks, and his foodie nature had been exposed. There is no need to pretend anymore. To put it another way, she and Subai had the same niche hobbies that they rarely showed to others, so having a hot pot meal with him didn't seem like something difficult to accept. After all, he is really rich, so taking advantage of him will actually make Chen Yuxing feel less psychologically burdened. Girls are creatures with a strong sense of morality. They are extremely reluctant to live in a state of guilt. Even if they cannot repay the other person's kindness, they will often find a psychologically acceptable excuse to numb themselves, not criticizing. That's human nature. The meal lasted an hour and a half, during which the two men filled their stomachs and engaged in a heated discussion about a recently published niche detective comic. When the waiter was serving the dishes, he heard the two handsome men and beautiful women discussing crime scene, hiding shit, running away, and so on. An expression of awe appeared on his face, and he quietly stepped away. Good job. I thought they were two rich student lovers, but I didn't expect them to be a gold medal thug and a princess on the street. I'm so sorry, let me take you back to school. After dinner, Subai took Chen Yuxing to the Mercedes-Benz GLE and offered to take her home. He didn't care whether she agreed or not, and went straight into the driver's seat and motioned for her to get in. Chen Yuxing bit her lip and agreed. She enjoyed the meal very much. Her stomach was full and she started to feel sleepy. But when she thought about having to squeeze into the subway and walk back to school, she was filled with strong laziness. This time, there was a spacious, comfortable, and luxurious Mercedes-Benz in front of her, and Subai, whose gentle smile gave her a strong sense of security. It didn't take much struggle for the balance of thought to tilt. Tomorrow is Friday, right? I have a lot of classes to attend during the day, so I'll probably play games at night. Subai said. Okay, then I'll come over in the evening. Chen Yuxing nodded. What do you want for a late-night snack? Don't worry, just send me a WeChat message when you've decided, and I'll make a reservation in advance. On the bright side, according to Subai's definition, this midnight snack can be considered a working meal. This work experience is so great. Chen Yuxing sighed silently. The computer in the internet cafe couple's room has a very high configuration, with a graphics card of 4070s, which is much better than Chen Yuxing's own laptop 3060. Not to mention the superb late-night snacks. She saw the bill and found that the meal, including service charge, cost more than 8,000 yuan. It's just outrageous, of course, considering that the minimum consumption for this box is 3,800, it seems to be nothing wrong. Given Subai's consumption level, it is definitely impossible for him to spend money close to the minimum consumption limit. Speaking of which, Subai's consumption habits are really mysterious. He wears shoes that cost more than 100 yuan and eats hot pot that costs more than 8,000 yuan. He gives people a very casual feeling. I just do whatever I want. This casualness infected Chen Yuxing to a certain extent, making her feel at ease staying with Subai. It is a rare and enjoyable time in recent times. Subai drove the car to a small gate west of Jiangcheng University. This place is sparsely populated, so it is reasonable to put the socially anxious Chen Yuxing here, and the small door is not far from the girls' dormitory. When leaving, Chen Yuxing looked a little reluctant and looked back. The car remained parked there until her figure was completely inside the school, then it started again and left. A rare smile appeared on the corner of the girl's lips. This time, on the plastic sidewalk near Xiaoximen, a boy in sportswear was staring at the Mercedes-Benz GLE going away with a look of horror on his face. Rub your eyes hard. If he was not mistaken, the girl he saw getting off the car just now was Chen Yuxing from the goddess dormitory. This isn't right, late at night. The boy immediately came up with many topics that the onlookers like to hear, but it's just imagination. I didn't publicize it on any public platform. There wasn't much to publicize. Aside from the plain-looking Lu, what's Lu's name? The boy forgot her name. All the other three goddesses in the dorm were rife with vile rumors. After all, there are many girls who are jealous of them. When everyone sees the rumors, they automatically turn on the artificial iframe staring mode and identify them as fake. Besides, even if the goddesses are taken away by rich men, it is not something unacceptable. This is the way the world is. At most, just will a few times to vent your emotions. What really concerns the boy is that one of his high school classmates, who also attends Jiangcheng University like him, is extremely obsessed with Chen Yuxing. So the boy found his classmate's WeChat. Brother, I was running outside when I saw Chen Yuxing getting out of a luxury car. He seemed quite happy. Fuck, how did you reply so quickly? That was so fast. Ha, you didn't expect that, right? I installed a plugin on my phone, and whenever I receive a message that mentions Chen Yuxing, a special alert tone will sound. Is this the strength of the computer department? It's so terrifying. The boy was stunned, then his classmate quickly replied, you must have seen it wrong. How could Chen Yuxing be back to school so late? She must be working in the lab during this time. No, buddy, I didn't see it wrong.
Have you taken any photos? I didn't make it in time. What the hell are you talking about without a picture? I'm going to study now, stop slandering my goddess. Seeing this, the boy showed a helpless smile and shook his head. Alas, you are a dog licker, there is no cure. Chapter 23, How Rich is the Senior Sister's Boyfriend? Some time ago, in the school cafeteria. Senior, here. Lu Yuan, who had secured a seat in advance, waved and greeted Zhou Jialu. Her graceful figure as she walked slowly attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little envious. Alas, if only she were as beautiful as Zhou Jialu, then there would definitely be a lot of good boys surrounding her in school. She can then take her time to choose and find her ideal husband before graduation. It's not like now. I met so many boys in my freshman year, and they were all ugly. Either their families were too poor, or their looks were really unacceptable. Well, actually Shuetao is not easy to swallow either, but I can still make do with it by holding my nose, mainly because there is no better choice for the time being. Lu Yuan believes that girls' youth is short, so they should seize the time to enjoy it, and the best solution is to look for another job while enjoying it. Shuetao was the one she chose as a temporary stepping stone. However, it seems that Senior Zhou doesn't even want a springboard to it. Can be said that from the beginning to the end, I have never met someone I truly like. Alas, it turns out that beautiful women are all very proud. Just as Lu Yuan was sighing, Zhou Jialu gradually approached. Only then did Lu Yuan see the bag she was carrying, colorful, bright but not gaudy, but has a unique artistic feel. It matches Zhou Jialu's lively and enthusiastic temperament very well. Wow, Senior, is this your new bag? It looks so nice. Zhou Jialu shyly said, my boyfriend gave it to me. Lu Yuan widened her eyes and was completely shocked. No, sister, just now she was still complaining about Zhou Jialu not being in a relationship, but she was immediately told that her senior was in a relationship. It turned out that what the elders in my family said was right. Jiangchang is a place with an evil spirit. No way, really? Senior, when did you get a boyfriend? It feels so sudden. Oh, I think this is rather abrupt too. Sit down first and talk while you eat. I'll go get some food first. Yeah, okay, I'll wait for Senior to report to me. Lu Yuan nodded obediently, sat down, and had a gossipy expression on her face. What an outstanding man he must be able to catch the eye of Senior Zhou and develop a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him so quickly. Soon, Senior Zhou returned with a plate of vegetables. Didn't even buy rice. I ate too much seafood with Subai at noon, so I just had a casual dinner, otherwise I would gain weight. Although she has always been proud of her voluptuous figure, she cannot become bloated. She needs to lose weight where she needs to. Senior, let me ask you something first. This boyfriend you found should be very rich, right? The question Lu Yuan asked at the beginning was very consistent with her personality. When she and Zhou Jialu were chatting in the dormitory at night, she had mentioned many times that she would definitely find a rich boyfriend in the future. In her opinion, economic strength is the core value of a man. As long as he has enough money, he can tolerate any problems such as appearance, personality, and education. Zhou Jialu nodded shyly. It seemed that she was a bit materialistic to admit it this way, but since she came back with this Takashi Murakami co-branded handbag, she actually wanted to show off. I knew it, your bag is LV, and it looks expensive. I remember seeing it somewhere before. Wait, let me look for it. Lu Yuan was operating on her mobile phone. Suddenly, his whole body shook violently, and he covered his mouth and screamed. Oh my god, Senior, this bag of yours is not that one of those super expensive collaborations that's been discontinued and sells for over 150,000 yuan on the secondary market. OMG, this is the first time I've seen such an expensive bag in real life. Yuan, you're too excited. Don't scare the students passing by. Zhou Jialu had a face that said don't do basic exercises, but he felt secretly happy about pretending to be cool. He said nonchalantly he does have some financial resources. We confirmed our relationship today, right? And then he said he wanted to buy me something. I actually didn't want it, but he said that if I carried this bag, I would naturally scare off other suitors. Hiss, that seems to be the truth. As Lu Yuan dreamed of marrying a rich man, she quickly understood what Zhou Jialu meant. The value of a bag at this price range is totally incompatible with the price. It is a pure toy for the rich. However, Zhou Jialu's spending habits have always been at the level of an ordinary girl. Suddenly she started carrying a bag worth 160,000 yuan. In the eyes of others, she must have a boyfriend who is extremely powerful. Yeah, but, since you're being so frank, won't those people with ulterior motives say something bad about you? For example, say you found a rich old man. Lu Yuan's concerns are actually in line with the views of the general public. In today's society, it is becoming increasingly difficult for young people to succeed. There are rich second generations, but their number is limited. Generally speaking, his moves are not that bold. In everyone's impression, those who sponsor female college students are mostly middle-aged or even elderly local bosses with bald heads and big bellies. Zhou Jialu smiled carefreely and said, don't worry, let others be jealous, I just want to enjoy my own life. Lu Yuan suddenly understood something and became even more excited. Senior sister, from what you said, your boyfriend should be good in other aspects as well? Yeah. He's, well, quite handsome. Zhou Jielu was a bit conservative. I was afraid that Lu Yuan would be so upset that she would have a heart attack in the cafeteria. Are you kidding? Yuan is her only best friend in school. If she had a heart attack, she would be heartbroken. After Lu Yuan calmed down a bit, Zhou Jielu continued, and he's younger than me. Now Lu Yuan was really upset. After finding out the price of the bag, she had already formed a preconceived notion that the senior's boyfriend must be at least a working man in his 20s or almost 30. Most likely he is in his 30s or 40s. A total of 160,000 yuan was spent at once, which means that the money spent every month must be at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. Lu Yuan guessed that he must be the boss of a powerful company, the kind that has a background at home. However, the answer given by the senior student surprised her. She's actually younger than my senior? Doesn't that mean that the other person is still a college student? No, that's a bit against the will of heaven. Lu Yuan knows exactly how much pocket money the rich second generation in the school can get every month, as well as the family assets corresponding to this amount. She discussed this with some senior students who worked in finance, and also researched relevant information on Zaya Hongshu. For high net worth families, it is common to have basic living expenses exceeding 10,000 yuan. However, if the amount is too much, it will not be given casually. Parents will usually ask what the money is used for, or simply let their children use the credit card in the name of the parents, so that every expenditure is clear. Perhaps the amount of discretionary funds will expand to 50,000 or even 100,000. The corresponding family income must be higher. But you want a rich second generation to spend 160,000 to buy a bag for his girlfriend? That's enough. Even his mother might not be willing to use such a good bag. Being able to afford it is one thing, but whether you can bear to spend so lavishly is another. Besides, it's just a gift. To put it in a nutshell, the senior sister's boyfriend's monthly pocket money is at least 1 million. After sorting out her thoughts, Lu Yuan suddenly had an epiphany. No wonder Zhou Jielu's face has been filled with a sweet smile since they met. This day is indeed going to be sweet. Chapter 24. Lu Yuan scolds her boyfriend. Senior, can you tell me, your boyfriend is probably also a college student, right? Is he from our school? Or from another school? Lu Yuan asked curiously. Zhou Jielu had long thought about what kind of answer she should give to her best friend about this question. Judging from Su Bai's style, it is obvious that he likes to keep a low profile. If he wanted to, he could easily dress up in an extravagant manner, so that even people who didn't know about luxury brands could tell at a glance that he was wealthy, but he didn't. Instead, like most college students, he wore cheap fast-moving consumer goods brands such as Uniqlo and H&M, or products from Taobao. Therefore, Zhou Jielu planned not to introduce Su Bai to people in the school for the time being. There are some little tricks hidden in this. After all, Su Bai is too outstanding, so it is better to hide him so as not to attract other girls to do bad things to him. Sorry, Yuan, my boyfriend is quite low-key and doesn't usually show off his wealth. I'd rather not tell you his details. I can only tell you, well, he doesn't go to a very good school, but he has a very nice personality and we get along very well. Is that so? It's okay, I understand. Lu Yuan chuckled. If I had a super excellent boyfriend, I'd probably keep him secret and not want him to meet my girlfriends. Oh, eat a few mouthfuls of food first, the food is getting cold. Ah. Seriously, I was so engrossed in chatting with Senpai that I forgot to eat. At this time, Lu Yuan suddenly felt hungry, but without saying anything, she quickly ate. Zhou Jielu also took out the internet-famous snack to share. While eating, Lu Yuan did not forget to take a photo of the ridiculously expensive bag and sent it to her boyfriend Shui Tao. My senior classmate in the dorm is in love. Her boyfriend gave her a really beautiful bag. Oh, when will I ever be able to wear a bag of this quality? Although Zhou Jielu said that she would not introduce her boyfriend to them, what she meant was that she wanted to take the initiative to send the signal that she was already taken. So, what Lu Yuan said to her boyfriend completely met the requirements of her senior. At this moment, room 510, building 7, men's dormitory, Chu Mingjie connected his mobile phone to his computer and tinkered with it. No, buddy, you are still so diligent after class. What code are you writing? Shui Tao couldn't help asking. Damn, it's just the beginning of the freshman year. Is there going to be a group of involutionaries in the dormitory? Chu Mingjie smiled slightly. I made a small plug-in to remind me to pay attention to Chen Yuxing. Aren't you always paying attention to your goddess? Do you still need to be reminded? If someone mentions Chen Yuxing in a group chat or private message I'm in, or if there's related content in my moments, the plugin will trigger a special alert. Chu Mingjie said seriously, timeliness of information is very important. Sometimes, finding the right entry point can help you seize that fleeting opportunity and enter the heart of a goddess. Shelter from the sand and wind, Shui Tao rolled her eyes. Mr. Who is too perverted? Other dogs are just a little more seriously ill, but Chu Mingjie already has the flavor of a performance artist. He said disdainfully, what fleeting opportunity? That's all bullshit. If you ask me, it's easy to pick up girls in college. As long as you're willing to spend money and provide some conveniences, like a car. It's so convenient to drive a girl out to play. That instantly sets her apart from other suitors. For example, I drive a Magotan, a joint venture B-class car.
It's spacious and comfortable. Wang Haoren, who was practicing the liver source god on his desk, moved his shoulders. He was holding back his laughter when Shuetao started talking about his experience in picking up girls. Wang Haoren had already predicted his next smooth combo. Within 3 sentences, he would inevitably turn to his beloved Magotan. Facts have proved that Wang Haoren has already figured out the personalities of his 2 roommates. In addition to being a local, another obvious label on Shuetao is Magotan. He loved to show off and sometimes drove his beloved car from the dormitory to the other side of the school to participate in ideological education activities. Therefore, in addition to the nickname local, his classmates sometimes also call him Brother Magotan. But then again, it's really good for a college student to drive a car worth nearly 200,000 yuan. After all, using a car, maintaining a car, and parking fees in the city are all considerable expenses. Ordinary families really can't afford it. This car did bring advantages to Shuetao. As soon as the military training ended, girls from other majors asked others to ask about Shuetao's situation. All I can say is that Shuetao's exaggerated style also has its audience. A pin goes with a plug, and a turtle goes with a mung bean. Not surprising. Wang Haoren remembered that Subai said he was going upstairs to pick up a card. I don't know what grade it is, but according to Subai's current wealth, it is definitely better than Magotan. Just as Shuetao was talking non-stop, a message came from his girlfriend Lu Yuanyuan. This made Shuetao frown and her expression change. Why did the locals stop? Please continue. Wang Haoren asked. He hadn't heard enough fun. Holy shit. You still remember the senior from my girlfriend's dorm, right? Remember, Zhou Jielu, one of the 3 goddesses. She should be a senior this year. She's known as the sexiest campus beauty in the history of Jiangcheng University. Xu Mingzhi knew the goddess's dormitory like the back of his hand. Why? Senior Zhou is in love. Oh no, when these words were spoken, Xu Mingzhi and Wang Haoren were both a little surprised. It is said that the senior student has very high standards. She has been in Jiangcheng University for 3 years and has had countless suitors, but she has never been single. Now, unexpectedly, she has a boyfriend. I hadn't heard any news before. She must be dating a very rich guy. Today, Senior Zhou came back with an LV bag. This brand seems very expensive, right? Wang Haoren said. Even though he knew nothing about luxury goods, he had heard of the famous LV. It's expensive. Basic models cost thousands or even tens of thousands. If there's a slightly unique design, it'll cost tens of thousands. Shuetao finished speaking inside. Lu Yuanyuan sent this to him. The meaning couldn't be clearer. I just want it myself. When it comes to basic LV items, Shuetao can find excuses to ask her parents for some extra pocket money. Not that she can't afford them. The question is, does Lu Yuanyuan deserve it? How much did it cost to confess my feelings to her and take her out to play? Plus the Japanese food we arranged for this weekend? Still want a bag. Shuetao was very unhappy, but he didn't dare to lose his temper with Lu Yuanyuan. After all, she was his girlfriend, whom he had finally gotten. Although she was far inferior to his 3 goddess roommates, she was still a little beauty, which made Shuetao feel proud in front of his classmates. I had to send her a message to coax her. Ha, really? This bag is pretty. Right? This one is a collaboration with the famous designer Takashi Murakami, and it uses. Lu Yuanyuan talked a lot about design language, artistic colors, and so on. Shuetao didn't understand a thing. After Lu Yuanyuan finished speaking, she said, it's pretty good, but it's really too extravagant for a student to use LV. I think Miniso is also good. Yuanyuan? Yuanyuan, those shabby bags from Miniso are only worn by middle school girls with less than 50 yuan in pocket money. How come you don't understand anything? I'm so angry. Ugh, you really can't expect straight men to have even the slightest bit of aesthetic taste. Yuanyuan, I don't want to chat with you anymore. I'm going to study. Shuetao was stunned for a moment, then felt angry and aggrieved. Damn, is this a question of aesthetics? It's money. Compared with internet celebrities, Senior Zhou is outstanding and has even been spotted by a scout. She seems to be a perfect match for LV. Who the hell are you, Lu Yuanyuan? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Well. Chapter 25, God's Dormitory. I need to ask Hakiko. Looking at Shuetao's helpless and angry face, Xu Mingzhi came over to watch the fun. What's wrong? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Shuetao exaggerated the story of how Lu Yuanyuan used her rhetoric to ask him for the bag. The end, he said indignantly. Nowadays, female college students generally use Zara and CK, which is about the same. At most, they use light luxury brands like Coach, which cost thousands of yuan. And LV, damn it. That makes sense. Wang Haoren agreed. Lu Yuanyuan is really getting carried away. She actually asked a local to buy her LV. Do locals have the ability to do that? You know they don't. Although Shuetao is the owner of a distinguished Magotan 330, when it comes to the liquid funds on hand, he still has more. Xu Mingzhi commented. Indeed, LV's entry-level models are too vulgar and everywhere. They look like they belong in a niche market, lacking in taste. The nice-looking ones are too expensive. Oh my god, master, it's rare that you agree with me on this one. Xuetao slapped her thigh vigorously, as if she had found a soulmate. He quickly enlarged the picture of the bag and held up his phone to show Chu Mingzhi. However, Xuetao did not continue to gain Mr. Hu's recognition. Chu Mingzhi pushed his glasses and looked at the picture carefully. His eyes were shining, her voice trembled. This is the Speedy Bandolier 25 from the Louis Vuitton x Takashi Murakami collaboration. What the hell? Xuetao was dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense were you talking about just now? This bag is a limited edition, out of print. You can't buy it even if you go to a store with money. You can only wait for it to be released on the secondary market, or for it to be picked up by a store manager by chance. Chu Mingzhi said with an understanding look. Locals, do you know what its recent transaction price is? No, buddy, your expression is too exaggerated. Even if it's a limited edition, how expensive can it be? It's just a bag. Xuetao said disdainfully. Ha, you have no idea what wealthy wives are capable of. Chu Mingzhi shook his finger. As far as I know, the transaction price of this bag reached 157,800 last month. It may have increased a bit recently. A conservative estimate is 160,000. Master Duo? 160,000. What the hell? Xuetao really refreshed my worldview. To be honest, his relatives would occasionally buy luxury goods to show off, and a bag could cost several thousand or even tens of thousands, which was still within Xuetao's understanding. However, such a fancy handbag actually costs 160,000 yuan, which really opened Xuetao's eyes. No, damn it, did these rich guys get their money from the wind? Xuetao complained. I suspect Senior Zhou's boyfriend is one of Jiangqing's top-tier second-generation rich. Even in Shanghai, he'd be quite powerful, Chu Mingzhi said, adding, after all, a gift of a bag is more expensive than the car you drive. Bullshit. I'm driving a Magotan 330 TSI Premium Edition, with an official suggested retail price of 179,900 yuan. How is that cheaper than a bag? Xuetao's voice suddenly became louder, his face flushed and his neck thickened, as if he had been hurt. In fact, what Mr. Hu said was right, the official guide price is 179,900 yuan. In fact, under the impact of domestic new energy vehicles in the past 2 years, car prices have generally dropped during the summer vacation. Xuetao's parents took him to pick up the car, and they happened to see a discount. After some negotiation with the salesperson, I got a 35,000 yuan discount, and the final price for the bear car was 144,900 yuan. Don't say that. Really don't say that. It's not even as expensive as Senior Zhou's LV bag, of course, if purchase tax and insurance are included. Xuetao's Magotan 330 still wins by a narrow margin, but what's the point of this? The bloody facts cannot be changed. Zhou Zhelu's boyfriend is much wealthier and of a higher social class than Xuetao. Alas, compared to that man, I'm just a poor bastard. What's the difference between me and Wang Haoren? Xuetao sighed. Wang Haoren. Sweating like soybeans, Chu Mingzhi snorted coldly and said complacently, as expected, Senior Zhou is the kind of girl with very high material desires. Ordinary rich people can't satisfy them at all. Ha, it just so happens that I don't like her either. What difference does it make whether you like her or not? She doesn't like you anyway. Xuetao complained. You're being long-winded. Chu Mingzhi said in a deep voice, is this the point? The point is, Chen Yuxing is definitely not such a materialistic girl, hee. Xuetao was too lazy to criticize him. He had realized that Lao Chu was a complete bootlicker and could not be persuaded. He was wise enough to take advantage of his own strengths and win over the beautiful girl Lu Yuan just 1 month after the start of school. Thinking of this, Xuetao couldn't help feeling melancholy again. While he was chatting with his roommate, he did not forget to send a message to coax Lu Yuan. As a result, Lu Yuan ignored him completely. It seems that he is really angry at if you want to please her. You must give something. You can't really buy her an LV, right? But girls are often like this. They want to match the material conditions of their close friends. So annoying, Xuetao couldn't think of any solution for the time being, so he had to turn on the computer and play ARM in frustration. Fortunately, Xuetao's boredom did not last long, because Chu Mingzhi also met with an accident soon. Around 10 o'clock, Chu Mingzhi's phone rang with a special reminder tone. After chatting for a few sentences, Chu Mingzhi threw his phone aside, sat cross-legged on the bed, staring blankly at the big white wall of the dormitory. When Wang Haoren went to the toilet, Chu Mingzhi suddenly stopped him. Brother Haoren. What's wrong? Tell me, if Chen Yuxing returns from off-campus in a luxury car at this time, what does it mean? Ha! Wang Haoren was stunned. Xuetao was excited when he heard this. Ha, what else could it mean? They're in love, just like Senior Sister Zhou. Oh no! Chu Mingzhi held his head and wailed in pain. That's not the case, that's not the case. That's right, in fact, we need to analyze the specific situation. It mainly depends on how luxurious the so-called luxury car is. Is there any explanation for this? Wang Haoren was puzzled. If it's just an entry-level luxury car like the 34C, then it might just be a ride-hailing service. Fuck you, master, how can you be so self-consoling? Xuetao laughed. Do you believe what you said? Chu Mingzhi said coldly, it's not that I don't believe in myself, but I believe in classmate Chen's noble and proud character. Shui Tao was speechless. Kid, you are invincible, still so noble and arrogant. Are you doing reading comprehension of ancient poetry here? Wake up, senior year is over. Wang Haoren suppressed his laughter with an expressionless face and ate melons crazily. How could our dormitory 510 have the talented pair of Haji Shui and Haji Chu at the same time? Really need to ask Hakiko. If the female dormitory room 321, building 2 where senior sister Jo is located is the goddess dormitory, then our male dormitory, room 510, building 7, is definitely a god dormitory. I want to ask if there is such a genius in your dormitory? It's really amazing. Boom boom boom. Suddenly someone knocked on the dormitory door. Wang Haoren went to open the door, and what came into his sight was a well-proportioned woman in sportswear. It's the counselor, Charlene. Hello, Director Xia. Good evening, classmates. Xia Lin said with a graceful smile. I just ran on the playground and happened to be close to the boys' dormitory, so I came to see you. Where's Subai? Isn't he here? Chapter 26. Xia Lin loses sleep after seeing Subai's figure. Subai hasn't come back yet. Maybe he went to play basketball. Let me ask him. Wang Haoren responded with a sentence and then sent a message to Subai. Tell him that the counselor is here to check the dormitory. Wang Haoren's intuition told him that Brother Bai would probably not return home tonight, and normally he didn't need to report to the counselor. Unfortunately, Brother Bai was unlucky and happened to run into Director Xia, who came to patrol the men's dormitory. Charlene walked into the room and sniffed subconsciously. The dormitory was filled with the unique smell of a boys' dormitory. It wasn't that bad, but it was definitely not pleasant. The overall atmosphere was a bit messy, with personal belongings scattered around. Underwear and socks were hanging on the bed rails. As a graduate student, I have participated in dormitory inspections with the student union when I was an undergraduate. I have seen this kind of situation many times, so I am not embarrassed. Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi, on the other hand, were extremely shy. After all, Xia Lin is also very beautiful, even better looking than Shui Tao's girlfriend Lu Yuan. She may not be at the top level, but she is also a goddess, wearing a slim-fitting sportswear, with a thin layer of sweat from running. Her hair was dyed dark brown and tied into a high ponytail at the back of her head, revealing her slender white neck and beautiful ears with a slightly pink tint. Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi were even a little afraid to look at her. On the contrary, Wang Haoren, who is usually introverted, didn't feel anything. In his eyes, all three-dimensional women are the same, not as good as the source god. Your hygiene situation is okay, Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi. Remember to clean up frequently, especially take out the garbage every day, otherwise it will easily breed bacteria and cause illness. Xia Lin advised. I understand, Director Xia. Both of them felt ashamed. They felt a bit socially frustrated that the beautiful counselor saw them looking sloppy. Wang Haoren is good, Subai. Hey, Subai's bunk is so tidy. Director Xia, his isn't tidy, he just doesn't have a lot of stuff. Xu Mingzhi couldn't help but say, defending himself. My place looks messy, but it's just filled with a lot of stuff: men's skincare products, English books, a capsule coffee machine, and a ukulele. Oh, Director Xia, can you play the ukulele? I don't play. Xia Lin looked at Xu Mingzhi in confusion. Why did this kid suddenly start naming dishes to her, like the kind of person who's not good at socializing but tries to show off their diverse hobbies at a blind date? Director Xia, don't underestimate Subai's clean desk. He's usually pretty much the same as us. Perhaps inspired by Xu Mingzhi's words, Shui Tao also spoke up. I take all my dirty clothes home to wash on weekends. My washing machine at home washes them clean. After all, I have a car, a Magotan 330. It's very convenient for locals to drive home. Oh. Xia Lin said perfunctorily, complaining madly in her heart. Who asked you? Xia Lin couldn't help but sigh secretly. Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi were just as their classmates usually complained about. They love to show off too much. It cannot be denied that their family background is indeed very good among the students of Jiangqing University. The problem is, how old is he? He's showing off all day long and doesn't look like a student at all. He's not the kind of rich young man who spends money like water. Okay, there's nothing else to do. When Subai comes back, please tell him not to come back too late. After saying that, Charlene left dormitory 510. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This counselor was quite oppressive. Although he had a good temper, he always gave people the impression of being shrewd and capable. Xu Mingzhi said thoughtfully, I heard that when Director Xia was an undergraduate, he participated in a lot of student affairs and achieved remarkable results. He really has the temperament of a leader. Shui Tao suddenly had an idea. It would be very prestigious if I could date Director Xia. After all, she's only 4 years older than me, so she's a good match. Is it suitable? Xu Mingzhi sneered. She's an outstanding and strong woman. How could she possibly date a nouveau riche from demolition work? Who the hell are you? Just as a new round of Shanghai Master vs. Locals is about to begin, after checking several other dormitories, Charlene walked out of the dormitory building. After thinking about it, I decided to give Subai a call and give him a heads up. After all, I met Subai in the cafeteria before, and this guy said he wanted to skip class to work out, and now I'm back late again. He doesn't look very honest, and has a prickly feeling. In fact, it is easy to identify the troublemakers among students. For example, in dormitory 510, other students feel more or less afraid when facing the counselor, only Subai was neither humble nor arrogant. Of course, Xiaolin didn't really want to punish Subai. Even if he really didn't come home at night, it wouldn't be serious, just give him a warning to remind him to take it easy and not cause trouble. Xiaolin found Subai's WeChat and made a video call to him. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. The picture shook for a moment, and then a swimming pool scene appeared on the screen. Judging from the decoration, it seemed very high-end and looked like the swimming pool of a luxury hotel. Then, the screen flashed and switched to the front camera. Subai, wearing only swimming trunks, showed his tall and muscular figure in front of Director Xia. Director Xia, do you need me for something? Nothing much actually. I just went to the boys' dorm to check on you, and you weren't there, so I asked about your situation. Oh, I'm staying in a hotel tonight, come and see me. I was swimming just now and didn't check WeChat. Sorry. Subai smiled, I wanted to tell you, but I was having so much fun that I forgot. As he spoke, Subai picked up the room card and waved it in front of the camera. It's okay, just be aware of it and be safe. Charlene quickly hung up the video call. He put his hand on his chest, breathing rapidly, and the considerable amount of capital on his chest rose and fell. This guy has such a great figure. Xiaolin was caught off guard by the sight of Subai swimming, which had a great visual impact on her. Charlene likes sports, so she pays special attention to a man's figure. Subai's figure is definitely the best she has ever seen in her 4 years of studying at Jiangcheng University, over 1.8 meters tall, very well proportioned and just the right amount of sturdy. Yet he is neither a skinny dog nor as uncoordinated as those muscular guys who work out. What's even more commendable is that Subai not only has a good figure, but also a handsome face. Recalling the stunning scene in the video just now, Charlene swallowed harder. Fortunately, I hung up the video call in time, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. I was so embarrassed that I almost did that in front of my own students. Well, according to the tradition of Jiangnan University, the relationship between counselors and students is actually that of seniors and juniors, not teachers and students in the traditional sense. It's not unreasonable to be envious of your junior's figure, Charlene comforted herself, and then she realized something else. The room card Subai showed had the name of the hotel on it. JW Marriott. It should be the one not far from Jiangda University, 2 subway stops away. Any room would cost 8 or 900 yuan a night. This is the recent off-season for tourism, and prices will double during popular periods. His relatives live in hotels of the Marriott level, so they seem to be quite rich. Subai looks so simple. Is it really that his family conditions are average, or is he just a low-key person? It's hard to say. That night, Xiaolin inexplicably kept thinking about Subai. I can't sleep. After finally falling asleep, she dreamed of her and Subai swimming together. Chapter 27. A loyal girl is worth paying for. The next day, early morning. I in the graduate dormitory, the roommate woke up in a daze to go to the bathroom and found Charlene busy at the sink. After taking a closer look, I couldn't help but sigh. Charlene, you were so virtuous. You get up so early in the morning to wash your underwear. It's okay. Charlene responded with a smile, looking a little embarrassed. The roommate didn't pay much attention, so he didn't notice the abnormality in Xiaolin's expression. He just kept muttering to himself, Xiaolin, you are really something. You are hardworking and capable at work. Whoever marries you in the future will be really blessed. It's not that exaggerated. It's just so. Charlene felt a little shy about her roommate's praise. After all, she washed her underwear this morning not because she was diligent, but because she woke up from her dream in the morning and found that it was dirty, so she had to wash it. How shameful. The key is that dream. After waking up, the impression left in her mind was particularly clear, making Charlene feel full of guilt. In fact, during the military training, Xiaolin had already noticed Subai. He was a boy with a calm and indifferent personality, and was much more mature than his peers. In terms of appearance, he is considered the most handsome in the class. Even according to Charlene's aesthetic preferences, he can be said to be the most handsome in the computer department. His facial features are regular, masculine, and manly, which is completely different from the feminine young actors who are popular in the entertainment industry today. It has a bit of the feel of an old-fashioned Hong Kong star. During military training, counselors are sometimes needed to supervise. When Xiaolin watched them training, her eyes fell on Subai, who was standing at attention, as straight as a pine tree. I just didn't expect that the figure under the clothes was so. While washing clothes, Charlene's mind was wandering uncontrollably and her cheeks were flushed. After hanging up the small clothes, Charlene had no desire to lie down and sleep again. She played with her cell phone out of boredom. For some unknown reason, I clicked on the private chat with Subai. The avatar of the Big White Goose emoji package is also named Crispy Big White Goose, and it seems that he really likes geese. After a mental struggle, Charlene finally started typing. Xia Tianlin, classmate Su, please return to school on time today. Remember to let me know when you get back. Well, it is the counselor's duty to care about students and be responsible for Subai's safety. No problem. After paralyzing herself for a while, Charlene sent the message unexpectedly. Subai replied immediately. Supply White Goose. Okay, I'll go back for my second class around 9 o'clock. I'll let you know when I get there. Xia Tianlin, yes Xia Tianlin, classmate Su got up really early. Crispy White Goose, I was tired from swimming last night, so I went to bed early. Xia Tianlin, that's great. Go to bed early and get up early to keep healthy. Xia Tianlin, you go ahead and do your own thing. I have to go to the research group as well. Puff pastry big white goose underscore waving crispy white goose. Director Xia has worked hard at this time. Subai just jumped up from the bed and stretched to provoke. I feel refreshed and full of energy. I experienced the Marriott swimming pool last night. He also happened to meet two young ladies who tried to chat him up, but Subai rejected them. It looks quite worldly and has a bad feeling. By the way, Subai also scanned them with the system. After seeing their astonishing number of romances, he decided to wake up and realize that he had refused to approach them. After all, Subai still likes to eat fresh and clean food. Who isn't a man at heart? After swimming, Subai went to the executive floor and ordered 2 cocktails in the executive lounge. It tastes good, not too strong, just a little bit tipsy. After returning to the room, I just wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but I fell asleep directly. I estimated that it was just after 11 when I fell asleep, and I slept until 7:30 in the morning. The sleep quality is extremely high. It can be said to be a sound sleep like a baby. This is enough to confirm that the system has indeed improved Subai's physique through the primary body strengthening fluid. I get the standard 8 hours of sleep, but I can't fall asleep anymore. This is Subai's ideal physical state. Sleeping too much or too little indicates that there is something wrong with your body. In addition, the system said that the strengthening liquid would further enhance Subai's original strengths. Yesterday, Subai was still a little confused about what his strengths were, and now Subai looked down. I understood immediately. Hey, it's so early in the morning, and there's no way I can find anyone to help me. I guess the senior is still sleeping. There was no choice. Subai left a message for Zhou Jielu and went swimming. After swimming, have a buffet breakfast. The hotel breakfast is quite rich. There are comments online saying that eating too much will make you feel sick. Subai has not yet experienced the feeling of eating it for several days in a row, so he will wait a few days to experience it carefully. This is also the significance of Subai staying at the Marriott for a week, to experience whether a long-term stay hotel is comfortable enough. By the way, use this time to spend money, get cash back, and accumulate funds, so that you will have more options when choosing a place to live later. While having breakfast, Zhou Jielu replied, saying that she planned to go directly to the forest store to resign, and then come to the hotel to find Subai. Supply white goose, then I'll pick you up. When can you expect to reach an agreement? Lulu, it'll be quick. It's not that difficult for an intern to resign. Besides, I talked to my manager last night and all the necessary paperwork is in place. Puff pastry big white goose underscore thumbs up crispy white goose. Senior sister is very proactive. Lulu, oh, I'm afraid I'll act too slowly and make my junior worry too much. After all, luxury car sales isn't suitable for someone who's already in a relationship. Puff pastry white goose, indeed Lulu, I'm very loyal. From now on, my tenderness will only belong to my junior. Not bad. There are indeed not many girls as dedicated as my senior sister in this era. Indeed, the reason why Zhou Jielu was so loyal is Subai's wealth and his decisiveness and casualness in spending money on her. However, many girls still feel uneasy even if they hook up with rich men, and think of using this as a springboard to become a better socialite. What's worse, some women are in love with rich men, accepting their material support, but still find their lives too dull and boring and have affairs with other men. Don't think that rich people will not be labeled. Some gold diggers are really cheap. To put it in vulgar terms, their service awareness is terrible. And no matter how good you are to her, she can always find reasons to convince herself to cheat. Bottom line, not at all. On the other hand, whether in Subai's observation or the system's judgment, the senior sister was proven to be a genuine pure-hearted person. Subai will only give to girls who are loyal to him and continue to provide emotional value. Around 8 o'clock, Subai got ready and drove his Mercedes-Benz GLE to the 4S store he had visited yesterday. This time, my goals and mentality are completely different. Chapter 28. Buying a car for a senior sister. A frugal senior sister Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Zhou Jielu, who was about to resign, was surrounded by several female colleagues, taking advantage of the fact that there were not many customers in the store in the morning. I gossiped with her in low voices and asked her about her boyfriend's situation in all aspects. Everyone looked very concerned. After all, which sales lady working here has not fantasized about being taken away by a rich man and living the life of a wealthy wife without having to work? Rich people have been exposed to this job for a long time and will have similar tendencies to a certain extent. Some of these young ladies were having a youthful campus romance with their boyfriends at school before graduation. After graduation, I felt the pressure of reality and my thoughts gradually changed. It's not that I really don't like my campus lover anymore, but the desire in my heart has expanded. I am not just satisfied with love and water, but I have higher requirements for material conditions. In school, food, and accommodation are subsidized by the government, so it doesn't cost much. Only after I started working did I realize that, apart from other things, renting a house alone is a considerable expense every month. The situation here in Jiangcheng is relatively good. If you work in a big city, renting a bedroom in the suburbs will cost at least 1 or 2,000 yuan a month, not to mention buying a house, a car, and raising children. Each of these is a big expense. So, when the sales staff learned that Zhou Jielu's boyfriend was still in school, they were extremely envious. This means you get both youth and bread. No, sisters, what you said sounds so mysterious. Is that Subai really tall and handsome? The person who said this was a salesperson wearing heavy makeup. Her name is Fengliyun. She happened to be on vacation and didn't come to work yesterday, so she didn't see Subai before Zhou Jielu joined the company. She was responsible for shooting new media promotional videos, and then Zhou Jielu took over her position. There's no way From appearance to figure, and even temperament, she was beaten in all aspects. Zhou Jialu was simply a natural-born fairy. To be honest, Feng Liyun was very happy that Zhou Jialu successfully tricked Fu Gu into resigning. It would be a tragedy if this sister really got a permanent job in the store. Feng Liyun doesn't know how long she will be suppressed. Feng Liyun has been looking forward to which rich man will take her away, but in her expectation, the person who won Zhou Jialu should be a middle-aged greasy uncle, so that she would feel more balanced. Sister Feng, it's true. I was on duty yesterday and I stared at that boy for a long time. Oh, I just thought he was good looking at the time, I didn't mean anything else. Jialu, you won't be angry, right? A sales lady joked. Hee, it's okay. It's not illegal to look at handsome guys. Zhou Jialu said with a smile, go ahead and look. You can't eat them anyway. Yo, it seems our Jialu has already eaten it. How much did you eat last night? Can I feed you enough? Hateful. Saying such weird things in public, the girls were playing around. Subai, who was tall and straight, strode into the forest store. The chattering girls suddenly quieted down, suppressed by the handsome guy's aura. In fact, this is a very common thing. If a handsome and noble boy approaches, the girls who are chatting in groups of 2 or 3 will suddenly become quiet, secretly glance at him, and then talk excitedly after he walks away. Good morning, everyone. Subai greeted her in a general way, then approached the senior, gave her a hug, and kissed her lightly on the forehead. Zhou Jialu was a little surprised and responded with a light kiss on Subai's face. This immediately caused the girls to start cheering. Hey, why are there people showing off their affection so early in the morning? It's so embarrassing. Jialu, you might as well just kill me. The single guys will be so jealous. Subai exchanged a few pleasantries with them, then asked Zhou Jialu, Senior, have you completed all the resignation procedures? Well, everything is done. I can go with you anytime. Zhou Jialu held Subai's hand, her face full of sweetness. She is so lucky to meet her junior. Subai nodded when he heard that, took out his cell phone and called Manager Guo out. Manager Guo, I'm planning to pick out a car for Jialu. Since she's already resigned, I'd like you to go through the formalities. No trouble. Manager Guo waved his hands repeatedly. Who would find it troublesome when there are good results? Junior, do you really want to buy me a car? There's no need. I don't think I really need a car. It would be such a waste. Zhou Jialu said. Although he said no, his expression was quite surprised. Of course I have to buy it. Senior sister also needs to move around sometimes. Jiangcheng is so big, it's more convenient to have a car. Subai insisted. If you have established a close relationship with Zhou Jialu and you can indulge her in spending, you can get cash back. Okay, then, since you think you need one, buy one. But don't buy one that's too expensive. If it's too expensive, you won't be able to use it. It should be said that Zhou Jialu has a very high emotional intelligence. If she were a greedy gold digger, she would naturally choose a more expensive car if she had the opportunity to buy one. Anyway, it's not my own money, so I don't feel bad about it, but Zhou Jialu didn't think so. If the car she drove was more expensive than Subai's, wouldn't it feel weird and seem very ignorant? In fact, it doesn't need to be more expensive, as long as it is similar, it will not be suitable. What's your level? Why do you drive a car of the same price as your junior? Zhou Jialu has a clear understanding of her own position. She is the younger student's little woman, so it is natural for her to be humble. The more you are favored by your junior classmates, the more you should be aware of this, instead of being like the women in TV dramas or romance novels who are spoiled and arrogant. Zhou Jialu thought about it for a moment and quickly made a choice. After all, I have been working in sales for a while and I am very familiar with the product line of the Mercedes-Benz brand. The entry-level C260L is fine, and there's no need for a high-end model. It has all the necessary features. Really? Subai felt that the cashback on this product was not strong enough. How about buying the E-Class? It looks better. No, the E-Class is almost $500,000 after the price cut. It's unnecessary. In fact, if I wasn't afraid of losing face for my junior, I could drive a 30,000 yuan chopped pepper fish head car without any problem. It's just a means of transportation anyway. Zhou Jialu sticks out her tongue, looking playful and a little innocent, appearing on this seductive face, which is extremely lethal to men. Subai couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Senior sister, you are so frugal. Hey, of course. I'm yours now, so it's my duty to help you save money. Manager Guo maintained a professional smile but complained madly in his heart, damn it, just pick up the car and leave. Why are you still standing here showing off your love? Singles are so envious. Complaints aside, the car is actually delivered very quickly, because as the classic entry-level luxury car of the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, the C260L has sufficient stock. Moreover, because Subai paid in full, there was no need to go through the loan process. That's pretty much it once the insurance is settled. As a result, at just 9 o'clock, Subai and Zhou Jialu were already driving on the road, one after the other, heading to the JW Marriott Hotel. Looking at the two brand new cars driving out of the 4S store in an imposing manner, salesperson Feng Liyun was a little dazed. He's actually a handsome guy. The moment she saw Subai, her heart was moved and she wanted to take the opportunity to hook up with him. However, I really don't have the confidence to do this in front of Joe Jellu. Forget it. Who made Sister Jellu naturally beautiful and lucky? Well, I'm so envious. Chapter 29. Why is Subai qualified to sit next to her? As a car salesman, Joe Jellu was also quite skilled at driving. The two cars were parked side by side in the underground parking lot of JW Marriott. You know what? They look quite a good match. C260L is exquisite and GLE is domineering. Subai hugged Joe Jellu and looked at the two cars, feeling very satisfied. The senior sister spent a total of 280,000 yuan on this car and won an 8-fold cash back, which is 2.24 million yuan. It turns out that Senior is his lucky star. It seems that whenever Subai encounters a place where he needs to make large purchases and get cash back, he will have to bring Joe Jellu with him. Would you like to use the temporary license plate first, or would you like me to accompany you to register it in the morning? Don't you have a required class? Yes, but you can also ask for leave. No, there's no rush. You go to class first. I can stay in the hotel by myself. I can play on my phone and watch TV. I won't be bored. Joe Jellu began to show her cuteness again. This service awareness is many times better than those socialites who only know how to act nonsense. Subai nodded with satisfaction and leaned close to Joe Jellu's ear and said, then let's go up first. Senior sister, help me relax. I'm going back to school. Yeah. Joe Jellu responded softly, glancing at Subai who was already getting ready to make a move. Wow, my junior is so talented. When my birthday comes, I'm really afraid that he will torment me so much that I won't be able to get out of bed. However, for women, this is actually a happy trouble, especially after a while. After helping Subai relax, Joe Jellu vaguely felt that Subai's strength was somehow stronger than yesterday. There is also a surge of anticipation. If this goes on, even if my junior is patient, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until my birthday. I'll be tempted to take things one step further with him. Sigh, if it really doesn't work out, I'll just let things take their course. Joe Jellu gradually relaxed the restrictions in his mind. Drive back to school. Subai found a parking space in the open-air public parking lot in the south area of Jiangcheng University. Many faculty and staff park here, including a few students who have their own cars, such as local Shuetao. The dormitory area is on the north side, and the classroom is on the west side. They are a bit far from the parking lot, about a 10-minute walk. It doesn't matter if there are shared bicycles. With his physical fitness improved by the body strengthening fluid, he pedaled his bicycle at full speed. I successfully arrived at the advanced mathematics classroom before class started. Subai walked in and looked towards the back of the classroom. As expected, he found his 3 roommates in the last 2 rows. Unfortunately, the seats were full and his roommate did not help him save a seat. As we all know, the last 2 rows of classrooms for large classes in universities are considered to be feng shui treasures. The farther away from the teacher, the more comfortable you will feel. Wang Haoran also saw Subai and made a classic move of a basketball star towards him. Spread your hands, expressing helplessness. Messages were also sent on WeChat. Wang Haoran is eating the mountain's flexible inspiration mushrooms today. Silly son, there were only 3 seats left when we got here, so you're on your own. Wang Haoran ate the mountain's agile inspiration mushroom today. Yongchu Tafia _big fool. Puff pastry big white goose _ middle finger. Subai scanned the entire classroom. It seems that only the first row is space left. The problem is that sitting in the first row means becoming the old professor's interaction partner and accepting his criticism. Don't do this kind of thing. Suddenly, Subai was surprised to find that there was an empty seat at the edge of the middle section of the classroom. Looking closely, hey, isn't this Chen Yuxing? A large tiered classroom with seats close together. There was a wall on the right side of Chen Yuxing and an empty seat on the left, which seemed quite unique considering that all the seats nearby were full. Subai could probably understand the cause of this phenomenon, the oppressive feeling of the cold and arrogant senior sister and academic master. Boy, this class is advanced mathematics for freshmen, which means that most of the students attending the class are freshmen, who are generally still in the state of having just graduated from high school and are very thin-skinned. It's normal not to dare to sit next to Chen Yuxing. Besides, Chen Yuxing doesn't have any female friends. This time, Chen Yuxing also saw Subai, and a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but his face soon turned stern again. Don't dare to be too obvious. But he expressed his meaning through actions. He opened the folding chair beside him and waved to Subai. Oh no, this action aroused a burst of suppressed discussion. Several classmates happened to be paying attention to Chen Yuxing, and when they saw her take the initiative to invite the boy who had just entered the classroom to sit next to her, they immediately lost their composure. No, what's going on? Isn't Goddess Chen oblivious to the world outside and focused on reading the books of sages? Aren't you averse to men and only engaged in scientific research? She actually took the initiative to invite boys to sit together. No, that's impossible. I must be seeing things. However, the facts gave these people a heavy blow. Subai sat down next to Chen Yuxing very naturally. Then, Chen Yuxing leaned close to his ear and whispered something. From now on, you can sit with me in advanced math class. Usually, no one sits next to me. Good idea. Subai thought it was a good idea. This way he wouldn't have to worry about not getting a good seat. In fact, the position in the middle of the classroom is also good. Sometimes the teacher will pay extra attention to the students in the last 2 rows, which is considered to be against the routine. There is always a dynamic game between teachers and students. Chen Yuxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Su Bai would refuse, but she really likes being with Su Bai. She feels very comfortable. You can also chat with him secretly during class, share interesting things you see online. Chen Yuxing is basically an internet addict who lacks interpersonal interaction in the real world, or rather, she has no interest in ordinary social interactions. Only Su Bai was particularly to her liking, and Su Bai is rich. Ever since his mother fell ill, Chen Yuxing has become more and more aware of the importance of money. In fact, she had known for a long time that money was important. After all, she was just autistic, not stupid. She had learned the meaning of currency in her middle school textbooks. However, it was easier to directly experience the warmth and coldness of life in the hospital. If I become Su Bai's girlfriend, I won't have to worry about the money for Mom's medical treatment. Mom will receive proper treatment, and I won't have to worry about making a living. Chen Yuxing glanced at Su Bai's upright sitting posture and sunny and handsome face, and suddenly this thought came to his mind. Then he slapped himself in his heart. What are you thinking about, Chen Yuxing? Dating with such utilitarian goals is immoral, isn't it? I feel like it won't end well. Besides, even if she really became Su Bai's girlfriend, there was no reason to ask him to spend so much money to treat her mother's illness. Rationally speaking, Chen Yuxing thought that the idea that just came up was stupid, but then again, Su Bai and she are really compatible. At the level of soulmates, being in love with Su Bai is the level of true love, and there doesn't seem to be any problem with it. The girl's mind was in a tangle. At the same time, Su Bai reported to Counselor Xia Lin on his mobile phone that he had returned to class, so that Director Xia could rest assured. I have to say that this counselor is quite serious and responsible, and his management is very relaxed. It is really rare to have both strict and loose management. Having a reliable counselor is definitely a major benefit for your college life. At the back of the classroom, Shumingzhi stared at him with dead fish eyes, staring closely at Su Bai and Chen Yuxing over there. A look of distraught. He opened his mouth in disbelief and said, "No, this isn't right. Why would Chen Yuxing allow Su Bai to sit next to her?" Chapter 30. Young couples are not allowed to whisper in class. Shumingzhi was shocked. Wang Haoren disagreed. So what? Brother Bai is not the god of plague. What's so strange about Chen Yuxing sitting next to him? Brother Haoren, you might not have noticed the details. Shumingzhi pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. It was Chen Yuxing who took the initiative to invite him over. And after that lousy Su Bai sat down, Chen Yuxing was still whispering in his ear. Lousy Su Bai. That's too much detail. Wang Haoren was speechless and could only sweat profusely. Keep your voice down and don't go crazy here. Xuetao said awkwardly and unhappily, if you don't feel ashamed, then we are. Xuetao felt happy about the misfortune, but she couldn't be happy. Although it was refreshing to see Mr. Hu deeply hurt, Su Bai did seem a bit too close to Chen Yuxing. Xuetao couldn't help but ask, when did these two people meet? In Xuetao's impression, Su Bai and Chen Yuxing never said a word to each other. Could it be that in some unknown corner, the two of them had some kind of intersection, some kind of bond? But the problem is that apart from attending classes, Su Bai basically just lies in the dormitory playing games on his phone. He is not the type of person who likes to go out and have fun. It is said that Chen Yuxing's life is similar, with dormitory, classroom and laboratory as the 3 points in a straight line. So I want to ask, how did this lively atmosphere of whispering and chatting develop? To be honest, Xuetao was really jealous. A girl as beautiful and outstanding as Chen Yuxing was actually the only child of a local demolition household in Jiangchang and the first choice for choosing a partner. Unfortunately, Chen Yuxing was too outstanding, and Xuetao didn't even dare to dream about it. I haven't heard that Chen Yuxing has a good relationship with that boy. It turns out that Su Bai made the fastest progress. This is really hard to accept. Xuetao admitted that Su Bai is a bit handsome, but the problem is that there is no shortage of handsome men chasing Chen Yuxing. Besides, his financial situation is too poor. To put it bluntly, he might even meet the conditions for receiving minimum living allowance. Xuetao had at least tens of thousands of yuan in pocket money every month, was driving a Magotan right after his freshman year, and owned 4 apartments locally. What exactly is the problem? It should be said that although Xuetao loves to show off, she still has some brains. You can't get into Jiangcheng University without brains. After thinking for a long time, suddenly my eyes lit up and I grasped something from nowhere. Wang Haoren, did Su Bai and Chen Yuxing meet through playing games? Wang Haoren, who was concentrating on playing the mobile game, looked confused. You ask me? Yes, don't you usually play with Su Bai? We don't always play together. He mostly plays ranked games by himself, and I mainly play 2D games. Wang Haoren smiled shyly, and his meaning was very clear. Don't ask me, I don't know. Hey, that's really strange. In the middle of the classroom, Chen Yuxing was completely unaware of what everyone was saying, or rather, he didn't care at all. Her mind was on Su Bai. I spent almost the entire math class struggling with that question. Ask yourself, Chen Yuxing is sure that she likes Su Bai, but will Su Bai like her? If she actively pursues Su Bai and asks Su Bai to give her money, Su Bai will think she is a gold digger. Alas, when it comes to love, Chen Yuxing has absolutely no experience and has never even thought about falling in love. She has been very sensible since she was young. She studies, fiddles with computers, competes for rankings in solo queue, watches abstract videos on Bilibili, and writes abstract stories on Tia. But maybe my hobby is too niche for a girl, so I have never had any close friends. The boys all approached her with impure intentions, but Chen Yuxing always rejected them sternly, and gradually developed an aloof image. It was not until that day in the cafe, when I chatted a lot with Su Bai, that I was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a soul in this world so similar to mine. This is what is called love at first sight. But from a realistic point of view, is Chen Yuxing really worthy of dating Su Bai? Her father divorced and ran away, her mother was seriously ill and hospitalized, and her family was broken apart. Shang, are you free this afternoon? I'll send you a playmate list. Su Bai's voice interrupted Chen Yuxing's thoughts. The latter was stunned for a moment, and suddenly his expression changed. What did you call me just now? I think calling her Shang sounds better. If you don't want to, I don't mind. You can call me whatever you want. Is it really possible? Really? Well, after all, we're not the kind of strangers who are very polite, right? I think we are at the level of soulmates. Chen Yuxing felt that this definition was too ambiguous, but he didn't have the energy to refute it, just accept it. What kind of companionship? When you accompanied me to buy a computer, we talked before. You said you knew the computer mall at the south gate of the school very well. Not only would you not be ripped off, but you could also get a lower price than online retailers. Well, so? Help me build a computer for gaming. As for the budget, I just want one that's better value than the eye of the prodigal. Speaking of this, Chen Yuxing instantly remembered that the first time they spoke was because she saw Su Bai was going to buy a different kind of computer and couldn't help but remind him to buy. In other words, this was her opportunity to strike up a conversation with Su Bai. Shocked, if we don't count the online play, the two of them met because Chen Yuxing approached Su Bai. It's so perverted just thinking about it. She is a socially anxious person, maybe this is what they call God's will. Okay, no problem. Chen Yuxing agreed readily. The salary is calculated based on playing with you, 200 per hour. Since it was a little secret conversation between Su Bai and Chen Yuxing and was not convenient for others to know, Chen Yuxing felt a little guilty and got very close to Su Bai, almost to the point of rubbing their ears. Ahem. The teacher on the podium couldn't stand it any longer. Young couple by the window on the right, please be mindful of your influence and don't whisper to each other during class. The classmates looked at him with mischievous and gossipy eyes. Chen Yuxing was so embarrassed that her mind went blank. She lowered her head and played with her fingers without saying a word. From the neck to the ears, it is all bright red, so beautiful and tempting. As for Su Bai, he grinned and apologized. Okay teacher, I know I was wrong. Red bean paste private Marseille not at all ashamed. To put it nicely, he has a sunny personality. To put it bluntly, he is a complete loser. Maybe it was because he was shameless that he was able to hook up with Chen Yuxing. Many students had similar ideas. Looking at the scene before us, it is not at all inappropriate to say that they are a couple. They are both talented and beautiful. Moreover, after being called out by the teacher, Chen Yuxing did not draw a clear line between himself and Su Bai. Instead, after the storm had passed, the two continued to whisper to each other. At the back of the classroom, Shumingzhi suddenly struggled to stand up, holding his chest and staggering out. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wang Haoran asked. Go out and get some fresh air. My heart aches, I can't breathe, brother. Chapter 31. Chen Yuxing's favorability exceeds 80, and Su Bai has a bold idea. In order to prevent murder from happening, Wang Haoran generously accompanied Shumingzhi to the infirmary. Judging from his posture, he was obviously shocked by the intimate behavior of Su Bai and Chen Yuxing. If he was not taken care of, something bad would happen. The young man is fine, but his spleen and stomach are a little weak. Try not to stay up late. School hospital. The doctor smiled and put away his stethoscope, and withdrew his hand from taking the pulse. Then he added, Xiao Daoguan. Shumingzhi, to be on the safe side, let's do a blood test. If you still feel uncomfortable, I'll prescribe moxibustion therapy. If you're fine, I'll withdraw. Wang Haoran didn't understand. Doctor, is this Chinese medicine or Western medicine? I want to ask you, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Mr. Hu is fine, that's good. Sitting on the bench at the door of the emergency room, Shumingzhi's eyes were dull. Suddenly he murmured, why is Chen Yuxing so enthusiastic about Su Bai? Well, who can say for sure about matters of the heart? Don't think too much about it. Wang Haoran said something to comfort her, but he had completely different thoughts in his mind. He knew Brother Bai's hidden strength: rich, good-natured, and handsome. This is obviously a good match for Chen Yuxing in my opinion. South Gate of Jiangchen University, Computer City. The computer city of this era has obviously become deserted. With the development of self-media information, everyone knows that the unscrupulous businessmen in the ditch are ruthless and ruthless. You'll get half the points with strangers and a grand slam with acquaintances. What i9 level CPU, military-grade motherboard, server-level memory, are all exaggerated, but in fact they are all electronic waste collected from somewhere, assembled into high-end looking computers to deceive those who don't know the business. The computer costs 600 yuan, but I sell it to you for 5,600 yuan. I make a profit of 5,000 yuan with tears and blood nowadays. Anyone who usually watches some popular science videos generally won't go to the computer mall to get ripped off. However, Chen Yuxing is an exception. She is very familiar with the principles and market prices of software and hardware. I also helped Professor Luo with purchasing, therefore, you can actually get cheap goods in the computer mall. Simply put, it bypasses agents at all levels and the prices are even lower than those of e-commerce. This is also Chen Yuxing's ability. No wonder Professor Luo always praised this new student to everyone he met. Isn't that amazing? He can write code and do procurement, and he's also honest and never corrupt. Subai even suspected that Professor Luo was exploiting the labor force, therefore, Subai didn't need to think at all. He just followed Chen Yuxing and watched her bargain. There is no doubt that Chen Shueba is a socially anxious person, but it seems that when it comes to her favorite professional field, she has a decisive style. Occasionally he would turn around and ask Subai about his needs, and then negotiate with the boss who sold computer accessories based on his needs. A complete set of configurations was quickly developed. The accessories were gathered together and assembled and debugged on site in a store. That has long-term cooperation with Professor Luo's laboratory. Hey, Xiao Chun, your computer doesn't look like it's for laboratory use. With so many RGB light strips, Professor Luo might think you're playing games in the lab. The boss, a kind old lady, made sharp comments while eating melon seeds. It's for playing games. I gave it to him. Chen Yuxing, who was busy, looked up at Subai. The boss noticed the admiration in her eyes. The boss didn't expose it, but just laughed and looked at Subai. Well, not bad. The young man has a nice and smooth hairstyle. If he can afford a computer worth tens of thousands of dollars, I guess his family is not bad. Subai was completely unaware of his boss's gaze. He was concentrating on watching Chen Yuxing assemble the computer, quite skilled. Anyway, he is better than Subai. Even so, she still said that she was not good at doing things with her hands. This must be pure modesty. In other words, in comparison, her skills in other areas are more powerful, and the so-called not good enough is only compared with herself. Why do you keep looking at me? It's fun to watch you assemble a computer. To be honest, before I met you, I never thought I would assemble a computer with a girl. This is pretty cool, right? Stop talking nonsense and come over here to help. The two of them worked together to dismantle and install partitions, tighten screws, and so on. During this process, your fingers will inevitably rub against each other. An ambiguous atmosphere gradually brewed. Chen Yuxing kept pondering Subai's words in his head. It seems that in Subai's eyes, she is also a special existence. Soon, the computer was installed and turned on. Then install the system and related drivers. Everything is ready. It's time to run a test to test the strength of this computer. The score was higher than Subai expected. Subai was slightly puzzled by this, and Chen Yuxing explained, I've set a set of overclocking parameters for you, which will give you better performance than the standard parameters. That sounds awesome, but it won't explode, right? No, there's plenty of power and cooling, so it's definitely manageable. After all, your budget is maxed out, so I've found you only the best parts. Chen Yuxing looked very confident. At that time, the Eye of Prodigal Son that Subai wanted to buy cost about 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. Chen Yuxing said that it was not cost-effective. As a result, the set he bought for Subai cost a full 100,000 yuan, which was quite outrageous, but it does have better performance. The appearance is also beautiful and full of technological aesthetics. It's definitely a man's dream gaming console. Subai paid the money, found a cardboard box with plastic foam, packed the computer in it, and carried it to the car. The desktop computer was very heavy, but it felt as light as a feather when Subai carried it on his shoulders. Then he carried a monitor with a top-level panel, a keyboard, headphones, a mouse and other peripherals, completing the complete set. The whole set cost more than 100,000 yuan, and the cash back was about 500,000 yuan. Where are we going now? Chen Yuxing asked. It shouldn't be the dormitory, right? The power supply of this set can't support the limited power supply in the dormitory. Of course. I'm staying at a hotel near the school right now, so I'll just take it there. I'll transport it again when I find a place to live permanently. Chen Yuxing immediately thought that the hotel where Subai was staying must be no ordinary one. Sure enough, the car drove to JW Marriott. Chen Yuxing knew the brand of this hotel and knew it was very expensive. However, when I followed Subai into the Riverview suite, I didn't feel anything about the grandeur inside. This is in stark contrast to Zhou Jialu. After all, Chen Yuxing is not interested in these luxurious material desires. She cares about other aspects. If there were a bunch of computing cards used for AI research in the room, perhaps Chen Yuxing would be as excited as Zhou Jialu was when he walked in. After helping Subai set up the computer, Chen Yuxing realized belatedly that she was actually alone with him in the hotel room that Subai had booked. In this regard, Chen Yuxing has always been very cautious and would never be alone with a man in a closed space. Being with Subai was so natural, without any vigilance at all. Chen Yuxing is a person who pays attention to rigorous logic. From the analysis of this phenomenon, it is proof that Subai's position in her heart is no longer just a friend. Or as Subai said, soulmates. Well, I've already fallen hopelessly in love with him, Chen Yuxing thought resentfully. Bite. Ding. Detected that S-rank goddess Chen Yuxing's favorability towards Subai has exceeded 80 points, and the intimate relationship has been successfully bound. 1 bonus draw. Now, spending money on Chen Yuxing and satisfying her indulgent desires can also earn the host 2 to 10 times the cashback. Oh, this also broke through 80 points. In fact, Subai was not surprised by this. After all, he also felt from the bottom of his heart that he had a strong connection with Chen Yuxing. However, for a girl like this who has a strong sense of self-esteem and seems to have a hidden family background, you can't be impatient and have to conquer her slowly. As a result, I fell in love so quickly and it became a deeply and passionately loved relationship. So Subai patiently said, Shang, I have a bold idea. Chapter 32. A girl's shyness is worth 1,000 words. What are you going to do? Chen Yuxing suddenly became nervous. She subconsciously took half a step back, clutching the sides of her chiffon skirt with both hands, looking pitiful. Well, if Subai really makes excessive demands on her, then it's not impossible to consider it. Weird and outrageous ideas popped up in the girl's head. However, the next moment, Subai said something that was completely beyond Chen Yuxing's expectations. How about upgrading your equipment? That way, you'll be more comfortable playing with me in the dorm. Is this a bold idea? What's wrong? Fine. Chen Yuxing was inexplicably annoyed, biting his lips, looking silly. I was angry at myself for thinking in the wrong way. Subai is obviously very serious. So, what do you think? Open JD.com and pick out a computer. A desktop computer definitely won't be suitable for the dormitory due to its limited electricity supply, and you also need portability. Well, don't say you don't need it. I'm just trying to satisfy my own emotional value. Think about it, if your game lags while I'm playing it, I'd be really upset, right? Isn't that the truth? That's correct, but what Chen Yuxing was worried about was not this aspect. Seeing that Subai was sincere in wanting to choose a computer for her, Chen Yuxing couldn't hold back her thoughts and blurted out, Subai, don't you like playing games with me in the couple's room? Ah. Subai was stunned. What does this have to do with the couple's room? So, when you changed my computer, didn't that mean I should play with you in the dorm as much as possible and you don't want to see me offline? God doesn't want to see you. What kind of top-level understanding is this? Subai was so angry that he laughed. You're not free to come play with me every day. Isn't this so that you can have good equipment anytime, anywhere? Your computer has quality control issues, and after-sales service won't replace it. Sometimes it freezes for no reason. You told me that yourself. Wait, Shang, are you saying that you actually prefer to book a couple's room with me? A meaningful smile appeared on Subai's lips. Seeing this, Chen Yuxing felt uncomfortable all over. He said, I have something else to do, I'm leaving first, and fled from the JW Marriott's Riverview suite in a panic. Oh my, not bad. Chen Shuaba's shy little look. A girl's shyness is better than any words in the world. Subai gained a very deep understanding of this sentence from Chen Yuxing. Junior, I'm back. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the graceful Zhou Jielu appeared in front of Subai again. It had not actually been too long since Chen Yuxing escaped. Zhou Jielu went back to school in the afternoon to attend a class. It was a subject that he had failed before and would have to retake in his senior year. Some teachers keep a close eye on students who are repeating the course, so you have to go. Subai took advantage of this time difference and prevented Chen Yuxing and Zhou Jielu from meeting each other. There is timing. It seems like a superb operation, but in fact it is just a guess. Subai didn't even know that these two were roommates. Zhou Jielu never discussed with Subai who his roommate was. Subai's knowledge of the goddess dormitory is limited to Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing. Seeing a rather impressive-looking computer in the Riverview suite, Zhou Jielu asked curiously, Junior, did you go buy a computer this afternoon? Well, I built one that I'm very satisfied with. Playing games must be fun, but unfortunately I'm not very good at it. If you don't mind, you can teach me. As soon as Zhou Jielu saw Subai, he stuck to Subai like some kind of parasitic mollusk. She still seemed to like teasing Subai and like seeing Subai unable to control himself because of her charm. Subai was keenly aware of this. It seemed that the senior sister had been like this before, eager to have her charm recognized, but deep down she was a very conservative and self-respecting woman. That's why some people say she is burned, but now, the object of seeking recognition is firmly locked on Subai. That feeling of happiness is self-evident. So Subai enjoyed the service of the senior schoolmate again. I lay on the sofa feeling refreshed and opened a bottle of drink from the refrigerator in the hotel room. Zhou Jielu was studying Evian mineral water packaged in glass bottles, which always appears in various literary and artistic works that showcase luxurious lifestyles. The small gift pack of 330 milliliters is priced at 200 yuan per bottle. As for the taste, it's certainly good, but is it really worth the money? It's hard to say. After getting pretty bored, the two of them went downstairs and found a Cantonese restaurant nearby to eat. I've been eating a bit too greasy food these past 2 days, so I need to change my taste. Although the system will eliminate the negative effects of indulgence for Subai, his taste buds will still tend to taste more different foods. Well, actually Subai just likes to spend money. Foodies are like this. When they have money, they want to try everything. While eating, Chen Yuxing sent an emoji of a cat peeking out of its head. Subai didn't say much and told her directly that the fight would start at 8 o'clock in the evening. According to Subai's estimation, the senior sister would definitely go back at 8 o'clock. Sure enough, before 7:30, Zhou Jielu said she wanted to go back to the dormitory to chat with her best friend and left, mainly because I was afraid that if I stayed too late I would get lazy and not want to leave, so I would just go along with my junior. Subai took a bath and went online on time at 8 o'clock. Chen Yuxing was relatively silent in the game today, and didn't even turn on the free microphone. He only occasionally turned on the microphone briefly to say a few words, obviously still in a state of autism. This is normal. According to the system, Chen Yuxing has completely fallen in love with Su Bai. For a girl with her personality, her entire mental state will inevitably undergo a strong baptism after falling in love. Just give her some time. There is a saying that goes, good food is never too late. Su Bai really likes this one from Chen Yuxing. After 2 hours of playing together, as soon as I quit the game, Chen Yuxing said on WeChat, Yuxia, are you angry? Puff pastry white goose, no. Yuxia, oh dot. Yuxia, I'm not angry either dot. Yuxia, well, I wasn't angry at all today. I just had a sore throat, so I didn't talk much. Puff pastry big white goose, understanding big white goose _ cheers supply white goose. I've ordered a ROG Strix 8 Plus for you. I filled in the address at Sanyao Express Station close to your building. It should arrive tomorrow morning. Remember to pick it up when you receive the text message dot. Yuxia, yeah dot. Yuxia, thank you. It can be said that the two people's aesthetic tastes are indeed in sync. Although Chen Yuxing always claimed that the ROG brand had a high premium, it was actually the laptop that Su Bai bought for her. During the summer vacation, Chen Yuxing had been coveting it for a long time, but its top configuration costs more than 30,000 yuan. There is no need to spend this money in vain. The money should be saved for my mother's medical treatment. Su Bai is really very good to her. In addition, when Su Bai teased her in the hotel in the afternoon, it was obvious that Su Bai knew Chen Yuxing's feelings. Why do I feel like this guy has the air of a scumbag? But I really like him. Chen Yuxing complained silently, then went to bed with his phone to chat with Su Bai.at. This time, it was rare for all four members to be present in the goddess dormitory. In addition to the two goddesses who have a relationship with Su Bai, and Lu Yuan who has a relationship with Su Bai's roommate, the fourth member is Jiang Qiran from the broadcasting and hosting department. Chapter 33, the Su Bai you were talking about, is that the Su Bai, Jiang Qiran is not tall, but has a delicate and beautiful face like a doll. It's enough to arouse any man's desire to protect her, because she has been practicing dance since she was a child. Jiang Qiran's demeanor has become more graceful and charming. She has a petite and slender figure, and the small hill on her chest is not very big, but it matches her overall temperament and is particularly charming. Therefore, she is not simply a pure goddess, but the most popular pure desire type. First, love face and white, thin and young are similar words that always appear when classmates mention Jiang Qiran. There is always a vibrant smile on her face, and every frown and smile is full of girlishness, like a delicate little schoolgirl who came from an island anime. In fact, among the three goddesses in the goddess dormitory, Jiang Qiran has the most suitors. Chen Yuxing is too cold and Zhou Jialu is too hot. There's a feeling of being hard to control. Only Jiang Qiran, even the most ordinary boy, couldn't help but fantasize. What if the school beauty Jiang discovered the beauty in his heart and created a spark of soul? At this time, Jiang Qiran had just finished participating in a club activity. Normally, the clubs at Jiangcheng University would only start recruiting new members after the National Day holiday, but Jiang Qiran was an art student, so she followed her senior from the broadcasting and hosting department into joining the animation club, where she mainly did amateur dubbing work and was very popular. Oh, I'm so tired. Hey, what smells so good? Wearing a JK uniform pleated skirt and wedge-heeled leather shoes, Jiang Qiran walked into the house and was attacked by the rich aroma of food. Lu Yuan said, Senior has brought some food back, come and share it with us. Wow, Senior is so nice. She just brought us snacks yesterday. Yeah, this time we're frying food. We're using a special healthy cooking oil. It won't make you gain weight easily. Zhou Jialu was showing off a little bit. After all, like yesterday's dim sum, it was from a popular online celebrity shop in Jiangcheng recently, and the price was not affordable for ordinary students, and now she is considered rich, with a monthly pocket money of 100,000 yuan, and Su Bai buys her all kinds of expensive luxury goods. It is only right to bring some snacks to bribe roommates from time to time to maintain good relationships with them. After all, people are always jealous, and if jealousy brews for too long, it can easily turn into malice. People with high emotional intelligence are good at turning malice into nothingness. Then I'm welcome. Thank you. Senior Jiang Qiran is also greedy, but she pays great attention to maintaining her figure and usually doesn't dare to indulge herself at night. What Senior Zhou bought is just right for her. You know what, even though it's a low-fat recipe, it tastes really good. In fact, she had wanted to try it for a long time, but the restaurant was a bit far from Jiangcheng University, in a more prosperous commercial district, and it was really expensive. For example, fried mushrooms, a very common ingredient, only cost a dozen yuan a bag in ordinary stores, but this store charges 58 yuan. Having said that, in Jiang Qiran's impression since she enrolled, Senior Zhou was actually quite frugal with her money. Why did she suddenly change her style? While thinking in his heart, Jiang Qiran's face showed no emotion. Occasionally, some girls would slander her, saying that this new school beauty was a green tea girl. However, most of her classmates thought she was a nice person. After all, Jiang Qiran wasn't hanging around with any boy. In fact, it was just because Jiang Qiran was deep-minded enough and was too lazy to play those ordinary green tea tricks. She is not an ordinary green tea, she has far-reaching plans. Therefore, before meeting a man who is truly worth pursuing, Jiang Qiran must maintain her personality, a pure and lustful 2D beautiful girl. At this time, Lu Yuan said with a gossipy look on her face, Junior Chiu Ran, let me tell you, our senior sister Jo has found her ideal husband. Ha? Senior sister is in love. Jiang Qiuran said in surprise. Well, I met someone I really liked. It was love at first sight, I guess. Talk about love at first sight, Chen Yuxing, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but look over here, what a coincidence, she also fell in love at first sight. It seems that everyone in the dormitory has good luck recently. Qiuran, look, this LV bag was bought for Jelu by her boyfriend. Wow, it's so beautiful, it must be expensive, right? Jiang Qiuran looks innocent and naive, and has no idea about luxury goods. Well, it fits the personality she usually carefully builds. In fact, I started screaming inside, the Louis Vuitton X Takashi Murakami Speedy Bandolier 25, whether it is its appearance, rarity, or price, it is the dream of young women. When Lu Yuan told her that the bag cost 160,000 yuan, Jiang Qiuran showed her shock appropriately, her eyes were wide open and her eyelashes were fluttering. Oh my god, senior sister, your boyfriend is so good to you. Yeah, it's very good for me. Zhou Jialu felt a little embarrassed by the praise. If they knew that Subai bought her 3 bags of the same price at once and spent more than 500,000 yuan, they would be scared to death. To be honest, Subai's financial resources are indeed quite exaggerated. It fully satisfied Zhou Jialu's vanity. It also made her more aware of how correct her choice was. After only knowing each other for a few hours, she gave her first kiss to Subai. It sounds a bit too much, but for a man as outstanding as Subai, girls should be willing to pay for him. The 3 girls were chattering among themselves. Chen Yuxing watched silently. She actually couldn't understand why a bag could be worth so much money. She felt it was a pure waste of money. However, such outrageous consumption habits made Chen Yuxing inexplicably think of Subai. If Subai bought her a bag, she would definitely rather not have it and replace it with a graphics card. What about Subai buying her a bag? They are now, well, they are soulmates, not lovers. Thinking of this, Chen Yuxing opened JD.com and searched for the interface of the 30,000 yuan laptop. You can get it tomorrow. It makes me happy to think about it, because she really likes all kinds of electronic products. If Chen Yuxing had money, he would definitely buy all kinds of electronic products and tinker with them in the dormitory if he didn't have to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Senior, when will you take us to meet your boyfriend? Lu Yuan asked. She was really curious about what the super rich man looked like. Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. We're not stable yet, and he's relatively low-key and doesn't like to show off. Oh, I see. She's afraid that since there are so many beautiful girls in our dormitory, she might steal her boyfriend after seeing him. What? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Jialu said, blushing. Jiang Qiuran teased, don't worry, senior, we are good friends and I will definitely not snatch it from you. That's right, senior sister, you're just judging others by your own standards. Lu Yuan also said with a smile, I already have a boyfriend. Junior sister Qiu Ran doesn't plan to have a relationship for the time being. As for junior sister Yu Shang, she is Subai. Me? Chen Yuxing was a little confused by being suddenly teased by his roommate and immediately denied it. I don't. Subai and I are just ordinary friends. Hey, something happened again that I don't know about. Jiang Qiuran was a little excited. Could it be that the cold and icy academic master Chen Yuxing was also going to be single? Today, Yu Shang sat with a boy in class. This is unprecedented. I heard about it from people in the computer department. Oh, looks like something's going on, there's no situation. Don't listen to their nonsense. Chen Yuxing defended himself stiffly, then crawled into the quilt and became autistic. At this moment, Zhou Jialu's expression changed slightly, and he pretended to be nonchalant and asked, which Subai are you talking about? Chapter 30. For the senior is jealous. Subai is a freshman in the same class as Yu Shang. Lu Yuan said. She didn't notice Zhou Jialu's abnormality. However, Zhou Jialu's heart suddenly skipped a beat when she heard Lu Yuan mention Subai's name. She only knew that Subai was a freshman in the computer science department, but she didn't know that Subai and Chen Yuxing were in the same class. Little did they know that their relationship was so good that they could sit together in class. Normally speaking, attending classes together doesn't mean anything. They are college students, not elementary school students who start to make trouble when they see boys and girls walking together. The problem is that Chen Yuxing is not an ordinary person. She always keeps her distance from any boy. In addition, when Chen Yuxing mentioned Subai just now, she was visibly shy. Not to mention the naked eye, even the blind can see it. Even a blind person can see it clearly. Logically speaking, Subai is very low-key in school, and perhaps some girls would approach him because of his good looks, but Chen Yuxing doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is simply and mindlessly obsessed with looks. Could it be that Chen Yuxing also discovered how rich Subai was? Don't do this kind of thing. Zhou Jialu's heart was in turmoil and he felt very uncomfortable. But she didn't ask any more questions. If she said it out loud, it would be too obvious. She didn't want to let people in the school know that her boyfriend was Subai for the time being. Hey, that's Subai, even though he looks like he comes from a poor family, he's really handsome. I wish my boyfriend Xue Tao was as handsome as him. Lu Yuan continued to complain. Xue Tao is not only ugly, but also has a bad personality. I just glanced at Subai a few times while eating in the cafeteria, and look how upset he was.
Jiang Qiuran asked uncertainly. Subai and Shui Tao, they seem to be in the same dormitory, right?
Yes, there's another rich boy, Xu Mingzhi, also from the computer science department, who's in that dormitory.
He's from Shanghai. Is Qiu Ran interested?
Ha, senior, I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being. Zhou Jielu pretended to be playing with his phone and listened to their conversation. It turns out that Lu Yuanyuan's boyfriend is Su Bai's roommate. That's good. I can get some information about Su Bai from Yuanyuan in the future. What made Zhou Jielu laugh and cry was that Lu Yuanyuan seemed to be a fan of Su Bai, and she kept talking about how tall and handsome Su Bai was, which was amazing. It seems that in this dormitory, except for the outsider Jiang Qiuran, the other three people all have a good impression of Su Bai. Zhou Jielu faintly smelled the scent of gunpowder. After a while, no one spoke in the goddess dormitory. Jiang Qiuran climbed onto her bed and pulled the curtains. After entering the solitude mode, her pretty face, which was full of energy, was suddenly stained with a layer of gloom.
Bai, are you really going to be with Chen Yushan?
The next day, early morning. Su Bai vaguely heard the sound of someone swiping the door card to enter the room, and then the familiar fragrance of the senior sister wafted into his nose. Good morning, my little brother. Opening his eyes, Su Bai saw Zhou Jialu's charming face close to him. Bo after a light kiss, Su Bai opened his arms and lifted the quilt, and Zhou Jialu came in and lay in his arms. Today, the senior student is wearing a refreshing t-shirt and a denim A-line skirt, which is a very classic outfit for female college students in this river city in late summer. But she has such a great figure that just an ordinary slim-fit t-shirt can highlight her plump figure and her particularly slender waist in contrast, which is very exciting. It's so early in the morning. It's indeed a bit difficult to handle. Zhou Jielu was held by him for a while, so he naturally felt it.
He smiled slyly and said, Junior, do you want me to help you?
Yes. Details omitted. Su Bai washed up in the spacious and luxurious bathroom, feeling refreshed through the reflection of the mirror. He saw Zhou Jielu leaning against the bathroom door, looking at him, and asked, Senior, do you have something to say to me? Oh, you are so smart, Junior. Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to be restrained in front of me, senior sister.
Well, then, let me ask you, do you know Chen Yushan?
I know her. I play games with her.
Su Bai said frankly. She lives in the same dormitory with me.
I see, it's worthy of being called the goddess dormitory. So when she was playing with Chen Yuxing last night, the senior was actually nearby. Gue, thinking this way gives me an inexplicable feeling. Su Bai knew very well that he was not a loyal man. After binding to the godly rich system, his harem instinct was activated. After wiping his freshly washed face, Su Bai looked at Zhou Jielu with amusement, waiting for the senior to continue speaking. Being looked at by Su Bai made her feel embarrassed, but Zhou Jielu still couldn't help wanting to speak out, so she had no choice but to get into his arms again, rubbing against him, and said in a coquettish tone, If you want to play games with me, I can do that too. I can learn any game you like to play. Oh my god, look at this service attitude, girls who restrict their boyfriends from playing games just because they don't like to play. Come and learn from Zhou Jielu, Su Bai said happily. Senior sister, I am very touched that you have such awareness.
The problem is that things are not what you think.
When playing with Shangshang, I'm not the one taking care of my sister, she's the one taking care of me. She's really good at playing games.
Oh.
Zhou Jielu even saw admiration in Su Bai's eyes. Yeah, boys all admire girls who are good at playing games, right? What's more, Chen Yuxing is so good looking and a top student, especially Su Bai's way of addressing Chen Yuxing was Shangshang.
The roommates in the goddess dormitory didn't call her in such an intimate way.
Why, are you jealous, senior?
Well, a little bit.
Just a little bit of jealousy. Zhou Jielu pressed his face against Su Bai's chest, his tone filled with a hint of melancholy. However, before Su Bai could say anything else, she raised her head again, and looked at Su Bai with her beautiful eyes as gentle as water. Actually, I've been mentally prepared for this.
How could such an outstanding man like my junior be with only one woman?
I just hope to occupy a unique place in my junior's heart.
You are so unique, senior, you are my first love.
Really? Really? My first love, my first kiss, were all with my senior.
Su Bai suddenly remembered something and laughed, and the first time.
What is it? Su Bai took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and showed Zhou Jielu the history records.
Senior was the first beauty blogger I followed on Douyin.
Although her personal account was not very popular at that time, she was just sharing her normal life and occasionally taking a few dance videos, which was very low-key. But I was young at the time, and for some reason I thought the senior was particularly attractive, so I made a mistake for the first time in my life while watching her video.
Su Bai's sincerity exploded. Zhou Jielu was stunned and his face flushed red. After a long time, he spoke haltingly, Junior, why are you so mean? So, the fate between me and senior sister can be said to be destined. I am her ideal type, and she is also my, I think calling her white moonlight isn't quite right. Su Bai pondered for a moment, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a very appropriate statement, Senior sister, you are my sexy moonlight. I hate it so much. Zhou Jielu was completely amused by Su Bai.
She laughed so hard that her body shook, and she started playing around with Su Bai. When I came to my senses, Su Bai had already carried me to the bed. The two looked at each other closely, and then smiled sweetly at the same time.
It's great to meet you. Chapter 35. Subai really gave too much. Junior, what are the plans for today? After being in love for a while, Zhou Jialu asked. Subai thought for a moment and said, I don't have any plans for today. It depends on my mood. I don't need to go back to school until tomorrow afternoon. So, what are you going to do back at school next afternoon? There's a class meeting coming up, which shouldn't be long. After the meeting, we'll have dinner at school. The time in between is all yours. As he spoke, Subai pinched the tip of Zhou Jialu's nose. The latter smiled and acted coquettishly, whispering, Me too, I have nothing else to do this weekend, so I will just focus on accompanying you. Okay, but tomorrow afternoon when I go back to school, please come back to the dorm. Don't neglect your bestie just because you're in a relationship. If you do, people will say you're prioritizing love over friendship. Hee, that's because you're so tempting. As he was talking, Zhou Jialu suddenly realized something. Subai asked her to go back to the dormitory tomorrow, which is Sunday afternoon. Does that mean she should stay in the hotel tonight? Suddenly, Zhou Jialu's skin began to feel hot. To be honest, she really wanted to live here, to lie in the same bed with Subai, to fall asleep in his arms, and to see Subai's handsome face immediately after waking up. Who doesn't like a woman who has just fallen in love? But if he really did that, Zhou Jialu was afraid that he would not be able to help but take the next step with Subai. She still hopes that her first time will be on a more memorable day. After thinking about it, Zhou Jialu decided to test Subai's attitude first. Junior, do you welcome me to stay here tonight? Of course you're welcome. I'd be happy if you're happy with that. Subai exchanged glances with her and suddenly laughed. Senior, are you worried that I might lose control of my nature and take you down? Well, actually, I also have some thoughts. Lying in Subai's arms, Zhou Jialu's eyes were hazy. If you really can't help it, you can eat me anytime you want. It's no problem. Subai smiled without comment. Zhou Jialu is a rare high-scoring goddess who was both loyal and considerate to Subai. It must be grand. Besides, when the time comes, we can create some grand scenes and add more sense of ceremony. We can choose the most expensive gameplay and get some indulgent cashback. However, looking at her confused little eyes, it was obvious that she was unable to suppress her inner emotions. Subai and Zhou Jialu stayed in the hotel all day, either watching dramas on TV or being intimate with Subai. Zhou Jialu found himself a little addicted. When the two of them got bored of staying indoors, they went downstairs to stroll around and eat something nearby, feeling relaxed and comfortable. While strolling around after dinner, Subai took Zhou Jialu into the Chanel counter again. Buy some clothes for senior sister. At least they should match those bags. Okay, Junior, you choose for me, and I will wear whatever you like. Zhou Jialu became excited. For her, buying clothes is more interesting than buying bags because there are more ways to match them. Subai shook his head and said, Senior sister, you choose, and I will just appreciate it. I will buy whatever you like. You're so nice to me. After listening to Subai's heroic speech, Zhou Jialu did not get carried away, but had a rough idea in his mind. The prices of clothes and bags should match. Pick out 4 or 5 sets of various styles. Each set costs tens to hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the total budget is between 500,000 and 1 million yuan. She listed the budget on her phone's memo and showed it to Subai, who nodded in satisfaction. Let's do it. Okay. Zhou Jialu went to pick out clothes happily, looking at her excited figure. Subai nodded with satisfaction. Senior Zhou does have good taste in spending money, which is a good thing. After all, after the binding, her indulgence is equivalent to Subai's indulgence, and she gets huge cash back. Don't laugh. Knowing how to spend money is a quality in itself. There are so many tycoons who have become rich overnight and spend their money on all kinds of weird things. The things they buy have no aesthetic appeal at all, and they even waste their money or get cheated, such as high-priced metaphysical ornaments, high-priced health products. And Zhou Jialu has another advantage: he knows his limits. Some girls are greedy. Once a man says that they can pick anyone they want, they can't wait to catch him and take advantage of him, even wanting to fleece him until he is bald. Zhou Jialu is not like that. She will take the initiative to figure out Subai's intentions, which neither mistreats herself nor meets Subai's psychological expectations. Clever living with a smart woman is the real enjoyment of a rich man. Ding. Detected that Zhou Jialu purchased a suit at Chanel, spending a total of approximately 680,000 yuan, triggering a 9x cashback, a reward of 6.12 million yuan. Detection of hosts deposit exceeding 10 million yuan, reward lottery number +1. Subai paid the money for the clothes in one lump sum. I was thinking about whether I could get a big cashback multiple and make a fortune. The result did not disappoint him. After this consumption, Subai's savings have exceeded 10 million. It can't be compared with those real top tycoons, but for an idle freshman, it is enough assets to live a life of luxury and debauchery. After buying clothes, it was already late. So Subai returned to the hotel, turned on the computer, and prepared to play with Chen Yuxing. She has already received the new computer that Subai bought for her, and she even recorded a short video of the unboxing process in the dormitory. Judging from the chat records during the day, Chen Yuxing was very satisfied with this computer and liked it very much. I had clearly advised Subai not to buy the Eye of Prodigal Son before. I already have it, but I treasure it so much. Sure enough, Chen Yuxing actually likes this brand, but because it is too expensive, she doesn't force it. Oh, why? Are the women around us so sensible? Is Junior going to play games with you, Shun? Well, open the mic. I know. I will definitely not say anything and will not let Yusheng know that there are other women around you, hee hee. Your awareness is too high. Of course, Junior, you've spent over $1 million on me these past few days. It's unrealistic to ask such a powerful man to be loyal to you. Anyway, I'm your Junior, well, sexy Moonlight, huh? I'm already very satisfied after saying that. Zhou Jialu gave Subai a sweet kiss, took the initiative to go into the bedroom and closed the door, allowing Subai to concentrate on playing games with Chen Yuxing in the living room of the Riverview Suite. Subai couldn't help but feel a little dazed. What surprised him even more than Zhou Jialu's thoughtfulness was that in just a few days, he had actually spent $1 million on his senior. After counting on my fingers, it's true, bags, clothes, and a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. How long would it take to save $1 million based on an average person's salary? The average monthly salary for university graduates in Jiangcheng is 5,000 yuan. The economic situation has been bad in recent years and salary increases have been slow. Based on an average monthly salary of 8,000 yuan, plus 2 months of year-end bonuses, the annual income is 112,000 yuan. It would take 9 years of saving even without eating or drinking. Even if you are a star salesperson at a 4S store and get a high commission after being converted to a regular employee, you still have to save up for at least 5 years. How many 5 years are there in a person's life? What's more, it is the most precious time of a girl's youth. With this in mind, it doesn't seem strange that Zhou Jialu has no objection to Subai playing games with other girls. After all, Subai gave too much. Chapter 36. The first time I hug a girl to sleep in the bedroom. Zhou Jialu put his ear to the crack of the door and could vaguely hear the sound of Subai playing games outside. She was quite excited, as it was exactly the same as her impression of boys playing games. It seems that the younger brother also has similar aspects with his peers, which makes Zhou Jialu find it cute. After all, most of the time, Subai seems to be too mature and sophisticated, so it is good to show some youthfulness occasionally when it comes to gaming. Zhou Jialu admits that she is no match for Chen Yuxing. When school just started, she knew that this junior girl in the dormitory, Chun, was very good at playing games. In that case, let Subai play with her. Don't be too greedy. At least in terms of dressing, shopping and exercises, Zhou Jialu was confident that she can take the lead. Fuck, Shangshang, you're really good tonight. It feels like you've reached a new level than before. After getting 2 more kills with Chen Yuxing, Subai couldn't help but praise him. Is there? Chen Yuxing was a little uncertain. She actually didn't feel anything. Yes, I feel like I've reached the threshold of a professional player. Maybe it's because I changed my equipment. This computer is really easy to use. There are no frame drops at all, and my eyes don't get tired even if I stare at the screen for a long time. Yeah, I'm telling you to buy you a good computer. Shangshang has such beautiful eyes. It would be a shame if she became nearsighted from looking at the screen too much. At this time, Chen Yuxing was playing games in the study room of Building 2 of the female dormitory. Every building at Jiangcheng University has a study room, which is always crowded when final exams are approaching, but the school has just started and the exams are still a long way off, so there are very few people suitable for Chen Yuxing to play games at night. When she heard Subai praising her beautiful eyes, she felt shy. She had heard other boys say similar cheesy things, but at the time she just felt disgusted and had a pure resistance to them. This time the situation was completely different. Not only was it not annoying, I even felt happy and proud. Subai, I like her looks. Well, then, it means that Subai also has that kind of thoughts about her. Think about it carefully. Subai spent money on her, saying that he was buying emotional value, but is it really just that? Among them, there must be the intention of teasing her. Becoming a couple with Subai? That's interesting. A smile from the heart appeared on Chen Yuxing's lips. Although I always feel that my conditions are not worthy of Subai, but people are always lazy. Recently I have been playing as a playmate for Subai, earning a good income, and having good food to eat and a good computer to use. No need to worry about financial problems. The arrogant academic masters are also human beings and have their own laziness. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. In addition, her personality and hobbies are very compatible with Subai. Chen Yuxing gradually began to have evil thoughts about Subai. I played with my friend for 3 hours tonight. When he was about to log off, Chen Yuxing suddenly said in the voice chat, Subai, can I call you something else instead of Subai? Okay, what do you want to call me? Subai was a little confused. I call you Big White Goose. Ha, no problem. Why, do you think it doesn't sound good? That sounds nice. You know, I've always liked creatures like big white geese. Why? Because they are very beautiful and have strong fighting power. The geese raised in rural areas are better at guarding the gate than wolfhounds. Oh. From now on I'll call you Big White Goose. After a pause, Chen Yuxing said solemnly, Good night, Big White Goose. Then he exited the voice chat. Subai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Hajisheng, you guy, as another me in the world. Subai could easily guess Chen Yuxing's thoughts. A unique name means increased intimacy. Since Subai called her Shangshang, she couldn't call Subai by his ordinary name. For Chen Yuxing, this seemed to be an active hint. Well, for someone with social anxiety, this is already very proactive. Subai was in a good mood.
He went to the bathroom to take a shower, then walked into the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel and found Joe Jellu sitting on the head of the bed playing with his mobile phone. She had already changed into pajamas. The purple suspender nightgown is full of charm of the translucent design, which is hazy and looming, is simply amazing with Joe Jellu's curvy figure. What made Subai unable to take his eyes away was that Joe Jellu seemed to have been lying in ambush. She struck a sexy pose on the bed, blinking at Subai with her watery, foxy eyes. Subai was stunned for a few seconds, and said frankly, "Senior, you're so hot." "Oh, what are you talking about?" "It's so embarrassing." Joe Jellu couldn't hold it in any longer and quickly got under the quilt. The seductive act just now had consumed a lot of her courage, and she didn't hold on for long before she started to feel shy again. The main reason was that Subai had just finished taking a shower, with his upper body naked, only covered by a bath towel around his waist, exuding a charming scent of masculine hormones. This scene shocked Joe Jellu as much as her nightgown shocked Subai. However, how could Subai let her go? Subai nimbly got into the bed and launched an attack. A new round of exercises has begun. Ding. Detected that the host is practicing too frequently. This is truly too indulgent. Even if it's your first relationship, such harmful behavior is excessive. Reward, +1 draw. Looking at the system panel, 3 draws have accumulated. Subai plans to save up a few more times and find an opportunity to make a series of draws to have some fun.at this time. Subai was holding Joe Jellu, who was lying on him, and the latter's breathing sounded obviously tired. It was obvious that Subai had been tormenting him for a long time. "I can't remember how many times we've practiced tonight." After all, when people are particularly happy, they tend to feel dizzy, and now Joe Jellu felt dizzy and soft from head to toe. How could this happen? She had clearly defeated Subai several times during the exercises, but it seemed that Subai's energy had not diminished at all, while she was the one who was about to collapse. What she didn't know was that the system would automatically eliminate the negative effects of Subai's indulgence. In other words, no matter how Subai messes around, he can always maintain his best energy state. Joe Jellu was almost out of breath, and seemed to have completely surrendered. As a result, after only a short while, she felt Subai's fighting spirit again. While I was horrified, I also felt a strange sense of pride. "Junior, I really like her." "Senior, do you know Chen Yuxing's financial situation?" Subai suddenly asked. "I haven't talked to her about it, but as a roommate, I've seen it all the time, so I have some guesses. She seems to be very short of money." "Yes, only those of us who share the same dormitory have a vague feeling about this matter. She usually doesn't show it outwardly." "Then what is the reason for her lack of money?" "I'm not sure. We suspect someone in the family is seriously ill, or they're in debt." "I see." Basically, it also fits Subai's guess. Seeing Subai thoughtful, Joe Jellu scolded him. "Shouty, you are really something. You are holding me but asking about another girl. What a scumbag, you're her roommate." "I'm asking you about this because I trust you." "No matter what, scumbag." Joe Jellu stretched out her hand and gently patted Subai, looking cute and innocent. "Oh, the senior sister is really good at acting like a spoiled child." Subai feigned anger and said, "It seems the intensity of the exercise is not enough." No. Joe Jellu begged for mercy. "I don't have any strength left. Woo-woo, please spare me, Junior." "Are you still calling me your junior brother when you're begging for mercy?" Joe Jellu adjusted her mood and called out shyly, "Husband." This sound really touched Subai's bones. Ignoring the senior's pleas for mercy, Subai pulled her to practice again. Finally satisfied, this time Joe Jellu couldn't bear it anymore. He hummed incoherently for a few times, hugged Subai's arm, and fell asleep in a sweet dream. After a while, it just so happened that Subai was also a little sleepy, so he hugged his senior sister and closed his eyes. This was the first time Subai slept with a girl in his arms. Excellent experience. Chapter 37. Secretly buying nightgown. In the early morning, Joe Jellu gradually woke up from his tiredness. Although I say I feel tired, it is actually a kind of comfort similar to that of having a long sleep after a vigorous exercise. I rolled around in bed out of habit, and ended up rolling onto a warm, strong body, and the charming male hormones immediately made Joe Jellu wake up and open his eyes. I remembered that I slept with my junior last night. We looking at Subai's face so close to him, Joe Jellu's face showed a look of attachment, full of emotion. Just a week ago, Joe Jellu was still worried about whether he could get a permanent job after graduation, what kind of job he would find if he was laid off, and whether he should take the postgraduate entrance exam or the civil service exam. In short, it is a matter of survival. It is true that Jiangcheng University is a 985 university, but the employment situation for liberal arts marketing majors is actually quite miserable. Especially in the past 2 years. Liberal arts positions have basically been laying off employees, let alone recruiting new people. As a result, just 1 week later, I was lying on a big bed in a hotel that cost nearly 2,000 yuan a night. The man sleeping soundly beside her was the one who had spent more than 1 million on her after just knowing her for a few days, before she even graduated. Joe Jellu already owned limited edition bags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, a high-end Chanel suit, and a sophisticated Mercedes-Benz C260L. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Joe Jellu suddenly became inexplicably nervous and reached out to pinch Subai's face. "Call, Junior, does your face hurt?" "It's okay, what happened?" I suddenly felt so happy that I was afraid all this was a dream. Subai, who had just woken up, was still slow in thinking and was stunned for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "What are you laughing at? Is it funny?"
Senior, why are you so cute? Ah, Jelu was so ashamed and angry that she hid under the quilt, but Subai lifted the quilt and teased her while playing around. The process naturally transitioned to morning exercises. In the past, Jelu heard some of her female friends talk about asking their husbands to pay food after marriage, and some women even cheated because of unfulfilled sexual desire. At that time, Jelu felt it was incredible. Could that kind of thing really be so attractive? It was not until now that Jelu experienced the fun himself that he finally understood being intimate with someone you like is truly addictive. For a long time, Subai patted the round buttocks of the senior sister who was resting on him and joked, "Senior sister, this nightgown is amazing, but I have a question. You wear this in the dormitory. Aren't you ashamed if your roommates see you?" You know, Jelu was very pure at heart. It is hard to imagine such a shy girl wearing something close to sexy clothing in the dormitory. Hearing this, Jelu smiled and said, "Of course not. Hey, let me tell you a secret. Actually, I bought it secretly when we were shopping yesterday while you weren't paying attention." Ah? Subai was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? When did it happen? Why didn't I notice it? You went to buy ice cream, and I was at the Chanel store. The store where I bought this nightgown is nearby. Wow. Subai exclaimed in amazement, what a scheming senior. If you think about it carefully, this setting seems reasonable. There is a shop selling XX underwear near the luxury store. The rich guy bought the girl some luxury goods and also bought her some consumables for night USE. No problem. As long as you enjoy learning, that's fine. Jelu rubbed his face against Subai, looking extremely infatuated. As they rubbed against each other, their stomachs began to growl almost at the same time. It's time to order. I didn't eat much for dinner yesterday. Focusing on health, after a few exercises, I took advantage of my sleepiness and went to bed without having any midnight snack. Subai thought about it and simply ordered takeout dim sum from the Cantonese restaurant, that is, a combination of various Cantonese snacks, breakfast and dinner are solved together. It just so happened that this restaurant had wolfberry leaf and pork liver soup, so Subai ordered 2 servings. Both he and his senior needed some nourishment. Although the system will eliminate the negative effects of indulgence, on a psychological level, there is always a feeling of loss. Besides, choosing nutritious food is always good for your body. In the afternoon, Jelu was the first to drive away from the hotel. Subai is going back to attend a class meeting, so of course he needs to prepare. At least he needs to take a shower to wash off her scent on his body, right? After all, I have to meet Chen Yuxing. So Jelu was very obedient and reserved some time for Subai to be alone. As soon as Jelu arrived at the underground garage and got into the Mercedes-Benz C260L, his cell phone rang. It was a call from his roommate Lu Yuan. "Hey, Jelu-senpai, where are you now?" "I'm still outside. I should be back to school soon." "What happened?" Jelu felt a little anxious when he heard Lu Yuan's voice. "I'm afraid there might be an emergency." "Senior, do you still remember Zhang Kong from the finance department? He's the one who harassed you in the student union." "Yes, what happened to him?" "Last night, he got the news from somewhere and knew you didn't come home all night. Then he got crazy and insisted on meeting you. I was talking to him on WeChat and I calmed him down. He originally wanted to come to our dormitory downstairs, but I said we should meet somewhere else. Yes, we need to move. The downstairs dormitory isn't a good place to be." Jelu took a deep breath and made arrangements without panicking. Yuan, thank you for helping me. It's really helpful. Tell him to come to the parking lot in the south area of the school. I'll meet him there to talk it over." "Okay, senior sister, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, Jelu shook his head helplessly. Zhang Kong from the finance department was someone she had worked with in the student union, so they could be considered colleagues. This guy's family has some money and he's quite pretentious. When he first met Jelu, his shy eyes revealed his vulgar heart. He always said that he wanted Jelu to be his girlfriend. He brainwashed her by telling her that girls should cash in on their looks while they are still young, implying that he, Zhang Kong, was the perfect target for cashing in. However, Jelu had no feelings for him and rejected him harshly many times, but Zhang Kong still did not give up this time. He probably asked the girls in the next dormitory, knowing that she was in a relationship and didn't come home at night. I guess people would be furious. Sure enough, it was just as Jelu guessed. When she drove to the school south parking lot, she saw Zhang Kong standing on the side of the road, looking helpless and furious, saying something to Lu Yuan next to him. Lu Yuan's expression was not good either. After all, she was not a pushover. "How many times have I told you, Jelu, that you won't find anyone better than me, and asked you to help keep an eye on her? And now, look what happened, she's been taken away by some trashy little yellow-haired kid who popped out of nowhere. Ah. What a waste of talent." Zhang Kong rubbed his head and got angry. Lu Yuan was so angry that she laughed. "No, buddy, are you mentally retarded? What do you mean she can't find anyone better than you? You underestimate our senior Jelu too much. Isn't that right? He's from a rural area in another province, didn't study a major that could make money, and even failed a course and almost couldn't graduate. These days, an ordinary 985 graduate is nothing in Jiangcheng." Zhang Kong made no secret of his disdain. "With my qualifications, I'm already the top tier among men willing to have a serious relationship with her, you know?
Yeah, maybe some very wealthy men wouldn't mind being her lovers for a short time, but that's completely different. Alas, I really want to be with her. Chapter 38, Domineering Senior Sister, Subai is her confidence. As he spoke, Zhang Kong patted the hood of the car behind him. BMW Brilliance 320. It's a bit old and was passed down to him by his father, but so what? It's a BMW after all. My dad's company is worth hundreds of millions of yuan and has business throughout the province. I'll have a BMW to drive right after graduation and can afford to buy a wedding house outright. With these conditions, what could Zhou Jielu be dissatisfied with? There's no rule that senior sister must like you. Lu Yuan rolled her eyes. This guy is too mean. It seems that his vision is not much higher than Xue Tao's. Alas, I guess Zhou Jielu just happened to meet a handsome guy and was blinded by his charm. Once she really enters society and is beaten by society for 2 or 3 years, she will realize how wrong her choice was. She shouldn't have given away her precious virginity so easily. Just when Zhang Kong was chattering nonstop, a brand new Mercedes-Benz C260L parked smoothly into the parking space next to IT stopped a little crookedly, but it was done in one go, looking very cool. Then the car door opened, and Zhou Jielu came out in high heels, holding a pack of tissues given by the forest store in her hand, and threw it in Zhang Kang's direction. Bang! The tissue hit Zhang Kang's face. Because it was a hard cardboard with sharp edges, Zhang Kong screamed in pain. Where's the idiot? Who I want to be with and who I want to give my first time to is none of your business. Zhou Jielu walked over domineeringly, pointed at Zhang Kang's nose and cursed, "You're just a stray dog on the side of the road. Normally, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you if you barked a few times, but now you're getting ahead of me and want to affect my normal life, right? Get down on my feet." Zhang Kong shrank his neck when he was scolded. After all, she is a woman who can remain chaste in her job as a forest salesperson and has never been taken advantage of. To achieve this, it is impossible for her to not have a fierce personality. Tenderness is reserved for your husband. To deal with this kind of scabby dog, you have to beat him harder. Zhang Kong was stunned by Zhou Jialu's aura. He was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He said in disbelief, "Zhou Jielu, you dare to hit me? I'm going to hit you. I'll teach you a lesson. Get away from me now. If you come and harass me again, I'll hit you." "Ha, you poor bastard from a rural province, who gave you the confidence to act so wild? Believe it or not, I can find some connections and make it difficult for you to graduate." Seeing that Zhou Jielu didn't give him any face at all, Zhang Kong broke down, completely turned against her, and even began to threaten her in a cold tone. Zhou Jielu, however, was completely unfazed. He sneered, "Who do you think you are? What's so great about having a few bucks? You're driving a shabby second-hand BMW, and your noses are about to go up in smoke. Do you really think you're anybody?" Zhou Jielu raised the LV handbag in her hand and waved it in front of him. "Even if you sell your car now, it won't buy this bag." "Ha, you are dreaming." The smile on Zhang Kang's face suddenly froze, because, after taking a closer look, he found that the bag looked a little familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that when he was flirting with girls in a bar last month, a young lady in the Atmosphere group mentioned this bag. Later, Zhang Kong asked the young lady to go shopping with him, and she even took him to the LV counter. Exactly the same as what is in front of you. Zhang Kang's first reaction was, "It's A grade, definitely." Fake, however. Look at the clothes Zhou Jielu was wearing. A full set of Chanel, all of which are very well designed, not the basic ones that college girls buy to save face. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that the boyfriend Zhou Jielu was looking for is actually a very capable man? Then, Zhou Jielu pointed at the Mercedes-Benz behind her and said, "This car was also bought for me by my boyfriend." "Ha, buy you a car? I see it's a car registered under the company's name, so I'll lend it to you temporarily." Zhang Kong was still being stubborn. "Don't believe it, huh? Come, let me show you how real rich guys pick up girls." Zhou Jielu took out the big green book from the car, and her name was clearly written on the property certificate. When the big green book was thrown at Zhang Kang's face, his expression became completely gloomy. "And now, I can't help but believe it." Zhang Kong was horrified. "No, what kind of trick is this? A car worth 300,000 yuan. I just bought it." Zhou Jielu had been single before, so she probably hadn't been dating this boyfriend for long. Cars, clothes, bags, this outfit alone costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's no wonder he can pick up girls when he spends so much money. If Zhang Kong dared to steal his parents' money and do this, he would probably be beaten to death. At this moment, Zhang Kang's expression changed rapidly, with frustration and jealousy intertwined. Gnashing his teeth, he said, "Tisk, Zhou Jielu, I was right about you. You're a money-worshipping bitch. The reason you ignored me is simply because I'm not rich enough. What's the matter?" What Zhang Kong never expected was that Zhou Jielu was completely undeterred by his harsh words. She replied frankly, "I may be materialistic, but I'm very loyal to my husband. I don't mess around, I don't cheat, and I don't keep a harem. But you, Zhang Kong, do you think I don't know? You're flirting with someone under the student union and even going to the bar to meet someone. I think you're the bitch. Don't show up in front of me again. I'm not interested in you. The BMW you're so proud of is no match for the commuter car my husband casually bought for me. If you keep pestering me, my husband won't sit idly by. You know, he has a much worse temper than me. After saying that, Zhou Jialu ignored Zheng Kong and got into the car. Zheng Kang's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to refute at all. Zhou Jialu's words reminded him, for a man with such strong capital, the power behind him should not be underestimated. Maybe if someone just moves their fingers, Zheng Kang's family business will be affected. Thinking of this, Zheng Kong suddenly became weak and cold sweat broke out on his back. The thought of revenge on Zhou Jialu that had just sprouted in his mind was quickly extinguished, and he dared not do it again. Are you kidding? It's not worth it to lose your entire family business for a woman. Rather, it was very considerate of Zhou Jialu to choose to let him go instead of letting her man deal with Zheng Kong. Compared with the real rich people, Zheng Kong is just a little karami. Having assets exceeding 100 million sounds awesome. In fact, someone has calculated that for bosses in the traditional manufacturing industry with assets of 100 million, their annual income is mostly between 1 and 3 million. It is definitely much better than ordinary workers. The problem is that Zhou Jialu's boyfriend spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on her when they just started dating. The boss's annual income also has to take into account maintaining social relationships, living expenses, and investment in children's education. After all the deductions, there is not much spare money left to spend. In short, Zhou Jialu's boyfriend is someone that Zheng Kong cannot defeat even if he tries his best. Damn it! I thought I was the best among her suitors, but who knew I would suddenly. At the same time, Lu Yuan followed closely and got into Zhou Jialu's car. The car started and drove slowly out of the campus. Zhou Jialu let out a long sigh, and after calming down, he returned to his usual enthusiastic and lively self. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself, Junior. I'm going to treat you to dinner tonight. Pick any delicious place near the school. Thank you, senior sister. Lu Yuan said happily, and then revealed an expression of admiration. Senior sister was so domineering just now, so amazing. If I were harassed by a difficult guy like Zheng Kong, I don't know what I would do. Oh, this person is quite annoying. Her family has a little money, she's in the student union, and she's good at currying favor with teachers. If she were an ordinary girl, without anyone to back her up, she'd really be in trouble. Zhou Jialu analyzed, and then a look of happiness appeared on her face. Luckily, I have a great boyfriend. He is my confidence. Chapter 39 How to Bind Subai for Life. What Zhou Jialu said may be a bit snobbish, but it is the truth. When you walk in this society, money is your confidence. Why did Zheng Kong look afraid when he was leaving? Of course, it was because of the financial strength shown by Zhou Jialu's boyfriend that made him feel afraid. In fact, Zhou Jialu didn't know what the background of Subai's family was. But he can definitely crush Zheng Kong and his ilk. Ever since she received Lu Yuan's call, Zhou Jialu had already figured out how to deal with today's events. At this time, Zheng Kong must be completely scared away to prevent him from causing trouble again in the future. Otherwise, Zhou Jialu herself would feel annoyed, and Subai would also feel annoyed, because this kind of thing would make Subai unhappy, which would correspondingly lower Subai's evaluation of her. This evaluation is mainly about how one behaves in society. Rich people are not fools. They value girls' emotional intelligence very much. Zhou Jialu wants to be bound to Subai for life, and stay by Subai's side to enjoy wealth and glory. Just imagine, if you can't even solve the harassment from Zheng Kong independently, then what qualifications does she have to enjoy Subai's favor for a long time? Although Zhou Jialu has a top-notch face and figure, the problem is that she is a pure vase, which is not a scarce resource in this world. What is truly rare is people like Subai, young, rich, handsome, and even has the capital in that area. Fortunately, this matter was resolved quickly and properly. Zhou Jialu couldn't help but feel a little proud. It turned out that participating in various internships and exercising social skills during school was very useful. He knew how to deal with others and how to deal with bad people like Zheng Kong. By the way, there is also my junior Lu Yuan, who helped her deal with the situation in time. Glancing at Lu Yuan next to him, Zhou Jialu said, "Thank you, junior sister. You did a great job today." Actually I didn't do anything. It's still senior sister who's to blame. But, senior sister slapped Zheng Kong in the face like this. Will he say bad things about senior sister behind her back or even spread bad rumors? Lu Yuan suddenly thought of this and couldn't help but worry. It doesn't matter. He doesn't dare to make too much of a fuss. At most, he'll just be making some subtle inferences. Zhou Jialu said casually, I don't care about that. My reputation has been bad since high school, and I don't care about other people's opinions anymore. On the contrary, I hope Zheng Kong can help me spread the word and let everyone know that I'm being kept by a super rich man. In this respect, Zhou Jialu is completely different from ordinary girls. She worships money and does so with a clear conscience. Zhou Jialu's face flushed and she couldn't help but hum when she thought of everyone using bad words to describe what the rich man did to her, and their faces that hated her but were jealous and helpless. This is a rather strange pleasure for her. She likes the feeling of being supported by a strong man. For becoming Subai's property. That's great. It will make Zhou Jialu feel very safe. She is such a little woman at heart, strong and aggressive on the outside, but dependent and gentle on the inside. Compared to those socialites who are both independent and spend men's money but still call themselves independent women, Zhou Jialu's character is simply a breath of fresh air. Senior sister, you are so strong inside. I admire you so much. Lu Yuan admired from the bottom of her heart. Oh, stop talking, it's so corny. I'm embarrassed by your praise.
I quickly opened Mate 1 and thought about what to eat. The other side. Subbai drove back to school. I bought some snacks on the way and plan to eat them in the dormitory at night. I'm going to play games with my silly son Wang Haoren tonight and plan to go back to the dormitory. Although the senior is nice, we can't always be like conjoined twins. We need to live a colorful life. I was delayed for a while, so I didn't encounter the senior sister versus Zhangkong drama in the parking lot of Jiangda South District. The class meeting will be held in a teaching building. Counselor Xiaolin has reserved a classroom and students just need to arrive at the classroom at the scheduled time. Only one class was booked in total. Xiaolin said in the class group that she would arrange everything from now until the National Day holiday, and the next class meeting would be in October. Subbai likes this vigorous and efficient style. In the classroom, Charlene moved a stool and sat behind the podium, holding an old iPad in her hand, which displayed a thesis that looked very impressive. Professor Xia, you're so hardworking. Even when you're attending class meetings, you still remember your research. It looks like you're the one who will win our department's graduate scholarship this year. As soon as Xuetao entered the room, he saw Xiaolin reading a paper and immediately put on a flattering smile on his face and flattered her. Xiaolin frowned slightly and said unhappily, our department is relatively well funded. Generally speaking, graduate students can receive scholarships, and they don't need to be particularly outstanding. Oh, it seems I don't understand the situation. Xuetao laughed awkwardly and said, then I wish you can go further and evaluate that young scholar. Young scholars are teachers with teaching positions who participate in the evaluation. It has nothing to do with me. Xiaolin was speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, stop rambling and go sit down. Okay, teacher. Xuetao felt a little embarrassed after trying to flatter someone twice in a row but to no avail. But since the counselor had said so, he had no choice but to smile awkwardly and run to sit in the back row. The clever Wang Haoren had already started the second game and cleared 3 copies, which was amazing. A game launched a new card pool yesterday. Wang Haoren told Subbai about it on WeChat, and Subbai immediately invested tens of thousands of yuan in it. I really don't treat money as money. That's awesome. It turns out that being brother by surrogate player was the right choice. Isn't this much more fun than playing with your own account? Zhu Mingzhi was wearing an in-ear headset from an international brand and was listening to some classical music, looking intoxicated and ecstatic. Xuetao glanced at his 2 roommates on both sides and couldn't help shaking his head. They are all so naive and don't understand the ways of the world at all. The counselor is not familiar with the people in the class yet, so he took the opportunity to show off in front of Xiaolin and strive to be recommended by Xiaolin to work in the Youth League Committee next semester. This is Xuetao's plan. As a mature local, you should plan your university life early. It's not just the work of the Youth League Committee, student unions, societies, various exchange associations. Life must be enriched. At least the things posted on WeChat moments should appear fulfilling and have a high-end feel. Xuetao himself admitted that he liked to be in the spotlight and wanted to become a celebrity on campus so that he would have the opportunity to come into contact with more high-end girls. Lu Yuan is not bad, but Xuetao wants better. Just as Xuetao was imagining how successful he would be in the next 4 years, Subbai walked in from the front door of the classroom. Immediately, the few girls in the class all stared at him. They all vaguely felt the changes in Subbai. Chapter 40 Mid-Autumn Festival Travel Plan. Girls are very sensitive about many things, just like the change in a man's temperament. The gender ratio in the computer science department is a bit exaggerated. There are 25 people in the class, and only 6 of them are girls, except for Chen Yuxing, who is obsessed with studying and making money. The other 5 girls have paid more or less attention to Subbai in the past month since school started. After all, he is the class flower. However, through observation, everyone found that Subai's financial situation was very average, and his personality was rather introverted. He liked to stay in the dormitory alone and play. Girls' interest in him has decreased a lot. After all, female college students all yearn for a colorful life, and boys who can make their lives colorful usually come from good family backgrounds. However, in the past few days, when I saw Subbai in class, he seemed to have a more indescribable temperament. Is it confidence? Or perhaps a kind of confident composure? Chen Yuxing looked up at Subbai. She wanted to sit with Subbai, but it happened that the 6 girls in the class were sitting together. If she stood out, she would feel a little embarrassed. I didn't dare speak in public. Hello, Director Xia. Well, hello. Xiaolin stared at Subbai, her eyes wandering over his body in a mysterious way, and she felt a little dry in the mouth. For 3 consecutive days, Subbai lived off campus. He sent her a short video every night to prove that he was in the hotel. It's a kind of safety report. It sounds like there's nothing wrong with it, but I don't know if Subbai is doing it on purpose or just being careless. But every time he posts a video, there's something wrong, either in the swimming pool or just after taking a shower. Or he would be in the executive lounge, wearing a bathrobe with his strong chest muscles faintly visible. In short, they are all luxurious and high-end scenes, matched with his super good figure. These few nights, Xiaolin watched Subai's short video before going to bed. At first, she couldn't fall asleep, and then she dreamed about Subbai. I actually dreamed about my students for several nights in a row. This is so wrong. At this moment, seeing Subbai face to face, Xiaolin recalled those broken and absurd dream scenes, and her cheeks couldn't help but blush. What's worse is that Subbai was wearing a slim-fit sports t-shirt today, which made his broad shoulders and upright posture look particularly masculine. Charlene couldn't help but want to watch, but she felt guilty and conflicted. Ding. Charlene's favorability has increased.
Current favorability 51. Subai discovered the information about Counselor Xiaolin's favorability the night before yesterday. At that time, Subai had just sent a selfie video of the safety report to Xiaolin when the system message popped up. Moreover, every once in a while, the favorability increases a little. Last night, the same thing happened again. This made Subai wonder, could it be that director Xia was interested in him? Before going out today, Subai pondered over the chat history with Xia. We can summarize a pattern. The 3 selfie videos have one thing in common: they were all taken in luxury hotels, and they all happened to capture his good body that was enhanced by body enhancing fluid. Subai wore clothes that showed off her figure today. The result was just as he expected. After seeing Charlene, she obviously had strange emotional fluctuations, and the favorability has increased. It has increased to 51. I'm still 9 points away from favorability, which means I'm willing to date him. No, Director Xia, looking at such a serious and dignified Charlene, I didn't expect that she is actually a body control freak. This is a good thing. Subai thought. I heard that Xiaolin comes from a scholarly family and has a strong background. This background is not limited to Jiangcheng, but has a higher level of meaning. After all, she is from Shanghai. I guess his identity is much stronger than that of Chu Mingzhi. A little show-off from Shanghai. There's no harm in spending more time with Charlene. If the favorability continues to rise and reaches above 80, it will be bound as a consumer object, and the indulgence system will then have another way to get cash back on consumption. After all, the meaning of indulgence is to enjoy happiness from the heart, and everyone's pleasure point is different. In this way, collecting female confidants of different styles is actually beneficial to Subai's wealth accumulation. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's all about making money. It's not shameful. Subai pondered over it and didn't say much to Xiaolin. He quickly walked to the back row of the classroom and sat down next to Wang Haoran. Silly son, have you finished the main storyline for me? I'm done grinding. I'm here to help you with the event. This event is quite difficult. Players on the forum are complaining bitterly. Is my number difficult? What kind of difficulty is this? With the new 6+5C+, and the added bonus of the Abyss environment, I can just get by. That'll do. In fact, Subai doesn't care about the rewards for high difficulty levels in the game. The reward resources are used to draw cards anyway. To draw cards, just recharge the money, but since you are playing mobile games, you must pursue achievements with the mentality of collecting. It's like collecting confidants, fun. After watching the two finish their chat about games, Shuetao couldn't help but ask, Subai, have you been living off campus these days? Well, a relative came to see me. Oh, I see. What's wrong? Do you have something to talk to me about? Nothing, just asking. To be honest, Shuetao felt that Subai was quite mysterious recently. He changed his iPhone to an iPhone and stayed out all night. And I also became friends with Chen Yuxing. Now it seems that the whole computer department has spread the news that Subai and Chen Yuxing are playing League of Legends together. After all, there are more people than women in the computer science department, and they are all straight men in science and engineering. It is quite depressing to secretly desire love. A peerless beauty like Chen Yuxing would be as dazzling as a diamond in the computer department. Countless people want to get close to her, such as Chu Mingzhi. Some people have racked their brains to come up with all kinds of ways. Some are stylish, some are unexpected, and some are even just lavish ways to spend money. For example, a rich man spent a lot of money. He booked a set meal worth more than 2,000 yuan at a Western restaurant near the school and treated Chen Yuxing to a meal. In order to avoid offending Chen Yuxing, the guy even said directly on WeChat that Chen Yuxing should bring his roommates to eat, and he himself could not show up. It's really awesome. As a result, Chen Yuxing ignored him completely. On the other hand, Subai and Chen Yuxing are getting along very well. How can one not be envious of them? By the way, what's it like to play games with Goddess Chen? It must be very tiring. It seems that beautiful girls are bad at playing games and have a lot of trouble. Shuetao inquired. I feel pretty good about it. She's not bad. Subai said honestly. At this time, Chu Mingzhi took off his headphones and said with a look of resentment, Subai, I know you are a silver rank, and silver rankers are all uninhibited and love freedom, but promise me that when you play with her, you will take good care of her and give in to her a little, okay? I'll try my best. Subai was sweating profusely. No, as expected, no one in the class knows that Chen Yuxing is the king of the Korean server, right? Looking at Chu Mingzhi's constipated expression, Subai found it difficult to comment. This guy seemed to have been mesmerized by some sentimental literature he had read. Fortunately, Charlene announced the start of the class meeting soon. After a few trivial matters, Director Xia began to lead everyone in discussing the most important agenda of the day. Next week during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, the school is holding a vlog event for freshmen during the autumn outing. Students who are staying at school for the Mid-Autumn Festival can contact a few classmates to go out together around Jiangcheng and film and edit the process into a vlog. The School Youth League Committee will then collect the vlogs for evaluation. Those who win will receive cash rewards and can also get credits for quality practice. Chapter 41, Female Academic Companion, 3 days and 2 nights. What? You can make money by traveling during the Mid-Autumn Festival and you can also earn credits. Hearing this, the students suddenly became excited. I used to be sleepy during the boring class meeting, but now everyone is so energetic. There are many places to play near Jiangcheng, and many people originally planned to go out and have fun during the holidays. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival is only a 3-day holiday followed by the weekend, and students who live far away basically don't consider
Going home. It's a good opportunity to shoot a vlog while you're out having fun. If you're lucky, you might earn some money and credits. If you're unlucky, there's no loss, because you've already had fun seeing the students' enthusiasm being aroused. Charlene announced, I've contacted a class at the art college for you to organize this event with our class. I'll create a big group on WeChat later where you can find partners and form teams. Students who want to go to the same place can team up. Of course, in principle, the number of people in a team should not exceed 8. If you want to be the captain, you can take the initiative to chat with me privately. Oh my god, there is actually a social gathering, yay. Hearing this, many boys' eyes lit up and they were eager to try. After all, the gender ratio in the computer department is extremely unbalanced. The science and engineering guy is introverted and shy, and doesn't know how to get to know strange girls. Now, with the group travel activity, he has the opportunity to hook up with girls in the group. I guess the class at the art academy across the street thinks the same way, except that their situation is just the opposite, with more girls than boys. Director Xia, you are so awesome. We love you so much. Shui Tao started to flatter him again. Stop talking nonsense and focus on communicating with the girls in the group. Xia Lin said with a smile. No, buddy, you already have a girlfriend, why are you so excited? I want to ask you? Xu Mingzhi complained. Shui Tao glanced at him, her face full of self-righteousness. Who says that if you have a girlfriend, you can't hang out with girls from other classes? We're just hanging out together, and we're not doing anything dirty. Subai, don't you think I'm right? Me? I don't care. Subai really doesn't care and can participate in this event. See if there are any beauties among those art students who are worth getting to know, preferably those whose charm value reaches S level so that they can give him cash back. If there was no such event, he would have asked Chen Yuxing or his senior to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with him, so he wouldn't be lonely. It is difficult for rich people to feel lonely as long as they want to have someone to accompany them. There was nothing wrong with Shui Tao's idea, but he didn't know whether the girls in the social gathering would pay attention to him. Girls who studied art had high material requirements, and he didn't know whether they would be interested in him. What's the point of girls studying art? They're all materialistic and have empty brains. Xu Mingzhi was promoting his taste again. I'm not interested. After a while, Charlene formed a large social group for the two classes. Xu Mingzhi secretly clicked on the girls' circle of friends, read through them, and changed his tone. Actually, this activity is quite good to try. Oh my, aren't you not interested, master? Shui Tao said sarcastically. Wrong. I looked at some girls' moments and found that they actually have quite good taste. For example, this one actually knows how to use Sennheiser headphones. Girls who understand Sennheiser have good taste. Ordinary girls will just blindly buy Apple. It's just a pair of headphones. What does that mean? Shui Tao muttered unconvincingly and leaned over to take a look at Xu Mingzhi's phone. Hey, this girl is also from the Goddess Dormitory, Zhang Qiran. I remember she's a freshman in the broadcasting and hosting department. I didn't expect that we would happen to be meeting with her class. Yeah, I always thought Zhang Qiran was a superficial art student. Who would have thought that she actually knows so much about music? Shui Tao looked somewhat displeased. In fact, Zhang Qiran was the girl that Shui Tao fell in love with when he first entered the school and came into contact with the Goddess Dormitory. It is said that the girl had been dancing since elementary school, and switched to studying broadcasting and hosting in high school. It turned out that she was very talented, and when she took the art exam at Jiangchen University, she was admitted with the first place in her major. In other words, she has the perfect figure of a dancer and the beautiful voice of an angel. The doll-like delicate and pure face, coupled with slender and graceful curves, perfectly interprets the three words white, thin and young to the fullest. Any little boy who sees her for the first time will be fascinated by her. There was even a rich man, whose family assets exceeded 10 billion, who confessed his love to Zhang Qiran on the first day of school. Because of this, although Shui Tao was very greedy, he did not dare to have any delusions about Zhang Qiran. The competitors are really too fierce, and Shui Tao is not strong enough. It is said that the rich guy drives a Porsche. Judging from what Xu Mingzhi said, could he also be interested in Zhang Qiran? Shui Tao was worried. It's not impossible. After all, Chen Yuxing has been close to Su Bai recently, so perhaps Xu Mingzhi gave up and changed his target. When Su Bai heard the name Zhang Qiran, a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but he did not participate in the discussion between Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi. At school, pretend that you don't know Zhang Qiran. This is the agreement between them. The class meeting had actually ended, but everyone was busy hanging out in the social group, and the boys were showing off one by one. So there are still quite a few people staying in the classroom. Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi became masters in the field of water groups. The battle between Shanghai master versus locals extended from the dormitory to the social group. Soon, keywords such as 4 apartments in Jiangcheng, driving a Magotan as a freshman, and born into a family of executives in Shanghai and a family of scholars were all over the screen. Unsurprisingly, the group is filled with a happy atmosphere. Su Bai was too lazy to even change the group notes, so he just went with the flow. You Xia, big white goose, are you going? Chen Yuxing's message came. It was very simple, but Su Bai understood it tacitly. This outing is voluntary, so it doesn't matter if you don't want to participate.
Subai originally thought that with Chen Yuxing's autistic personality, he would definitely not go, but now he suddenly asked Subai in private, and the hidden thoughts were obvious. Supply white goose, I wanna go, can you accompany me? Puff pastry white goose, transfer minus 15,000 yuan Yushi? Yeah, why are you transferring money to me again? Supply white goose, I think you probably don't like traveling, but I really wanna go with you, so this is the cost of accompanying you on a trip, which is about the same as playing with you. Yeah, why is it so expensive? Soupy Dubai goose, I'm not kidding, this is the market price. If you don't believe me, search online for Sanya tour companions and you'll find that's roughly the price for 3 days and 2 nights. Yeah, cat doubtful expression. Pak Shin Yuxing went to search, and what she found made her eyelids twitch and her breathing quicken. What kind of escort is this? This escort is not serious at all, Yushi, the cat is scared. The kind of escort you're talking about includes that kind of service, but Sukiyaki, I definitely wouldn't ask you to do that kind of thing, don't worry. Yeah, but if the escort service doesn't include that kind of service, the price wouldn't be that high, right? Yeah, big white goose, I can't accept this money. It's too much. TSK, this cute and silly academic is quite smart, Subai just needs to continue to use his logical sophistry skills. Soupy Dubai goose, but for me, the emotional value you provide is equivalent to the value Sanya escorts provide to customers. I feel very happy to work with you. Crispy white goose, keep it. You know how I spend money is different from other people. Yeah, but I think, puffy white goose, I don't care what you think, I only care what I think. Yushi, okay. Rain break, cat rolling. Chapter 42, Travel Team, invite Jiang Qiran. In the front row of the classroom, Chen Yuxing was holding his cell phone, looking a little conflicted. The ripples in her cold and beautiful eyes proved that she was actually in a joyful mood. Subai's metaphor of the Sanya tour guide aroused a strong and rich imagination in Chen Yuxing's heart. She was not disgusted. On the contrary, she was looking forward to something ambiguous happening between her and Subai during this trip. Looking at the 15,000 yuan that just arrived in the account, the money for my mother's medical treatment next month is now settled. This means that Chen Yuxing can go to the laboratory less often and rest more. Working in a lab is actually quite exploitative, as those who understand will understand. The fees professors pay for taking on corporate projects are very high, but only a small percentage of them is shared with students. Taking advantage of the fact that undergraduates have no other ways to make money, they arbitrarily lower prices. There are even students who are so obsessed with involution that they are willing to work for professors even if it means paying them. Due to the bootlicking behavior of these good students, students in Professor Luo's laboratory must clock in for a certain amount of time every week before they can receive subsidies. It's pretty much the same as going to work. Actually, Chen Yuxing was really speechless about these people. Of course, no matter how speechless she was, Chen Yuxing had no bargaining power in front of the professor. It was true that she was a genius girl, but she was only a freshman and still in the developmental stage of genius, and was restricted everywhere. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of working for Subai is simply amazing. This value for money clearly reflects Subai's evil intentions towards her. However, Chen Yuxing also has bad intentions towards Subai. It's decided. I won't be working in Professor Luo's lab next month. If you have that much free time, you might as well serve Subai and use the save time to write your own private project code. It's relaxing and fun. Therefore, during this trip, Chen Yuxing secretly decided to express her feelings to Subai. This was quite difficult for her who had social anxiety, but, after all, they were going out to play for 2 or 3 days. If she mustered up the courage, she would always be able to seize the right opportunity. At worst, I can just hug him and kiss him, and her long legs and black stockings, I think all men would like her, right? Chen Yuxing fell into a strange and chaotic fantasy. Holding her cell phone, her slender white neck flushed a beautiful pink. Charlene, who was sitting on the podium, took all of this and blinking her beautiful eyes, she felt a surge of interest in gossip. She had also recently heard gossip about Subai and Chen Yuxing in the student group. In Charlene's opinion, the two students are quite a good match. However, when Xia Lin thought of the short videos Subai sent her and looked at Chen Yuxing's expression, which was like a girl falling in love, she felt jealous. She suddenly woke up, followed by deep shame. Subai was just following the usual safety procedures. As a counselor, how could he have the wrong idea? Embarrassed, Charlene had no choice but to say, "Classmates, please discuss freely. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Director Xia, you've worked hard. Goodbye, Director Xia." Seeing the counselor leave the classroom, Chen Yuxing became more conscious. She looked around and found that there were not many people in the classroom, so she hurried to the back of the classroom and walked in front of Subai. Chen Yuxing reached out and tugged at Subai's clothes, whispering, "Let's go register." Xu Mingjie? Xu Mingjie's expression changed rapidly, becoming all colorful. The trembling hands reached towards the chest. Wang Haoren, who was playing the second game, noticed something and quickly looked up at Xu Mingjie. Damn, this kid is going to do something stupid again. Just when Wang Haoren thought he was going to send Xu Mingjie to the infirmary again, Subai asked in confusion, "What registration?" "Go find Director Xia and register for the list. You and I will be traveling together." "Oh, I'll just tell her about this, you don't have to worry about it." "Aha." Chen Yuxing paused and said with difficulty, "Traveling with you, I am looking forward to it." After saying that, she covered her face and ran away shyly. The people around, especially the boys, all had murderous looks in their eyes. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I should have left the classroom at the same time as Director Xia. Look at this, is this reasonable? Just a few days after school started, Subai actually hooked up with Chen Yuxing. I originally thought it was a rumor, but it turns out that Goddess Chen was more proactive. Why, apart from his good looks, Subai is ordinary and unremarkable in every other aspect. There are many people chasing Chen Yuxing who are more handsome than Subai. Those are genuine tall, rich and handsome men. Why on earth did they lose to Subai? What Chen Yuxing just said to Subai is bound to spread among classmates and cause an uproar. At this time, Shumingzhi covered his chest. At least I can breathe normally now. When he first heard Chen Yuxing mention registration, he thought she wanted to register her marriage with Subai. Turns out to be registration for travel activities. Haha. Brother Subai, I think we roommates should still maintain unity and friendship. Why don't we stay in dormitory 510 together, add Chen Yuxing, and find a few people from the School of Art? Shumingzhi said. I have no objection, but are you really okay? Subai was a little skeptical. If Shumingzhi saw his and Chen Yuxing's ambiguous behavior, this guy would die on the spot. No problem. Shumingzhi said with a determined look on his face, letting me see the sweet moments between you and Chen Yuxing with my own eyes will just make me give up. Alas, actually, I have almost accepted the reality. Now I think Zheng Qiuran is my type. After all, she buys Sennheiser and she has good taste in music. No, master, can you have some backbone? Shui Tao was unhappy. What do you mean by backbone? I'm just taking advantage of the situation and adapting to changes. Besides, Chen Yuxing already has Subai, and Zheng Qiuran is still single, without even a romantic partner. Of course I have to pursue such a pure girl. As expected of Mr. Hu, this is such pure love. Subai sighed and said, in fact, this is a good thing. Even if young people don't have some ideals of pure love, they can't all be morally corrupt, right? By the way, Chen Yuxing and Zheng Qiuran happen to be roommates. We can ask Chen Yuxing to invite Zheng Qiuran to join the team. Shumingzhi looked at Subai with burning eyes. Brother Subai, you will help me, right? It depends on Xingxing's intention. Pretty. You're calling me so affectionately, how far have you progressed now? Shumingzhi held his head and acted mad. Shui Tao's face was gloomy, and he thought of another level. Damn it, are you really going to let your grandson Shumingzhi hook up with Zheng Qiuran? What if it really worked out? It wasn't impossible. It was said that Zheng Qiuran came from a poor part of the province, and might be very eager to get a Shanghai hookup. Plus, Shumingzhi was a bit of an arty, pretentious person, so maybe he'd get lucky. Suddenly, Shui Tao felt a strong sense of crisis. So Shui Tao also decided to join this team. Wang Haoran took a look and thought, okay, then he could go too. Chapter 43. What? Subai actually bought a car. Logically speaking, as a true otaku, I would definitely choose not to go to this kind of outing where I can choose not to go, but then again, IT may be used to offset the credits for quality practice, and since we are going out to play, we will have the opportunity to eat and drink with brother Bai. Is it human not to take the opportunity to eat for free? Anyway, it won't interfere with your mobile game playing, so just bring a few more power banks. So the tour group instantly expanded to 5 people. A group of 4 people in room 510, building 7, men's dormitory, plus Chen Yuxing, about who will be the captain of this team. Shui Tao and Shumingzhi had a big dispute. Everyone thinks they are the most suitable. The two started debating while eating in the cafeteria and continued debating in the dormitory. Finally, at 8:30 in the evening, the winner was successfully determined. The reason for determining the winner is quite coincidental. Shumingzhi and Shui Tao were making a fuss in the social group, saying that their travel team already had 5 people, 4 boys and Chen Yuxing, and they would recruit a few more girls. Shumingzhi then emphasized his experience of traveling abroad many times since elementary school. He has been to more than a dozen countries and posted many photos he took. To be honest, Shumingzhi's photography skills are pretty good. Mr. Who does have some taste. It actually attracted several girls from the art college to add him and discuss travel and photography. After all, being able to travel abroad since childhood means that your family is well off, and being able to take photos means that you are good at having fun, which can easily arouse the interest of some girls. Unfortunately, the quality of those girls is not very good. Shumingzhi looked through the photos in their circle of friends one by one, revealing an expression of old people, subway, mobile phone. Where are the art students? Why are they all like this? I thought the broadcasting and hosting major had some requirements for appearance, but I didn't expect. Sigh. Is it really that exaggerated? Wang Haoran was bored and leaned over to take a look. Isn't this all okay? This is a photo with makeup and photoshopped, it's barely passable. I can't imagine what the real person looks like without makeup. I see. I don't understand. I see all 3-dimensional women the same way. I'm face blind. Wang Haoran made a deadpan comment. Not as good as General Lei Dian. Shui Tao also came over to watch for a while, then suddenly called out, Master Hu, why are they all adding you just to chat and not to join the tour group? I don't know either. What's going on? Shumingzhi was also confused. He had talked to several sisters, but when he mentioned traveling, they all declined, saying that they had other arrangements.
Brother Bai, what do you think? Wang Haoran asked. Su Bai thought for a moment and said lazily, I guess they think our group is too strange, 4 boys and Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing is a cold and aloof academic type with an aura that keeps people away, so it's not easy for her to get close to other girls. Everyone agreed that Su Bai's analysis made sense. Although Su Bai is usually low-key, he sometimes looks at things quite soberly. Shui Tao said unhappily, damn it must be because you were too naive, master. I'll do it. Then it was Shui Tao's turn to go to the group and talk. Everyone, the biggest difference in our group is that we're planning a self-driving tour. After all, the scenic spots around Jiangcheng aren't as convenient as joining a tour group, and taking a taxi isn't very convenient either. So, driving on our own is the best option. I'm not very talented, but I own a Magotan 330 that I can use at any time. It has to be said that the locals' display of affection is a bit deliberate. It actually worked. A girl with the avatar of a glutinous rice dumpling said, is there really a car available? That would be great. We don't want to squeeze into the subway. It's bound to be very crowded during the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. A self-driving tour would be best. Shui Tao cheered up and quickly sent a private message to add the girl. After a brief conversation, I found out that the girl's name was Wan Xinyan, and she had an older sister named Wan Xinyue, who was also in the same class. The two are twin sisters, and they both got admitted to the broadcasting and hosting major at Jiangcheng University, which is quite rare. The two sisters were used to acting together and were wondering which team they would feel more comfortable joining when they saw Shui Tao bragging about his Magotan 330 yacht. It's quite rare to see a boy in college who owns a car. I did some searching and it's not a great car, but it's not bad either. Anyway, it is definitely enough as a tool to use when traveling. So Wan Xinyan accepted Shui Tao's friend request. A brief exchange. I feel that this boy is very enthusiastic, but he doesn't seem very smart. It's good not to be smart, as it makes it easier to operate in USE. So the two sides hit it off. However, Wan Xinyan still thought of a question. If we include us, there will be 4 men and 3 women. One car won't fit all of us, right? Shui Tao had anticipated this and replied, it's a small matter. I plan to rent another car. One of our roommates can drive, so we can let him drive. 2 cars and 7 people will be easy. Wan Xinyan said with satisfaction, that's good, Shui Tao, you're very thoughtful. I feel like most boys aren't as mature as you. Complimented by the girl, Shui Tao felt elated. He smiled foolishly and muttered to himself, hey, you guys think, will both of these twins fall in love with me? You've seen too much of Liu Bei, haven't you? He even likes you. You take yourself too seriously. Xu Mingzhi poured a bucket of cold water on him. Anyway, our tour group has taken shape. It's no problem for the 7 of us to go. If we can add 1 or 2 more girls, that's fine too. After all, 2 cars can seat 10 people. Looking at Shui Tao showing off, Xu Mingzhi felt so uncomfortable. How come this old guy is able to pretend to be so good? Could it be that Xu Mingzhi, who has traveled to 17 countries at such a young age, is knowledgeable and proficient in photography, cannot attract girls? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Xu Mingzhi has another important task: invite Jiang Qiran to join the team. To be honest, he was very unsure. After all, he and Jiang Qiran had nothing in common. She is flattered by a bunch of rich guys every day and is arguably the most popular goddess in the dormitory. However, precisely because this task is difficult, Xu Mingzhi has to find a way to complete it. In this way, we will definitely be able to overshadow the locals. Little bastard, let me show you how powerful I am. Just when Xu Mingzhi's ambition was about to ignite, Su Bai, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Shangsheng just told me that Jiang Qiran took the initiative to ask her if they could play together during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I agreed on behalf of everyone. No, buddy, why the hell? Why did she come here on her own initiative? Xu Mingzhi looked uncomfortable. Oh, then I refuse? Su Bai squinted. Shui Tao said quickly, why refuse? Come on, welcome. After saying that, he looked at Su Bai strangely. Although he didn't know why Jiang Qiran took the initiative to join, since she came, it was a good thing, and Shui Tao would definitely welcome her. After all, Jiang Qiran was the most perfect school beauty in his mind. Chapter 44: Late Night Consultation with a Counselor. With 2 goddess dormitory members and twin beautiful girls, this trip is really exciting. Even if he couldn't hook up with Jiang Qiran, Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue were still very tempting. Shui Tao had just seen photos of them in Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. Both of them were fresh and cute beauties. They looked relatively young, but their breasts were very impressive. She can be called a giant loli. After daydreaming for a while, Shui Tao suddenly remembered the important matter and asked Su Bai, I remember you took the driving test during the summer vacation, right? I took the test. Then we can rent a car and you drive it? You've already planned this, haven't you? TSK, how can you call it calculation? It's clearly roommates helping each other. Look, we have 4 beautiful women accompanying us on this trip. It's a rare opportunity. Hearing the sarcasm in Su Bai's words, Shui Tao felt a little embarrassed and defended himself. Su Bai was too lazy to argue with him and waved his hand. It's okay, I understand what you mean. But, forget about renting a car. I just bought a car recently, so it's just right for us to go out and have fun together. What, you bought a car?
Shuetao scratched her ears, thinking she had misheard. How can a poor guy like Subai afford a car? The conversation between Shuetao and Subai also aroused Chu Mingzhi's interest. He had already put on his beloved Sennheiser headphones, but immediately took them off again, saying in surprise, "Brother Subai, buying a car is no small matter. Why didn't you discuss such an important purchase with everyone? I just happened to find one that I liked, so I bought it." Subai said calmly. "I thought to myself, you are not my father, why should I discuss this with you, but that's how he is. Whenever someone in the dormitory wants to buy something, he always expresses his own opinions to show his taste." As Subai had expected, Chu Mingzhi said seriously, "Buying a car is something you still have to consider carefully. New energy vehicles are all the rage right now, so young people should buy them. However, there are a lot of tricks involved. After all, a car symbolizes a person's temperament. For example, if a young person buys a traditional joint venture gasoline car, they'll look old-fashioned. Who the hell are you picking on?" Shuetao blew his beard and glared. "It's old-fashioned. Some of them drive pretty well. Besides, these electric cars have only been around for 2 or 3 years. They're unstable. What if they break down frequently? And it has to be German-made, time-tested. Only a mature man can drive a Magotan." After that, Shuetao turned to Subai and continued to ask, "Oh, I remember, you said before that you made a small fortune? You must have used that money to buy a car." "I guess so." "What car?" "An SUV, quite big." "Oh, that's great. Now that you're in a relationship with Goddess Chen, it's convenient to have a car. But even if you buy a car, you still have to spend money on daily maintenance. Can your family support it?" Shuetao looked aggressive, obviously not believing that Subai could afford the cost of maintaining a car. "No problem. Anyway, I'll bring it along when I travel." "That's the happy decision." Subai answered briefly, then put on his headphones and started playing duo with Wang Haoren. "I am often led by Chen Yuxing and I am a bit tired of winning too much. Tonight, I will experience the authentic style of real money with Wang Haoren." Shuetao felt ignored, and stepped back angrily, muttering to himself, "It seems that Subai's small fortune may not actually be that small. Did you win the lottery? Or did you get lucky and buy a foreign financial product that increased dozens of times overnight?" Shuetao doesn't know much about investment, but no matter what, Subai's financial situation seems to have improved. First, he changed to Apple's Pro Max, and then he bought a car. This made Shuetao feel a sense of crisis. After all, in the dormitory and even in the whole class, he, Shuetao, had always been the leader. Oh no, it was him and Chu Mingzhi who were competing against each other. He is the only student in the class who owns a car. Now that Subai also has a car, it seems that his unique attributes have been diluted. However, Shuetao thought again. With Subai's consumption habits, he would definitely pursue cost-effectiveness when buying a car. He probably bought a domestic SUV worth less than 100,000 yuan, probably a brand like Chery, Great Wall, Changan. The Magotan 330 he drives is a legitimate joint venture B-class car. It's a completely different concept. When the girl sits on it, the feeling is completely different. Imagine a goddess of Chen Yuxing's level sitting in a domestically produced Haval H6. It seems very discordant just thinking about it. Shuetao estimated that Subai and Chen Yuxing were still in an ambiguous stage and were still a long way from being in a relationship. Maybe after Chen Yuxing felt Subai's poverty, she gradually lost interest in him. Thinking of this, Shuetao felt much more balanced. Otherwise, if Subai really dated Chen Yuxing, he would be jealous to death. Why would such a beautiful goddess fall for Subai? This guy is just a little handsome, but other than that he is a completely low-quality man. Ding. The host has thrown their professional coursework aside and is immersing themselves in Summoner's Rift. Really indulgent. Reward, cash plus 1,000 yuan. Subai and Wang Haoren fought fiercely in the real gold and silver division. Finally, I counted on my fingers and found that I had lost points. It doesn't matter. Sheng Sheng will help him fight back anyway. Before going to bed, Subai went to wash up, and Wang Haoren followed him. He took the opportunity to ask Subai, a brother, why did Jiang Qiran want to travel with us? I remember Mr. who said that the girl and Chen Yuxing had an average relationship. Really? I don't know. Subai really didn't know what the relationship between Jiang Qiran and Chen Yuxing was like before today. He didn't even know that Jiang Qiran was a member of the goddess dormitory. As agreed, after going to college, Subai and Jiang Qiran pretended not to know each other. In order to appear more authentic, I even deleted my QQ and WeChat accounts, cut cleanly. They are obviously childhood sweethearts who grew up together. In fact, in their hometown, Jiang Qiran lives across from Subai's house. I don't know what Jiang Qiran was thinking at that time. However, Subai didn't have any extra thoughts about this childhood sweetheart, so he just cut her off. I was a little sad at the time, but I quickly forgot about it. Now it seems that Subai has indeed forgotten everything completely. I didn't even bother to ask which dormitory Jiang Qiran was in. I'm not afraid of forgetting. Alas, there is no way. Subai is such a naturally heartless man. For example, recently, while dating a senior, he was also having a hot relationship with Sheng Sheng. There was no sense of shame in his heart, and this seemed to be a very natural behavior for Subai. Subai thought about it and said to Wang Haoren, maybe Jiang Qiran's popularity is just average. A girl who is very pure and delicate may have many superficial friends, but in reality, she is easily isolated by various small groups. Ah, is that so?
I don't understand girls at all. I feel like the relationships between them are very complicated. It's okay. It's a trip, so it's nice to have more people around. We can eat and have fun. It won't affect anything. 2. Subai climbed onto the iron bed in the dormitory, lay down and browsed his phone for a while, and surprisingly felt quite comfortable, even more comfortable than in a hotel. This made Subai reflect on himself. Could it be that he is the type who would feel uncomfortable if he lived in too many luxurious places? This shouldn't be the case. In fact, Subai also yearns for a life of luxury and decadence deep down. Which man doesn't want to be awesome and show off every day, not to mention anything else? When he was paying for his senior schoolmate in the luxury store, spending money like water, and enjoying the admiring gaze of the salesgirl, Subai felt so happy at that time. But it seems that sleeping in a hotel just makes me feel inexplicably uncomfortable. This question seems a bit philosophical. After much thought, Subai decided to find someone to discuss it with. The candidate discussed was quite unconventional, and he chose counselor Charlene. The system panel showed that Xia Lin's favorability towards Subai had exceeded 50, which was the basis for discussion. After all, if there was no favorability, which counselor would discuss such strange life philosophy questions with students? In addition, everyone says that Charlene is a beautiful, rich, and wealthy woman with a very good family background. According to Subai's observation, Xia Lin's words and deeds, including the things she uses in daily life, are not cheap, and they are the kind of cheap that is quite tasteful. It seems that her taste is even more discerning than that of Mr. H. It is far superior to the style of the locals. So, among the girls that Subai is qualified to talk to, Xia Lin is the most suitable one to discuss this issue. Supi de Baigus, Director Xia, I have a question and would like to discuss it with someone. Are you free now? Xia Tianlin, if you have time, tell me what you are confused about. Supi de Baigus, it's a common dream to stay in a luxury hotel every day, but I recently tried it, and after just a few days, I felt a bit bored. It was a Riverview suite that cost nearly 2,000 yuan a night. Xia Tianlin? Chapter 45. Sending a selfie to Director Xia, Luxury Service Department's graduate student dormitory. Xia Lin couldn't help laughing when she saw the message from Subai on her phone. Look at what you were saying. Is this human language? Tired of staying in luxury hotels? Ordinary people can't even afford to live there. However, considering Xia Lin's background, Subai's question seems outrageous. But it is not just a complaint without reason. When Charlene was very young, she and her parents stayed in a five-star hotel that cost more than 1,000 yuan a night. Even more expensive ones have been experienced. Once, my mother went back to her hometown and my father was on a business trip. It was summer vacation, so he took her to stay at the Hilton for half a month. Xia Lin has a say in Subai's troubles. After all, she had been fascinated by Subai's figure recently. Xia Lin thought carefully for a moment, organized her words and typed to Xia Tianlin, although the hotel is luxurious, it's still a hotel after all. It lacks a sense of life. If you stay there for too long, you'll easily become frivolous. Puff pastry white goose, that makes sense. Supi de Baigus, so, looking at it this way, if you want to live long term, you still have to rent a traditional apartment. Supi de Baigus, but the hotel has someone to help take care of things, which is really convenient. This is another advantage that renting a house can't match. Xia Tianlin, what's up? Is Su planning to move off campus? Supi big white goose, yes, I do have this plan, and I'll report it to Director Xia first. Xia Tianlin, Su is very well behaved, thumbs up crispy white goose _ scratching my head, sorry Supi de Baigus, is it possible to find a high-end way to rent a room while enjoying the services of a hotel? Xia Tianlin, the kind you're talking about does exist on the market, but it's quite expensive, and most students probably can't afford it. Supplementary white goose, Director Xia, do you think I look like an ordinary student? Puff pastry white goose, picture. Subai took the opportunity to send Xia Lin a set of photos of his abdominal muscles. I took this photo just now when I was in the bathroom. I have to say that the body strengthening liquid given by Brother Tongzi is really awesome. The body she has sculpted is better looking than that of male models. Xia Tianlin, shy expression package. Xia Tianlin, why are you sending pictures when you have a disagreement? Save it for your girlfriend, don't get mad at the counselor. Supi de Baigus, I just wanted to know if you'd like to see it. I posted it a few days ago and you had no objections. Supi de Baigus, if you don't like it, Director Xia, I won't post it. Xia Tianlin, honestly, it's really pretty. Miss Su must have put a lot of effort into this figure, right? Charlene is a sports lover, so naturally she has a strong interest in maintaining a good figure. The two chatted about sports-related topics for a while before returning to the main topic. Xia Tianlin, the kind of living you're talking about, which combines the living experience of renting a house with the services of a hotel, is called a serviced apartment. Xia Tianlin, this business model originated overseas and has been very successful in China in recent years, becoming a favorite among high-end business professionals. Xia Tianlin, let me ask in advance, what is Su's budget? Subai did the math, his savings now amount to more than 10 million. The system says that indulgent consumption such as renting a house can only be paid in advance for a maximum of 1 year. In other words, the monthly rent should not exceed 1 million. Supi de Baigus, no more than 1 million a month. Xia Tianlin, puppy hitting people emoji. Xia Tianlin, with this budget, do you want to live in a palace?
Supply white goose, a palace is not a good option. I've heard of palaces, castles, ancient towns, and the like. The internet connection is poor, and I like playing games. Xia Tianlin, puppy smirk. Xia Tianlin, wait a minute, I'll find you some links to reputable, well-known service departments with branches in Jiangcheng. Soon, Charlene sent a few web links. Subbai looked around and felt satisfied. A service department is a building that is contracted and independently operated by a certain brand. Just like a hotel, the interior decoration and design are similar to those of high-end large-floor residential houses: kitchen, bathroom, cloakroom, parking lot. All the settings are similar to if you bought a house and lived in it yourself. But you don't need to worry about the decoration yourself. There is a 24-hour butler service. You can directly call the butler to help with cleaning, maintenance, or even what you want to eat. In addition, the service departments also come with a separate gym, swimming pool, Chinese and Western restaurants, a leisure club, a video room, a bar, and more. Some even have outrageous things like golf courses and racetracks. Of course, in terms of price, it cannot be compared with the Wanda apartments that cost 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. The starting unit size is 100 square meters, and the price for a single day of stay is higher than the Marriott Riverview suite where Subbai lives. If you want to live in a larger apartment, the starting price is 3,000 per night, that works out to 100,000 yuan a month. Of course, the contract is actually a monthly subscription. If you subscribe for a few more months at one time, you can get a discount. If you pay for a year directly, you can get a bigger discount, but no matter how big the discount is, it is still a way of renting a house that office workers cannot imagine. For Subbai, money is not a problem, the key lies in the quality of living. It should be luxurious yet have a sense of everyday life. After reading the link Xiaolin sent him, Subbai suddenly realized, isn't this a top-notch large flat in the city center for long-term rental, with a bunch of thoughtful services included? Choose a top-notch service department and rent it for a year, and you can get at least several million in cash back. When I have more savings, I will look for a luxury house in Jiangcheng and then slowly decorate it according to my own ideas. After the decoration is completed, we will move into the mansion. Subai's thoughts raced, and he quickly finalized a plan. Soupy big white goose, thank you Director Xia. This information is very useful. Soupy de Bai Goose, I think the Ascot brand is pretty good. Although a bit pricey, there's a branch very close to the school, right by the river, and the location and scenery are great. Xia Tianlin, classmate Su has excellent taste. If budget is not a concern, this place is definitely the most suitable for students on campus. Soupy big white goose, I plan to go and see it tomorrow. Is Director Xia free tomorrow? Would you like to accompany me? Invite a counselor to go house hunting. You are quite brave. Boyish Charlene felt a little awkward, but soon her mood turned into a joyful and playful one. After all, she is a rich girl and has seen a lot of the world. It can be seen that Subai's family is very powerful, which forms a sharp contrast with Subai's simplicity in food, clothing, and daily necessities. He's a low-key young master, and he has such a great figure. It's true that there are hidden talents among the college students. Xiaolin muttered to herself, and couldn't help but click on the picture that Subbai had just sent her, which she had saved in her album. It made her mouth water. Oops, I'm drooling. To be honest, Charlene was really moved. She has never been in a relationship for all these years. Given her family background, she doesn't need to get anything from a man through a relationship. She can be said to be a girl who grew up with a silver spoon in her mouth. However, Charlene doesn't like to show off her wealth. She has been studying, pursuing graduate studies, and working diligently to improve herself. I don't have any big aspirations, but at least I want to be a useful person to society. She suddenly realized that Subbai seemed quite similar to her. He is also the type of rich man who is low-key and lives an honest life. Besides, Subbai has such a great figure, he must like sports very much, and Xiaolin also likes sports. It's a match made in heaven. Besides the fact that she is a counselor and Subbai is a freshman, it's a little awkward. Charlene shook her head and decided not to think too much about it for now. She just wanted to be friends first. So she immediately accepted Subai's invitation and made an appointment to go to Ascot to look at houses together tomorrow morning. Chapter 46. Xiaolin dresses up carefully for Subbai the next day. There is only the second period class on Monday morning, and it is an elective course that can be skipped. Subbai arrived at the cafeteria on time at 9 o'clock and met with Xiaolin from a distance. Subbai saw Xiaolin in sportswear. Although she was in an inconspicuous place in the cafeteria, she stood out among the students. As a graduate student, she has a better foundation because of her advanced years of development, and she also knows how to dress herself up. The slim-fitting sports shirt and yoga pants, with dark colors, perfectly show off Charlene's toned figure. She has a fresh and natural light makeup on her face, and overall she is a very eye-catching sports beauty. Director Xia, you look so beautiful today. Subbai came over with a breakfast plate and casually praised it. Charlene's face showed a slightly unnatural expression, and she said nonchalantly, really? I feel like every day is pretty much the same for me. That proves Director Xia's makeup skills are excellent, so her image is very stable every day. Subbai looked at Xiaolin openly. This light makeup is very clever. Hey, you kid, you also know how to make up with clear water? Is it strange? Few boys understand this. Before, many people thought I was wearing no makeup. Xiaolin said with a smile. As a counselor who also handles some youth league committee work, it is not convenient for Charlene to wear heavy makeup, but girls still love beauty, so they like fresh and everyday makeup. Sometimes when I'm busy or lazy, I just don't wear makeup. The premise is that there is no need to meet the people you care about. Today, Xiaolin had to accompany Su Bai to look at a house. For some unknown reason, she got up very early and spent almost an hour carefully getting dressed. Charlene actually understands the reason. By the time I was in my early 20s, I was no longer the naive little girl who had just graduated from high school. Charlene's parents have also been looking for a suitable man for her, but Charlene was not satisfied with any of the ones she found. Either they are too old or have personality problems, but more often it is the hardware conditions that are difficult for Charlene to accept. The appearance is okay, but the main thing is the figure. Rich boys often live an indulgent life, and very few of them can maintain a good figure. Su Bai just hit the point that Xiaolin cared about the most: those tall and broad shoulders, those small abdominal muscles. Oh, just thinking about it makes Charlene feel hot. What's even better is that Su Bai is also very good in other aspects, especially judging from his consumption concept. He, like Charlene, is a low-key rich man. I don't like to show off, but I will spend money on material enjoyment. This is actually the most crucial point. When developing a long-term romantic relationship, matching economic conditions is the first priority. In Jiangcheng, there are very few boys who can keep up with Xiaolin's spending level. Coupled with the constraints of body shape and age, people like Su Bai are extremely rare, so they are definitely scarce resources. Xiaolin plans to seize this opportunity to see if she can attract Su Bai's favor. Such a good boy cannot be let go. When Xiaolin heard Su Bai praising her makeup, she couldn't help feeling proud. He picked up a glutinous rice ball from his plate and handed it to Su Bai's mouth. Try this, it's new from the breakfast window, it has taro flavor. Su Bai was stunned for a moment, because Xiaolin didn't use chopsticks, but instead used her index finger and thumb to pick up the glutinous rice ball and feed it to Su Bai. Su Bai understood immediately, his expression remained calm, and he opened his mouth to eat the food. By the way, I tasted Director Xiao's fingertips. How does it taste? Tasty. So good. Xiaolin's fingers felt the touch of Su Bai's lips and teeth, but she did not feel shy like a little girl. She just narrowed her eyes in satisfaction and smiled warmly. She has a bright and dignified appearance, the type that would make her a perfect match for a successful man's wife, commonly known as the face that brings good fortune to the husband. When she smiles, her eyes are curved and her eyebrows are particularly beautiful. This woman is suitable to be taken home as the principal wife. Su Bai made a silent judgment in his heart. The two chatted while finishing their breakfast and came to the school parking lot together. Will you take my car, Su? No, I'll drive. If we're sure we're going to live there, I can also drive and move some things. Okay. Seeing Su Bai take out the key to unlock the Mercedes-Benz GLE, Xiaolin didn't feel strange, and even thought it was natural. Charlene has seen many luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. She drives an Audi Q7 herself. Su Bai naturally had no intention of showing off, so he waited for Xiaolin to sit down and then set off. The distance is not far, just over 10 minutes. Taking the opportunity, Xiaolin told Su Bai about the situation of the serviced apartment. Ascot is considered a relatively old high-end apartment in China. Of course, the one we're going to see is a new branch that was built 3 years ago. It just happens to be free of decoration and the facilities are not outdated. It is at its peak. That's good, I'm lucky. Su Bai said, then changed his words. No, I shouldn't say I'm lucky, it's all thanks to Director Xiao's matchmaking. It's a small matter. As a counselor, it's my duty to take care of students. Soon, the two arrived at Ascot Apartments' Jiangcheng Shuefu branch. When walking into the lobby of the apartment, Su Bai saw several residents coming in and out, including some foreigners. They all look like social elites. According to Xiaolin, some foreign scholars who come to Jiangcheng University for exchanges and visits like to stay at Ascot. Anyway, there is reimbursement. The lady at the front desk smiled professionally and bowed to the two visitors. Welcome to Ascot, she said. Are you here to check in for a retail stay or to discuss a long-term lease? Xiaolin asked. Long-term rentals can be quite long, and the requirements for room type and service are quite high. Is your marketing manager here? Yes, please come this way. The receptionist led the two into an office deep inside the first floor of the apartment. This time, the manager had just started work and immediately perked up when he heard someone coming to discuss long-term rental business. What are your names? My last name is Xia, his last name is Su. He wants to rent a house, and I'm here to help him find one. Okay, you look familiar. Are you Miss Xiaolin from Jian University? Yes, it's me. Ha, I said you looked familiar. I remember you came to see the house last year. The manager said enthusiastically. Obviously, he knew something about Charlene's background. Charlene politely replied, I was actually quite satisfied with the house here at the time, but I felt it was too big and too empty for one person to live in, which seemed a bit wasteful. In the end, I decided to live in the graduate student dormitory, where it's more lively with my bestie. Indeed. So, does this Mr. Su plan to live here on his own? The manager turned to Su Bai. I guess so, but most of the time I bring a female companion back. Su Bai cleared his throat and stated his requirements. My requirements are to choose the largest and most luxurious room type, with the best accompanying benefits. I don't care about the price.
A budget of less than 1 million per month is fine, manager.
Chapter 47. Only a scumbag can arouse the desire to conquer a white, rich, and beautiful woman. You know what? This kind of request is quite rare. There are two types of people who live in Ascot. One type is the really rich people who need to stay in Jiangxing for a few months because of personal hobbies or company matters. They tend to have strict budget control and have money but don't waste it. After all, they are all social elites and they know how to calculate. It is quite tiring to negotiate prices with such customers. The second type is those who use public funds, such as the visiting scholars from abroad that Xia Lin gave to Subai. Anyway, it will be reimbursed by the scholars' University or Jiangnan University, so just follow the agreed price without any further negotiation. This type of customer saves trouble, but they often choose the lowest grade room types and also ask for various additional benefits. In short, they don't make much money. The above two situations basically constitute 99% of the customer base for high-end service departments, but it's obvious. Mr. Su is the remaining 1%, commonly known as a rich guy who has so much money that he wants to experience life. Just choose the best one. Fill it up. Fill it up. All of the manager understood what he meant and flipped through the gold-stamped brochure in his hand, turning directly to the last part.
Mr. Su, I recommend the Supreme Landscape Duplex Suite.
It has 2 floors, totaling 302 square meters. I listened to the manager's vivid introduction, combined with the pictures in the brochure and the 3D real-life video played on the manager's mobile phone. Subay's eyes lit up. Indulgence. This is too indulgent. Originally, Subai expected to rent the best large flat, but he didn't expect that this high-end apartment actually had the option of duplexes, from the house type to the decoration, and then to the various functional rooms. The all-round low-key luxury and comfort perfectly meets Subai's long-term living needs. The system even pops up a prompt in my mind, indicating that this consumption meets the system's definition of indulgence. I guess it's really too outrageous. How can a college student live in an apartment of 300 square meters? Perhaps Xia Lin also felt that it was a bit exaggerated, so she asked Subai with a smile, "Your parents won't be unhappy if you live like this?" "No, my family is very tolerant of me, and this isn't that expensive." I saw it written above, the retail price for a single night's stay is only over 5,000. Just over 5,000, the manager was secretly shocked, but with a smile on his face, he took out his computer and started typing. "Mr. Su, if you choose this Supreme Landscape residence, all the benefits you need will be given to you free of charge. If you pay monthly, you will get a 20% discount on the retail price of 5,299. That's 127,000 per month. Monthly payments are too much trouble.
Can I pay annually? I can pay it in full right away and then I don't have to worry about it anymore." "That's fine. If you're willing, we'd certainly welcome it."
The manager thought quickly. "Wait a minute, I'll call the regional headquarters and ask what the maximum discount is for an annual payment. In fact, this landscape duplex is very difficult to rent out. After all, there are not many rich people in Jiangcheng, not as exaggerated as in first-tier cities. Moreover, most of them are local bosses, who prefer to build a villa in the countryside and live slowly. The target audience for business-style luxury apartments in the city center like this one is relatively young, but the problem is that young people have so much money on hand." The manager ran out to make a phone call. Subai could have just asked for a 20% discount, since the more he paid, the more cash back he would get, but this behavior was a bit too pretentious, and Subai thought it would be better not to do it in front of Director Xia. Director Xia is obviously the kind of well-educated, wealthy and beautiful woman who must hate the overly ostentatious behavior of nouveau riche. To pickup girls, you have to cater to their preferences, talk about ideals with Chen Yuxing, talk about money with senior students, and pretend to be cool in front of Director Xia. "Student Su, don't you feel lonely living alone in such a big house?" Xia Lin asked casually. In fact, what he was concerned about was the female companion that Subai had just mentioned to the manager. Which girl will Subai bring? The image of Chen Yuxing suddenly appeared in Xia Lin's mind. Xia Lin's intuition told her that there must be something going on between Chen Yuxing and Subai, but Chen Yuxing seems to be a very conservative girl. She probably hasn't developed that level of relationship with Subai yet, right? Humph, this little guy, and his female companion, is quite good at playing. A normal college boy would probably just say that he lives with his girlfriend. My female companion seems to need to be replaced every time. She is such a scumbag, but this did not reduce Xia Lin's affection for Subai. It's good to be a scumbag, because it's because he is a scumbag that you feel a sense of accomplishment when you conquer him. As a beautiful, rich woman who loves sports, Charlene is actually very wild at heart. She herself doesn't like to mess around and is still a virgin at the age of 22. But she likes men like Subai who have the temperament of a lion. Facing Xia Lin's question, Subai replied with a smile, "If Director Xia is willing, you can come as a guest often." "Okay, if you say so, I'll take it seriously." "I just hope Director Xia is serious about this. Look, this mountain water duplex even has a small gym." Subai pointed at the floor plan and said, "Director Xia should be good at fitness, right?" "Well, when I was an undergraduate, I took a bodybuilding class for a while, so I understand all the related projects, but I didn't train professionally. For a girl, being too professional wouldn't look good." "That's right. Too much is as bad as too little. Director Xia's current figure is the most perfect in my eyes." Subai praised sincerely. To be honest, in Subai's opinion, director Xia, Chen Yuxing, and Zhou Jielu, all of them are beautiful in their own ways, but now that the topic has come to this, it is only natural to tell a little lie. As expected, Xia Lin was very pleased with Subai's words. She covered her mouth with her hands and laughed uncontrollably. What do you mean by perfect? It's just so. Classmate Su, you're exaggerating. But if you're interested in fitness, I can really give you some advice. I also want to try the best room type at a Scott and see what the private gym is like. Then it's happily decided. I'll ask Director Xia to work out with me when I have time. Yeah, sure. Ding. Charlene's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 65. The two smiled at each other. There seemed to be a hint of adult understanding in their eyes. The returning manager happened to see Subai and Xia Lin looking at each other ambiguously. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Oh my, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Xia family has a special relationship with this boy. The manager didn't ask what the relationship was between her and the handsome young man that Charlene brought. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. If you have been in the business world for a long time, your emotional intelligence cannot be too low. Mr. Su, I just asked my boss for instructions. If you rent the Supreme Landscape residence on an annual basis, you can get a 30% discount. In addition, you will receive a special service. We will arrange a dedicated butler for you to take care of your daily life and be on call 24 hours a day. That's good. Subai nodded. A house of 300 square meters really needs a housekeeper to take care of it, otherwise it would be tiring just to clean up. In fact, Subai had already discovered when he was staying in a hotel recently that even the Riverview suite was quite troublesome to clean up, and he had to call the front desk clerk for any problem. This manager is quite business savvy and even knew to ask his boss for an exclusive butler service. After the manager took Subai to inspect the apartment, Subai decisively swiped his card to pay. Chapter 48 Special Attribute Points, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Ding. Payment successful. The retail price of the Supreme Landscape duplex apartment was 5,299, totaling 1,335,348 yuan. The manager decided to round off the price, and the final payment was 1.33 million yuan. According to reports, those celebrities in the news who stay in hotels all year round spend only a few 100,000 yuan a year. The residence Subai chose cost almost twice as much as a celebrity's salary. The manager has seen the world. He has no idea how many big orders he has made from business receptions every year. Only a young and green college student like Subai could spend over $1 million in one go without blinking an eye. I've never seen that before. What touched the manager most was his calm and confident demeanor. What kind of prominent family must one be to raise an 18-year-old boy to have such a noble character? In fact, it was the system that gave Subai the confidence. Ding. Host's excessive spending detected. Long-term rental of a Scott Supreme Landscape duplex, 1 year, spending 1.33 million yuan trigger 10 times cashback plus 13.3 million yuan. Subai was delighted that he had won the highest cashback. His deposit skyrocketed to more than 20 million. If I continue to indulge myself for a while, I'm afraid I can start looking for a big villa. If you ignore the system rebate, spending 1.33 million on accommodation a year is indeed super luxurious. Of course, the living experience is also difficult to match in luxury hotels. Not only are the rooms high-end and elegant, but they are also close to daily life and allow people to sleep peacefully, and there are also integrated leisure and entertainment facilities in a Scott Plaza. After paying, Subai focused on visiting the kitchen and bathroom with overlapping landscape designs. Subai's parents died early, and he was raised by the aunt next door. Yes, that aunt was Jiang Qiran's mother. Since her aunt was busy with work, Subai often cooked at her own stove. The more you cook, the more skilled you become, and you even fall in love with cooking. The kitchen in this luxurious duplex apartment adopts the integrated kitchen design of an internationally renowned brand and is fully equipped with various facilities. A huge oven, a built-in dishwasher, a steamer, an air fryer, an oversized 4-door refrigerator, and an 18-piece kitchenware set. From a top German luxury brand, Subai was even a little impatient to show off his skills. As for the bathroom, it naturally needs attention as well. After all, this is a place of battle. Okay, now that you're done here, I have something to do at school, so I'll go back first. Xia Lin said goodbye to Subai. Okay, thank you, Director Xia. Subai said with some regret, I was thinking of treating you to lunch as a thank you. It's okay. I'll come over after I finish my schoolwork. I won't delay your dinner. Charlene quipped. This is also a kind of signal release. Generally speaking, if it is not convenient after helping out, then you can accept the treat another day. The fact that she came back specially was enough to prove that Xia Lin had a closer relationship with Subai. Subai understood this and smiled faintly. Then I will wait for Director Xia to come back. Wait. Charlene left slowly. The yoga pants on the back made Subai feel a little hot in his heart. I quickly ran to the small private gym attached to the duplex and did some exercise, sweat and expend energy. Take a bath by the way. To be honest, since binding to the super rich system, Subai has loved taking baths more and more. It feels very soothing and relaxing, which is very consistent with the theme of indulgence and enjoyment in life. Lying in a bathtub large enough for 3 people to take a bath together, Subai opened the system interface. In the past few days, I have accumulated 3 lottery opportunities. Now is the perfect time for me to be alone, with nothing to do, so I decided to draw the prize.
Draw 3 draws in a row. Drawing rewards for you. Congratulations on winning 1 million yuan in cash. Congratulations on winning special attribute points plus 3. Congratulations on winning the watch, Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore Series AP15500C stainless steel king blue dial automatic men's watch, priced at 615,000 yuan, 1 million yuan in cash is of little use to Subai. Just spend some money and you can get this amount back. It's a consolation prize. Special attribute points plus 3, it seems to be an enhancement of a certain attribute of the body. After clicking in and reading the detailed description, Subai's expression looked a little strange. No, buddy, I'm already abnormal enough in that aspect, and you want to strengthen it for me? Well, it's not a bad thing. After all, in the foreseeable future, little Subai will definitely suffer. College students have money and free time, so they will definitely go crazy picking up girls. A wave of strengthening will also allow Subai to adapt to more intense battles. The last reward is a watch. The watch is quite good, Audemars Piguet's Royal Oak series. It is said to be a high-end model that needs to be pre-ordered. It is quite troublesome to buy it by yourself. Subai originally wanted to buy a good watch for himself, and the system arranged it directly. It is really thoughtful. Subai clicked on the picture and took a look. It had an octagonal bezel made of silver stainless steel, an integrated bracelet, and was equipped with a self-produced movement, giving it a sense of both sportiness and luxury. A representative of top-level sports watches, suitable for users who pursue ultimate craftsmanship and unique design. With a price tag of over 600,000 yuan, it's quite impressive to wear. The casual sports style is also in line with Subai's daily dressing preferences. If it is a more formal style watch, it will always feel weird to wear, because Subai is not the kind of person who wears a suit and tie every day. After clicking extract in the system, a call came in immediately to contact Subai. He claimed to be a staff member of the Audemars Piguet flagship store in Shanghai. The watch had been shipped to Jiangcheng and would be delivered to Subai's location within 15 minutes. Subai thought that it seemed that the system's arrangement was still in line with the rules of reality. After all, he had just searched on the map on his phone and found that there was no Audemars Piguet store in Jiangcheng. Many top luxury brands lack stores in second-tier cities. The region's consumption capacity is insufficient, and it is not worth it for brands to open stores here. Like the Supreme Landscape duplex that Subai had just rented for a whole year, it is actually very difficult to rent out in Jiangcheng. This room type was originally designed perhaps to enhance the branch's status, or it could be a management error. In short, Subai got lucky. 10 minutes later. Mr. Su, this is the watch you ordered. Please check it. It comes with all the certificates and accessories. If it's convenient for you, you can try it on now. We've brought professional tools to help you adjust the strap length to better fit your wrist. The people who came to deliver the watch were a sales manager and an after-sales watch repairman. The master looked quite old and had a kind face. He helped Subai measure his wrist and adjusted the watch strap using professional tools. The movements were quick and deft, and it was done in a few minutes. It was the first time for Subai to see this process, and he was quite curious. I remember in an old movie I watched before, the protagonist bought a famous watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and had to find a special repairman in the store to adjust the watch strap. I heard that in some European countries, this adjustment process is particularly slow. In fact, it is not that complicated. It is just for show to create a very high-end atmosphere. It's still more efficient in our country. We can get it done for you in no time. Thank you for choosing Audemars Piguet. I wish you a happy life. This is my business card. You can add my phone number and WeChat ID later. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me. Okay. After seeing off the Audemars Piguet service staff, Subai looked at himself in the mirror while wearing his watch, and was intoxicated with himself. Don't say, this type of sports watch really matches Subai's nonchalant and cynical temperament. Ding ding. Suddenly, the phone started ringing with WeChat message notification sounds. Subai looked curiously and found that a new group had been created. 510 Mid-Autumn Festival Food, Drink and Fun Group with Beauties Chapter 49, Shuetao? Just an old-fashioned person, Subai is the real rich man. They are the members of the tour group that we agreed on yesterday. As Subai expected, the group was organized by Shuetao. After all, he is the captain. I am also very concerned about this trip. Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiuran, two school beauties, plus twin Lolita girls with baby faces and big boobs. Such a luxurious lineup is bound to arouse the locals' strong desire to show off. Of course, Master Hu is definitely not willing to lag behind. There's another good show to watch. The corners of Subai's mouth curled up in a happy arc. The naive classmates were still condemning Shuetao for showing off his wealth, but Subai and Wang Haoren had already started enjoying it. Shuejitao, ladies and gentlemen, I plan to buy some supplies in advance for my trip these days. If you need anything, please send it to me in private message. I will try my best to meet your needs. Smiley face Shuejitao, selfie wearing sunglasses and leaning against a Magotan 330. Let's be honest. In fact, the car driven by the locals is not bad according to national statistics. Most private vehicles owned by residents are priced around 100,000 yuan. Not to mention college students who are generally so poor that they cannot even enjoy free access to the cafeteria. But every time Shuetao flaunts his wealth in the group, he gives people the feeling of a villain. How should I put it? He just deserves a beating. The key point is, he really relied on the two attributes of having a car and a lot of pocket money to hook up with Lu Yuan. Many boys dislike him, but don't want to confront him head on because Shuetao will call them sour guys who can't find a girlfriend. I'm in the engineering department, and I'm only a freshman.
After all, only a few of them can find a partner. Not long after Shui Tao spoke in the group, one of the twins, Wan Xinyan, responded to red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Really? Shui Tao, you're so considerate. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Can you prepare some snacks for us? Hee hee, my sister and I are really greedy, so we might eat a lot on the way. Mung bean paste glutinous rice balls, shy mung bean paste glutinous rice balls, not too much red bean paste glutinous rice balls, thank you. Brother Shuetao clasped hands together. Shuejitao, excited drooling. Shuejitao, I guarantee to complete the task. Wang Haoran ate some of the mountain's most agile inspiration mushrooms today. Click the link to receive the Source God Live preview bonus, XWS34YU. Wang Haoran withdrew a message after eating the flexible inspiration mushrooms from the mountains today. Wang Haoran ate the mountain's flexible inspiration mushrooms today. Sorry for sending this to the wrong person. Shuejitao, playing with the Source God picking no snow in Hokkaido. Sennheiser Autumn New Product Review Part 2. Shuejitao, Mr. Hu, you're posting your headphone review again. Why are you posting it? No one cares. Snow in Hokkaido. A Jiang Qiuran, level 25 broadcaster and host. Jiang Qiuran, level 25 broadcaster and host. What happened? Why did someone suddenly tag me? Confused. Snow in Hokkaido, hee. It's okay. Subai dived in with relish, watching the performances of the people in the group. That's really interesting. However, as they watched, the locals seemed to suddenly remember him. Shuejitao at Crispy White Goose, where are you hanging out? Come back when you have time and go shopping with me at the supermarket. Good job. You want to pay for the girls out of your own pocket and make me do the hard work, right? At this time, Subai was still wrapped in a bathrobe. I stood up and took a selfie in front of the mirror. A tall figure, faintly visible muscle contours, and a high-end decorated bathroom background. I selected another photo from the album, which was taken when I was exercising just now. Both photos were posted together in the 510 in Beauty's Mid-Autumn Festival Food, Drink, and Fun Group. Puff Pastry White Goose, picture Crispy White Goose, I'm busy, go buy yourself. Shuejitao. At this time, in the school parking lot, Shuetao, who was about to leave, saw Subaifa's photo and his face suddenly changed and he grinned. In fact, he just asked casually, mainly to create the image of himself as the captain who gives orders. This is how you pick up girls. You have to establish an authoritative image as a leader of a small group so that you can more easily make girls fall in love with you. Of course, it would be best if Subai was free to help him move things to the supermarket. After all, Shuetao didn't plan to go to the small supermarket in the school, because that kind of small supermarket didn't have all the goods. He wanted to go to Walmart and do some shopping, buying imported snacks and drinks. Girls all like that kind of atmosphere. Then Subai posted 2 selfies. Does it look like a luxury hotel? No, this background seems a little different from a hotel. Shuetao couldn't guess it. Suddenly, this made Shuetao anxious. This guy Subai would actually go to a place that even he couldn't guess. According to Subai himself, he started to indulge in these material enjoyments because he made a small fortune recently. As a result, he came to the group to show off. It must be because he saw several beautiful women in the group that he broke his usual low-key personality. Shuetao sneered, childish, Subai is too childish. The 4 school beauties in the group have all seen the world. Girls nowadays are not as easy to deceive as before. They will give themselves to you even if you take them to stay at a Hilton hotel. Such a crude method is definitely useless. However, what Shuetao didn't expect was, in a classroom at this time, a pair of twins with cute baby faces were sitting next to each other at the back of the classroom, pretending to listen to the lecture while secretly chatting in the group chat. The two look almost exactly the same, but their temperaments are completely different. One is quiet and shy, the other is lively and active. Wow, sister, look at this Subai, he actually lives in a Scot. Wan Xinyan suddenly exclaimed. Wan Xinyue next to him whispered, a Scot, what is that? It's a very expensive long-term rental apartment, the kind that comes with butler service. Most of the people who live there are wealthy, or at least high-level workers. Subai is a freshman like us, so his family must be very wealthy. How do you know so much? Looking at her sister's confident look, Wan Xinyue was a little confused. It's just a photo, how can you analyze so much? Anyway, Wan Xinyue could only see that Subai was tall and handsome, the kind of handsome guy that you couldn't help but take a second look at if you passed by him on the street. It's simple. There's the Ascot logo on his yukata. And there's another photo of him working out. You can vaguely see the scenery in the background. It must be the Ascot by the river. Wan Xinyan had a wise expression on her face as she accurately found the location of a Scotch UFO store on the map on her mobile phone. My sister was stunned by what she saw. Yen, I think it's a shame for you not to become a detective. Of course, I'm smart. Wan Xinyan said proudly, and look at the watch Subai is wearing. Although I don't recognize it, my intuition tells me that it must be expensive. Wait a minute, let me build an AI image recognition system. Looking at my sister busy as hell, Wan Xinyue really admires him. He murmured, so there are so many tricks. I thought Shuetao was the rich man. Shuetao? Well, he's just a country bumpkin, a mere tool. Chapter 50, you have to eat the state banquet and the special dishes, only then can you be considered healthy. Wan Xinyan's tone was full of undisguised contempt. This was completely different from the enthusiasm and liveliness she displayed when she was talking to Shuetao in the group. This is normal. Girls have several faces when facing people with different relationships. She joined Shuetao's travel team because Wan Xinyan could see at a glance that Shuetao was a fool who was eager to show off his material conditions to please girls, and she and her sister just needed this kind of enjoyment. Isn't it more comfortable to travel by car with someone taking care of you than to travel with a group on a bus? The experience of traveling and touring is also completely different. Why are a large number of young people averse to traveling, especially traditional domestic travel? To put it bluntly, they are reluctant to spend so much money nowadays. Various travel-related services are very developed. If you have a full budget, you can fly first class when you go out, and when you land, there will be high-end escorts to take care of all the arrangements. At night, you can return to a 5-star hotel and play poker with your good-looking escorts. Believe me, no one will dislike traveling. However, joining Shuetao's team does not mean that the twins will be pursued by Shuetao. Maybe my sister Wan Xinyue is a little dull. Wan Xinyan, however, has been well versed in the ways of the world since she was a child, and is especially good at playing with men. Just act coquettishly with Shuetao and send a few nice voice messages, and Shuetao will be as excited as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Oh my, what a useful tool. However, what Wan Xinyan is really interested in now is Subai. I saw her operating the AI image recognition software for a while, and then the expression on her face froze. My sister came over curiously to take a look, her beautiful eyes wide open in surprise. Watch brand, Audemars Piguet, guaranteed price, 500,000, his Wan Xinyue was shocked. They were classmates from the same school, yet he was wearing such an expensive watch. Is this AI image recognition software accurate? It can't be a fake. Wan Xinyue was a little bit unbelieving. After all, it is quite common to wear fake watches to pretend to be rich. Maybe it's true, maybe it's fake. I don't know much about identifying watches. Wan Xinyan shook her head. Although she is very scheming, she and her sister are just from poor rural families. The money I used to study broadcasting and hosting was borrowed. The reason they chose the path of art students was that their academic performance was average, and only in this way could they study at Jiangcheng University, the best university in the province. The probability of meeting outstanding boys here is much greater than in ordinary universities. That's right, the purpose of the Wan sisters going to college is to aim for a rich second-generation man with a wealthy family background. With their intelligence and background, it is too difficult for them to achieve a wealthy life through hard work. On the contrary, because of their naturally pretty faces and good figures, they do have an advantage in getting married. At this time, Wan Xinyan analyzed seriously. Let's not talk about the authenticity of the watch for now. If Subai really lives in Ascot, then he is definitely the hidden rich man of our generation. Humph, let me test his strength first. Wan Xinyan opened WeChat. I happened to see Shuejitao apply to add you as a friend. Her brows suddenly furrowed. This Shuetao is so tactless. She has ignored Shuetao's friend requests twice in a row, and now she's coming again. This is actually a manifestation of low emotional intelligence. In the adult world, many things are actually unspoken rules that have been agreed upon. Obviously, Xia Shui is still a child. Ignoring Shuetao's friend request again, Wan Xinyan clicked on the cartoon White Goose avatar in the group. Actively choose to add friends. It took a while before I got through. Crispy White Goose, hello, what can I do for you? Puff pastry White Goose _ crooked neck ? Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Hello Subai, I saw the photos you posted and it seems like you're pretty good at sports. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. It just so happens that our mid-autumn festival trip includes mountain hiking. My sister and I want to buy some hiking equipment. I'd like you to go shopping with us and help us choose. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Well, if you're free, I hope you can help us. If not, forget it. We'll contact you online to ask some questions then. Please. Red bean paste glutinous rice balls, little rabbit emoji. At this time, Subai in the Shanshui duplex apartment had just changed his clothes and was about to go out to find Senior Zhou Jelud. I was a little confused when I saw the message sent by Wan Xinyan. No, sister, I was just showing off casually. I just couldn't stand the locals showing off, so I gave him a slap. How do you know that I'm good at sports? Subai felt that this girl was probably just using this as an excuse to ask him out shopping. Could it be that she is a senior gold digger who was able to see Subai's strength just from those two photos? Thinking of this, Subai opened Wan Xinyan's circle of friends. Ouch, not bad. So the baby-faced giant thing really exists. The 2D world is right. It's not just a bunch of nonsense. Although the twins' looks are not as good as those of school beauties like Zhou Jialu and Chen Yuxing, the key is that their figures are very rare. She is a beautiful girl with very distinctive features. To use food as an analogy. The former is a state banquet, and the latter is equivalent to local specialty dishes. You have to eat the state banquet in the special dishes. Only then can it be called healthy. Subai decisively accepted the invitation. Crispy White Goose, okay, I'll go shopping with you guys. Is tomorrow afternoon okay? Red bean paste glutinous rice balls, sure, we have some available. Supply White Goose, we'll arrange a specific time then. I have something else to do, so I'll be leaving now. Crispy White Goose _ running wildly. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, yeah, you go ahead and do your thing. Thank you very much. Today, the senior sister is still lying down at the JW Marriott Hotel, not boring at all. Zhou Jelu is an easily satisfied person. She won't ask her boyfriend to provide her with emotional value. As long as she is given material enjoyment, she will be well-behaved, gentle and considerate. When Subai came back, she was watching an online drama with great interest. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Jo Jalu immediately became excited. She ran to Subai with her full chest trembling. Suddenly, she showed a shy expression, lowered her head, hugged Subai's waist, and rubbed his chest with her nose. "Junior, I miss you so much. We haven't seen each other for just one night. Why do you miss me already?" Subai was a little amused. "I just missed you, but I don't mean to blame you. I'm really enjoying living in such a great room by myself. Hee hee, I just feel like something is missing." As he spoke, Jo Jalu's fingers slid across Subai's abdominal muscles and moved downwards. Hiss this little vixen. After being with Subai, Jo Jalu's charming and seductive attributes have not diminished at all, but in the past, she liked to burn it in front of everyone, making everyone jealous and thus gaining psychological pleasure. And now, all the targets of the fire are focused on Subai. For an 18-year-old boy who was just entering the world of mortals, this force was too strong. "Then I will supplement the nutrients you lack." Subai picked up Jo Jalu by the waist and threw her on the big bed. It caused an exclamation and a charming and cheerful laugh. Chapter 51. The power of money makes the school beauty become a bootlicker after a long time. Subai leaned against the window, hugging the shoulders of the beauty in his arms. In the past, when he saw descriptions like fragrant shoulders in literary works, he didn't feel any sense of empathy. After all, he had never experienced it. Now I feel that this statement is absolutely appropriate. A feeling of happiness and excitement rose in my heart. Is this what it feels like to have a girl's full, first time love? Very nice. Subai was resting when Jo Jalu suddenly stood up. "What's wrong?" Subai asked. "Why don't you lie down for a while? It's still early for lunch." "You've ruined my makeup, you little bastard. I need to touch up my makeup before I get hungry and rush out, and it'll be too late." Jo Jalu glared at Subai in anger, looking very charming, then went to the bathroom. Subai couldn't help but recall the scene just now. Jo Jalu was caught off guard and her makeup was messed up. After waiting for about half an hour, Jo Jalu finally tidied herself up and sat back on the edge of the bed. Seeing that Subai was about to do something reckless again, he quickly scolded him. "Let's think about what to eat for lunch first, or go out for a walk now. Doing that kind of thing all the time is not good for your health. Senior, are you so considerate of me? Of course, you're my future support, so of course you have to be in good health." Jo Jalu said with a smile, and her seemingly carefree words expressed her true feelings. She is not a gold digger who wants to live for today, but wants to stay with Subai for a long time. Subai was quite satisfied, so he gently kissed the senior sister's smooth forehead and arranged, "Then you will accompany me to move, and after moving, we will find a place to eat nearby." "Moving? Junior, have you found a place to live permanently?" Jo Jalu's eyes lit up. "Yes, a serviced apartment not far from the school. Just do it." Subai packed up his things in the hotel and called two waiters at the front desk to help him move them to the car. There weren't many things, mainly the senior sister's clothes and the 100,000 yuan computer. The rest were trivial daily necessities, which Subai basically brought from the dormitory in the past few days. After all, I will be living outside permanently in the future, and I will only go back to the dormitory occasionally to play. This time, the practicality of SUV is reflected, and it is convenient to transport goods. It can all be moved in one trip. Why is the famous Porsche Cayenne so popular among contractors and factory owners? Because its space and body carrying capacity are both great. It is completely fine to load cargo in an emergency and use it temporarily as a small pickup truck. Mercedes-Benz GLE is also good. At least for Subai, it can definitely meet the needs for traveling and camping. On the way, Jo Jalu looked up the price of the apartment and asked curiously, "Junior, this apartment shouldn't be cheap, right? How much is the monthly rent?" "I rent it on an annual basis, 1.33 million all-inclusive." "Why, do you think it's weird that I'm renting a house when I'm so rich? What's so strange about that? The way you rent a house is completely different from that of ordinary people." Jo Jalu stuck out his tongue. 1.33 million is enough to buy a new house for marriage in the suburbs of Jiangcheng, commonly known as a starter house. Maybe the location is not good enough, maybe the area is a bit small, but it is enough for the young couple to settle down in Jiangcheng. Even so, many young people who have just graduated are short of money and cannot even save enough for a down payment, so they have to ask their parents for support. However, for Subai, this is just the cost of renting a house for 1 year, pure enjoyment. Just in terms of living, Shuang's expenses for 1 year are equivalent to the results of an ordinary young couple saving and living frugally for more than 10 years, and he just rented it without any careful consideration at all. This couldn't help but shock Jo Jalu's heart once again. My understanding of Subai has also become more profound. 2 floors, 300 square meters, exquisite decoration, plus many accompanying services. Jo Jalu understood immediately. In Subai's opinion, if he wants to buy a house, he must buy a top-notch property, and he must personally take charge of the decoration. He doesn't even like ordinary houses, so it's better not to buy them. Whether it is choosing a property or decorating it, it takes time. In the short term, a Scots landscape duplexes are indeed a good choice. The main point is not to worry. Jo Jalu spent the rest of the morning helping Subai clean up the house. This is Subai's first hideout in Jiangcheng, and it can be called his home. The Marriott Hotel doesn't count, it's too business-oriented. It's just like what director Xia said, if you stay there for a long time you feel like you're not touching the ground and your whole body feels empty. As for Zhou Jielu, she took the opportunity to show her hostess mentality and wandered around the space of 300 square meters on the upper and lower floors. Senior, I'm going to have lunch with someone else. Can you order some takeout? After everything was packed, Charlene also received a message, saying that she had finished her work and was driving to Ascot.so. Subai asked for her senior's opinion. Zhou Jielu was stunned for a moment, but soon turned into a smile. It's okay, I can just order takeout myself and wait for you to come back. After saying that, she hugged Subai's neck, stood on tiptoe and kissed him, with a reluctant and nostalgic look in her eyes. Subai's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. You didn't even ask me who I was eating with. Junior brother, if you don't want to tell me, it's okay. I've said it before. I don't have a monopoly on your love life. As long as you have a place for me in your heart, that's all that matters. So good. Subai couldn't help but praise and touch Zhou Jielu's head. Is this the power of money? It can make a girl as beautiful as a school beauty lower her status like an incurable bootlicker and not interfere with Subai's contact with other women. Actually, it's okay to tell you. It was our class counselor, Xia Lin, who took me to see this house this morning. Director Xia's family seems to be quite wealthy, so she knows a lot about this. Xia Lin, I know her. Zhou Jielu said with a mischievous smile. She was also the campus beauty when she was an undergraduate. Many people pursued her, but all failed. She actually agreed to let you treat her to a meal. It seems that she has a great affection for you, my junior. That's about it. I just want to thank her for her help. Yes, my junior is a very good man and never has any bad intentions towards the girls around him. Looking at Zhou Jielu acting so sarcastic, Subai felt both angry and amused. I just praised my senior sister for being sensible, but she's already gotten carried away. Punishment, must punish. Only then did Subai set off to have lunch with Xia Lin. Chapter 52. Xia Lin's blind date was scared away by Subai. Xia Tianlin, wait a moment. Xia Tianlin, don't come in yet. I met someone I know and need to deal with first. The agreed lunch location is a Western restaurant near Ascot. There are many high-end restaurants near this service department, which shows that the consumption capacity of the apartment residents is recognized by the store owners. Subai had just walked to the door of the restaurant when he suddenly received a message from Xia Lin. If it was just an ordinary acquaintance, there wouldn't be any need to ask Subai to avoid him. So, it is probably a more troublesome type. This immediately aroused Subai's strong desire to eat melons. According to the system's identification, Charlene has never been in a relationship, so this troublesome acquaintance is either her suitor or a difficult and stupid relative. Honest students would choose to listen to the counselor at times like this, but Subai is obviously not an honest person. He put his phone away, pretended not to see the message, and walked straight into the Western restaurant. Sure enough, Charlene was sitting in a booth against the wall. With a polite but slightly impatient expression on her face. A man in a suit stood a few meters away, talking to Charlene in a flattering manner. Xia Lin, I don't know what's making you so unhappy. You wouldn't even give me a chance to have a blind date or dinner. Now is the best day. We happen to meet here today, so why don't we sit down and have a good chat? Xiaoyan, I remember I've already told you clearly on WeChat that I'm not interested in blind dates and I don't have any plans in that regard recently. The middleman made such a random arrangement, so you can't blame me, right? The man smiled bitterly and said, don't be so decisive. Let's sit down and get to know each other. I believe you will have a different opinion of me. Actually, I have a solid overseas education background and have been working in business for several years. I am quite capable. I already said I'm not interested. I'm not interested in blind dates. It has nothing to do with whether you're outstanding or not. Charlene was at a loss for words. This guy was introduced to her by her aunt. To be honest, he was a very good person, but his problem was that he was too formal and had a very ordinary personality. He was not Charlene's type at all, and he is already 33 years old, a full 11 years older than Charlene. I don't know what my aunt is thinking. Although Charlene does have a mature appearance and temperament, she looks like a dignified, generous, white, rich and beautiful woman in her 20s. The problem is, given her family background, she doesn't need to commit herself to an old man, if you can choose, who doesn't like young people. Just when the conversation reached a deadlock, Subai rushed over, sat down opposite Xia Lin, and then tilted his head to look at Xia Yanchen. Director Xia, who is this uncle? Xia Yanchen's chest suddenly felt tight, and he complained, young man, I think you should be an adult. Why do you call everyone uncle? I don't look that old, do I? Isn't it because I think you have a mature and steady temperament? Subai said with a smile, I have an uncle who looks about the same age as you. Oh no, almost the same age. His child is already 5 years old, but he still can't compare to you in terms of stability. You look like an executive in a large company. Hey, you kid. Xia Yanchen's resentment finally subsided a little, and he asked Xia Lin, is this handsome boy your relative? He subconsciously regarded Subai as one of Xia Lin's cousins. After all, Subai is carefree and seems to be very familiar with Xia Lin. Basically, I ran over to join their chat seamlessly. You know, strange men often feel timid in front of Charlene. After all, Charlene is the type of lady from a noble family and is very bookish. Most men cannot handle it. Unexpectedly, Xia Lin smiled and introduced, Subai, my student.
I accompanied him to do something today. Student? As I recall, you just became a counselor, so he's a freshman?
Xiao Yanchen immediately became alert. Given Charlene's style, would she accompany her students to have dinner in a Western restaurant with such a romantic atmosphere? Xiao Yanchen knew the prices in this store. The starting price per person was 1,500 yuan, and if he opened a bottle of good wine, it would exceed his budget. Of course, Charlene's family could easily afford it, but as a student, could it be that kind of relationship? The counselors at Jiangqing University are all part-time graduate students.
In essence, they are seniors.
It is common for them to fall in love with undergraduates, and it is not unethical. Su Bai was tall and handsome, which instantly made Xiao Yanchen imagine, could this guy be Xia Lin's gigolo?
Yes, I just started school not long ago.
Thanks to Director Xiao's care, he accompanied me to the Escot to look at long-term rentals today.
Oh, by the way, uncle, who are you related to Director Xia? Are you in a relationship?
No, I'm the blind date that your Director Xiao's family introduced me to.
Oh, then make an appointment with Director Xia another day.
I have an appointment with Director Xia today. We're going to have some drinks, dinner, and then go to the movies or something.
She probably doesn't have time for a blind date with you.
Xiao Yanchen looked very bad. Xia Lin added, he's right. As a counselor, I have to deliver on my promise to help students.
That's right. I won't bother you anymore. See you later.
Xiao Yanchen fled in a panic. The Su Bai has a really vicious tongue. Don't be fooled by his sunny, handsome, and harmless appearance, knowing that he was on a blind date with Charlene, but the result was completely untrue. She forcefully drove him away. An average pretty boy would never be so tough. After all, this would be equivalent to making decisions for Charlene, which is an overstepping of authority. However, when Su Bai was speaking, Xia Lin kept a faint, affirmative smile on her face, and looked at him approvingly from time to time. This proves that the relationship between the two is definitely quite close. It also proves that Su Bai is capable. A freshman, living in the Escot, wearing a royal oak. There's no way he's some pretty boy from a poor family. Xiao Yanchen noticed the watch on Su Bai's left wrist. He didn't recognize which model it was, but it was an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak series, and the cheapest one cost more than 300,000. Charlene is rich, but with her personality, she would never buy such expensive luxury goods for her gigolo. Even the possibility of Su Bai's family being stronger than Xia Lin's cannot be ruled out. When Xiao Yanchen thought about Su Bai and Xia Lin having lunch together, drinking, and watching a movie together in the afternoon, he was filled with jealousy and resentment. His expression collapsed. No, we need to find someone to check this guy's background. No, we can't just force it. What if we offend the big boss behind the scenes? It's better to ask someone in the circle to find out. This way, we won't offend anyone. And in the restaurant, the young lady dressed in a wizard waitress costume opened the red wine on the spot. Xia Lin has already ordered the set meal for Su Bai. Su Bai glanced at the wine list and used the system to identify the flavor of each drink. He chose one that seemed to suit his taste. I don't know if it will taste good. In fact, he quite likes the taste of red wine, but he didn't have the money to try it before, so he only drank ordinary red wine sold in supermarkets that cost dozens of yuan. A bottle. As the waiter operated the decanter, Charlene's beautiful eyes flickered, and she spoke in a mature and pleasant voice. Su Bai, you are so bold. You have arranged the counselor's afternoon schedule.
Do I have it? I don't remember making an appointment with you. Let's go to the movies together this afternoon.
Chapter 53, Only smart women are suitable to be good wives and mothers. The waiter poured 2 shallow glasses of wine and placed them next to Xia Lin and Su Bai respectively. Charlene picked up the goblet and shook it gently. Her posture of holding the cup was very standard, as taught by her elders at home. The elegance in her every move is definitely not comparable to those of those who come out of socialite training classes, that must have been nurtured since childhood. Moreover, Charlene's temperament is relatively more restrained than that of a socialite. No wonder her blind date is so fond of her nowadays. Even girls from the second or third generation of wealthy families have many qualities and looks that are hard to describe. Even among the group of white, rich and beautiful women, Charlene is a leader. He is a hard-working and gentle person, and is definitely a perfect marriage partner. Shaking the red wine, Xia Lin looked at Su Bai with obvious interest in her eyes. We were watching a movie, just trying to evade that uncle's explanation. Su Bai said indifferently. I felt that Director Xia was quite annoying with him, so I said a few more words and he ran away. Why are you still calling him uncle? He's only in his early 30s. He's a generation older than me, so what's wrong with calling me uncle? Nowadays, young people have a generation gap of 3 years. Even a kid who just entered the first year of high school calls me uncle. Who can I complain to? Su Bai spread his hands innocently. That's right. Xia Lin was amused by Su Bai. This boy was quite good at chatting. She saw a rare sense of relaxation from Su Bai. It's not the so-called relaxed feeling that the petty bourgeoisie pretends to have, but the feeling of truly loving whoever you want and not caring about anything. It will be very happy to live with such a person. The appetizer was served quickly. It was a molecular cuisine salad. The so-called molecular cuisine is to make the ingredients undergo some special physical and chemical changes during the cooking process. so that the characteristics of the ingredients can be deconstructed and reorganized. For example, potatoes that are foamy and lychees that look like caviar. It's quite a novelty to eat it once in a while. However, the restaurant's specialty is steak. Subai has a big appetite and loves to eat meat. Xiaolin ordered him a portion of lamb chops, steak, and fish fillet, plus side dishes, which was enough for Subai to feast on. The top quality ingredients, paired with red wine, are absolutely delicious. The red wine chosen for this meal was Sassicaia, produced in Tuscany, Italy. It combines the structure of Bordeaux with the terroir characteristics of Tuscany, with the aroma of black currant, cedar, and tobacco. It becomes more complex after aging. Subai ordered the 2015 version, and the price is also top-notch, 36,000 yuan. After all, we are thanking Director Xia for the meal, so there is nothing wrong with opening a more expensive wine. Not bad. I really like the flavor of this one, but I usually can't bear to drink it. I'm here to share your wine today. Xiaolin and Subai clinked glasses. It's nothing. I happen to be craving for something. With Director Xia by my side, I'm in the mood for some good wine. Actually, if you're in a good mood, we can go to the movies together this afternoon. There's an art film that just came out recently, and I haven't had time to see it yet. Can I assume that Director Xia is inviting me to watch a movie? Yeah, are you coming? Charlene said it very frankly, without any shyness at all. When she smiles, she is like a spring breeze, without any trace of worldly air. However, her healthy and athletic figure and delicate white skin with a light pink tint make people feel a little excited. If we say that Zhou Jielu is a vixen who makes people want to do bad things to her at first sight, then Charlene is a natural wife type, and people can't help but imagine what she would look like in a pure white wedding dress. Subai thought for a moment and said, I can watch a movie, but I don't want to go to the cinema. Oh, by the way, Scott's private screening room also lets you watch theater movies on demand, right? Yes, this is a benefit for residents. Then let's go and try to see if there's the movie Director Xia wants to see. Okay. After making an appointment to watch a movie, they both sped up their meal. Charlene is quite looking forward to this movie. Her family was very strict, so she felt embarrassed to openly flirt with or seduce a man. However, the private screening room is a great environment for two people to be alone. The same is true for Subai. After helping Director Xia get rid of the annoying blind date, Xiaolin's favorability towards Subai has risen to 68 points. Find a way to improve the favorability level even further. After breaking through 80 points, Xiaolin will also be bound to become one of the system's indulgence and cashback recipients. Subai was very curious whether Xiaolin would have a more powerful cashback project, such as her family business. If Subai invested money in it, would it be considered indulgence? The meal cost almost 40,000 yuan. 36,000 of that was for that bottle of wine. It must be said that high-end liquor is indeed the main factor supporting the price of a meal. Subai paid with a credit card and got a triple cashback, making a net profit of 80,000 yuan. It feels so good to eat and drink as much as you want and make money at the same time. The money of many rich people is not easy to come by, and it is painful to spend it. They may put on a bold look on their face when paying the bill, but they may not be so relaxed in their hearts. Subai's relaxation comes from the inside out. In Charlene's eyes, it was the calmness that came from family education. She couldn't help but start imagining Subai's life experience. In fact, she had read Subai's file when school started. My parents were ordinary workers in the company. They both died very early, and my guardian is a neighbor aunt. There seems to be absolutely no ability to support this level of consumption. Xiaolin guessed that the so-called parents might not be Subai's biological parents. For wealthy families, similar melodramatic stories are not uncommon, but that's all in the past. Now, Xiaolin is focused on watching a movie with Subai. I had originally planned to play tennis with my bestie this afternoon, but I cancelled it because of this movie. She had to use this movie to advance their relationship to a somewhat ambiguous level. Be a little ambiguous, but don't be too forceful. A true white, rich, and beautiful woman's moves are steady, accurate, and ruthless. Scott's private cinema is located within the complex where the apartment is located, in a courtyard surrounded by a man-made stream. According to Charlene, the exterior decoration of this Scott incorporates the new Chinese style. What is the new Chinese style? It's just that our traditional national style has been mixed with some weird things, which would make a gardening expert vomit blood when he comes here. Is that so? I don't understand at all. I just think it looks pretty. Is this flooring material expensive? Well, it's made of marble. Judging from its appearance, it's at least better than the average 5-star hotel. Xiaolin's lips curled slightly. The place I recommend to you is definitely high-end enough to suit your status. What is my identity? How come I don't know? Subai vaguely understood Xiaolin's tentative intention and chose to play dumb. The so-called lies, when they are vague and covert, can better deceive people. There is no need to explain it too clearly. Subai's consumption will naturally speak for him. When Charlene failed to test the topic, she switched to the next topic at the speed of light, very smoothly, without any awkwardness at all. She is a smart woman. Subai commented silently in his heart. It's good to be smart. Only when you are smart can you be a good wife and mother. Chapter 54, The Virtuous Wife Like Elder Sister. Subai is actually an investment expert? The private audiovisual room reminded Subai of the classroom where music students trained in high school. The colors are all dark, and the walls are covered with sound-absorbing materials. There is a very quiet feeling when you walk in. Of course, the decoration materials used in the high school in Subai's hometown cannot be compared with those here. After communicating with the apartment staff, they said that the movie Charlene wanted to watch was available. So a movie started naturally. Student Sue, is this your first time watching a movie with a girl? Xiaolin asked casually, playing with a strand of hair hanging from her forehead. I guess so. Oh, if you exclude childhood sweethearts. Subai smiled lightly. I have a childhood sweetheart who lived across the street from my home. I remember being taken to the movies by my parents when I was very young. I think it was an American blockbuster, but I've forgotten what it was about. I don't think it was as good as the movie Sheep on Oxygen. Children often don't have the patience to enjoy movies. This is also why you can always hear the noisy sounds of children in the cinema. That definitely doesn't count. Childhood sweethearts usually don't develop into boyfriend and girlfriend. After all, they're too familiar with each other, really. Subai recalled the many past events between him and Jiang Qiran, and couldn't help but smile faintly. I don't know what this guy was thinking. He insisted on joining their tour group. Didn't we say that we should pretend not to know each other after we agreed to go to college? It's weird that he's moving closer to me again. Forget it. Jiang Qiran's temper has always been unpredictable, and Subai is too lazy to guess. I was too lazy to guess before, but now there is no need to guess. With the financial strength of the rich man, it should be the beautiful woman who figures out Subai's thoughts. Okay, the opening credits are over. The movie is officially starting. Xiaolin poked Subai's arm, suggesting that he should be quiet, and then began to concentrate on watching the movie. To be honest, Subai really can't appreciate art films. He prefers to watch passionate battles or funny daily life. However, having Charlene by my side and her pleasant body fragrance lingering around my nose made me feel relaxed and happy. The dimly lit private audio-visual room provides excellent privacy, compared to ordinary movie theaters. There is no surveillance here. The usual routine for rich guys who live in luxury apartments is to bring girls here for dates. However, Charlene is completely different from those vulgar women. So Subai was not anxious. He just turned his head to take a look occasionally. Charlene's ladylike facial features look very beautiful against the flickering light of the screen. After looking a few more times, Xiaolin finally noticed him, so she turned her head and met Subai's gaze. Why are you always looking at me? Nice. Tisk. Xiaolin did not show any shy expression, and her bright eyes were even more charming at this moment. Mr. Su, I've always wanted a close friend who's like a younger brother, someone I could play with and talk to, but unfortunately, the boys I've met are all so superficial. Am I very profound in Director Xia's eyes? Of course, you're not ordinary. So, are you willing to acknowledge me as your sister? With pleasure. Then come closer. Subai moved closer to Xiaolin, so close to her that he could even feel her sweet breath. From now on I'll call you Xiaobai, and you can call me Sister Lin, or just Sister. Okay, Sister Lin. Hurry up and lie down. Now let me let you feel your sister's tenderness. Put your head here. Xiaolin patted her thighs wrapped in yoga pants and motioned Subai to lie down. This is the legendary knee pillow. The thighs are round and look firm because of regular exercise. In fact, when you put your head on it, you will immediately feel an indescribable wonderful elasticity. I see you just drank some red wine at lunch, and your face is a little flushed. Let me rub your head for you. Is the treatment so good? Subai was a little shocked. He could actually see that Xiaolin wanted to get closer to him. After all, Charlene probably had feelings for him. Don't think that beautiful, rich, and white girls are immune to money. The better off a girl's family is and the stricter her upbringing is, the more she values her partner's financial strength. On the basis of meeting the wealth requirements, appearance, personality, etc. will be considered. It's not that Subai is narcissistic. Among the rich guys, his appearance and personality are top-notch. So it's normal for Charlene to be attracted to him. However, Subai hadn't expected that Xiaolin's way of building a closer relationship would be to rest her knees on his head and rub his head. The wife is really full of power. As soon as Xiaolin pressed Subai a few times, the latter let out a comfortable hum. Is that a bit too strong? No, it's just right, very comfortable. Subai said honestly. Sister Lin, have you learned massage? Well, my mother taught me that after getting married, I should take good care of my husband and let him feel the warmth of family. Only in this way can we have a long and happy marriage. Xiaolin said, pinching Subai's nose. This is the treatment for your future husband. You are lucky, hey. Subai smiled foolishly for a while. Didn't say much. There is no doubt that this level of suggestion is the most explicit thing Charlene can say. After all, she is a traditional wife-type girl. In Xiaolin, Subai experienced the long-awaited feeling of being cared for by an older sister. Subai enjoyed this feeling very much. After all, his parents died early, so this feeling is relatively lacking. Although Subai is a very independent and strong person, who doesn't like to be taken care of, Subai couldn't help but compare Xiaolin and Zhou Jialu in his mind. Come to think of it, Senior Jialu is only 1 year younger than Xiaolin, one is a senior and the other is a first-year graduate student. However, when Subai and Zhou Jialu get along, they don't feel that the other person's mental age is older than their own. More of a feeling of being a little wife. In fact, Zhou Jialu is essentially the type of beautiful girl next door, but her sexy figure hides her inner beauty. Charlene is a very reliable older sister. Lady from a noble family versus beautiful girl from a humble family. Do you know? No, Subai doesn't need to know. It will be mine sooner or later anyway. To be honest, Subai felt a little dizzy after drinking the red wine, and Xiaolin's head massage was very comfortable. In addition, art films are really hypnotic, so Subai fell asleep in just a few minutes. Ding. The host has been detected sleeping on the thighs of an S-rank goddess. This is considered a special act of indulgence. Reward, cash plus 1 million yuan, and reward, skill, finance and banking, master level. If you fall asleep while watching an art film with an artistic young woman, she will definitely get furious and put you on a small book. However, Xiaolin is not a literary young woman. She and Subai came to the private cinema with a purpose. Now, the goal has been achieved. While Subai is asleep, we can do something interesting. Just as Xiaolin was about to lift the hem of Subai's t-shirt, the screen of Subai's mobile phone placed next to her lit up and a text message popped up. China Construction Bank. Your account ending in has received a deposit of 1 million renminbi, investment portfolio income settlement. Suddenly, Charlene's beautiful eyes widened. Chapter 55, Senior Sister's Concern. Xiaolin swore to God that she definitely did not look at Subai's phone on purpose. She did not have the bad habit of prying into other people's privacy. I just saw it by chance, and subconsciously what she saw made Charlene's mind active. Investment portfolio settlement. This means this guy is actively investing, and it seems to be quite large. Profits in the millions mean that the scale of capital must be at least tens of millions, and it is very likely to be hundreds of millions. It is obviously impossible for a normal freshman boy to have such a huge amount of money. Xiaolin thought of a possibility, that is, Subai's family gave him part of the funds as a means of training. Of course, it is impossible to make money all the time. Investments are subject to fluctuations, but this at least shows Subai's ability to in a truly wealthy family. Those in charge are not fools and will not hand over the money to incompetent people. This also explains why Subai has so much pocket money. Big families are never stingy with their outstanding descendants, and can even be said to be very generous when it comes to genes. But quality of offspring is purely a lottery. No matter how powerful a family is, there is no guarantee that their children will grow up to be outstanding people. If you finally meet someone who is capable, you will definitely spoil him or her to death. Subai. This is probably the case. Director Xia used his imagination to imagine that this newly adopted brother had become a little financial genius. Suddenly, her gaze towards the sleeping Subai became even gentler. In his heart, he felt that his decision to get closer to Subai was extremely correct. What? You asked Charlene why she wanted to play the role of godsister. You know, a young talent like Subai has to play in the world of pleasure for a few years before getting married. Although the traditional Charlene felt a little resentful about this, she had no choice but to accept it. Alas, who can blame the fact that good men are so popular? It was impossible for her to ask Subai to marry her so early. That would instead arouse Subai's rebellious psychology, and his favorability towards him would gradually decrease. Born into a wealthy family, Charlene has seen many similar situations. Instead of making things difficult for yourself, it would be better for you to stay with Subai as an older sister first, and then propose marriage when Subai is older and has settled down. During this process, Xiaolin will make Subai gradually accustomed to her presence, and tie Subai down in a silent and subtle way. Only in this way can you have the last laugh. The plan works. After figuring it out in her head, Charlene stopped thinking about it and instead focused on admiring the handsome man in front of her. After an unknown amount of time, Subai slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Charlene looking down at him with a smile on her face. Ah, I actually fell asleep. How long did I sleep? The movie is over. Xiaolin gently pinched Subai's ear and said, hurry up and get up. My legs are sore from all the pillows you've put on them. Ah, sorry. It's okay. Taking care of Xiaobai is what a sister should do. As she spoke, Xiaolin also helped Subai straighten his collar. That feeling is so enjoyable. Subai was secretly happy, but unfortunately Xiaolin had to go back to school for something, so the date had to come to an end for the time being. It was only after parting with Xiaolin that Subai noticed the changes in the system. First up was falling asleep on Charlene's lap for a special indulgence bonus. $1 million in cash is not important. What is important is the skills, finance and banking, master level. Subai's thoughts were racing. Countless profound and extensive knowledge and experience emerged in my mind. This made him feel happy. Subai doesn't need to rely on finance to make money. After all, finance has risks. However, indulging in cash back is zero risk, which is truly a profitable business. But since he wanted to be a wealthy man, he couldn't avoid coming into contact with all kinds of people from the upper class. Subai didn't understand anything about the upper class areas. The skills rewarded by the system make up for this shortcoming. With master level skills in finance, at least Subai can brag about business with the big guys in chat and laugh without any obstacles. Very good skills. Making Subai's brain spin. Xia Tianlin, if you have any questions at school or outside of school, or if you want to talk, you can tell me. When Subai saw the message on his phone, he immediately smiled. It's nice to have an older sister to take care of me. Supply white goose, then I won't hold back. If you have trouble sleeping next time, come to see Sister Lin. I slept so comfortably just now. Xia Tianlin, haha, really? I'm very happy too. While chatting with Xiaolin, Subai strolled in the Escada apartment plaza, returned from the private cinema to the main apartment, and returned to the mountain and water duplex. As soon as she entered the door, Zhou Jialu threw herself into his arms. Apparently, he heard the sound of the elevator and ran to the door in advance. This reminded Subai of his pet cat, which would wait at the door in advance when it heard its owner coming home. Junior, what a coincidence.
I just woke up from my nap and you came. Well, what a coincidence, I took a nap too. Yeah? Zhou Jialu's expression suddenly changed. He sniffed hard, then leaned closer to Su Bai and smelled his scent. A look of alertness appeared on his face. What's wrong? Junior boy smells like another woman. That's normal. Director Xia and I went to see a movie after dinner. The movie was so boring that I fell asleep while watching it. Oh, you slept leaning against your counselor's body, right? Zhou Jialu pouted, full of jealousy. Su Bai's face remained calm. I don't know. I slept soundly anyway. Maybe Director Xia did something to me while I was asleep? It's hard to say. After all, my charm is there. It's normal for him to take advantage of me. No, my dear Junior has been spotted by another woman, Wu Zhou Jialu whined, looking like he needed to be coaxed. Su Bai's mind moved. Zhou Jialu was confused by Su Bai's bizarre train of thought. In fact, she was just acting coquettishly in anger and asked Su Bai to coax her. Who could have thought that Su Bai would say such outrageous words? Let's go shopping later and buy you a necklace. Oh, Junior, you were so bad. Zhou Jialu glanced at him helplessly, full of charm. Chapter 56, Get the best thing from the senior sister in advance. 2-in-1, 4K words, such a good-looking senior sister, coupled with her shy personality, is simply too wonderful, ding. Detected that the host is enjoying the affection of the senior sister, it's simply too indulgent. Reward cash plus 50,000 reminder, Zhou Jialu's current mood has reached the standard. Finally, she said to Su Bai Jr., I can no longer suppress my emotions. I want to give myself to you in advance. Zhou Jialu's sincere eyes surprised Su Bai. Oh, isn't it about having a sense of ceremony and romance? Su Bai actually knew that it was just a girl's bad habit. Unexpectedly, Zhou Jialu couldn't hold it in any longer than him. The reason is actually very simple. During these few short days, Zhou Jialu experienced getting along with Su Bai and felt more deeply Su Bai's ability to make money, and I felt how popular Su Bai was among girls, not only the aloof an academic master Chen Yuxing, but even a reserved and dignified young lady like Xia Lin is interested in Su Bai. In terms of appearance, Zhou Jialu is confident that she is not inferior to them. It's hard to say who is better than who, they just have their own strengths. However, when it comes to family background and talent, she is far behind. It can be said that there is neither. So Zhou Jialu decided to seize the initiative. I decisively discarded the girlish fantasy about my first time and took a pragmatic approach to seize the moment, right now, and become Su Bai's first woman. Any man will always have a preference for his first woman. Although the two had only been together for less than a week, Zhou Jialu gave herself to him already, which seemed a bit hasty. However, Su Bai is good enough, so this is not called carelessness, but decisiveness. Do you still want a sense of ceremony? Wu Jr., there's no need to prepare any special ceremony. Your appearance in my life is the most grand and wonderful ceremony. Ding. Favorability of S-rank goddess Zhou Jialu detected +4, current favorability, 95. Bonus draw times +4. You have obtained the most precious item from an S-rank goddess for the first time, and are rewarded with the special skill, Emperor. Su Bai was excited about the chances to win the lottery 4 times, but good news came one after another. This skill, I can only say that it is very practical for rich people. Glancing at Zhou Jialu, who was curled up in the quilt, Su Bai thought that this senior must be extremely exhausted. This time, Zhou Jialu hit his head in the quilt and didn't come out for a long time. When I calm down, my shy rationality takes over again. I have to do some mental preparation before I dare to face Su Bai again. Another reason to shrink your bed. I'm tired too. Yes, Su Bai's guess was correct. The body strengthening fluid originally enhanced Su Bai's physical strength to the top human level, plus the special attribute points +3 won in the lottery. Among the ordinary people we see in daily life, he is already outstanding and is not inferior even to athletes. Zhou Jialu hugged Su Bai in the bed and snuggled up to him. Suddenly I noticed that Su Bai moved and seemed to be leaving. She quickly said coquettishly, please don't leave, junior brother. Let me hold you for a while longer, okay? I'm not leaving. I'm going to get a bottle of ice cola. Su Bai comforted him, don't worry, I'll stay by your side. I just want to drink a can of ice cola afterward. Oh. Everyone else was smoking cigarettes, but Su Bai switched to ice cola. This junior is really interesting. Perhaps it is this kind of unrestrained and uninhibited personality that attracts Zhou Jialu. Soon, Su Bai came back and half lying against the head of the bed drinking coke. The icy cold cola slides down my throat, making me feel refreshed all over. However, Su Bai's coolness did not last long. After a long time, Zhou Jialu no longer had any strength left. Lying in Su Bai's arms, he felt as weak as a wounded deer. On the other hand, Su Bai was still in high spirits. Playing with Zhou Jialu's hair lovingly, Su Bai glanced at the system and found that the senior sister's favorability had risen to a full 97 points. There are 2 more chances to draw, and there are 6 draws in stock. Su Bai decided to save up 10 times and do 10 consecutive draws. At this moment, Zhou Jialu suddenly asked in a lazy and charming voice, Junior, do you think I'm a particularly vulgar woman? Where's the vulgarity? Originally, I didn't want to do it so quickly, but when I heard you said you wanted to buy me jewelry, Oh, so much just happened. I'm not just interested in money, I just think you're so good to me.
If that's the case, then it's natural for us to get together. Jojelu was rambling on in a sticky voice, but before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Subai. Subai kissed her cheek, stared at her and said gently, I like seniors who love money. After all, I have money. The other party was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. The slightly worried face suddenly blossomed with peach blossoms. Yes, she herself does not object to being considered materialistic, but she cares about Subai's opinion. In essence, Jojelu doesn't care about other men at all and has already decided on Subai. Fortunately, my junior is also a man with an open mind and clear thoughts. They are a perfect match made in heaven. Half an hour later, the two appeared on a nearby pedestrian street that he could have stayed in the house, but Jojelu was a little scared. So I decided to go out for a walk. This made Jojelu doubt whether it was his first time. It doesn't matter. And no matter what, I must be his first woman. Since he went to college, that's enough. Jojelu's mentality and contentment. Subai was not satisfied. He wanted to make more money. His addiction to making money came back. If Subai has a character in the LOL professional circle corresponding to the super rich, then he must be Chovy. A master in the field of making money. Subai decided to buy a necklace for Jojelu before dinner. For a girl with a proud bust like her, an exquisite and gorgeous necklace is the perfect match. In addition to the necklace, Subai also took a fancy to a brooch, which, well, also fits the characteristics of senior sister Shelu very well. The criteria for choosing jewelry is purely based on appearance, without considering price at all. 2 necklaces and a brooch cost more than 200,000 yuan. Jojelu felt a little numb. To Subai, money seemed to be just a number. What a blissful feeling of numbness. Let me be immersed in numbness for the rest of my life. Jojelu hugged Subai's arm tightly and made a wish. Her steps were a little unsteady and unnatural. Well, those who understand will understand. Subai took this into consideration and slowed down his pace to make Jojelu happy. It was still early, and Subai saw a high-end barbershop on the street. The teacher Tony inside looked very professional, thinking about traveling with the school beauties in a few days. Subai decided to upgrade his image. Although he is considered handsome, his hairstyle is rather ordinary. He gets his hair cut at a small shop in the school, which costs 20 yuan per session. It is plain and has basically no design. The clothes he wore were a bit ordinary. Subai didn't pursue brand names, but who wouldn't want to look more handsome and arrogant? Subai told Jojelu about his idea, and the latter's eyes lit up and said, how about I take charge of your image transformation? First, a haircut, and then clothes shopping. Trust me, I guarantee that your handsomeness will be raised to 2 levels, no, 3 levels. Is that so exaggerated? 3 levels, then he should debut as an idol directly. Subai joked. Junior brother has a good foundation. In fact, the appearance of male idols in the entertainment industry nowadays is just so. They rely mainly on packaging. When talking about this, Jojelu looked disdainful. She is indeed not the kind of girl who is obsessed with the entertainment industry. She watches TV dramas and variety shows purely for fun. If Jojelu really had to choose, she would prefer to revolve around her husband. This is what my little wife is like. Walking into the barbershop, Tony, the foreman at the door, glanced at Jojelu's clothes and Subai's watch, and immediately smiled at hello, sir. Welcome to La Lavina Custom Styling. We offer the highest end and most professional styling services in Zhengcheng. Could you please tell me, sir, if you would like to create a new look for your business? That's right. You guys communicate with her. I don't understand. You guys can come up with a plan and I'll make the final decision. Subai said. The foreman immediately had an image of Subai's personality in his mind. Afraid of trouble, very rich, but very opinionated. After working in the service industry for a long time, people are very good at understanding the personalities of their customers. Some rich guys are brought by women to do their hair, and are basically led by the nose by women. There are even some who are obviously being PUA, completely following the other party's preferences. However, Subai was obviously not like that. The woman beside him is charming and seductive, with a fierce temperament, and she looks like someone who was not someone to be messed with, but she was very obedient to him, with tender little stars in her eyes. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. So the foreman stopped trying to sell the set meal and talked directly with Jojelu, and quickly came to a conclusion. Boss, you are tall and strong, so you are suitable for the tough and handsome look. We recommend the American front spiky hairstyle. It is not difficult to maintain. Just use a little hairspray when you go out. In addition, we also fine-tune your eyebrows to make you look sharper and more domineering. In this case, the American preppy style is suitable for everyday outings. Paired with formal attire, it also looks outstanding, giving off a dandy vibe. I have to say, this high-end Tony teacher is quite trendy. Yet he took a tablet computer and used AI-assisted modeling to create a 3D virtual image of Subai to show Subai the expected effect of the new hairstyle. Subai looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. Let's do it. After 40 minutes of fine cutting, standing in front of the full-length mirror, Subai was a little dazed. Sure enough, for people with good looks, regardless of gender, changing hairstyle is as effective as plastic surgery. The senior student next to me had a look in her eyes. Teacher Tony here has really good skills, and the hair he trims has a very layered look. In contrast, the price was also outrageous. Subai was charged more than 1,300 yuan. At least male customers have less hair and don't need much special care. If they were female customers, the price would be sky high before binding to the Indulgent rich system. Subai would never have gone to such a shop to get a haircut. It costs more than 1,300 yuan. According to the current average price of 20 yuan for a haircut, you can get more than 60 haircuts. If you get a haircut once a month, it will be enough for several years. Although a 20 yuan head is not very handsome, it may even weaken your appearance. But being handsome can't make a living. That's what I thought at that time, but the situation is completely different now. With a delicate and beautiful appearance, it is easier for Subai to pick up girls and get more people to indulge him and give him cash back immediately afterwards. Under the guidance of Zhou Jielu, Subai went to a trendy brand store to complete his American college-style outfit. Chapter 57, Shui Tao is repeatedly rejected by girls and becomes furious. It is now the turn of summer and autumn, and the weather in Jiangcheng has gradually become cooler. It's the perfect time to buy fall clothes rather than dressing like a nouveau riche wearing luxury goods. Subai would rather look younger and more flamboyant. This niche fashion brand is really good in terms of price. A piece of clothing or pants made of high-end materials starts at 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. In fact, it can be regarded as a light luxury brand. I easily bought several outfits and spent more than 50,000 yuan in one go. After shopping, I spent about 300,000 yuan and got 150 cash backs, which means the overall ratio is almost 5 times. Zhou Jielu was indeed a little lucky start. I always feel that the cashback rate she gets is often very high. Just as Subai was immersed in the joy of upgrading his handsome image, in the men's dormitory room 510, building 7, Shui Tao was immersed in distress. The reason is simple. Until now, Wan Xinyan has not approved his friend request. This is very strange, because it was obviously this girl who was attracted by his charm in the group and took the initiative to ask to join the tour team. As a result, he won't even add me as a friend now. I don't know what he's thinking. Girls these days are so naive. Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, and there are still so many details to arrange for the trip. Communication is so poor, huh? Xu Mingzhi, who was fiddling with his headphone collection, interrupted, that's a lot of detail. Let me ask you, are there any details that can't be discussed in the group chat and must be discussed privately? You just wanted to flirt with her in private chat. The girl isn't interested in you. I see through you. Xu Mingzhi mocked mercilessly. Shui Tao's thoughts were exposed by Master, and her face turned red and white. She said stubbornly, what do you mean I want to flirt with her? It's just AV. What era is it now? Master, why are you so futile? As the saying goes, one more friend means one more way. Oh, so now you have a friend named Wan Xinyan from the Art Academy. What path are you planning to take? Xu Mingzhi said sarcastically. On the contrary, as an outsider, having me as a friend gives her a way out when she encounters various difficulties. After all, I'm a local, my family has 4 houses, and I drive a Magotan. Shui Tao began to chant classics. Xu Mingzhi was stunned. The locals' unique way of thinking is truly unexpected. No, buddy, you are too narcissistic. You really think you are a top-notch connection and that everyone is fighting for you? After being annoyed for a while, Shui Tao still couldn't wait for Wan Xinyan to agree to her friend request. So I changed my mind and joined Wan Xinyue. Although, among the twin sisters, Wan Xinyan seems to be more cheerful, while Wan Xinyue is very quiet and seems shy. But as the saying goes, everyone has 2 sides. Maybe she is actually very easy to talk to in private, the kind of sweet and charming little girl holding an unrealistic fantasy. Shui Tao added Wan Xinyue as a friend. The result was that the other party rejected it almost immediately and attached a message when rejecting it. No strangers? No, sister, why am I a stranger? Shui Tao was so angry that his teeth itched. He quickly added her again and explained, classmates, I'm Shui Tao, the leader of our 510 Mid-Autumn Festival travel team, and I drive a Magotan. I won't add that either. If you have anything to say, please talk to the group. When Shui Tao tried to add the other party for the 3rd time, he found that the other party had blocked him. This dealt a heavy blow to his self-esteem. He declared in a threatening manner that he would kick the Wan sisters out of the autumn outing team. To be honest, it's a bit of impotent rage, although Wan Xinyue's attitude was indeed a bit cold, but since they said they discussed it in the group, it's okay and they won't be kicked out directly anyway. This is what Wang Haoren felt after watching the whole process. Seeing Shui Tao jumping up and down in the dormitory, Wang Haoren was really annoyed and could only add fuel to the fire. Really, brother? I also think that it would be easier to arrange travel with fewer people. Indeed. Xu Mingzhi pushed up his glasses, the lenses flashing with wisdom. As long as we have Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiuran, that's enough. That won't do. On the other hand, although these twin sisters are a little bit lacking in social skills, it's forgivable. After all, they just left high school, so it's normal for them to be immature. Shui Tao frantically tried to make amends for herself. Wang Haoren retired after completing his mission, smiled slightly, put on his headphones and continued playing the game. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Subai woke up naturally at 8 o'clock. This statement seems a bit contradictory, but since Subai's body has been strengthened, his daily routine has been quite regular. The senior student is sleeping in. Last night, Subai pestered her to do it again, which completely exhausted Zhou Jialu's physical strength. Now she was completely exhausted and slept very soundly. Just be a human being for now, Subai thought. So I didn't wake up the senior sister, but just took a shower, changed clothes, and went out quietly. Start your journey today. There is no class in the first period in the morning, and the second period is physical education. Physical education classes are also the type where attendance is strictly enforced and you have to attend. The country attaches great importance to the physical fitness of college students, so Jiangcheng University has formulated strict attendance rules and examination standards. Subai was fine. Even before his physical strengthening, his physical education performance was not bad. He was at an average level, so he should have no problem passing the exam. Now I am even less worried. The ones we should worry about are otakus like Wang Haoren who rarely exercise. Yesterday I was at a trendy brand store and bought 2 sets of sportswear, suitable for running and playing basketball. When Subai left to Scott, he saw his reflection on the glass curtain wall of the building and was immediately stunned by his own handsomeness. Always feel like something is missing? I immediately opened my phone and searched for street outfits for handsome sporty guys on the Zaya Hongshu platform. It should be said that some of the girls on this platform have made controversial remarks, but when it comes to consumption, sweet potatoes are definitely professionals. What to buy and where to go, you can easily find the guide. These girls really know how to spend money. So Subai saw the brightly colored headphones hanging around the neck of a male model in a promotional article by Zaya Hongshu. See, Subai slapped his thigh and understood it on the spot that he really needs a pair of portable Bluetooth headphones for traveling. According to netizens, Bluetooth headphones cannot compare with wired headphones in terms of sound quality, but it doesn't need a line. It looks pretty cool when hung around the neck. When you are out and about and it is inconvenient to play the audio from your phone out loud, it is also suitable to listen to it with headphones. Moreover, high-end Bluetooth headsets also have noise reduction function. On the way back to school, Subai drove a corner and bought a pair of AZ100, Panasonic in-ear Bluetooth headphones, and a pair of Sony XM5, head-mounted headphones in a hi-fi comprehensive experience store. I spent less than 4,000 in total, but I was unlucky and got only 2 times the cashback. By the way, I added my boss WeChat system upgrades. In addition to headphones, speakers are also within the scope of indulgent consumption. After all, Subai likes listening to music and watching movies, so he uses the audio system very frequently. And when it comes to audio equipment, as long as you are willing to pay the price, there will always be expensive enough equipment waiting for you. Don't you see, those old audiophiles who play with hi-fi equipment spend much more than those who play with computers. Subai remembered that he had seen a personal speaker worth 1 million on Bilibili. Well, wait until he finds his own villa and build one for him. We will maximize the variety of high-end customization and strive to get a cashback of tens of millions. However, the current task is still physical education class. Chapter 58. The Wan sisters went to watch Subai play basketball. You can choose the items in the physical education class. Some popular items, such as basketball, archery, and Go, need to be grabbed during the course selection stage. Go is the most exciting game. You just sit there and don't have to move. At most, you can run before class. It is very popular among crispy college students and lazy dogs. Subai has no interest in Go. What era is it still playing traditional Go? He prefers playing 8-player Go on the computer or play chess, and understand, so I chose basketball, which I thought was a sport he could play. When I was in high school, I would occasionally play it with my friends to relax. When we arrived at the basketball court, the teacher was organizing the team to line up and run to warm up. Subai joined the team, and next to him happened to be a boy from the same class, Zhang Jishuan, who was from dormitory 514 and lived diagonally across from Subai and the others. I'm not very familiar with this guy, but I vaguely heard that he has had several romances and is known as the love saint in the class. I often share useful knowledge about girls with my classmates. Well, not really. For many boys, the entire 4 years of college may be useless. It's so sad. Seeing Subai, Zhang Jishuan winked and said in a rather obscene manner, "We enjoyed the playground where we had class today." How do you say that? There's a girls' PE class, aerobics class, practicing in the indoor gym on the north side of the playground today. Slurp. As he spoke, Zhang Jishuan almost swallowed his saliva and said happily, "When we have free time later, I must go and have a good look. It's a feast for the eyes." As we all know, you have to wear those tight aerobics uniforms to attend aerobics classes. There were 18 or 19-year-old freshman girls, also pretty. Just thinking about that scene makes one's blood boil. "Brother Bai, will you come with me? You're handsome. If we get caught peeping, people won't be angry with you around." Zhang Jishuan also called him Brother Bai, mainly because Subai was tall and strong, and had the aura of an older brother. Subai shook his head decisively and said, "I'm not going." "Why? What a great opportunity. We don't even know if they'll come here next week." Actually, most girls look terrible in figure-hugging clothes. They're either flat everywhere, short, or, well, you know what I mean. Press F to enter. Ha, damn, it's true now that you put it that way. Zhang Jishuan laughed, but I've done some research, and there's a pair of twin sisters from the art academy who've chosen this class. They have baby faces but big. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue? Subai asked suddenly. "Hey, Brother Bai, do you know them?" "I guess so." Zhang Jishuan immediately nodded to show his understanding. If they had some acquaintance, it would feel weird and inappropriate to peek at them. If there is any intersection, it will be very embarrassing. Subai was thinking of another logic. The current situation is that Wan Xinyan took the initiative to add him on WeChat and asked him to go shopping. Maybe he saw his strength. So, just wait for her to lick you. There is no need to take the initiative to approach her. Besides, the sexy body has already been experienced on senior sister Zhou Jialu. Subai is not very greedy now. Okay, everyone's due. Let me say a few words first. After the National Day holiday, the school is preparing to hold a sports meet. There will be various events. I hope students will sign up enthusiastically. This class focuses on restorative physical training. Well, I'm sure everyone needs to recover after going through senior year in military training. Warm up, run 5 laps around the playground. The basketball teacher is a retired city team basketball player. He is taller than Subai, estimated to be about 1.9 meters tall, and looks like a strong fighter. The only thing is that he has a noticeable beer belly. I guess he eats a lot when he's slacking off in the office. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was told to run 5 laps, which made the students with poor physical fitness complain bitterly. In the middle of the team, Wang Haoran, Xuetao, and Chu Mingzhi were huddled together. The team was arranged according to height. These 3 people were about the same height, so they were in the middle of the team, and Subai was at the back. Wang Haoran's physical fitness was very poor and he started to pant after running 1 lap. Xuetao was not much better, but in order to compete with Master Hu, he remained strong and calm. Chu Mingzhi seemed quite relaxed. This guy often went out for a run after 10 o'clock. His time was quite unlucky. He was dressed very flashily and had a bunch of fluorescent strips stuck on his body. He said he was going to join some Fluorescent Night Running Association. It is said that the Fluorescent Night Running Association is a club that can easily help people find a partner. It is enough to see that Mr. Hu is actually very introverted. He always complains that the locals are not picky eaters, but in fact he is also eager to find a partner as soon as possible. Complete 5 laps. Some students are already exhausted. Just lie down on the grass, for example. Wang Haoran was like a dead dog, gasping with his mouth open. Then he was picked up by the physical education teacher. Don't sit or lie down right after running. Take a walk first to allow your body to recover gradually. Chu Mingzhi strolled leisurely in the garden, glancing sideways at those unprofessional classmates. Alas, I think these people don't understand sports at all. What a lack of taste. As he was looking, Chu Mingzhi saw Subai, who was also strolling in the garden. Immediately the tiger's body shook. No, buddy, your clothes. Because Subai was at the end of the team, Chu Mingzhi didn't notice him just now. Now I take a closer look. Damn, Subai actually changed his Uniqlo. It was changed to a very niche brand, but Chu Mingzhi was familiar with it. Chu Mingzhi actually likes this brand very much. The design aesthetics are online. It is very useful for picking up girls, and the price is not cheap, which can really satisfy Mr. Who's petty bourgeois mentality. It's a pity that it is an American street style. Chu Mingzhi is too thin, to put it bluntly. He is a skinny dog. Wearing this kind of thing is purely self-humiliating. In contrast, Subai looked like a model hired by the brand. Oh my god, it seems that Subai has really made a fortune. Just the sportswear he wore for today's physical education class, including the shoes, costs over 10,000 yuan in total. Brother Subai. What? You've started to pay attention to your outfit. Hiss, your new hairstyle is pretty good too. I thought you outsiders didn't understand fashion, but I didn't expect you to be able to do a sophisticated haircut. This couldn't be done by the school barbershop, right? I feel like those Tony teachers are clueless. Yeah, I got it cut outside of school. Well, why is the Prime Minister sighing? I originally thought my aesthetic taste was unrivaled among freshmen, but I didn't expect I'd have a rival now. Chu Mingzhi gave Subai a look that was both an enemy and a friend, like Sasuke watching Naruto. It made Subai laugh. No, buddy, we don't have to. Subai patted his shoulder and comforted him. I don't know how to dress, a senior helped me. I see. This news made Chu Mingzhi feel much more at ease, but soon doubts arose again. Wasn't Subai having an affair with Chun Yuxing? How come a senior student popped up? Damn, is this guy really that popular with women? Chu Mingzhi was envious. If he knew that what the senior sister helped Subai with was far more than just dressing, I guess they must be envious of the original geological wall separation. After running, the physical education teacher asked the students to form groups for activities. If you have no basketball background, follow him to learn the basic moves of the 3-step layup. Although some basketball stars nowadays take more than 3 steps to make a layup, new players still need to learn the basics as they will be tested at the end of the semester. For those who can play ball, just let them play by themselves. This is also the reason why many boys like to choose basketball in football classes. Zhang Jishuan, who was thinking about the aerobics girls, took the opportunity to sneak into the indoor hall on the north side. The result was nothing. I scanned the crowd for a long time. There were obviously many girls training, but I couldn't see the Wan sisters. There was no other way but to ask someone. The other party replied, today is a free day. Wan Xinyan, Wan Xinhua, and a few others went to the basketball court to watch the boys play. Zhang Jishuan, well, it was a wasted trip. Chapter 59, I'm a local, how come I lost to Subai? Having said that, It's not strange for girls to come and watch boys play basketball. Many people have experienced similar things in high school, but the problem is that generally only the more exciting scenes will have more girls watching. For example, the school team plays against other schools. At the very least, it must be a competition between classes. However, this is just an ordinary physical education class. What exactly attracted the girls who were doing aerobics in the gym to run to the basketball court to bask in the sun? When girls are in physical education class, sun protection is the priority. Who would run outside if they can stay in the shade? With such doubts, Zhang Jishuan retreated decisively. A quick glance showed that the girls in aerobics outfits in the indoor gym generally had questionable looks and figures. I wonder if the good-looking ones had all gone to watch the boys play basketball. On the basketball court, everyone smoothly formed several 3v3 and 4v4 games. There are exactly 3 of us. Can we play half-court together? Okay, but I'm not very good at fighting. It's okay, we don't know how to do it either, just playing around. When the team was formed, none of them were very good at playing, but they hit the ball harder and harder. Subai is in a team with his 2 roommates. Don't get me wrong, there is no Wang Haoren in the team. The child was paralyzed after running 5 laps. I am learning the 3-step layup from the physical education teacher. In fact, Subai wanted to take the opportunity to get to know students from other classes, but Xuetao and Xu Mingjie insisted on teaming up with Subai, saying that they were the 2 heroes in the backcourt and just needed a big center. Subai felt that at 1.85 meters, he wasn't considered a big center, but considering the heights of these two, in comparison, it is quite large. Moreover, Subai is quite strong, and he feels safe when he stands under the basket. So Subai agreed. He played basketball as a mixed bag and could do a little bit of everything. The main purpose is to exercise the body and relax the mind. It is said that exercise can promote the secretion of endorphins in the human body, which helps to improve mood. Moreover, with the indulgence system, there is no need to worry about injuries caused by exercise. It doesn't matter, Brother Tonzi will take action. After discussing with the 3 guys on the opposite side, I threw a few balls to warm up my hands and prepared to start playing. Wait, let me take off my watch so it doesn't scratch you guys. Subai very politely took down his Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. After thinking about it, he decided to put it under the basketball hoop, together with his mobile phone. After all, everyone's personal belongings were placed here, so there was no need to worry about it being lost. At this moment, a sweet lowly voice came from the side of the court. Subai, let me help you carry your things, if you don't mind turning around. He saw a giant loli jogging towards Subai with a smile on her face. That cute voice makes people want to commit a crime. In contrast, her chest is a granary of extraordinary strength. Subai estimated that it should be a size smaller than Zhou Jialu. The senior sister is still too capable. After all, she is Subai's moonlight. However, this girl has a petite figure and is estimated to be less than 1.6 meters tall. The figure looks exaggerated and very two-dimensional, especially when she is wearing aerobics training clothes. Her figure is perfectly outlined. Of course, if you run onto the playground wearing only training clothes, it would still be a bit too conspicuous. So she was very thoughtful and put on a sun protective jacket on the outside. The translucent style made her figure faintly visible, and the visual effect was simply unbeatable. Even if most of the female anchors who were just skirting the line come, they will have to admit defeat. Subai recognized her instantly. Are you Wan Xinyan? Yeah, hey, how do you know I'm Wan Xinyan and not my sister? Wan Xinyan put her hands behind her back and came to Subai, standing on tiptoe unconsciously and leaning forward. This action particularly highlights her beauty. If it were an ordinary Xiao Chunan, his heart would probably beat faster and he would have difficulty speaking clearly. Unfortunately, Subai's mentality was stable, and with the blessing of Sigma Halo, he was only slightly fluctuating in his heart. He gave Wan Xinyan a calm and admiring look. Your sister is over there. Subai pointed to the girl next to the court, who was dressed and looked the same as Wan Xinyan. I heard she's quieter, and you're more lively. So do you prefer quiet or lively ones? I like them all. I'm more philanthropic. After Subai finished speaking, he stuffed the phone and watched into Wan Xinyan's arms and said, please keep an eye on it for me. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Their fingers brushed lightly. Wan Xinyan's eyes seemed a little dazed, and it was unclear whether she was deliberately flirting or what. Ding. S-rank goddess Wan Xinyan detected, favorability increased, current favorability, 65. The initial favorability is over 60, so terrifying. This means that her attitude towards Subai has reached the point where she wants to fall in love with him. In short, it is easy to understand that she wants to seduce Subai, but this was the first time the two met. Why is the favorability so high? It's a bit hard to understand. Subai was too lazy to think about it. Since the meat was right in front of his mouth, would he be a human being not to eat it? Just be vigilant and don't get scammed, enjoy it, and enjoy yourself to the fullest. This is how an indulgent life should be. Under the envious gaze of the onlookers, Subai returned to the court. The 3v3 showdown begins. In just a few minutes, the 510 dormitory team was beaten 5-0. To be honest, Subai is really protecting the rim well. However, the locals and Mr. Who were so good at defense that their defense was easily bypassed. The students on the opposite side beat them as easily as shooting practice. What can Subai do? Does he have to defend 3 people by himself and look for his own problems? Xiaoming Sword Demon.jpg. No, buddy, are you two sleepwalking here? Subai complained, glancing at the Wan sisters and several other girls on the sidelines. Or are you nervous because there are too many beautiful women watching? Yes, a little bit. Xu Mingjie said awkwardly.
Can you be a little more ambitious? Look at the three guys on the opposite side. They're instantly excited when they see a beautiful woman watching the game. You guys should get excited too. Shuetao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly his expression became as complicated as constipation. Subai, when did you meet Wan Xinyan? Ha? We just met, what's up? It's okay, I'm just a little weird. Oh, forget it. Just now, Shuetao was watching Subai and Wan Xinyan's ambiguous interaction, and he was almost jealous. In a way, why Wan Xinyan didn't even approve her friend request. She is so cold and aloof. Why is she so enthusiastic in front of Subai? What went wrong? Shuetao was puzzled. Well, he admitted that Subai's look today was indeed a little handsome, but his Shuetao was not bad either, wearing authentic basketball equipment, James Lakers jersey with AJ, he's a local, has 4 apartments, and drives a Magotan. How did he lose to Subai? Shuetao was not convinced, he was not convinced at all. Chapter 60. Let's play together tonight. The more Shuetao thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. Subai said that he had just met Wan Xinyan. The problem is, why would someone you just met take the initiative to ask to help keep your personal belongings, and why did Subai actually agree? There is a problem, there is definitely a problem between these two people. Shuetao was a simple person who could not hide things in his heart. Thinking of this, he could not help but ask Subai, have you and Wan Xinyan chatted on WeChat before? Oh, we chatted a little. Subai showed an ambiguous smile. Why, do I have to report to you before I chat with her? No, hey, that's not what I meant. In the previous sentence, Shuetao also had a questioning tone. As a result, Subai's tone was a bit harsh, and Shuetao immediately backed down. Subai originally had a masculine temperament, and now with the support of brother Tongzi, he is very confident. He smiled wickedly, put his arm around Shuetao's shoulders and said, Taozi, play well. The girls are watching. You don't want to perform poorly and get noticed by them, do you? Don't let Wan Xinyan and the others ignore you when you go out for a trip. Look at you, what are you talking about? Shuetao laughed awkwardly. I didn't play well in that last round. I'm definitely going to crush them this time. Okay, I'll keep an eye on you. After Subai finished speaking, he went to talk to Chumingzhi again, focus on one's CPU. Although Shuetao was greatly shocked by the strange relationship between Subai and Wan Xinyan, now that things have come to this, it is time to perform well and turn the situation around. Think about it more positively. Wan Xinyan was just helping Subai get things, not arguing with Subai. Maybe because Subai is handsome, he gave him some benefits and raised a fish. A poor and uninformed young chef like Subai would probably be fooled. Alas, it still has to be me, Shuetao, with sharp eyes and sharp ears, know how to take the lead in relationships between men and women. Win. On the other side, Chumingzhi also cheered up after being scolded by Subai. Mainly, he came to his senses. Although the Wan sisters are very eye-catching, they probably don't have much taste. She is not worthy of Chumingzhi, a hi-fi player, amateur host, writer, folk singer, oil painter, hand drum artist, leather worker, silversmith, Zen Linji disciple, such a versatile male god. Anyway, the one who is close to Subai is Wan Xinyan. It's not Jiang Qiran or Chen Yuxing. These two people are probably not the superficial type who would come to the basketball court to look at handsome guys. So, win. Well, not quite win, but at least I haven't lost yet. The 5'10" trio regrouped and fought again against the 3 nameless passers-by brothers, both the locals and Mr. who displayed their usual strength. Because of his improved physical fitness, Subai was domineering in the interior, grabbing rebounds and making tip-ins. I actually won with a score of 5-4. The last shot was made by Shuetao. Subai helped him block the defender and made a shot in an open space. I was just enjoying my cool goal-scoring posture when I heard some girls talking. That guy wearing the number 23 jersey, why is he shooting the ball while doing splits? He looks like a monkey. Puff, Shuetao was about to vomit blood. Goddamn big monkey. This is called hovering in the air, so cool and free. Then we played 2 more games with the opponent. There are wins and losses on both sides. This situation is actually the best. The strength of both sides is similar, and the fight will be fierce, but not one-sided anyway. Subai had a lot of fun. Although he is not good at technique, he is in good health, and after jumping around for a while, the system unexpectedly made a sound. Ding. The host has been detected to be overly consuming their physical energy. Reward cash plus 1,000 yuan and restore their physical energy to peak. Oh shit, there's a cheat. Subai was shocked. How could the mechanism of this indulgent system be so wonderful? In other words, as long as he consumes his physical strength quickly and triggers the body's protection mechanism, he can replenish it, then he would be invincible in the sports meet. Sign up for a long-distance running race and sprint hard in the first lap. It feels good to rush hard for a while, and it feels good all the time if you keep rushing hard. Subai, I bought you some iced drinks. Take a look and pick whichever one you want. Just as Subai was imagining the miraculous uses of the system mechanism, Wan Xinyan came over with a full plastic bag. It was filled with a lot of iced drinks, which she bought at the convenience store next to the basketball court. Subai's cell phone and watch had now been transferred to his sister Wan Xinyua's hands. I don't know where I got a large hard plastic bag from, the kind used to store evidence at crime scenes, and put my phone and watch in it. The transparent plastic bag allows you to see what's inside at a glance, and it also shows that the two sisters will not touch Subai's privacy. Oh my god, this is too. Subai was secretly shocked.
Could it be that under the intimidation of money, every beautiful girl would transform into someone similar to Joe Jellu? Becoming a pursuer with excellent service attitude, he casually picked up a bottle of blue Gatorade. I unscrewed it and took 2 sips. The cool and refreshing drink slides down your throat, so comfortable. Shui Tao, Shu Mingzhi, you can also take a bottle. Wan Xinyan immediately called out to the two. Both of them showed surprised expressions. They really didn't expect to be called out. Shui Tao, in particular, frowned and stammered, "Classmate, do you know me?" "I know you. You're Shui Tao, the one driving the Magotan. These drinks are my sister and I'll treat you. After all, you need to prepare snacks for traveling. But the drinks are still too cheap. I'll treat you to lunch. The spicy hot pot in the South District cafeteria is pretty good." Wan Xinyan chattered away, making arrangements. It was very reasonable, and Shui Tao had no way to refute it, but now he really wants to ask, "Why don't you accept my friend request?" But his intuition told him that if he asked this question in such a situation, he would probably become a clown. Well, that never mind. Subai drank his drink quietly and observed the younger twin sister. A very active girl, less aggressive than Zhou Jielu, but more innocent and naive. But in fact, she is also quite scheming. She naturally flatters Subai and shapes the relationship between them into playmates. She does not take advantage of her beauty to take advantage of Shui Tao. Very good, the playmate niche is indeed empty, at least for now. Subai thought so. Director Xiao is the face of the group, the senior is his wife, and Chen Yuxing is his soulmate. Just as I was talking about Chen Yuxing, I saw a tall, graceful, and thin figure walking towards me from a distance, the iconic black stockings, a knee-length sweater on the upper body, and a small jacket. She has a very Japanese ladylike feel. However, coupled with Chen Yuxing's cool and intellectual face, and super smooth and beautiful black long straight hair, she has the flavor of a genius girl scientist in anime. Chen Yuxing walked over quickly, staring at Wan Xinyan. This made Wan Xinyan feel a chill on her back and her body tremble. How scary. The onlookers were also very surprised. Who would have thought that Chen Yuxing, who usually stayed in the laboratory, would come to watch the boys play basketball? Then they saw Chen Yuxing walk straight to Subai, take out a tissue from his pocket and wipe the sweat off his face. A little stiffly but firmly said, "Let's play together tonight." Chapter 61. The jealous female academician takes the initiative. Wow, Chen Yuxing's sudden appearance, sudden actions and sudden remarks caused a huge uproar. The cold little face was very tense. However, her heart was about to break. Me, what the hell am I doing? Chen Yuxing couldn't help but wonder if he was possessed by some dirty thing. If someone had told her a month ago, when she had just reported to university, that she would wipe a boy's sweat in a public place like a basketball court, Chen Yuxing would definitely have scoffed at such a statement. Just kidding, she is not the kind of love-brained person who gets stupid from watching idol dramas. Well, it's not that she has become love-brained now, but Subai appeared in her life in a destructive manner. Their souls were so close, and he was tall, rich, and handsome, according to worldly standards. Furthermore, he was more than just rich, which Cinderella hasn't fantasized about being favored by a prince. However, because Chen Yuxing is a top student, she is more noble-minded and has higher spiritual pursuits, so Wang Ziming does less of it. We can't expect Wang Zi to be like her, liking playing games and being abstract on the internet, right? Hey, guess what? She really encountered it. Chen Yuxing only found out that Subai was playing basketball in physical education class when she saw a photo taken on the spot posted by someone in the class group. Boys and girls have separate physical education classes, and the class she chose was not held today. However, those girls on the sidelines, especially the twin sisters with particularly vulgar figures, clearly had bad intentions, so Chen Yuxing impulsively put down the code he was working on and rushed all the way from the dormitory to the basketball court. I happened to see Wan Xinyan handing a drink to Subai. When Chen Yuxing saw Subai drinking the drink, his heart ached, his chest felt stuffy, and he felt unwell. It was as if the liquid Subai drank was not Gatorade, but Wan Xinyan's. Well, okay, it's not that weird. In short, Chen Shuaba is very unhappy. In a fit of anger, he wiped Subai's sweat in front of everyone. When he regained his senses, Chen Yuxing suddenly fell into an awkward state of stiffness, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. However, because everyone has a cold impression of her in the eyes of others, his behavior at this time is cold. It's the decisiveness of snatching men. Even the scheming woman Wan Xinyan misjudged this Chen Yuxing. I heard that she and Subai are quite close, but it seems that they just play games together. As for playing games, there are many boys and girls playing games together these days, and it doesn't necessarily develop into an ambiguous relationship. But now, Wan Xinyan smelled murderous intent from Chen Yuxing. No, we have to avoid the attack for the time being. You must be Chen Yuxing, right? Zhang Qiuran from our broadcasting and hosting department seems to be your roommate. Wan Xinyan spoke to her in a friendly manner. We're going on a mid-autumn festival trip together soon, so it's nice to get to know each other in advance. Hee. Well, you too. Subai, I suddenly remembered that I have a homework assignment to finish. I can't treat you to lunch at noon. I'll leave first. Okay, let's talk about it later. There are plenty of opportunities anyway. Then I'm leaving. The Wan sisters left the stage at the speed of light. Subai glanced at Chen Yuxing and felt like laughing. It turns out that even the cool and arrogant female academic can get jealous. Since you're here, please help me carry my things. I'll play ball for a while. Subai handed the plastic bag containing his cell phone and watched Chen Yuxing keep playing. The system just reset his physical strength. It would be such a waste if he doesn't fight for a while longer. To be honest, Chen Yuxing was actually so shy that she wanted to run away, but Subai had given her the task of getting something, so she couldn't run away even if she wanted to. I could only continue to stand there with a stern face. From time to time, she could hear other people's discussions about the love-hate relationship between her, Subai, and Wan Xinyan. These people are really good at imagining things. There was no love-hate relationship at all. It was just her momentary impulse to in Chen Yuxing's opinion. Subai and the Wan sisters were probably just traveling together. It doesn't matter, she wants to go on this trip too. When Subai returned to the court, he was shocked to see Chu Mingzhi sitting dejectedly on the ground holding a basketball. Why, are you wilting? I tried my best, but I can't win. Chu Mingzhi muttered something strange, looking up at Subai with grief and anger. Brother Subai, please leave us some chance to survive. Why is it that every beautiful girl has an affair with you? Are you the male protagonist of a Japanese light novel? Obviously, Chu Mingzhi could no longer continue the competition. He could only replace the love saint Zhang Jishuan, who was watching the show on the sidelines. This guy played basketball well and his mentality was obviously much better than Chu Mingzhi. He just had an expression of envy for Subai, but he didn't collapse. Master who, out, Zhang Jishuan took the time to say, oh my god, brother Bai, I didn't expect you to be so cunning in private. You even got Chen Shuaba and the Wan sisters. It's not that I've taken him down. Subai said seriously, we're just going on a trip together for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's just a class activity. There are a lot of boys and girls participating together, right? Do you think I believe it? After all, Zhang Jishuan is an experienced person, and he can see that Subai is also a scumbag. Physical education class is over. Originally, Wan Xinyan was going to treat everyone, but the girl was scared away by Chen Yuxing's aura. So Subai went to the cafeteria with Chen Yuxing. The lunchtime when the two of them were alone was what Chen Yuxing had been looking forward to. However, because of what happened on the basketball court and some of Chen Yuxing's little thoughts, she just lowered her head to eat and didn't dare to talk to Subai. She didn't put down her chopsticks until she was almost done with the meal. She took a few deep breaths and said to Subai solemnly, I don't have any classes or anything else to do this afternoon. Oh. Chen Yuxing choked again. She has actually never been very good at expressing herself, especially when her thoughts are not pure. She had no choice but to bite her lips and stare at Subai resentfully. His so cute. Subai's heart was filled with ripples. He couldn't bear to continue bullying her, so he smiled and said, accompany me to the internet cafe in the afternoon. Can. Chen Yuxing's frown suddenly relaxed, and he picked up his chopsticks to finish the rest of the meal. Alas, this cute and silly academic is really easy to understand. Subai complains silently when it comes to writing code and doing scientific research. Chen Yuxing is extremely outstanding, but when it comes to the little tricks and social interactions, 10 Chen Yuxings probably can't beat Wan Xinyan. Speaking of Wan Xinyan, originally, Subai had promised her that they would go shopping together. In the afternoon, now it seems that we have to postpone it. Subai immediately sent her a WeChat message, saying that he had something urgent to do and asked if she could postpone shopping until the evening. Wan Xinyan quickly replied, no problem. Oh, it's great to have money. Under normal circumstances, if a boy changes his mind at the appointed time, he will definitely be labeled a shrimp-headed man with a book hanging on his head. I never thought Wan Xinyan would be so easy to talk to. Chapter 62, the cute academician's first kiss. After filling his stomach, Chen Yuxing handed over the plate, then turned a corner ghostly and walked out of the side door of the cafeteria under Subai's curious gaze. Why use the side door? Chen Yuxing hummed inexplicably, and his watery eyes blinked. It's because she and Subai stand out too much when walking together. When eating, we had already chosen a seat in a corner. As a result, students passing by kept looking at them and talking about them. To be honest, Chen Yuxing doesn't like being the center of attention. And she is not the kind of girl who thinks highly of herself just because she is beautiful. In Chen Yuxing's worldview, her Korean server title and computer proficiency are more valuable than her appearance, but others don't seem to think so. Of course, Chen Yuxing would be very happy if Subai could appreciate her appearance. Maybe this is love. A woman in love always has a special attitude towards her lover, commonly known as double standards. Will Shuncheng be shy walking with me? Subai already understood and asked deliberately. Chen Yuxing didn't say anything, just walked with his head down. There are indeed not many people at the side door. It is mainly used by the kitchen staff because after going out, it is the farthest from the dormitory and you need to go around a long circle to get back. Chen Yuxing thought it was great. She wanted to walk around for a while longer and walk with Subai, very happy, taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around. Subai took her hand very naturally. There was no foreshadowing of a crime and no subsequent sense of surprise, as if it was the most natural thing. Chen Yuxing struggled symbolically, but Subai's hand was held tightly. Her little hands and body gradually softened. Let's get a couple's room at the internet cafe, play all afternoon, and then treat you to a Japanese buffet in the evening. Aha! Chen Yuxing was held by Subai's hand and followed him closely. His hands are so big and warm. It turns out that the feeling of being held hand by a boy is like this. The cute and silly academic master seemed to be thinking about something. They held hands until they got into the car. Subai started the Mercedes-Benz GLE and took Chen Yuxing to the familiar internet cafe. If you want to do something bad to a girl that breaks the bottom line, it's best to choose a familiar environment. People tend to let down their guard in familiar surroundings. In the car, Chen Yuxing lowered the temperature of the air conditioner, adjusted to the point where it feels a little cold after blowing for a while. This would result in her hands feeling a little cold when she parked the car at the Internet cafe, as her peripheral circulation was not very good to begin with then, she could naturally put her hand into Subai's hand. Subai, feeling Subai's eyes that said something's wrong with you, Chen Yuxing said expressionlessly, help me warm my hands, or I won't be able to play games with you later. No, sister, you're making it sound like taking me to play games is some kind of weight training. That's right. Chen Yuxing stamped her feet and said, if you don't want to, forget it. No, I do. I'm willing. Subai grabbed Chen Yuxing's hand to prevent her from pulling it away. Smiling, Chen Yuxing didn't laugh, having said that, this girl wanted to hold hands with him, and her tactics were too deliberate. There's no comparison between him and the others Subai has met recently, but Chen Yuxing is so clumsy that she is cute. Subai rubbed her little hands and walked into the internet cafe happily. The fierce fighting of the afternoon passed quickly when Chen Yuxing's screen went black. Subai touched her hand and said that he wanted to give her the energy to win. Seeing his serious look, Chen Yuxing couldn't refuse. Then Subai went further and put Chen Yuxing's hand on her black silk thigh, taking the opportunity to feel this pair of incomparable beautiful legs. The slender long legs have beautiful curves and a little fleshiness. You can easily feel the beauty even through the white gauze long skirt. The style is completely different from Senior Zhou Jialu's chubby and practical style. It's hard to tell which one is better. Chen Yuxing glared at Subai a few times as a warning, but Subai acted as if he didn't see it. The shy words came to my lips, but I couldn't say them. To be honest, Chen Yuxing really likes Subai's touch on her. If Subai had no such thoughts about her and just treated her as a friend, Chen Yuxing would be worried. However, Subai paid her to play with him, and doing this to her made their relationship seem even more bizarre. Humph, scumbag. Chen Yuxing was immersed in strange thoughts. He played with Subai for an entire afternoon and was then taken by Subai to a Japanese buffet. Compared to the high-end hot pot supper that day, the price of more than 1,000 yuan per person could no longer shock Chen Yuxing's heart, but it made her confirm a fact again. For Subai, these luxurious consumptions that ordinary students dare not even think about are just daily scenes that can be seen everywhere. Oops. I started imagining so many decadent scenes again. Leaving the corner of the Japanese restaurant, Chen Yuxing suddenly grabbed Subai's clothes, stood in front of him, and glared at him fiercely. Big white goose, you must explain clearly today what our relationship is, otherwise I won't let you touch my legs anymore. Subai pretended to be dumb. Do I have it? Don't cheat. Seeing that Chen Yuxing was almost crying, Subai suddenly felt that it would be fun to bully her. He decided to bully even harder. Subai suddenly held Chen Yuxing's cheeks and kissed her while she was stunned. Chen Yuxing shuddered and struggled frantically. Unfortunately, her physical strength was too weak and she couldn't escape Subai's control at all. Coupled with the wonderful feeling of kissing for the first time, she gradually felt unable to breathe. I don't know how long it took Chen Yuxing leaned limply on Subai's body. Subai looked at her red ears, and out of excitement, he blew a breath of hot air towards them. This caused Chen Yuxing to let out a strange cry. His face became increasingly red. Sure enough, this is her sensitive spot. Big white goose, you just love to bully others. You. We were chatting happily on WeChat, and you clearly look like what is it? Chen Yuxing stopped talking. Her real thought was that Subai was her dream lover. An existence that both the soul and the body are willing to immerse deeply. However, Subai's attitude, including his flirting with other girls, really made Chen Yuxing angry. Oh, you just asked about the relationship between us. I think it's actually very clear. Subai suddenly became serious, but what he said was still beyond Chen Yuxing's expectations. Our relationship is, well, I want to support you, so that you no longer have to suffer the hardships of life and become someone who belongs only to me. As support? Yes. I heard that your mother is seriously ill and the treatment will cost a lot of money. It doesn't matter. I can afford it no matter how much it costs. Just let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Subai paused, looked into Chen Yuxing's eyes and said sincerely, I like you, but I can't guarantee that I only like you, so I think this kind of relationship is the best choice for both of us. Chapter 63, Isn't it good to be kept by Subai? Hearing this, Chen Yuxing's first reaction was a famous scene in line from an anime. You're just a student, yet you're so arrogant. What qualifications do you have to take responsibility for other people's lives? But then I changed my mind and realized, that's not right. Subai is not just a student, this bastard is a top rich guy. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing felt extremely complicated. If it were any other man, he would have proposed to her as a supply woman. Chen Yuxing must have picked up anything that could be used to hit someone from the roadside and smashed it on the man's face. How could she, who was so proud and arrogant, accept such a ridiculous proposal? But this person happened to be Subai, a man with a very high degree of soul compatibility with her, and the only person in her life who could be close to her heart. Then, this bastard actually treated her as his mistress. Well, Chen Yuxing also knew that expecting a man like Subai to be loyal was nothing but a fantasy. Subai likes her, but cannot promise to be loyal to her, which is also what Chen Yuxing expected. Only, still so angry. Subai confessed his love in such a wonderful way, making Chen Yuxing feel both upset and sweet. Fundamentally, the overwhelming feeling in my heart is heartbeat. A little devil whispered in her ear, just give in to him, just give in to him. This man is very easy to talk to and is willing to spend money on you. How can there be such a good thing in the world? She felt so sad, she was completely controlled by Subai. Who told you about my family situation? Chen Yuxing asked coldly, feeling a little aggrieved. He looks like a punching bag and has no deterrent effect at all. Connections, kid. Subai coaxed, many so-called terminal illnesses actually have a very high chance of being cured as long as you pay enough money, adopt the most advanced treatments early, and control the disease. But if you delay due to money issues, it's hard to say. Chen Yuxing bit her lip, her vision darkening. You're right. So just accept my proposal. Being supported by me should be a very happy thing for you. Chen Yuxing was depressed for a long time and seemed to be struggling with his thoughts. Finally, she said bitterly, scumbag. Although it was a negative comment, the tone was no different from coquettishness. Then it's happily decided. After Subai finished speaking, he asked for Chen Yuxing's bank card number, opened his phone and transferred money to her without hesitation. 100,000 yuan. Ding. Triggering the cashback limit for the bound S-level goddess, triggering 6x cashback, reward cash plus 600,000 yuan, Chen Yuxing immediately calculated, counting on his fingers and muttering to himself, if it's 100,000 yuan, then the optimistic estimate is 5 months, and the pessimistic estimate is, what's the optimism or pessimism? This is your pocket money. Come on, take me to the hospital to see my aunt. Are you going to meet my mother now? Chen Yuxing became embarrassed. It doesn't matter whether we meet or not. What's important is that I need to communicate with my aunt's attending physician and pay all the money I can. Subai forcefully took Chen Yuxing's hand and walked towards the parking lot. The senior student told Subai that based on what she overheard during Chen Yuxing's phone call, her mother had a rare disease. Rare diseases mean that the drugs for treatment are very niche, which means that the drugs are very expensive. Generally speaking, a complete treatment plan is also expensive. I can't wait to receive the cashback from Brother Tongzi. Of course, Subai did not forget the original plan for tonight. Supply white goose. Sorry, something urgent happened tonight and I have to accompany a friend. I can only go shopping with you tomorrow. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. It's okay, it's a small problem. Actually, we have flexible schedules here, so you're the priority. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Are you in trouble? If you need help, you can come to me. Puff pastry white goose. Not needed at the moment, thank you. Although the giant lowly twins are very attractive, curing diseases and saving lives is more important. Girls' dormitory. Seeing Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue both dressed up beautifully, the roommate couldn't help but ask curiously, is there any big event at school tonight? You guys are so grand, if you didn't know, you'd think you were going on a date. Hearing the word date, Sister Wan Xinyue suddenly felt uneasy. It's not a date. The more this happened, the more his roommates became more convinced of their speculation. There must be something wrong with these two people. On the contrary, Wan Xinyan seemed much calmer. I just made an appointment with a friend to go shopping. Oh, wait, it seems that my friend can't go for the time being. It seems that my besties will have to stay alone in the empty room tonight. He has something to do again. Wan Xinyue was a little depressed. It seemed that Subai was not very interested in shopping with them. Don't be fooled by Wan Xinyue's quiet appearance. In fact, she is even wilder than her sister at heart. Today I took the opportunity to watch Subai play basketball and get close to him. Not only did he come into contact with Subai, but he also touched the legendary 600,000 watch. Coming from poor rural areas, how could they have seen anything like this? Her desire for material things is even stronger than her sister's, but she knows that she is not smart, so she usually listens to her sister's instructions. Seeing her sister's disappointed look, Wan Xinyan smiled and said, "Don't be discouraged. My intuition tells me that he really has something urgent to do. Taking a step back, maybe this is a test for us. A guy like him is bound to have no shortage of girls who want to get close to him. We have to screen them a little bit." That makes sense. After hearing her sister's analysis, Wan Xinyue felt much more at ease. Otherwise, she would have thought that Subai was not interested in girls of their type. What? Did I hear you right? That means you made a date with a boy, but he stood you up, and you're not angry at all? The roommate was shocked. Boys nowadays are very particular about time. Not to mention standing up a girl, they dare not even be late for a date, for fear of being called a jerk. The Wan sisters were so fond of this boy. It's the turning of Tiangang upside down. It's really the turning of Tiangang upside down. The roommate, burning with a raging desire to gossip, said, "Xinyan, I'm really curious. Just how outstanding is that boy you're dating? Is he worthy of your careful treatment?" It's mainly because we hit it off." Really? I don't believe it. Believe it or not, let's go to the school snack street and buy some milk tea. After all, I've put on makeup, so I can't waste it. Zhangcheng Second People's Hospital. Xiao Chen is here. In the office, a middle-aged doctor with a tired look received the two of them. The doctor looked at Subai in surprise. This was the first time Chen Yuxing brought other people to visit his mother. Who is this? Friend. Subai took the initiative to shake hands with the doctor, then moved closer to Chen Yuxing and said, "You go and keep Auntie company. I'll talk to the doctor alone." Chen Yuxing wasn't sure what Subai was going to do, but he definitely wouldn't harm her. Coupled with Subai's calm yet unquestionable tone, there was an inexplicable sense of the majesty of a superior. Just let Subai arrange it. To be honest, Chen Yuxing hasn't felt the feeling of being arranged and taken care of for a long time. I couldn't help but feel sweet in my heart. Well, just keep her. Isn't it good? Subai's mature and skillful skills gradually made Chen Yuxing fall in love with him. Chapter 64, only 5 million, to put it bluntly, what can it do? Chen Yuxing's mother looks very similar to her, they are also very similar in personality. I am the ward. The mother and daughter didn't talk much. Chen Yuxing just raised the upper part of the bed so that her mother could lean back in a comfortable position. She then massaged her legs and gave her some fruit to eat. Watching her daughter busying herself silently, a look of reluctance flashed in Chen's mother's eyes. She opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Many times, she thought about just dying so as not to burden her children. Other girls enjoy their youth after going to college, and there are not many who worry about income like Chen Yuxing. Even for those whose family income is not high, working part-time is only to earn their own living expenses. But Chen Yuxing wants to earn money for his mother's medical treatment as well. However, Chen's mother knew that she could not die. She was her daughter's spiritual support. If she gave up, her daughter would suffer even more. Forget it, forget it. Just give it a try and actively seek treatment. Maybe the body's self-healing ability will help her defeat the disease. Why is it said that she has to rely on self-healing? Because for her disease, there is a new treatment method developed abroad in recent years, which has a high cure rate and few side effects. The only drawback is that it is too expensive. The entire process, including surgery and a full set of medication, will cost more than 3 million yuan. This is something Chen's mother cannot afford, so she can only undergo conservative treatment first. After a while, Chen's mother fell asleep. Seeing this, Chen Yuxing slowly made the bed flat, covered her mother with a quilt, and quietly left the ward. She walked through the corridor that smelled of disinfectant and headed back to the doctor's office with mixed feelings. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing didn't know how to face Subai. More than half an hour had passed since Subai spoke with the doctor. He probably already knew how much it would cost to treat his mother. Chen Yuxing is strong-willed, so he won't tell anyone what kind of difficulties he is facing, but the difficulties themselves do exist objectively, so if Subai gives her a request to play with others, she will accept it. However, the cost of completely curing my mother has far exceeded the level of college students playing with her. I don't know what Subai's attitude will be. Chen Yuxing thought, Subai must think that she is unlucky and troublesome, right? Imagine a boy who finds out that his girlfriend is in debt of millions. He would definitely want to run away immediately. No matter how rich this boy is, Chen Yuxing had never even thought about asking Subai to pay for her because he had no such obligation. Rich people don't spend their money carelessly, and rich people are not stupid. Chen Yuxing, who had just seen her mother, was feeling a little sentimental. Her mother's sick appearance was replaying in her mind. She thought that since she had accepted Subai's support, she would make money from him to treat her mother's illness. Well, even if it's pay-per-view, it's okay. Thinking of this, Chen Yuxing's face flushed. After adjusting his mood, Chen Yuxing knocked on the door of the doctor's office. Come in. The doctor was pouring tea for Subai. Seeing Chen Yuxing come in, he smiled and said, Xiao Chen, congratulations. Your boyfriend has already paid the bill. Starting tomorrow, we will re-examine your mother and provide a full range of advanced treatments. Chen Yuxing was stunned for a moment, then revealed a look of disbelief. I've paid, what does that mean? It's the best treatment plan. Mr. Su has already paid for the entire treatment process and has also deposited some extra money. In short, it's definitely enough. After a moment of silence, Chen Yuxing turned to Subai and stared at him. The look in his eyes was extremely complicated. Why? Why? I already said I want to, with our relationship, it's normal for me to help you solve your worries, right? Subai acted as if it was a matter of course. But it's too expensive. Chen Yuxing bit her lip, her eyes gleaming. You absolutely don't have to. Is it expensive? It's not even my monthly allowance. Don't make a fuss about it. Subai's tone sounded nonchalant, but the content of his words was very inappropriate. Chen Yuxing was speechless, and the doctor's eyelids were twitching. He had just seen with his own eyes that Subai swiped his card without hesitation to pay the 3.78 million needed for treatment, and then deposited more than 100 yuan in advance, finally making a total of 5 million yuan. Of course, the pre-deposited money will definitely not be spent, and the hospital fees are not that expensive. In the end, it will definitely be returned to Chen's mother. I don't know what the meaning of this rounding is. Subai even seemed to have a bit of regret. The doctor vaguely heard Subai muttering, why is it only 5 million? No, buddy, are you complaining that the treatment fee is too little and not enough for you to show off? Of course, the doctor just complained in his heart, but he was actually very happy. During this period, Chen's mother was hospitalized for treatment. The doctor got to know Xiao Chen and felt very sorry for this girl. She is beautiful and good at studying, and most importantly, she has good character. It is really gratifying that such an outstanding girl meets a rich man and is saved by him, and he is such a tall and handsome young man. It can be said that they are a perfect match. Apart from being pretentious, he doesn't seem to have any other shortcomings. However, Subai was not being pretentious. The prepaid fee is because the system allows it. After all, Chen Yuxing has been tied to the object of indulgent consumption, letting her mother stay in the best ward and enjoy the best medical standards also falls under the concept of indulgence. The total cost is 5 million, which is the upper limit of the system certification amount. No more cashback. Ding. You paid for Chen Yuxing's mother's high medical expenses, spending 5 million yuan, triggering a tenfold cashback, rewarding cash plus 50 million yuan at this time. Subai had left the hospital and returned to his car, looking at his savings which had already exceeded 70 million. Subai smiled inwardly. Great, now it's time to start looking for a top-notch luxury home. As a second-tier city, the most luxurious villas in Jiangcheng cost around 50 million yuan. With Subai's current assets, he can easily take it over. Of course, if it is a king of buildings with special added value, it will definitely be more expensive than 50 million. It doesn't matter. If Subai takes a fancy to it, he can find a way to make money from it. It doesn't matter, the system will give you cash back. Just as Subai started the car, Chen Yuxing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly said, "Don't take me back to the dormitory. Let's go get a room." Okay. This girl is quite aware. Subai looked at Chen Yuxing's shy and forced calm look and couldn't help laughing. Her personality is indeed very special. I didn't even say thank you and just got straight to the point. Then Chen Yuxing added, "You saved my mother's life. You can do whatever you want to me in the future." Anything? Well, anything, everything I have is yours. As he spoke, Chen Yuxing moved closer and gently pecked Subai's cheek with his cherry lips. There was a blur of attachment in his eyes. Chapter 65. Big White Goose. I'm yours. To be honest, Chen Yuxing didn't expect that Subai would pay the money so easily. That's millions, not just a few $100s. Admittedly, one of the reasons is that Subai is really too rich, but Chen Yuxing still felt that Subai's willingness to do this for her proved that he liked her in his heart. Thinking of this, Chen Yuxing suddenly saw the sun through the clouds. She understood. Keeping a sponsor is the most suitable relationship for two people. Judging from the difference in their identities, abilities, and social status, they are actually not suitable to be a couple. Couples need to get along with each other on an equal footing in order for the relationship to last. On the contrary, there are not so many concerns when it comes to keeping someone from childhood to adulthood. Chen Yuxing had never been attracted to any man before she met Subai. The inability of souls to resonate and connect is one aspect, but practical reasons must also be considered. Her family background is not very good, and in terms of personal pursuit, she also likes to study and do scientific research. She lives in a single-parent family and her mother, the only one who can take care of her, is sick again. She herself has rather strange interests and hobbies. Unlike ordinary girls, apart from her good looks, she should be a burden to most boys. A broken and troubled existence, but Subai is really too rich, shatter all her worries and concerns. Besides, my mother's illness cannot be delayed any further. From various perspectives, accepting Subai's support is the best choice. As a top student, I like rational arguments. What's more, under the premise of sensibility, the prerequisite of getting along very well with Subai is met first, the proof is established, and you instantly play the role of a sponsor. Subai was caught off guard by a kiss from Chen Yuxing, and the rich and pleasant smell on Chen Yuxing's body made his heart restless. We quickly drove to the JW Marriott Hotel. The Riverview suite was booked for a week and has not expired. It is empty now, and Zhou Jialu's things have been moved to the Shanshui duplex in Escott. It can be used, but Subai feels that it is not enough. But when Subai went to the front desk to ask, he found out that a more luxurious presidential suite was available. The price is exaggerated, 7,888 yuan per night, often booked by wealthy people. It just so happened that he had some free time in the last few days, so Subai acted decisively and booked for 5 days in a row. Ding. Hosts excessive spending detected. Check into the presidential suite triggers 7x cashback, reward cash plus 276,080 yuan. Seeing that Subai had booked the most luxurious and exaggerated room type, Chen Yuxing's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a feeling of calm and happiness arose in her heart. Although she knew that Subai had a high consumption level, the fact that he chose to book the best room and complete his first time with her still made Chen Yuxing feel that Subai valued her. Take the elevator upstairs and swipe your card to enter the room. As soon as Subai turned around, his mind was still dazed and his thoughts were still wandering. Chen Yuxing couldn't wait to hug him and kiss him. That proactive attitude made Subai a little confused. I originally thought that a pure girl like Chen Yuxing would be a little embarrassed to do things like that. Who would have thought? It even made Subai a little shy. Subai was struck by the passion hidden beneath Chen Yuxing's icy exterior. Despite a brief moment of surprise, he quickly responded. Soon both sides put aside their distractions. Big White Goose, I want to be with you for the rest of my life. For a long time, the lighting in the presidential suite has been adjusted to a romantic warm light. The TV is on and the latest anime is playing. Two young men who had just completed in-depth strategic cooperation consultations were leaning against each other, watching the anime they both liked with relish. Subai held her slender waist, the black stockings still covered Chen Yuxing's long legs. Until now, Subai was still savoring the wonderful feeling just now. He couldn't help but pinch Chen Yuxing's thigh and said, Shang, you're so good at having fun. Of course. Chen Yuxing glanced at Subai and said with some pride, I have read as much study materials as you. Subai was stunned for a moment before realizing that the study materials she was talking about were not the literal study materials. Good job. I have long known that Chen Yuxing is another him in the world, but I didn't expect that Chen Yuxing's artistic appreciation in that area is not inferior to Subai. Subai is very convinced of this. Compared with senior Zhou Jialu, they are completely two extremes. The senior sister looks extremely passionate, but she is very pure at heart. She will be shy if you kiss her face. This shyness is in her bones, even though she has now completely become Subai's little woman. Chen Yuxing is different, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Once she identifies you and pulls you into the house, it's hard to tell whether you're playing with her or she's playing with you. Subai ordered a can of iced coffee as usual. Not long after I finished drinking, an episode of the anime on TV ended. Chen Yuxing pressed the pause button, raised his legs and changed his position. Facing Subai very closely. Subai? One episode at a time. No, sister, you're exaggerating. Subai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An episode of anime is only 20 minutes long. So this is too much for you? Sorry. Chen Yuxing had a thoughtful expression. It seems that he is re-evaluating Subai's strength. How could Subai bear this, my friend? I have top-notch physical fitness and special attributes at the pinnacle of humanity. He immediately turned the tables and launched a thunderous counterattack against the cute and silly female academic who spoke so arrogantly. There are 13 episodes in one season of anime, and it takes less than 5 hours to watch them all in AROW.ASA. Result, Subai and Chen Yuxing watched it for 12 hours from evening till dawn the next morning. In the process, Subai discovered a surprising fact. Although Chen Yuxing has poor physical strength, he has great endurance. Hajisheng, you guy. However, Chen Yuxing is a human being after all, and Subai is a bastard who owns brother Tongzi. Staying up all night is considered as indulgence, which resets his physical strength and energy. Chen Yuxing insisted on watching the last episode of the anime before falling tiredly on the big bed in the hotel. Big white goose, you are so awesome. I'm so sleepy, I need to sleep. Chen Yuxing muttered something in a satisfied tone, tilted his head, and fell asleep. Chapter 66, 10 consecutive draws. To be honest, Chen Yuxing looks so cute when she's submissive and a sleeper. This made Subai, who had just had his energy restored by brother Tongzi, suddenly have evil thoughts and want to do something to her again. Never mind. Let the child go. Subai thought for a moment and took the initiative to help Chen Yuxing take off her pantyhose so that she could sleep comfortably. I guess I need to have a good sleep after a night. The black stockings on Chen Yuxing's legs had become tattered and dirty. After simply cleaning up the mess, Subai drove out of the Marriott Hotel and drove on the expressway during the morning rush hour. Thanks to brother Tongzi's help, Subai was still full of energy and had to go out for a walk. Time, a little after 9 o'clock. It was still a little early for lunch, but Subai was already so hungry that his stomach was rumbling. The reason is very simple. The system resets Subai's energy and physical strength, but it is not completely rootless. It needs to consume the energy stored in Subai's body. Brother Tongzi also has to abide by the law of conservation of energy. So even though I had dinner last night, I ordered a midnight snack from the hotel room service while watching anime with Chen Yuxing. Subai is still very hungry now. It's a little after 9 o'clock, perfect for a Cantonese-style dim sum. Search on the mobile map and find a high-end breakfast tea that costs more than 500 yuan per person. It is basically the most expensive Cantonese-style morning tea you can find in Jiangcheng. This per capita price is very cheap compared to the various high-end restaurants Subai has tried recently. In fact, morning tea is a very down-to-earth food for the common people. No matter how high-end it is, it's just like that. However, Subai was very interested in the leisurely and comfortable lifestyle it embodied. After years of hard study, Subai has no free time at all. He usually uses the morning time when his mind is clearest to enjoy life and study, but from then on, Subai's life entered the cheat mode and he no longer had to work so hard. Before going to the tea house, Subai first sent a private message to Zhou Jialu on WeChat and asked her if she wanted to come out and eat together. The answer is no. The senior sister's body is still recovering and she is not fit to go out for a walk. The bleeding wound caused by Subai and I having sex for the first time the day before yesterday has not healed yet. Crispy white goose, emoji_ please, you are weak Xiaolu, who told you to be so outrageous? After all, it's my first time, Xiaolu, I didn't mean to stay away from you. I just wanted to rest up at home and recharge my batteries so I could recover quickly enough to be close to my junior. Finally, Zhou Jialu sent a kiss voice message. Subai was very satisfied. He noticed that the senior student called the Escott's landscape duplex home. Well, very good, I got into the role quickly. Come to think of it, Subai actually noticed it. Senior Zhou Jialu is the type of person who stays at home. She is not the kind of girl who must be taken out to play and who you have to rack your brains to think of all kinds of ways to satisfy. He is the type who lives a down-to-earth life, just lying in the big house. I can laugh alone, very worry-free. It is indeed a good thing to have such a virtuous woman looking after the house. Zhou Jialu said she wanted to continue her beauty sleep, so Subai didn't disturb her. Have your morning tea by yourself. The decoration of the tea house is quite retro, using a lot of high-end mahogany furniture, which is said to be the traditional decoration style favored there. Subai found a seat by the window and ordered a lot of food in one go. As for tea, I directly ordered the most expensive tea in the store, trying to increase my consumption today. While drinking tea, Subai opened the system panel in his mind, take stock of last night's harvest. In fact, when Subai and Chen Yuxing broke through that obstacle, he had already heard brother Tongzi's ding 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 sound. But at that time I was busy hanging out with the cute and silly academic master and had no time to pay attention to him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the most precious item from an S-level goddess. Receive a special reward, Military Combat Technique, Master Level, Military Combat, Master. As the name suggests, this skill grants the host comprehensive close combat techniques sufficient to defeat enemies on the battlefield. The power of this skill is enhanced by the host's physical fitness, and subsequent improvements to the host's physical fitness will also be reflected in this skill. Not bad, Subai nodded slightly. Which boy hasn't fantasized about fighting 100 people alone like a martial arts master, not to mention something so childish? In normal times when you encounter special emergency situations, it is very useful to know some martial arts, which can protect yourself and those around you. Many times, when reason doesn't work, you can only use your fists to make things right. Subbai closed his eyes and moved his shoulders and arms slightly. Of the mind connected with the motor nerves, and many moves were recalled immediately. These moves seem to have been honed through many battles of blood and fire and were integrated into Subai's bones. According to Subai's judgment, it would be difficult to encounter an opponent for this fighting technique if it were used in daily life. Detected that the favorability of S-level goddess Chen Yuxing has increased. Current favorability, 95. Reward, 6 lucky draws. Current inventory draw times, 12 times. Subai could see that this brother Tongzi's mechanism was very simple and crude. The basic monetary income mainly depends on Indulgence cashback. If you want to get special goodies, you can either advance your relationship with the S-level goddess, which will directly reward you with powerful special skills, such as Emperor of Manipulation and Military Combat Technique, or increase your favorability to 90, and you will be rewarded with a lottery for every additional point. The accumulated number of draws has exceeded 10 times, so Subai decisively chose to draw 10 times in a row. You have used 10 lucky draw opportunities to start a 10-draw streak. Thump, a burst of cheerful music started playing. The system interface in front of Subai lit up white, then 2 big words appeared before my eyes. Source code, just kidding, it's good luck. After a series of fancy and meaningless special effects, the results of the lottery were presented intuitively in front of Subai. Turns out this lottery is just like the second game. Most of the time, you only get scraps. In 10 consecutive draws, 7 of them were cash draws, totaling more than 10 million. This is not what Subai wants. After all, there is a mechanism for indulgence and cashback, and the last thing Subai lacks is money. What he wants is a cool reward like military fighting skills. Fortunately, the things I drew in the remaining 3 times were all very useful. Swimming. Master adds advanced swimming skills and corresponding cardiopulmonary and muscular capabilities to the host, including both competitive and survival swimming skills. Porsche Panamera GTS 4.0T can be customized in the system. Please click for details. Universal membership card can help the host enter any occasion that requires membership. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Let's put swimming aside. Let's skip Porsche's optional customization for now. Subai was instantly attracted by this universal membership card. This thing sounds like a setting from some funny comics. However, as we all know, the most impressive thing about comedy works is the actual strength. In situations where a membership card is required, the level of sophistication varies greatly. The more common ones are life scenes such as library, Sam's Club, amusement park, annual pass. The amazing ones include nightclubs that only the rich and powerful can enter, and art salons for the upper-class rich women. Of course, Subai is not interested in ARTAS for the rich woman. She's a little interesting, but no matter what, this thing can ensure that Subai can travel smoothly when traveling around the world. It can be done wherever there is a membership mechanism. This is so comfortable. You know, some high-level memberships cannot be obtained by just spending money on the spot, and even require connections. However, if Subai could obtain access through the universal membership card, it would help him to make powerful connections. After looking at the membership card image in the system for a long time, Subai turned his attention to the newly drawn car. Panamera, a very famous luxury car. It seems that many internet celebrities and young rich second generations like this style. Although it is already a very expensive car, it somehow gives people a feeling that it is common on the street. Of course, it's all over the internet. In reality, in a second-tier city like Jiangcheng, which is not very wealthy, let alone Pamiai, if you drive a 56 E-class car worth 4 or 500,000, others will look at you with admiration. It wasn't until Subai opened the system's vehicle customization interface that he realized the extraordinary nature of this system's rewards. Chapter 67 Customized Pain, Intelligence Master 1 Sinyan. Everyone knows, for luxury cars worth millions, their nobility in the eyes of insiders is often highly dependent on the configuration level, especially the optional features. The richness of optional configurations can vary the price by hundreds of thousands of yuan, and may even be almost as expensive as the bare car price itself. Some luxury cars that look impressive may have surprisingly low prices if they are second-hand versions. Some scumbags like to use this method to deceive young girls. Subai also lied to the little girl, but he didn't need to save money on the car. Instead, he wanted to enjoy the luxury and personalization as much as possible. The benefits of luxury cars drawn by the system are reflected here. In the optional customization interface, all kinds of options are available, from the most basic panoramic images, 20-inch wheels, heated seats, to practical performance options such as PDLS upgraded headlights, sport chrono components, and 90-liter fuel tank. Then there are personalized paint, carbon ceramic brakes, air suspension, sports exhaust. Some options can be modified after you get the car, but the original ones are better. The disadvantage is that the original one will be more expensive, but it doesn't matter, since you have won the car in the lottery, you can choose whatever you want. Subai operated and maxed out the optional configuration. It was a little complicated, especially the paint choice. Because it was a custom-made, special color, it could be fine-tuned on the color palette. It reminded Subai of the car modification part in a certain game that cannot be named. Not to mention, Brother Tongzi's vehicle customization is even more free than in the game. After Subai locked onto the configuration of this Pamiai, his gaze returned to reality. Several baskets of morning tea snacks have been placed in front of me. The style was similar to the ordinary morning tea he had had before. In Subai's opinion, the price difference was mainly reflected in two aspects. Point 1 is the quality and freshness of the ingredients. For example, when it comes to steamed chicken feet, cheap dim sum shops use frozen pre-prepared dishes, while high-end shops buy fresh chicken feet from the slaughterhouse morning market and make them on the spot. For example, for steamed fish, affordable restaurants would choose sea bass or small yellow croaker, but this restaurant directly uses grouper, which is obviously the expensive one. The second aspect is to use some means to forcibly increase prices. The versatile caviar and black truffle can be added to any dish, whether Chinese or Western, and the price will immediately increase several times. As for the taste, it is actually delicious, but if there is no Indulgence cashback, Subai will feel that it is not worth it. After having so many luxurious dining experiences, Subai has figured out some of the tricks. Subai ate a lot during this meal. One round of morning tea and dim sum was not enough, so he ordered 2 more rounds of dishes, and they focus on ordering high premium ingredients. The total price can easily reach several thousand yuan. Subai discovered that his appetite had increased since he had the system. According to Brother Tongzi's explanation, the system will absorb some energy and store it in advance, and then use it when Subai needs it. Oh my god, is this the hidden energy on the back? I wonder if Brother Tongzi can one day learn the lightning whirlwind strike. Because Subai ordered too many dishes, the chef thought that some company was coming for a team building event. He ran out to take a look, but was stunned to find that Subai was the only one there. Ha, this young man really knows how to eat, that's great. The chef gave a thumbs up in admiration. Before leaving, Subai topped up his stored value card at the front desk. For most dining options, deposits can trigger Indulgent cashback. Subai has become a card recharge master. If he eats at a restaurant and thinks it is good, he will recharge it. After dinner, Subai received a WeChat friend request from a senior manager at Porsche's domestic headquarters. The manager said that his custom-made Pamel has started production and is expected to arrive in Jiangqing in a few days. It can be said that this luxury car is worthy of being arranged by the metaphysical power of the system. Its efficiency is simply amazing. Anyone who has bought a car knows that if you choose a car with many optional features and a less common model, you may have to wait for half a year. Byte. The WeChat notification sound rang again. This time it was Wan Xinyan, the profile picture of red bean glutinous rice dumpling. Several messages and photos were sent in succession. She said that she and her sister had just finished morning class, and asked Subaichi if he had gotten up and whether he wanted to go shopping together. Attached are a few selfies. In the photo, the petite Wan sisters look particularly youthful and cute in exquisite JK uniforms. However, their bust size forms a sharp contrast with their body shape, which makes the cute uniform look very suggestive, especially the angle of the photo, which was particularly deliberate, even showing the deep ravines. To Subai, Hakian, you are really too eager to improve. Subai couldn't help but sigh. I clearly stood them up twice yesterday, but they didn't complain at all and continued to work hard this morning. It is estimated that they saw Subai's strength through observation or some information channel. This is indeed the case. This time, the two sisters who had just finished class were walking on the campus's tree-lined path. Sister, do you think he will reject us again? Perhaps Subai doesn't like little potatoes like us. Woo-woo. Wan Xinyue had a frustrated expression on her face. However, Wan Xinyan confidently comforted her. Don't panic, sister. What's a little potato? We call it a giant loli. I asked someone, and Subai likes to watch anime. Many of the anime he likes have characters like us. Doesn't he want to practice it in the three-dimensional world? Men are so shy. Oh, really? Wan Xinyue's expression eased a little. It's okay to be rejected once or twice. After all, Subai is a big fish and deserves our careful treatment. Immediately afterwards, Wan Xinyan showed her sister another piece of intelligence. Wan Xinyan mixed into Xiaomoshu's group of socialites and studied high society knowledge intensively every day. I also met a lot of like-minded gold diggers. Yesterday she sent Subai's selfie at the Escot gym to a veteran gold digger to help identify him. Of course, Subai himself was blurred, otherwise with that figure and looks, even the most materialistic and indifferent to appearance gold digger would be unable to walk upon seeing her. The other party told Wan Xinyan that the private gym corresponded to the best mountain and water duplex in Escot in Jiangqing. The annual rent is more than 1 million, which is enough to buy a house in the suburbs of Jiangqing. The problem is that Subai's purchase is purely for consumption enjoyment. It's different from buying a house, as the house itself is an asset. Although prices have fallen in many places in the past 2 years, it's only a small loss after all. For a rich guy like this, what's wrong with standing up for them twice? You should know that a girl's patience when dating a boy is proportional to the boy's assets. As long as the assets are sufficient, even the most bad-tempered fairy will instantly turn into a docile little white rabbit. Yeah. Subai called us back and told us to wait for him at the school's little west gate. He'll be here soon. Wan Xinyan beamed. See, sister, what did I say? There's no need to worry. Yesterday at the basketball court, I felt a desire for me in Subai's eyes when he looked at me. Hee hee woo woo, sister, you are really amazing. I can't understand that. I just think he is so handsome and has such a good temperament. As Wan Xinyue spoke, she couldn't help but lower her head and blush, rubbing her toes shyly on the ground. Chapter 68. The mysterious Ben's brother of Xiaoximen. Jiangqing University, Xiaoximen. The streets were as quiet as ever, there weren't many people around, and the weather was clear. A boy who happened to have no classes in the morning ran by wearing headphones and sportswear, breathing in the fresh air created by the good greenery near Jiangda University. The boy couldn't help but reveal an expression of enjoyment.
That's great. College life is definitely much freer than high school. Oh, it would be even better if I could find a girlfriend to go out with me. Just as he had this thought, a pair of beautiful figures walked out of the small Westgate.jk uniforms are paired with over-the-knee stockings, one is black and the other is white. The boy rubbed his eyes and immediately recognized them. Could these two be the legendary twin beauties from the broadcasting and hosting department of the Art Academy? He subconsciously stopped and admired it. After a while, the twins were standing by the road in front of the school gate. The boy wanted to keep running, but then he realized that if he continued running, he would pass by the twins. For some reason, the boys were a little afraid. He is the kind of innocent boy whose heart beats faster when talking to a girl face to face. After hesitating for a while, the boy decided to stop at the last corner in front of the school gate. It looked like the twins were waiting for a bus. I should take a taxi and go out for fun. After they left, the boys continued running. Phew, that's right. After watching for a while, the boy's heartbeat and breathing became a little disordered. It's a good opportunity to take a break. Alas, such a beautiful girl is really out of reach. Girls nowadays have such high requirements for boys. They either need to be rich or handsome. In short, they must be particularly outstanding, otherwise they will be called ordinary men. Boys are very aware of their own level. That he knew very well that he had no chance of being as beautiful as the Wan sisters. Only in this situation can I dare to secretly appreciate it from a distance. Not long after, a tall and powerful SUV drove from the end of the road. As the car approached, the boy subconsciously looked over there, and his eyes suddenly became strange. Wait, this car, why does it feel so familiar? The boy tried hard to recall and finally pulled out the key information from the depths of his memory. Wait, isn't this the car that the cool and aloof academic Chen Yuxing got in that night? He was also running nearby that day and saw Chen Yuxing walk out of Xiaoxi Gate and get into a black Mercedes-Benz SUV at that time. He also specifically reminded his high school classmate, Xu Mingzhi, this kid is extremely obsessed with Chen Yuxing and worships her like a god. The boy stared at the Mercedes-Benz, watching it pull over to the side of the road. Afterwards, the Wan sisters came skipping over, opened the passenger and back door respectively, and got into the car laughing. The Mercedes started up again and whizzed past the boy in a cool manner. The boy quickly pretended to run, but he looked back slyly. That's right, the tail label of the car is indeed Mercedes-Benz GLE, four-wheel drive version. After meeting Chen Yuxing that day, the boy was curious and checked out of boredom. He found out that the car that picked up Chen Yuxing was a Mercedes-Benz GLE, which was the same style and color as the current one. Although it was a pity that he didn't remember the license plate number at that time, the boy felt that there should be no such coincidence in the world. In other words, Chen Yuxing and the Wan sisters are being targeted by the same wealthy man? If this matter were discussed in various student groups, it would definitely be big news. After all, school beauties and rich men are always the gossip topics among classmates. However, boys are talented. Even if you have seen it with your own eyes, don't spread it around. I just took out my cell phone tremblingly and found my good friend's WeChat. Keywords, Chen Yuxing, here I come. What happened to Chen Yuxing? Reply immediately, what a pervert, Xu Mingzhi. The boy's mouth twitched, and he quickly typed no, it has nothing to do with Chen Yuxing. Oh, no, that's not right. It's like this, last time, the boy narrated the incident. Haha, it's no big deal. I thought you saw Chen Yuxing and that man officially announced their relationship. No, buddy, that car has appeared at Xiaoximen twice, picking up different girls. Isn't it obvious that this is one of those wealthy guys who come to the university to hunt for girls? Wrong. Apparently, that was a wealthy second-generation driver who was trying to experience life by riding a ride-hailing app. It was just that the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing happened to have taken that same car. If they were talking face to face, the boys would want to punch Xu Mingzhi twice. Forget it, good words can't persuade a damned ghost. Since Xu Mingzhi is stubborn and refuses to change, there is nothing I can do. Goodbye. At this time, Xue Tao and Xu Mingzhi were in the elective class. There is no roll call in this class, so theoretically you can skip it. However, its difficulty is relatively high among the elective courses for freshmen in the computer science department. Many students don't dare to skip classes, unless they have strong self-learning abilities. As a result, even if they came to class, most people were confused and didn't understand the lesson. Then I started playing with my phone. Perhaps this is the fate of college classrooms. The teacher used outdated teaching materials and made his lectures obscure and difficult to understand. The students didn't understand, and then they pretended to study. But in fact everyone was playing with their phones. Only Subai, who has brother Tongzi, can skip classes and gain knowledge automatically. Xue Tao was making a travel plan on his mobile phone. As the captain of the travel team, he must have a good grasp of this. Show your reliable side while also being able to slip some personal stuff into your schedule. For example, activities like the swaying trestle in the air, ghost adventures, and other activities that are easy to have close interactions with girls. Local guy, do you think there are any rich guys near Jiangcheng University who drive million-level luxury cars and operate ride-hailing services just to pick up girls? Xu Mingzhi next to him suddenly asked a soul-searching question. Maybe? Xue Tao was unsure about this question. What's wrong with you, master? Are you also thinking of asking your parents to buy you a car so you can pick up girls? Let me tell you, when it comes to picking up girls, just buy a decent car. It doesn't have to be too fancy. You probably can't afford a fancy one. Why can't you afford it? My parents are both senior executives at foreign companies, so buying me a Tesla shouldn't be a problem. Then why don't you buy it?
Xu Mingzhi choked, stiffening his neck and speaking stubbornly. They told me to study hard in college and not mess around. Oh. That's why I have such high standards. Taste, you know what taste is? Only girls like Chen Yuxing and Jiang Qiuran, who are not tainted by the mundane world, can catch my eye. Okay, you're so noble. Shui Tao was too lazy to talk to him. The more Xu Mingzhi thought about it, the more he felt empty. By the way, could it be that Chen Yuxing really has something to do with the mysterious Mercedes-Benz brother? In that case, what would Subai think? Xu Mingzhi was also a shallow-minded person. He couldn't help but chat with Subai privately and asked indirectly, brother Subai, if the girl you like gets into the Mercedes-Benz that your uncle drives, will you forgive her? After a while, Subai's reply came. Please read less initial D, Mr. Hu. Xu Mingzhi. Chapter 69. Brother Subai, can you change our destiny? When Subai saw Mr. Hu's nonsensical news, he immediately understood. Could it be that someone saw him picking up the Wan sisters and getting them into the car? It's possible. It doesn't matter. If you see it, you see it. It's not against the law. Subai, have always been upright and honest throughout my life. What's wrong with having a few more female friends? What? You said I've been hanging out with 2 different girls in the past few days? Oh, the atmosphere is already there. We are just following the girl's mood. Subai, your car is so spacious, it must be expensive, right? The co-pilot seat was naturally occupied by my younger sister Wan Xinyan. Subai discovered that when the 2 sisters appeared together, the younger sister was the one who performed well, while the older sister was almost like a machine. Perhaps the difference in the degree of extroversion of their personalities was indeed quite large. It's okay, about a few $100,000. Look at what you're saying. With hundreds of thousands of dollars, you can build a 3-story house in our hometown. Everyone in the village would envy you. Where is your hometown? The neighboring province to the southwest is a nationally designated impoverished county that was even featured in the news. We have to thank the government for the subsidies, otherwise we wouldn't be able to attend a good school like Zhengqing University. Then you guys have worked really hard. It's okay. The score for the art academy isn't that high, but the good thing is that after we get in, we can use the school's reputation to find part-time jobs, like hosting commercial performances, being a voice actor, or something like that. Wan Xinyan is very talkative and does not hide her poor background in her words. She even honestly reveals her excitement after getting into this Mercedes-Benz. Subai really appreciated this frank attitude. As long as you express your needs, we can talk. Subai doesn't want to touch a girl who relies on her youth and beauty to take advantage of rich men. It's not that her emotional intelligence is low, but it's too troublesome to fight with her. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at Baixiang City, a business district near the school. Different from the IKC Plaza that Subai likes to visit recently, this is a more popular consumption place. On weekends, it is crowded with college students studying nearby. Today is a weekday, so the crowds are not too crowded. Wan Xinyan first asked Subai if he had any favorite brands or things he wanted to buy. After receiving a negative answer, the 2 went to their planned target store, Decathlon. This is a large-scale affordable sports brand that sells a wide range of products, from the most basic sportswear and hiking shoes to entry-level mountain bikes. Basically, you can find any product related to sports. The main focus is on cost-effectiveness. Wan Xinyan was not stupid enough to take Subai to an expensive brand counter and then hint that he should pay. That's a low-level gold digger tactic. Besides, she and her sister are young, beautiful, fresh and delicious, and do not need so-called luxury brands to set off. Wan Xinyan and her sister exchanged glances and prepared to start the operation. Sister Wan Xinyue understood what he meant and ran to the other side away from the locker room, pretending to study the hiking pole. Wan Xinyan chose a tight-fitting mountaineering compression jacket and tight shark pants. He went into the locker room, rustled around for a while, and suddenly poked his head out from behind the curtain with an embarrassed look on his face. Brother Subai, can you come and help me? Because her tone of asking for help was very natural. In addition, he thoughtfully changed the address to Brother Subai. The clerk next to them subconsciously thought that the 2 were relatives. After all, the twin sisters and Subai are both very good looking. It doesn't seem strange to say that they are a family. So, the clerk watched Subai go into the locker room where there were already girls, and did not stop him or think much about it. When Subai entered the narrow locker room, since they have invited him, why should Subai refuse? I am a gentleman who was willing to help others. So Subai helped Wan Xinyan solve the problem of putting on clothes. Subai couldn't help but ask, how old are you and your sister this year? We're adults now. We'll be 18 this summer. Wan Xinyan laughed. Brother Subai, why are you asking such a strange question? Your skin feels so tender. No, we are the same age, but you call me brother? Subai was also happy. Because Brother Subai gives people a very reliable feeling, and in this society, age can't prove anything. Wan Xinyan sighed. It's like, Brother Subai is only 18 years old, but he already drives such a nice car, but he never brags about it. On the other hand, someone. Ha, he is a little. Subai immediately understood what Wan Xinyan meant. The locals' performance was indeed outstanding, and anyone who knew them would find it hard not to complain. My sister and I usually live frugally and can't afford to buy expensive things. The other girls in the art college all wear Lululemon, but we only dare to buy Decathlon. Although people often say online that clothes are all the same, the materials are definitely different. It's true. TSK not bad. Wan Xinyan looked at him with more and more love in her eyes. Brother Subai, you know, orphans like me and my sister, who were born in the countryside, have no one to rely on. We were raised entirely by our grandmother. When we were admitted to the big city, our only hope was to change our own destiny. Wan Xinyan raised her innocent little face with a little baby fat and stared into Subai's eyes. Brother Subai, can you change our fate? Chapter 70. The Wan sisters are one and the same. As the saying goes, children from poor families grow up early. The Wan sisters are a typical example. Similar remarks are often heard on the TikTok platform, saying that today's college students are stupid and naive. Although they are over 18 years old, they still feel like children psychologically, but Wan Xinyan is obviously not. She is a complete adult. A more intuitive evidence is only children fall in love. Adults just seduce directly. The means may be a little rough, but they are based on a strong desire for a superior life. It can be seen that this child has indeed been poor for a long time. Subai has also been poor, and he read something similar from Wan Xinyan's eyes. Subai said slowly, that depends on your performance. It's not my performance, it's us. Wan Xinyan smiled slightly and emphasized. What's the meaning? My sister and I made a pact when we were very young that we would share good things and bear hardships together, Wan Xinyan said proudly. We are one. In other words, Subai had a subtle guess. You and your sister are planning to act together? Yeah, isn't it fun to have twin sisters like us around? It's so prestigious to take us out shopping. Others will be envious. Wan Xinyan's words seemed a bit narcissistic, but there's really nothing wrong with it. Men, they often have the dream of being surrounded by women, but very few of them can actually realize it, not to mention taking two beauties out shopping openly. However, for the Wan sisters, it has become a unique advantage. The twins act together and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. If someone insists on delving into the moral aspect, just say that you were just hanging out with your older sister, of course. To be able to handle twins at once requires extremely strong strength. In fact, many twin sisters will feel repulsive to each other's spouses, and even develop a serious competitive mentality. It must be said that the Wan sisters are really united. Subai continued to rub it with interest and asked, have you discussed this plan with your sister? Of course, sister has agreed. Or rather, sister is more interested in brother Subai than I am. Oh? Why is that? I won't tell you yet. Wan Xinyan's sweet lowly voice when acting coquettish and cute is not at all inappropriate and does not feel artificial at all. Subai felt very comfortable listening to it. A few minutes later, Subai left the fitting room with a lingering feeling. Wan Xinyan followed him obediently. He stared at Subai's back, somewhat dazed. He is simply the male protagonist of a romance novel, tall, handsome, and with a good personality. Subai has big hands, long fingers and strong palms, compared to the weak male protagonists in romance novels. He is more manly. Sister, have you talked to him? Have you made up your mind? When Wan Xinyu saw the two people coming out, she hurriedly went to Wan Xinyan and asked nervously. She cared very much about the negotiations between her sister and Subai. He was even so nervous that he kept holding the trekking pole he had just pretended to study. It's agreed that brother Subai is interested in us and wants to see how we perform. Ha! That's great. Wan Xinyu patted her chest and said with longing, does this mean I can start performing? Seeing her sister's impatient face, Wan Xinyan quickly reminded her, sister, be reserved and don't scare her. Yeah, I know. Wan Xinyu glanced at Subai, who was choosing hiking shoes, with admiration in her eyes. Subai is 1.85 meters tall, and that's not exaggerated at all. This is the data when he took off his shoes during the physical test. This height is already very tall among boys in Jiangcheng, a city that is neither north nor south. What's more, after Subai's body was baptized by the strengthening liquid, his body proportions were surprisingly good. It can be called the golden ratio of male models, with the added fashion of high-end fashion brands. It is simply the dream lover of little girls. Wan Xinyu has a quiet personality, but she is different from her sister in one aspect. My sister only loves money, and she has another hobby. She likes tall boys. The feeling of standing next to him and having to look up to see his face, after a little imagination, Wan Xinyu felt that the future was very promising. Ding. Detected that S-level goddesses Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyu's favorability has exceeded 80 points. They have been bound as cashback recipients. Current favorability, 82. Subai was stunned for a moment. No, why are your two favorability calculated together? The two of them are truly one and inseparable. To be honest, Subai really didn't expect that Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyu would be so united. This is actually quite rare. Subai remembered that when he was in junior high school, there was a pair of twin sisters in his class, fighting every day. It is totally unimaginable for them to go shopping together with a man. Yes, since they want to make progress so much, Subai will fulfill their dreams and change their destiny. Don't miss the cashback that comes to your door. Besides, the quality of these two girls is also very good. From the perspective of orthodox aesthetics, she may be a little short, but Subai is a man of universal love. From the perspective of 2D fans, the Wan sisters are rare legal Lolita. Having said that, there have been inexplicably more women around Subai recently, and he has a feeling that he will become a master of time management. Maybe this is the inconvenience of living a rich life. Alas, even with the assistance of brother Tonzi, Subai still has a hard time. Chapter 71. Lululemon, improving Subai's touch experience. Excuse me, are you satisfied with this one? If you like it, you can try some more sportswear. When the salesgirl saw the effect of the suit on Wan Xinyan, her eyes lit up and she quickly recommended it. For short girls, sportswear often looks average on them, but Wan Xinyan is clearly an exception, adding Wan Xinyue, who looks and has the same figure as her. The shopping guide felt that she might be able to make 2 consecutive deals today. Subai asked, "What do you think?" "I think it's very good." "Well, Brother Subai should have been very satisfied just now, right?" Wan Xinyan's tone was a little meaningful. "Then take it. Get your sister one too. Do you want a different color?" "Yes, my sister likes pink or light yellow, anyway, something brighter." This was a bit beyond Subai's expectations. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. The lively Wan Xinyan liked to wear cool colors, while Wan Xinyue liked lighter warm colors. Girls' preferences are indeed difficult to guess. Fortunately, Subai no longer needs to guess girls' preferences. He just explores the unknown side of each goddess with an appreciative attitude. A set of compression clothing and tights costs more than 300 yuan, and the 2 sets together cost only more than 600 yuan. Wan Xinyue also picked out some small sports accessories, and all in all, it only cost 800 yuan. Ding. Detected excessive spending of 832 yuan by the bound person, triggering 4x cashback, reward cash plus 3,328 yuan. Alas, it seems that my mentality is drifting, Subai thought. When I saw the price of over 800 yuan, my first reaction was that it was cheap. Before binding the system, 800 yuan was enough for Subai to eat and drink in the cafeteria for a month, and maybe there would be some left over. After all, the poor person set meal in the cafeteria, which includes 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish and rice, only costs 6 yuan. The breakfast is just 2.5 yuan for hot dry noodles. The canteen subsidies in good universities are quite high, but Subai's appetite has been spoiled. More than 800 yuan, if used for high-end consumption, is just enough for a pair of pants from certain women's clothing brands. Oh, wait, Subai discovered the blind spot. The Wan sisters have already bought sports equipment for going out, but that doesn't stop Subai from buying more for them. After confirming it through the system, Subai suggested as he walked out of the Decathlon store, "These cheap pants don't feel comfortable. I'll take you to buy some better ones." "Eh?" Wan Xinyan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly waved her hands. "That's not necessary. Didn't you just pay for us? I'm already very grateful. After all, my sister and I haven't even started paying for Brother Subai yet." Wan Xinyan said the last sentence with a mischievous smile like a little devil, standing on tiptoe and whispering in Subai's ear. The hot air exhaled by the girl had a sweet and fresh smell like candy. It's really amazing. It seems that every girl's body fragrance has its own unique charm. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to make a profit later. Besides, buying better yoga pants will also improve my, user experience. This user experience successfully made Wan Xinyan laugh. "Brother Subai, don't say this kind of thing to other strange girls, or you might get a warning of objectification." "Why, you're upset by what I said?" "No way, I'm really looking forward to being used by Brother Subai." Wan Xinyan's eyes were charming as she hugged Subai's arm and rubbed it. To be honest, the fever technique is a bit rough. It's incomparable to a certain little vixen who was born with charm, but after all, these twin sisters are just freshmen, and they want a youthful feeling. Subai enjoyed it happily in his heart, laughed heartily twice, motioned the 2 sisters to follow him, and reached out to pat their little butts from behind. 2-line operation, first attempt. I still feel a little guilty. Things like hugging girls on both sides go against the intuition developed through years of moral education. At the same time, Subai also wanted to confirm whether the 2 sisters were ready for the buy one get one free lifestyle. The result made Subai very satisfied. Wan Xinyan let out a cute cry of surprise, a little caught off guard. She glanced at Subai with a reproachful look, but hugged Subai's arms even tighter. As for her elder sister Wan Xinyue, she didn't even feel caught off guard. She simply showed an expression of enjoyment. "Wait, why are we enjoying it now? I always feel that there is something extraordinary hidden under this girl's quiet and introverted appearance." Subai walked in the mall, holding 2 giant lolas on his left and right, attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Those looks were mostly filled with envy, mixed with some confusion. What is going on, taking 2 girlfriends out shopping? No, how come these 2 girls look exactly the same? I see, they must be relatives, an older brother with 2 younger sisters. Many people have similar ideas. In real life, the idea of twins being both in one is still too shocking, and many people don't think about it in this way. However, Subai's strength can be easily grasped. This is the confidence that money brings him. 3 guests. Please come in and welcome to the Lululemon Jiangqing flagship store. Anyone who has watched a lot of short videos knows this brand. It is a benchmark brand of yoga pants. What surprised Subai was that the Lululemon in this mall was actually the Jiangqing flagship store. You have to know that Baishan City only has an average and affordable consumption level, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no problem. A large part of the brand's audience is young women who pursue fashion and a petty bourgeoisie lifestyle. So where are these women most widely found? Yes, of course it's Jiangqing University. It's hard to find a job and make money these days. Many girls who are already working are reluctant to spend a lot of money to buy beautiful clothes for themselves. Of course, spending a bootlicker's money is another matter, but not every girl can find a bootlicker to pay for her. In fact, proportionally speaking, most girls have neither the appearance nor the emotional intelligence to find a generous bootlicker. On the contrary, female college students who are still studying have little pressure in life. Nowadays, families with decent conditions all pursue raising their daughters in wealth and give them sufficient pocket money to. I don't feel bad about spending my parents' money. The purchasing power is quite strong. Walking into the Lululemon flagship store, Subai took a quick look and saw many customers who looked like female college students trying on clothes. Even saw a slightly familiar face. I guess I saw it when I was taking some elective course. The visuals, however, are mixed. Yoga pants are similar to aerobics uniforms. When worn by girls with good figures, it can add icing on the cake, but it can't help people with poor figure. After just a quick glance out of habit, Subai withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on the Wan sisters beside him. Well, these two are still the best looking. Chapter 72. Pure freshman girls are easily satisfied. A beautiful shopping guide was looking at Subai's outfit. Her eyes lingered on the Audemars Piguet white oak on his wrist for a moment, and then she greeted him with a bright smile. After working as a shopping guide for a long time, you will develop a professional smile and won't look down on others. But at least we can tell who are the customers with strong purchasing power. Subai's outfit is full of trendy brand names, all of which are new styles of the season. Boys who like to buy new styles are often more capable than they appear. Those who pretend to be rich always buy discounted old models, or even second-hand ones. What's more, you can tell at a glance that the watch he wears is not cheap. It's hard to say how expensive it is. The shopping guide is just experienced in identifying people, but he is not an AI electronic eye that can see through the price of items at a glance. Sir, are you here to choose clothes for your sisters? Subconsciously, the shopping guide also mistook the Wan sisters for Subai's sisters. After all, Subai is a tall, tough, and handsome guy who looks more mature than he actually is, while the Wan sisters are pure legal Lolita style. Before Subai could say anything, Wan Xinyan stepped forward and said, "Yes, brother wants to help us pick out yoga pants. They have to be soft and have a good feel." She looked innocent and cute, leaning on Subai's arm and giving him some benefits. The shopping guide didn't think much about it, and didn't even understand the profound meaning of good feel. After a moment's thought, he said, "If you're looking for the ultimate feel, I recommend this year's new product, the Glow Up series. Inspired by diving suits, these pants are made of smooth, high-stretch fabric, with a strong sense of coverage in the core area. The hems are laser-cut to reduce marks, and the matte texture makes them look more luxurious, balancing support and comfort." The shopping guide brought the three people to the samples and introduced them. Don't forget to remind, because it's a new product, the price is relatively high, 1,200 yuan a piece. It's okay, price is not a problem, as long as you like it. Subai rubbed the two sisters' heads with a hint of pampering. The two sisters did not dodge and seemed very happy. Wan Xinhua even rubbed Subai's hand with her face and secretly touched the palm of Subai's hand with the tip of her tongue. Hiss, this girl seems to be a hidden. Let's go to the fitting room. After several rounds of fittings, Subai was very satisfied with the effect of the yoga pants on her body. It is worthy of being an internet celebrity brand. Although many people think that the premium of this thing is too high, it is really hot when girls with good figures wear it. For the effect, Subai also tried it briefly on Wan Xinyan. Not bad. We also have matching sports tops, hoodies, and sports bras here. Try them all. Subai thought for a moment. Oh, and try the other series of yoga pants too. When you were changing clothes just now, the shopping guide recommended the Align series and the Instill series, which respectively correspond to the ultimate nude feeling and the shaping and silky feeling. Do I need to try so many? Actually, I think buying one is enough. Wan Xinyan said. Well, it won't cost brother too much money. Even Wan Xinhua spoke up. It's not that they are into tea, but they really want to establish a long-term relationship with Subai, focusing on a steady and long-term relationship, so they don't want to make too much at once, otherwise wouldn't it seem that they are greedy. However, they obviously underestimated Subai's purchasing power. Subai said calmly, "I've come here so many times, so I'd better buy a few more. This is my request, and you don't have the final say." Since the sponsor insisted, the two sisters had no choice but to obey. Watching them try on one outfit after another, several girls in the store showed envious expressions and whispered to their companions, "Their brother is so nice, he's really willing to spend money." Not really. I think I'll just pick one or two that look the best. I can't really buy them all. Actually I want the new model too, but the old model with the membership discount is only over 700 yuan, which is almost 500 yuan cheaper than the new model. 500 yuan is enough to buy food at school for half a month. Among these girls shopping at Lululemon, there are many poor students. Some people save a little from their living expenses every month for several consecutive months to save enough money to buy a basic pair of yoga pants. After buying it, I must go back to the dormitory to take some beautiful selfies, post them on WeChat Moments and Zaya Hongshu, and receive praise from my friends. But what I heard was Subai's arrogant tone, saying that he would buy whatever he liked. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness in my chest. I kept repeating to myself, "It's fake, he must be pretending," until the Wan sisters' fitting session was over. Subai paid a large sum of money in one go. Various seasonal limited editions and co-branded items. It even includes yoga mats, sports bottles, gym bags. The total price is over 10,000. Scan the code and pay without blinking. Oh my god, this is too generous. Where did this rich guy come from? No, this boy is handsome and knows how to dress up. He has nothing to do with the word rustic. This is the rich young man that female college students dream of. The onlookers were really jealous. The person involved, Wan Xinyan, also opened her small and beautiful cherry lips, looking shocked. "Brother Subai, this is outrageous. The most outrageous thing is the yoga mat. Wan Xinyan has never considered that thing. Even if she wants to buy a yoga shop, she will definitely not buy Lululemon brand. After all, yoga mats are cheap to buy on Taobao, but branded ones are very expensive. Subai said that since they were already here, it would be convenient for them to exercise and stretch in the dormitory. Ding. S-level goddesses Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue spent 12,118 yuan at Lululemon, triggering a 10x cashback, rewarding cash plus 121,180 yuan now. Seeing the cashback of hundreds of thousands in the system, Subai has become numb. The deposit in his bank account has exceeded 70 million. 100,000 is indeed a small amount of money, but when I saw the system prompt pop up, I still felt that the sound was so crisp and pleasant. You can make money by pretending to be cool, and you can also experience the happy and admiring eyes of the beautiful twins. Having said that, this little sister is easy to satisfy. Think about it from another perspective. If she is a beautiful woman who has already entered society and acquired the habits of a social person, if you spend more than 10,000 yuan to buy someone a bag, she might not think it is high-end enough. Yen, stop daydreaming and come over here to fill in your address. Subai greeted at the checkout counter. Brother, what's wrong? Why do I have to fill in the address? Wan Xinyan came back to her senses. Fill in your dormitory address and ask the store to find a time to deliver the goods directly to your door. Subai explained, there are quite a lot of things, so it saves you the trouble of carrying them back. Okay. Brother, you were so thoughtful. Wan Xinyan jumped up excitedly, hooked her arms around Subai's neck, and stood on tiptoe to kiss his cheek. Alas, there's nothing I can do, the height difference is just too cute, they must be at least 30 centimeters. Wan Xinyan filled in the address enthusiastically, her hands trembling a little. Wan Xinyan couldn't help but hum when she thought about how envious her roommates would be when she sent that pile of clothes to the dormitory. Chapter 73. Beauty is not a scarce resource, but wealth is. Looking at Wan Xinyan's excitement, Subai's lips curled up into a smile. Just as he expected, Wan Xinyan was not reluctant to take the opportunity to feel vain about the gift that Subai bought for them. Everyone has vanity, let alone the atmosphere in the girls' dormitory of the art academy. Compared to the relatively simple and dull straight girls from science and engineering, girls who study art tend to mature earlier. In fact, Subai only spent more than 10,000 yuan. Even without considering the cashback, it was just a drop in the bucket considering his assets. But the Wan sisters' reactions were very interesting. When Subai said that he would ask the store to send someone to deliver the things to the dormitory, Wan Xinyan's mood was obviously fluctuating. In other words, she loves the spotlight more than the value of the item itself. Looking at her cheerful reaction, Subai found it quite interesting. After everything was arranged, Subai lowered his head and said to Wan Xinyan, now that we've finished shopping, how about taking you for a drive later? I remember there's a road along the riverbank to the north of this mall. It's sparsely populated, and there's plenty of open space for camping and walking. Okay, we've always been interested in that place, but it's too far away. It's inconvenient to visit without a car. Indeed, having a car will expand your range of activities a lot. Subai couldn't help but sigh, this is indeed the case. Before owning a Mercedes-Benz GLE, Subai was too lazy to go outside the school. It is also quite troublesome to squeeze into the subway. What's more troublesome is that many times the target location is far away from the nearest subway station, and it takes a long time to ride a shared bicycle. Wan Xinyan suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, is brother Subai also planning to take us out in this car for the Mid-Autumn Festival trip? Yeah, what's wrong? It's okay, I'm just curious. This car is really spacious, perfect for a road trip. Subai smiled and said, I think the Magotan is also quite suitable for self-driving tours. Come on. I don't want to ride in Xuetao's car. Oh, by the way, can my sister and I ride in your car? Let's reserve a seat first. Don't worry, we won't ride in vain. You will definitely take good care of brother Subai. Wan Xinyan's ambiguous tone was full of suggestive meaning. She felt that the progress in hooking up with Subai today was very good. So during the Mid-Autumn Festival travel, you should be eligible to sit in Subai's car, right? She didn't want to be assigned to a Magotan and listen to Xuetao's greasy and boring nonsense. This is a good question. Subai thought about it. There were 4 men and 4 women in the traveling group, with an average of 4 people per car, but this is just the theoretical distribution method. In fact, it is not a problem for 3 girls to sit in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz GLE, and there is no one in the travel group who needs to press F to enter. There's another person sitting on the passenger seat. Just let the 4 girls sit next to Subai. For the feasibility of this plan, Chen Yuxing will definitely follow Subai. This girl is currently sleeping soundly in the JW Marriott Hotel. She has just finished watching 13 episodes of anime. I guess she will be very clingy by then. The remaining one, Jiang Qiran, Subai also understood it very well. After all, they are childhood sweethearts. As long as the other girls acted in unison, there was no way Jiang Qiran would go alone in the Magotan and stay with 3 other strange men. The plan works, so Subai agreed. Okay, then you and your sister will sit in the back seat together. Got it. Once Yan saluted playfully, she was tactful enough not to ask who would take the co-pilot seat. It's obviously Chen Yuxing. I heard from many classmates that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing have been very close recently and often play games together. Once Yan was not sure whether there was something fishy going on between the two of them before, but after experiencing Su Bai's financial resources up close, she was certain that Chen Yuxing must have feelings for Su Bai. In fact, both parties may have secretly. Well, I won't guess anymore. There's no point in guessing. The most important thing now is to repay Su Bai for buying clothes for them. Although Wan Xinyan had touched Su Bai in the fitting room, that was obviously not enough. Wan Xinyan reminded herself to have a correct service attitude and not treat Fu Gu as a fool. When she was a young girl, she met many gold diggers and listened to their stories. It is probably because they are young, frivolous, and ignorant. Even though they have met rich men who treat them very well, they are greedy and demand more and behave very badly. Then he was screamed out by Brother Fu. When girls are young, they are favored by society because of their beauty and have a high opinion of themselves. But it was not until they grew old and their looks faded that they realized that beauty is not a scarce resource. There are always beautiful 18-year-old girls emerging, but it is becoming increasingly difficult to become rich. And to be honest, some rich guys, even if they have decided to worship money, really can't bring themselves to eat it. On the other hand, Su Bai is a very rare type. When seducing him, there is no discomfort at all, and he can even make girls feel happy from the bottom of their hearts. To use a popular term on the internet, it is physiological liking. So, when Wan Xinyan heard that Su Bai was going to drive them to a remote place, she immediately made preparations. We must seize this opportunity and let Su Bai experience the beauty of having twins. Just as Su Bai took the elevator with the Wan sisters and headed to the underground garage of the shopping mall. On the other side of the same floor of the mall, Lu Yuan stared at the backs of the three people, stunned. Oh my god, what did I see? Su Bai actually went shopping with the Wan sisters from the art academy. No way, is it true? He has been having an unclear relationship with Chen Yuxing recently, but he is actually so close to the Wan sisters. Is this considered cheating? It would be fine if he was just flirting with multiple girls at the same time. What really shocked Lu Yuan was that Chen Yuxing did not return to the dormitory last night. This is the first time Chen Yuxing has not returned home overnight since the start of school last night. Lu Yuan's gossipy heart was burning with anger. She pulled her roommate Jiang Qiran aside to discuss for a long time, but they still couldn't come to any conclusion. As for why I didn't discuss it with Zhou Jielu, my closest friend, because Zhou Jielu didn't come back either. This did not surprise Lu Yuan. After all, Zhou Shuejia's boyfriend treats her so well, so it's not surprising that their relationship quickly heats up and they are almost having sex. But Chen Yuxing is really weird. Lu Yuan also specifically asked her boyfriend. Shui Taoan learned that Su Bai had not returned to the dormitory either. Suddenly, a very scary guess came to mind. Could it be that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing went out to get a room? It is really hard to imagine that Chen Yuxing, such a cool and arrogant girl who spends every day in the laboratory, would actually go out and get a room with a boy. But if it was Su Bai, it wouldn't be surprising. After all, Su Bai is handsome and has a good figure. Chen Yuxing's choice of Su Bai is actually a common thing in college. Not all female college students fall in love for money. A large part of it is based on appearance. In other words, the dream of marrying for love is what is called. To be honest, Lu Yuan thought that was pretty stupid. Su Bai's family is extremely poor, and Chen Yuxing's family doesn't seem to be well off either. If these two become a couple, they will definitely face countless difficulties in the future. Chapter 74. Is Su Bai really from an ordinary family? As the saying goes, a poor couple has many worries. The idealized love during student days suffered a heavy blow from reality after graduation. The couple that was originally in love began to have various conflicts, and one of them even cheated because he was dissatisfied with the status quo. There are too many similar things. Lu Yuan realized this very early on. If you can't find a particularly good partner during college, then it's actually not bad to end up with Shui Tao. At least Shui Tao has 4 houses and a magotan. If you marry him, you don't have to worry about mortgages or car loans, but Su Bai's problem is too big. Not only is his family financial situation worrying, he himself is not the type to work particularly hard. I'm studying computer science, which is the hottest major right now, but he just lay in the dormitory all day, eating and waiting to die. In contrast, Chen Yuxing spends every day in the laboratory. The difference is obvious, with such an ambitious Chen Yuxing paired with such an indulgent and decadent Su Bai, it is only a matter of time before problems arise. This was Lu Yuan's judgment last night. However, the scene she saw today completely refreshed Lu Yuan's cognition. It was not just because Su Bai was holding the hands of the Wan sisters, but also because Lu Yuan saw with her own eyes that Su Bai bought a lot of things for them in the Lululemon store. Yes, in fact, a few minutes ago, Lu Yuan had already discovered the 3 people. Out of curiosity, she hid in the dark and watched for a long time. The more I look at it, the weirder it seems. Isn't it said that Su Bai's family is an ordinary working-class family and that they only give him 12,000 yuan a month for living expenses? How can I bring my girlfriend to Lululemon for a shopping spree? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Watching the 3 people walk into the elevator, Lu Yuan inexplicably began to feel anxious. She realized that she seemed to have touched upon some truth, but the face of the truth was not yet clear enough. This feeling of scratching an itch through a shoe really made Lu Yuan feel uncomfortable all over. This is too uncomfortable for girls who like gossip. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan quickly took out her cell phone and sent a private message to Shui Tao. Yuan, are you sure Su Bai is from an ordinary family? Shui Jitao, Panda man emoji Shui Jitao. Why are you asking this all of a sudden, Shui Jitao? By the way, Yuan, why didn't you reply to my message last night? What were you doing last night, Shui Jitao? Picking nose Yuan, nothing much. I was too tired from class yesterday and fell asleep in the dorm. I was busy gossiping with Jiang Qiran about Chen Yuxing last night, so I didn't have time to pay attention to Shui Tao. After asking Shui Tao and confirming that Su Bai had not returned to the dormitory, Lu Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. It's mainly because of this guy Shui Tao, who has been a bit of a nuisance lately. There were always hints in his words that their relationship needed to move forward. Lu Yuan thinks that men who are impatient for sex are the worst. In the eyes of most girls, impatience is a very bad attribute of men. Perhaps subconsciously, this means that they desire women, and the psychological mechanism of women is that the more you desire, the more self-righteous I am. But then again, Lu Yuan was now anxious to ask Shui Tao for information about Su Bai, and she suddenly felt that advancing the relationship a little bit should help to squeeze out some valuable information from Shui Tao's mouth. Well, okay. The two have not officially held hands yet. It's okay to let him hold your hand. Occasionally, Yuan, I want to eat some stir-fried dishes on the second floor of the third canteen at noon. Yuan, after dinner, let's go for a walk towards Xiaoximen. Smile Shui Jitao. No problem, I'll treat you, Shui Jitao. Popular emoticons with unclear meanings in class. Shui Tao suddenly clenched his fist with one hand, looking very excited. No sound was made, but it seemed as if they were cheering and celebrating. What's wrong, local guy? Your father James scored again? Xu Mingzhi glanced at him and teased. Ha ha. Shui Tao said proudly. Yuan took the initiative to invite me to have lunch with her. See? This is the benefit of having a girlfriend. No, buddy, what kind of benefit is this? Xu Mingzhi was speechless. A woman spends your money and gets cash back or something. What's so happy about that? If you have money, you spend it. Besides, girls nowadays don't pay for their relationships themselves. I can spend money on them. Shui Tao looked as if it was a matter of course. The main part is a walk after dinner. It is also the Xiaoximen pedestrian trail with lush vegetation and a quiet environment. The implication here is obvious. Shui Tao thought that he could try holding Lu Yuan's hand. Shui Tao trembled slightly with anticipation at the thought of touching a girl's soft little hand. Even touching something else is not impossible. Well, Shui Tao's parents were very strict with him during his high school years. Everything from words and deeds to pocket money is strictly controlled. The purpose is to let him concentrate on his studies. I also spent a lot of money to hire a senior one-on-one teacher for him. Shui Tao lived up to everyone's expectations and studied hard, and finally was admitted to Jiangqing University, the best local university. So after I went to college, I had money and a car, and I started to spend money recklessly. When he was in middle school, his parents strictly forbade him to have a premature love relationship. It can be said that Xian has been suppressed for a long time, and now the repression has finally been released, and Shui Tao feels that the peak of his life is coming. Canteen 3, second floor. The price of stir-fries is a bit extravagant for students, so there are not many people here. Usually Shui Tao specially found a larger table, but in the end only Lu Yuan came, including the three men. There are only 4 people. It seems a bit empty. Where are your roommates? Why haven't they come yet? The first word Shui Tao said when they met left Lu Yuan speechless. No, buddy, where is your emotional intelligence? So when you invite me to dinner, you are only thinking about my roommate, right? Alas, Lu Yuan also knows that compared with her 3 goddess roommates, she is really too dull. This is also the sensitive point in her heart. During the 1 year she has studied at Jiangcheng University. As a result, Shui Tao kept stepping on landmines. They all have their own things to do. Why, are you sad that you can't see your girlfriend's roommates? Lu Yuan said sarcastically. Ha, it's not that sad. It's mainly because there are so many people and it's lively. The dishes can be more diverse. Damn, Wang Haoren, what are you doing? Only then did Shui Tao realize that while he was chatting with Lu Yuan, Wang Haoren had quietly brought over a pot of boiled beef and a plate of stir-fried squid. These 2 dishes are considered to be the more expensive ones on the second floor. Wang Haoren said calmly, oh, I saw some freshly made ones over there, so I ordered them. Both of them are delicious. It's delicious, but, never mind. Shui Tao wanted to talk about the price of vegetables, but he swallowed his words back. This was inconsistent with the image of a financially well-off local that he usually created for himself, but in fact, because he had been treating Lu Yuan to food, drinks, and entertainment since the military training, his pocket money for this month had run out. When you go on a mid-autumn festival trip, you can use this as an excuse to ask your parents for some money. But you still have to be careful with your spending during these 2 or 3 days. Okay, it's fine if you like to eat. It's a rare opportunity to treat everyone to a meal. Shui Tao grumbled dissatisfiedly. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoren shook his head and said, no, I'll pay for these 2 dishes and 4 bowls of rice. You can order whatever you want. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Shui Tao, who had a complicated expression, and lowered his head to concentrate on playing with his mobile phone. Chapter 75, Follow Brother Bai and you'll have meat to eat. Wang Haoren usually tries not to take advantage of the locals or Mr. Hu in the dormitory. These 2 people look very rich, but in fact, they are very stingy. So for this meal, Wang Haoren took the initiative to pay for 2 large dishes, so that he wouldn't have to listen to the locals and Mr. Shanghai's nonsense. Well, actually it was mainly because Shweta liked to compete. Shumingjer usually doesn't care about money, he will attack from other angles. For example, if someone says, oh this dish is so spicy, it must be to cover up the fact that the ingredients are not fresh. Unlike Arabic cuisine, which emphasizes freshness and sweetness, it is the most noble and authentic way of eating. That's roughly the theory. Wang Haoren has had meals with Shumingjer many times since the start of the school year, and his ears are calloused from listening to him so much. Having said that, Wang Haoren didn't actually spend his own money on this meal. When Subai returned to school 2 days ago, he added 5,000 yuan to his meal card. It was said to be an advance payment for liver transplant. Wang Haoren didn't want it originally. After all, he was already very happy to have a top-notch account to play with, so there was no need to ask his brothers for money. But Subai said that he planned to set up an online game studio in the future as a small business to practice, and he wanted Wang Haoren to be the boss of the studio and manage things for him. If you're willing to do this, you'll have to get used to getting paid by me. It's like I'm supporting you in starting your own business. In your spare time, you can collect information about online game studios. Of course, if you're not interested in this, I can find someone else. Subai's sincere words resonated strongly with Wang Haoren. I immediately said, let's follow brother Bai. Although computer science majors have the opportunity to earn high salaries in the internet industry, the work intensity is very high and they also have to participate in fierce competition. Those high salaries in big companies are essentially just high-level cattle and horses, and they are very tired. It's not as comfortable as following brother Bai and being a small boss. As for the fact that some people think that working in online game studios is low-end and working in large companies is high-end, it's all about making money, it's reasonable and legal, there's no distinction between high-end and low-end. Wang Haoren doesn't have the pedantic ideas of a scholar. You can brag at the job fair and fool your friends, but don't fool yourself. Although Wang Haoren is shy, he actually has a clear understanding of many things. So, now Wang Haoren is equivalent to Subai's partner. Of course, there is no need to search around when eating in the cafeteria on the second floor. However, Shweta knew nothing about this and could not help but mutter to herself, there's something wrong with Wang Haoren. He's usually even poorer than Subai, so why is he suddenly willing to spend money on a fancy meal? Lu Yuanyuan also looked at Wang Haoren in surprise, but she didn't dwell on it for too long. After gathering his thoughts, he asked, where's Subai? He seems very busy lately. Is he working outside the school? I don't know. This guy has been missing lately. I don't know what he's been doing. I heard he made a little fortune, maybe won the lottery. He even bought an Apple phone and computer. Shui Tao complained casually. Winning the lottery. Hearing this, Lu Yuanyuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. So that's how it is? No wonder Subai is like a nouveau riche, buying everything for the Wan sisters. I guess the twins also came here to take advantage of Subai. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. Lu Yuanyuan was actually very afraid that something like that would happen. Subai was actually very rich, but he was just usually very low-key. That would make her look like a clown. After all, she liked Subai's appearance, but chose Shui Tao because of her financial conditions. Unfortunately, it seemed that she was overthinking it. Lu Yuanyuan immediately relaxed a lot and started to feast on the delicious dishes on the table. Soon lunch is over. Just when Shui Tao thought that the exciting Xiaoximan walking session was about to begin, Lu Yuanyuan suddenly covered her stomach with her hands and showed a painful expression. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Shui Tao asked hurriedly. Maybe I have a stomachache. Is it serious? A walk should be fine. Maybe it will be fine after a while. Lu Yuanyuan is about to vomit blood. I originally thought that by pretending to have a stomachache, I could get away with it and go back to the dormitory directly. I have already obtained the information I want, so there is no need to go to Xiaoximan with Shui Tao to hold hands. I feel repulsive just thinking about that kind of thing, being held hands by such an ugly and mentally challenged boy. It would be really embarrassing if I ran into a high school classmate or someone I knew from the student union on the way. Among girls, comparison with their boyfriends is very serious. The comparison here is basically about appearance. If you find a handsome boyfriend, you will definitely post on WeChat moments every day to show your love, but if it's a guy like Shui Tao, no matter how rich he is, girls will not be happy to have him appear in their social circle. There's no way, I have to save face. Anyway, Lu Yuanyuan has never posted anything about Shui Tao on her moments. I haven't taken him to meet any important friends either. Who knew Shui Tao would be so rude? What else is there to say? Just take a walk. Ugh, if it weren't for the money, Lu Yuanyuan would definitely break up with such a man on the spot. Local man, that's enough. You dragged me out to play even when I wasn't feeling well. Don't you have any gentlemanly manners? Shu Mingjie said. No, she invited me out, okay? I'm all ready. I'm sorry, Shui Tao. I really feel very uncomfortable. I just want to go back to the dormitory and have a good rest. Can I accompany you another day? As she spoke, Lu Yuanyuan smiled bitterly and reached out to shake Shui Tao's hand, make a weak and pitiful expression. Shui Tao's anger immediately subsided, changed face instantly. He even thoughtfully offered to take Lu Yuanyuan back to the dormitory. Of course, Lu Yuanyuan refused. Watching his girlfriend leave alone, Shui Tao said with a look of intoxication on his face, what an independent and strong girl. Phew, Wang Haoren finally couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? Shui Tao frowned. It's okay.
I just saw a joke about some game about numerical inflation. Wang Haoren tried to keep a straight face and appear calm. Fuck you, kid, you're always paying attention to Yo and VTB. I think you're going to have it in your lifetime. Ha ha. Wang Haoren smiled and said nothing. I was complaining like crazy in my heart. He guessed that maybe he was a severe case of Jade syndrome in his previous life, otherwise, why would God assign him two such genius roommates in this life? I guess the purpose was to make him laugh and make up for the lack of smiles in his previous life. Wang Haoren thought that he was already a very simple Xiao Chuan. However, it is still easy to see that Lu Yuan is full of disgust towards Xue Tao, and he vaguely noticed that Lu Yuan seemed to like Su Bai, because every time she and Su Bai were present, Lu Yuan would sneak a peek at Su Bai, avoid his gaze, or blush slightly. Xue Tao actually thought that Lu Yuan blushed because she was intimidated by his domineering attitude, and he didn't know where his confidence came from, but Su Bai never seemed to care about Lu Yuan. That's right, Brother Bai is already dating Chen Yuxing, how could he possibly be interested in Lu Yuan? Chapter 76. The Wan sisters exchange music with Su Bai. The other side. Su Bai drove the car and brought the two twin beauties to the river embankment. The outdoor scenery in Jiangcheng in autumn is quite nice, the weather is getting cooler and it won't be too hot to stay outside. Su Bai took the two sisters' hands and walked along the path on the grass, listening to Wan Xinyan talk about interesting things that happened in the art academy. I have to say that even in the same university, life in different majors is very different. For example, those who study broadcasting and hosting have to practice their voices in the morning. Those who learn dancing should strictly control their weight. It is said that the dance department teachers gave strict orders to the students. No one is allowed to eat fat during the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays. After returning, the teachers set up a scale in the girls' dormitory and weighed each student one by one. Those who fail the test are not allowed to enter the dormitory. Su Bai felt that compared to dancers, the life of ordinary majors could be said to be very decadent. After all, the overall style of Jiangcheng University is relatively relaxed, encouraging students to develop freely. If it is not required by the major, students can decide what they do every day. Many people actually lack this ability. Su Bai didn't think he was that great, but at least when he enrolled, he sought advice from some seniors. In addition to attending classes every day, I study some courses in the dormitory according to the plan. Let him learn something useful first, and then wait until the second half of next semester to try to see if there is a laboratory that will hire him to do odd jobs. After that, I learned about internship information, submitted my resume, and did my internship during the holidays. If children from ordinary families want to find a better job, they naturally have to work harder. Of course, after the Indulgent's godly rich system was bound, all these plans were overturned. We in the broadcasting and hosting major actually have a lot of free time. Whenever Brother Su Bai wants to go out and play and needs someone to accompany him, he can come to us. Wan Xinyan hugged Su Bai's arm and said while jumping, "Well, my sister and I are always free." Su Bai couldn't help but become active in his thoughts. "We've been walking for a long time and we're a little tired. Let's go back to the car and stay there for a while." Okay. The Mercedes-Benz GLE was parked under a hidden shade of trees. The river embankment is rarely visited by people, and this location is even safer. With the anti-peep film attached to the car window glass, you can't see what's going on inside from the outside. Even so, the outdoor scene still made the Wan sisters a little nervous as it was their first time being alone with a boy. Su Bai unlocked the car, opened the back door, got in first, sat in the middle of the back row, and then reached out to greet them. The two girls immediately understood and got into the car from the left rear side and closed the door. The car doors are locked, the claustrophobic little space blocks out the autumn sunshine. Brother Su Bai, you make me feel so safe. After a long time, Su Bai leaned back on the leather seat of the car and took out a can of ice cola from the car refrigerator. Gurgle, cool. Mr. Su, are you satisfied? Wan Xinyan asked with a smile, imitating the accent from ancient TV dramas. Satisfied, very satisfied. Su Bai praised from the bottom of his heart. Even Brother Tonzi popped up 2 rewards in a row, enough to prove its value. It means that we are qualified to stay with Brother Su Bai for a long time, right? Well, I passed the initial test. When is the retest? We'll be traveling in a few days. If you behave well, there will be rewards. Su Bai pinched their little faces and drew a pie for them. To be honest, but Pie in the Sky Man is also a type that modern girls hate very much. The problem is that Su Bai is extremely rich. Even if he draws a pie that is 100% perfect and delivers 10% of it, it is still a wealth that the two poor sisters can never reach. Wan Xinyan immediately assured, "Don't worry, Brother Su Bai, I will definitely satisfy you when the time comes." After drinking the ice cola, Su Bai leisurely opened the system interface and checked the 2 rewards that had just popped up. Chapter 77. The significance of fine wine? Nothing, I just want to drink it. Ding. Detected that the host is too indulgent. Reward cash plus 5 million yuan. According to Su Bai's exploration of the system mechanism, the amount of cash rewards is positively correlated with the degree of indulgence. In other words, the more outrageous the thing you do, the greater the reward. Fortunately, Brother Tonzi is tied to a righteous person with integrity and restraint like Su Bai. If it were given to someone with no bottom line, such as Sun Xiaochuan, I really can't imagine it. I'm afraid he would become the richest man in the world in minutes. In other words, Su Bai also indirectly maintained world peace. Ding. Detected that the host is really outrageous. Reward, a bottle of rare Petrus red wine, auction price, 210,000 yuan.
The host can go to the designated Western restaurant to pick it up. Subai couldn't help but look up at the roof of the car, then looked down at himself. I'll take you guys to eat something good at noon.
Are you hungry?
Well, a little bit. Wan Xinyan nodded and touched her flat belly. There is shopping and a symphony. It was almost noon and I was indeed hungry. So Subai returned to the driving seat, started the car, and headed to the restaurant marked by the system where he could pick up the collectible red wine. Subai checked online and found that generally speaking, even high-end wine brands can be bought for good quality for 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. When rich people have a meal together, unless they need to show off, they usually drink by themselves and feel comfortable opening a bottle of red wine worth several thousand yuan. A bottle of wine that costs 210,000 yuan probably has high collection value, which is why it can reach such an exaggerated price. It doesn't matter, anyway, brother Tonzi is awesome, so I'll just drink it. It's a good opportunity to bring the Wan sisters with me and let them see it. Subai discovered that he actually also liked to show off in front of beautiful girls. Everyone likes to show off, but there is a degree of difference. Besides, the Wan sisters have already shown their desire to make progress. If they are the type of people who regard money as dirt and are not interested in Subai's money, Subai will naturally not bother to show off. In Subai's opinion, this is a mutual matter. You provide me with what I want, and I will give you wealth and glory. Le Mans Jumming French Western restaurant. The manager answered the phone and then showed an expression of surprise and solemnity on his face. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to the lounge and told the waiter, "Get ready, a big boss is coming soon and he wants to drive that collection of Petrus." A collection of Petrus? The waiter's eyes lit up.
Is it the one I just bought at auction last week, the one that cost 210,000?
That's right, prepare carefully and add some ceremony. Don't let Mr. Fu think that our restaurant is not prestigious. Both the manager and the waiter were a little excited. After all, famous liquors at this price are not often available, or in Jiangcheng, you may not come across them more than twice a year. Of course I want to see the famous scene. Even several female waiters have begun to imagine what kind of man Mr. Su who owns this wine would be. He must be a calm, middle-aged man, like those successful business people on TV. No, he should be a rich young man, elegant and graceful. Oh, I think you're overthinking it. In Jiangcheng, anyone who spends money so lavishly must be an old man half buried in the ground.
After all, you can't take money away if you don't spend it all. Ha ha ha.
Really, the last waitress's speech made everyone laugh. To be honest, the remarks were a bit vicious, but they made sense. After staying in high-end Western restaurants for a long time and meeting all kinds of customers, you will find that those who don't take money seriously are either old men or rich generations. When they are young, they are frivolous, but when they are older, they return to nature. They don't care much about cost-effectiveness and spend money simply to make themselves happy. On the contrary, middle-aged people are the most calculating. As for why the old man and not the rich second generation owns this bottle of wine, the reason is very simple. It's too expensive. As a result, when Subai and the Wan sisters arrived at the scene and met the waiters who had prepared the wine opening ceremony, the latter were dumbfounded. No, buddy, you just graduated from high school, right?
Too tender, he's so handsome, whoa.
In the back row, a waiter couldn't help but whisper to the girl next to him. After the careful image designed by Senior Zhou Jielu, Subai's appearance has indeed been significantly enhanced. I used to be just a handsome guy, and girls would occasionally look at me twice on the street. Now, she has a carefully groomed hairstyle and outfit that makes her look more noble. Walking down the street, you'll get lots of attention.
They all look outstandingly handsome when they appear in Western restaurants,
with mostly respectable customers. Stop talking and get ready. The manager glared at the back, cleared his throat and signaled the employees to be quiet. Then he turned to Subai with a smile on his face and said, "Mr. Su, we have carefully prepared a wine opening ceremony for you. Would you like to open the wine first or order the dishes first?"
"Let's order the food first. There's no rush to open the wine or anything."
"Okay, here's our seasonal menu, please take a look." Looking at a bunch of people in suits serving at the table, the Wan sisters felt extremely uncomfortable. They have never enjoyed such service before. When I was in my hometown, I only ate at roadside stalls. Not to mention service, I had to go to the kitchen window to get the dishes myself, although the taste is indeed good.
Brother Subai, why are there so many people serving us?
If these are arranged in every private room, there will definitely not be enough manpower. Wan Xinyan leaned close to Subai's ear and asked. Subai explained with a smile, because the bottle of wine that is about to be opened is a little expensive.
Eh?
How expensive? Subai did not respond and looked at the manager serving beside him. The manager intelligently continued, "Hello, ma'am. This limited edition Petrus red wine comes from a top winery on the right bank of Bordeaux, France.
Because of its vintage and commemorative value, it's not currently available on the regular market.
It can only be found through occasional auctions.
The auction price for this bottle is 210,000 yuan. 210,000?
Wan Xinyan screamed, then realized her mistake and covered her mouth with her hands. The look he gave Subai was filled with shock that refreshed his worldview.
Wow, brother Subai, does today have a special commemorative meaning for you? Why are you opening such an expensive bottle of wine?
This idea is a natural progression for Wan Xinyan. In her worldview, it was considered a big deal for those real estate tycoons in her hometown to open a bottle of wine worth tens of thousands of yuan in a nightclub. As a result, Subai's price is 20 times higher. There must be a special reason, right? Subai shook his head and said, there's no special reason. I'm just in a good mood today and want to drink some good wine. Chapter 78, Subai, who loves red wine, has news from Xingxing. As soon as these words came out, even the manager of a Western restaurant who often saw rich people showing off felt the strong aura of arrogance. The problem is, Subai said this lightly and naturally. After all, she had lived a luxurious life where no matter how indulgent she was, Brother Tongzi would always pay for it. He has already developed the temperament that a top billionaire should have. So, it's okay for him to say this. No greasy feeling at all. In the eyes of young girls, it is even more charming. Girls like this kind of free and easygoing male god. Well, let's start our special wine opening ceremony, the manager announced. Wan Xinyan subconsciously moved her lips, trying to stop the wine from being opened. After all, it would be great to collect such an expensive red wine, but then she thought again, that's not right, it belongs to Subai. Whether to drink it or collect it is entirely up to Subai to decide. She has no right to ask. Forget it. I'll take this opportunity to take advantage of Subai's reputation and taste what top quality red wine tastes like. Wan Xinyan is a person who always relies on reason and rarely makes decisions based on emotion. It may seem a bit cold, but for people from the lower classes, there is not much emotion to squander in this era. After finally grabbing the happiness in front of you and identifying a rich guy who is suitable for you to pay for, you must not act recklessly. Accompanied by melodious and elegant symphony, the wine opening ceremony is completed. While you're sober, the waiter brought the appetizers. This restaurant specializes in authentic French cuisine, so the dishes are served according to foreign customs and the dishes are almost completely copied. Even the menu was copied, which was filled with French. Subai couldn't understand it at all, so he directly ordered the high-priced set meal recommended by the chef. Anyway, the main purpose of coming to this restaurant is to drink and watch the fun. That's right, for Subai, the main significance of Western food is to try something new. The Japanese buffet can at least boast high-quality seafood, sashimi and beef and mutton. Subai is a worldly person, and he still prefers mainstream Chinese cuisine. I wonder if I'll have the chance to try a real state banquet-level private chef once I accumulate enough wealth. The appetizers served are in various shapes. In front of Subai was a potato chip-shaped pancake with some kind of half-cooked bacon inside. Looks like a dark dish. As for the Wan sisters, they got French oyster sashimi, which, according to the waiter, was a green jade variety. The chef creatively added sweet and sour dried fruits and almonds to the oysters. Even so, the combination of fresh seafood and unfamiliar fruits still made the two sisters look embarrassed. You don't usually eat sashimi, right? Subai asked. To be honest, I've never eaten it before. Wan Xinyan smiled bitterly. Where can I usually get something this high quality? She had seen grilled oysters sold at roadside stalls, 3 yuan each, or 3 for 10 yuan, but that thing and the high-end thing in front of it were obviously not of the same species. Then you guys eat mine. This looks more normal. I really like eating oyster sashimi. Okay, thank you, brother. Wan Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes looked at Subai more gently. It seems that Subai did not feel like laughing at them because of their lack of knowledge. On the contrary, he was very considerate and thoughtful of them. Woohoo, Subai is so nice to them. It is said that many rich people are impatient with gold diggers. If you do something that doesn't suit their taste, they will immediately scold you harshly, or even simply stop playing with you. Next time, when the waiters left the room temporarily and it was time to talk about some private topics, Wan Xinyan stuck out her tongue and said to Subai, Brother Subai, you don't laugh at us country bumpkins. What's there to laugh at? Because none of us can appreciate French-style oyster sashimi. The waitress just said it costs over 100 yuan a la carte. Well, it doesn't matter if you can't appreciate it. Don't have that weird prejudice against me. Just relax a little around me. Subai said, don't you like calling me brother? Just think of you as my sisters. Yeah, brother is the best looking in Wan Xinyan's well-behaved and coquettish appearance. Subai couldn't help but pinch her thighs wrapped in Lululemon yoga pants. To be honest, these two don't have long legs in the usual sense, but they have good body proportions and plump thighs that feel very comfortable to pinch. Her face is also chubby. I always feel like they are some kind of twin dolls. The system shows that the two sisters have had zero romances. In other words, these pure and innocent girls aimed at Subai, took the initiative to attack, and strived to kill him with one blow and change their lives. It can be said that he has a very good vision. After chatting for a while, Wan Xinyan's mood gradually brightened and her nervousness dissipated. To be honest, Subai's dress and temperament are quite aggressive. He is the kind of handsome guy who looks a bit wild. However, after a heart-to-heart chat, he gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze, and was very gentle and reliable. It can be heard that Subai is very knowledgeable about many things in poor families. He is definitely not the kind of young master who has never been involved in worldly affairs and is out of touch with reality. When the waiters brought the red wine to the three of them, Wan Xinyan, who was immersed in chatting with Subai, suddenly reacted. Yeah. Well, I want to take a picture of the red wine, the dishes, and the wine opening ceremony, and post them on WeChat moments together. Brother Subai, do you mind? Brother Subai will not appear in the photos and videos. Wan Xinyue added. Okay, no problem. Subai watched the two of them happily taking photos, retouching pictures, and editing text for their moments, and secretly found it quite amusing. I haven't tasted this wine yet, but I'm already showing it off. It's normal. It seems that many girls have this habit. If you go to a luxurious and exquisite place to eat and don't take photos to post on your social media, it feels like you have come for nothing. Subai was too lazy to take pictures and just savored the red wine silently. Not bad, you ask. What makes it good? Subai couldn't come up with a specific professional adjective, but he felt that the wine was mellow, with a mixture of fruity and complex aromas, and a sweet aftertaste. It went down his throat very smoothly and was not uncomfortable. It's good wine. I guess mass-produced red wine that costs 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a bottle should have a similar effect when it comes to alcohol. Subai prefers red wine. He always feels that white wine is too astringent when he drinks it. This is the case for people who grew up drinking Coke. They are often not so keen on strong white wine. It seems that I will need to get more cash back on wine purchases in the future. Wow. Just then, a rather special alert tone rang from Subai's phone. It was the QQ notification tone he set specifically for Chen Yuxing, although, at first Subai added Chen Yuxing's WeChat, the one with the ID Yuxie. However, after meeting each other again offline, the two still chatted more on QQ. After all, for those who love games in two-dimensional culture, QQ's functions are obviously richer. It's Xingxing's private message, which means, this guy slept from morning to noon and has already woken up. It's faster than expected. I thought that with the intensity of watching 13 episodes of anime in a row last night, I would have to sleep until at least the evening. Subai unlocked the latest Apple Pro Max phone and was immediately amused when he saw the message from Chen Yuxing. He almost spit out a mouthful of red wine. Chapter 79. Chen Yuxing, am an interesting woman. A few minutes ago, Chen Yuxing slowly woke up on the loose and soft bed. A ray of strong sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains proved that it was probably noon. After being in a daze for a while, the memories in my mind gradually came back to me. She thought of, and her face and snow-white neck quickly became hot and red. After crawling under the quilt and being shy for a while, Chen Yuxing realized that she was probably the only one in the room at that moment, and her shyness would not be seen by anyone even if it was outside the quilt. But this is really ridiculous. I glanced at my phone and saw several unread messages, some from my roommates and some from my tutor. First, I asked for leave from my supervisor, and then responded to the concern of my roommates by saying that my staying out all night was not due to any accident worthy of being featured in the Today's Statement column. Then, Chen Yuxing clicked on Subai's big white goose avatar. Well, his QQ avatar is also a big white goose. I was a little hesitant about whether to talk to him. Obviously, Subai was busy with her own affairs, and what she needed now was rest, but she really misses Subai and wants Subai to come back to her. After much thought, Chen Yuxing finally realized that the reason she could accept such an outrageous model of keeping a sponsor was mainly because Subai was really the kind of person who resonated with her soul. She could probably only meet one such person in her lifetime. No, given most people's luck, they probably won't even meet one. Chen Yuxing knew that his luck was not good, so since he met Subai, he must hold on to him tightly. However, they have only been separated for such a short time, from morning to noon. Wouldn't it seem too clingy to call Subai back now? Speaking of which, Chen Yuxing's personality is a bit weird. She has a childish self-righteousness in her heart and thinks she is different from those vulgar women out there. Therefore, she cannot be like ordinary girls and cling to men in a coquettish manner after having sex. But he also wanted to talk to Subai urgently. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yuxing still couldn't figure out how to start. I simply opened the AI Q&A webpage again. I just met my destiny with the man I love last night. I want to see him again today. How can I send him a message that expresses my feelings while also making me look like a, well, interesting woman? That's right, Chen Yuxing thinks she is an interesting woman. This is the most essential difference between her and other girls around Subai. Wow, the AI seemed to be stumped by this question. After a long time, a message popped up saying server not responding. Chen Yuxing was so angry that he puffed up his cheeks. He found another AI interface and asked again. This time I got several answers and wrote a long article. Chen Yuxing looked at them one by one. The first few answers are so embarrassing that I'm going to dig my toes into the ground just thinking about them. Oh no, I'm going to dig my toes into stockings. The last one made Chen Yuxing's eyes light up. Not bad, so she followed suit and sent Subai a red envelope of 600 yuan according to the method described in the answer. Yuxi, red envelope, congratulations and prosperity puff pastry big white goose, Chihaya in _ question mark UCF, humph, you did well last night, I'll pick you up next time. Puff pastry white goose, year of the rabbit auspicious dongs wellian _ smilingly I'll supply white goose. Did I mess up your brain last night, or have you read too many silly jokes? Crispy white goose, baby, be normal, I'm scared the rain stops. Chen Yuxing stared at the phone in silence for a while, and her face turned red again. He suddenly dropped his phone, crawled under the covers again, and let out an embarrassing wail. His self-righteous humor was mercilessly ridiculed by Subai. It turns out that we can't blindly trust AI. This kind of artificial intelligence is not invincible. Not long after, the cell phone rang. It was an old anime song. Chen Yuxing had watched that anime when he was a child and he had always liked it, but she didn't set the anime theme song as her regular ringtone. No matter how much you like a song, once you use it as your ringtone for a while, it will become annoying, especially when it is set as an alarm ringtone. However, after getting to know Subai, Chen Yuxing set that song as the exclusive notification tone for Subai's incoming calls and voice calls. That song and Subai are both Chen Yuxing's favorites. When two loves are connected together, there will be no dislike. Despite the embarrassment, Chen Yuxing answered the phone. Subai's cheerful voice with a smile came from the loudspeaker. Are you awake? Wait a minute, I'm eating outside. I'll be back soon.
I'll bring you whatever you want to eat. I can order takeout myself. Why are you being so polite to me? We are relations, stop. No, don't mention that. Then I want to eat Mao Kai. Extra spicy? Very spicy. Don't want rice, but would you like a bowl of instant noodles? Good. The call ended quickly. Chen Yuxing was staring blankly at his phone, with an uncontrollable smile on the corner of his lips. Her conversations with Subai were always like this, concise and efficient, filled with an innate tacit understanding. This kind of tacit understanding is a state of mind that even couples who are not in tune with each other spiritually cannot imitate no matter how long they date. Chen Yuxing, who was originally sore all over, suddenly felt motivated and got up a little. Staggeringly to take a shower. Disharmony is often the culprit that destroys a marriage relationship. So, Chen Yuxing will live a happy life with Subai. No, according to Subai, he would support her for the rest of her life. It doesn't matter, as long as they can be together. From the perspective of the duration of being together, it is actually a good thing that Subai supports her. At least, it means that they don't have to be constrained by realistic factors like ordinary couples. After taking a shower, Chen Yuxing felt refreshed, and then he realized a serious problem. The clothes I wore last night are ruined, especially black stockings. It has been thrown into the trash can. So, what should she wear? Chapter 80. Subai is a numerical monster. This problem was quickly resolved because Subai sent her a message while she was taking a shower, saying that he had ordered takeout and bought some clothes for her. The takeaway was delivered directly to the door of the hotel room and hung on the door handle. Chen Yuxing put on her bathrobe and wrapped her body tightly, not leaving any inch of her skin exposed. This way, even if she met a stranger in the corridor when she opened the door to pick up the package, it would not be inappropriate. In fact, Chen Yuxing dresses very conservatively. For example, in summer she usually wears long skirts with black stockings. It sounds weird, but it seems that only someone with a cool and academic temperament like her can pull off this look. No strangers were seen. I received a large package in an opaque plastic bag. It feels like opening a blind box. Chen Yuxing's heart suddenly started beating faster. After all, this should be the first time Subai bought clothes for her, right? It was a strange scene indeed. She had just experienced a night of chaos and slept in a luxurious hotel room until the afternoon. The scumbag who had been fooling around somewhere ordered her clothing takeaway. Okay, let me see the aesthetics of the big white goose. The first thing that caught my eye was Uniqlo's long-sleeved autumn jacket and trousers, a nothing special, perfect for wearing back to school. Subai bought her a size 170, which is a bit small. This brand and this size are exactly what Chen Yuxing wears. The big white goose is really considerate. Wait, this doesn't seem to be Uniqlo. Chen Yuxing only realized this when she tried the clothes on, only the logo is a bit similar, but the texture of the upper body gives people a very expensive feeling. This can't be Uniqlo. I took a picture of the brand's logo and used AI image recognition to check it out. It seems to be a niche fashion brand. I looked at a few items on the official website and the prices were outrageous. Although it is indeed beautiful, the materials used are also very solid. These are the good clothes that Chen Yuxing has never been willing to buy since he was a child. Forget it, don't worry about the price. It's just a small amount of money for Subai. Since you are being kept by a big white goose, you must have a correct attitude towards being kept. Then, Chen Yuxing looked at the remaining clothes in the package. These are a bit difficult to comment on. 2 pairs of black stockings from an international brand. As a pantyhose expert, Chen Yuxing certainly has a full understanding of all major pantyhose brands. The most familiar ones are online store brands that cost only a few dozen yuan each. They focus on cost-effectiveness, durability and comfort, and also have some small designs to satisfy the hearts of girls who love beauty. As for light luxury women's clothing brands, she didn't know much about them, but the one Subai bought was very famous and well-known, so how could she not know it? A basic pair costs 2 or 300 yuan, and high-end ones basically don't cost less than 500 yuan. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing became interested. With shining eyes, he opened the package of the pantyhose and tried them on. Don't even mention it. The one that costs 500 is better than the one that costs 50. The silky texture, the reassuring sense of wrapping, and the silky and just right damping. The second pair of stockings is also black and a little thinner. However, the most striking feature is that it is combined with another piece of clothing in the bag, a silk suspender nightgown. Chen Yuxing immediately understood the uses of these two items. Damn big white goose, the person hasn't come back yet, and you're already thinking about humph. Although she grumbled reluctantly, Chen Yuxing honestly changed into the suit that Subai bought for her. A light brown silk suspender nightgown paired with 15D thin matte, black stockings. This big white goose is quite tasteful. The silk nightgown is shiny, and paired with Chen Yuxing's cool and slightly immature face, it adds a touch of mature and sexy charm. The matte stockings fabric creates a sense of mystery on the lower body. If it is paired with oily black silk, it will be a bit inconsistent. It's really good. Just as Chen Yuxing was admiring herself in the mirror, Subai came back. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a stunningly beautiful and cool girl who was a top student. Suddenly I was a little dazed. The long, smooth black hair that had just come out of the shower still retained some moisture, which contrasted with the misty eyes. Chen Yuxing bit her lip. A hint of smug cunning flashed in her eyes. Does it look good? Nice. Why don't you show some appreciation? Half an hour later, there is an exquisite small round table in the presidential suite.
It is not big, but it is completely sufficient for one person to eat. Chen Yuxing sat there eating Maokai, looking very satisfied. She is sitting with her legs crossed, looking very leisurely while admiring it. Subai suddenly said, Sheng Sheng is such a lovely girl, how come no one is pursuing her? Yes. Chen Yuxing slurred her hot pot noodles, her words a little unclear. There have been boys chasing me since elementary school, but I scared them away easily. Is it because you're aloof? Then it seems I am more shameless. Wrong, the value is high. As soon as these words were spoken, the two looked at each other and laughed from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. Really, if a girl like Chen Yuxing had not forced herself to change her fate, she would have been busy studying, doing research, and making money throughout her 4 years in college. With such a heavy burden on her shoulders and her personality, Chen Yuxing would never enter into a relationship. Unless someone can solve all her worries, however, even if it is a rich student or a middle-aged tycoon outside the school, how many people are willing to spend more than 3 million at a time to help Chen Yuxing's mother treat her illness? So she was right, Subai was a numerical weirdo, and Subai happened to like her very much, which led to this relationship, where this quality of stockings from now on. You can throw away the ones you used to wear before. As for clothes and other things, I'll take you to the store when I have time. If you find it troublesome, you can also buy them online and ask me to reimburse you. You've already given me pocket money, 100,000 yuan. That's my fixed monthly allowance, so of course I have to reimburse the money for clothes separately. Are you kidding? If you don't ask me to reimburse you, who will make up for the cashback I need? Subai had a clear idea in his mind. He is not the type to spend money on women for no reason. The better a woman treats him and the more she loves him, the more he will feel comfortable spending the money. If you find this pair of stockings comfortable, I'll order a few more pairs later so you can change into them. It's really comfortable. Chapter 81 Chen Yuxing's Divine Love official announcement. After Chen Yuxing lay lazily on her side, her back leaning against Subai's solid body. Subai's arm passed under her head, and she felt very comfortable resting her head on it. She had never imagined before that the arm muscles of a tall and strong boy like Subai would be quite comfortable to rest on, and it didn't feel particularly hard or prickly. Muscles probably only show their true strength when doing heavy physical labor. Chen Yuxing looked at Subai's forearm and slender knuckles in front of him, and subconsciously shook his hand, interlocking their fingers. A very happy and peaceful experience. Then she saw Subai's free left hand holding the phone, and he came over and took a photo of their interlocked fingers. The background of the photo was pillows and sheets in a distinct hotel style, with messy traces, giving the viewer an ambiguous imagination. Chen Yuxing turned his head and looked at Subai, a little confused, not knowing what he was going to do by suddenly taking pictures. Like Subai, she doesn't like taking photos to record her life. This photo would be great for an official announcement on WeChat Moments, right? Is it going to be officially announced? What's with that surprised expression on your face? It makes me look like an irresponsible scumbag. Subai was a little amused. But you, well, I'm your sponsor, not just an ordinary girlfriend. Chen Yuxing's beautiful eyes flickered. It's because she's not just an ordinary girlfriend that we need to make it official. If it's official, it won't delay you from picking up other girls, huh? Chen Yuxing spoke sourly, and rarely acted coquettishly, looking forward to Subai's response, her heartbeat becoming a little fierce. She originally thought that the so-called keeping was a private and secret relationship. In other words, on the surface, she and Subai still maintained the status of good friends as before. In front of outsiders, Chen Yuxing had already accepted this setting. After all, Subai was so rich, and he was already very good to her. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to be affectionate with her in private? It didn't necessarily require a full romantic experience. Having said that, Chen Yuxing still felt it was a pity. Freshman girls all yearn for a sweet love, especially a soulmate who was particularly compatible with them, who knew that Subai would actually officially announce their relationship. Subai said confidently, because I really like you, so at least for now, I want you to be my girlfriend and let everyone know. As for the question of picking up girls, well, I'm a troublemaker. If a girl can't even accept that I have a girlfriend, I don't bother to get involved with her. I hope that the interpersonal relationships around me will be based on a harmonious atmosphere. After listening to Subai's words, Chen Yuxing instantly understood his thoughts. Sure enough, Subai is a person who pays great attention to his own inner experience. He is not the traditional scumbag who makes his life a mess. In Subai's opinion, what is the difference between that and a beggar? To stand up, treat the scumbag as it is. So, I'm your official girlfriend? Yes, you are, snort. Chen Yuxing hummed happily for a while, then whispered, then I'll reluctantly agree to make it official. Oh, so you're doing it reluctantly? Well, if you don't like it, forget it. There's nothing wrong with being low-key. As he said that, Subai pretended to put his phone away. Chen Yuxing was now anxious. She reached out to grab the phone, unlocked it by pinching Subai's fingers, and sent the photo of the two of them holding hands to her WeChat account Yushe. Then she put her little face on Subai's chest and fiddled with her cell phone happily in his arms. After editing the copy, quickly post it on your moments. By the way, copy and paste the text and send it to Subai. You send it to, send the same one. Okay. Subai was happy. He was the type who was too lazy to post on WeChat moments or write copy, so Chen Yuxing saved him the trouble. When I took a closer look, I couldn't help laughing. Xingxing's writing style really reveals her true nature. It turns out Su Bai is so serious in front of you, it's completely different here. He is particularly energetic in my presence. If you have a strong psychological endurance, just open the picture. I won't show you the picture even if I open it. Can we be a lifelong couple? Accompany it with a photo of them holding hands with messy hotel sheets in the background. To be honest, it's a bit against the will of heaven. This is not something a normal girl can write. I need to hire a Hakiko at home, but then again, what Su Bai likes is the abstract flavor of Chen Yuxing. If she were like an ordinary girl, with her mind full of worldly calculations, comparisons, and manipulations when in a relationship, it would be a bit strange. If you are with someone you like, just say it openly and proudly tell everyone, I will sleep with this man from now on. This is truly Chen Yuxing's unique style. Chen Yuxing seemed very satisfied with the official announcement of her relationship, and even helped Su Bai operate the phone. The content of the copy and the picture are the same, just replace the names of the people. After posting it on Moments, Chen Yuxing suddenly froze for a moment, then he covered his head with the quilt and rolled around on the bed. Ah! I'm going to die. No, sister. Su Bai was amused. You can write such anthropomorphic words, why are you still shy? Well, of course, it's interesting to be abstract, but I still feel, I understand. Su Bai nodded seriously. My meager abstract practical experience cannot support the infinite expansion of my abstract desires. Aha! Chen Yuxing's little head popped out from under the quilt, and he nodded excitedly at Su Bai, as if to say, you really understand me the best. The sound of phone notifications for likes and comments on Moments is endless, but neither of them was too lazy to look. Or maybe I don't dare to look. Some people are like this, they like to make trouble but are a little socially anxious, just like when they were children they liked to blow up sewers with firecrackers but were afraid of being caught and embarrassed. This time, Su Bai and Chen Yuxing's circle of friends was indeed like a methane tank into which a firecracker had been thrown. It exploded with a bang. Many likes and comments suddenly appeared under the two people's circle of friends. Graduate student dormitory of Jiangcheng University. Charlene moved an artistic rattan chair, sat by the window to bask in the sun, and enjoyed afternoon tea. She had just woken up from a nap and had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she could just go take a walk around the research group around dinner time. The level of leisure among masters varies greatly. Those in a busy research group may work overtime until after 10 o'clock every night before returning to the dormitory, just like cattle and horses working 996. But people like Charlene chose a mentor who had little future but very low requirements. Anyway, she didn't study to get a high salary in a big company. This is how white, rich, and beautiful women are. Most of the time, as long as their careers are decent, that's enough. Just when Xia Lin was about to find a book to cultivate her sentiments, several classmates suddenly reminded her on WeChat, asking her to check Su Bai and Chen Yuxing's circle of friends. When Charlene opened it, her lazy expression suddenly became serious. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up in joy. Oh my, this little fellow actually succeeded so quickly. Chapter 82. Girlfriend and wife are two different roles, no conflict. Xia Lin clicked on Su Bai's circle of friends. The moment she saw the photo, a hint of surprise flashed through her mind, but not too much. After all, as a mature older sister, Xia Lin had long seen that Su Bai and Chen Yuxing had the potential to become a couple. For a freshman boy, it would be more appropriate to date girls of the same age. Besides, they all love playing games, so it doesn't seem strange that they end up in a hotel while playing. What really shocked Xia Lin to the point that she couldn't help laughing was Su Bai's copywriting about finding a partner. How to say it, there's an excess of humor. A little bit unlike a human, but it doesn't matter. It's not unsightly and doesn't violate public order and good morals. Asa counselor, Charlene naturally has no reason to slander. Xia Tian Lin, wishing you a long and happy life together. Xia Lin commented on Su Bai's circle of friends. A smile on his face. Hey, Lin, what are you looking at? Why are you smiling so happily? At this time, Charlene's best friend and roommate came out of her room, came up behind Charlene, and looked at the mobile phone screen with her. Charlene didn't dodge and showed it to her best friend openly. My best friend looked at me for a moment, a puzzled expression on her face. Wait, isn't this little brother the freshman you were having an unclear relationship with before? What do you mean by unclear? Don't slander someone's innocence out of thin air. Xia Lin glared at her bestie. Let me reiterate, he just asked me to do a small favor, and then treated me to a meal in return. Oh, right, we were just having dinner. So, let me ask you, why did you still smell of alcohol when you came back from dinner that day? My best friend said cunningly, from what I remember, you never drink alone with men. You only drink occasionally when you're at home with relatives. Facing the ridicule of best friends, Xia Lin remained calm and said calmly, what's wrong with drinking a little wine? Su Bai has recognized me as her godsister. It's no big deal for a sister to drink some red wine with her brother. Look how excited you are. Best friend, okay, you're invincible. So, your adopted brother is now dating a girl in the same class, aren't you anxious? Why should I be anxious? I only have congratulations and blessings for him. Charlene had the calm smile of an elegant young lady on her face. I don't know if he's pretending or he really doesn't care. Even her best friend, who had always known her well, was a little unsure. It was because she knew Xia Lin's habits that her best friend was able to tell a few days ago that Xia Lin was attracted to the little brother named Subai. Obviously, apart from his ordinary looks, Subai must be the type of person who comes from a prominent family but is not ostentatious. In addition, he should be quite knowledgeable. One night 2 days ago, her best friend used tickling to force some questions out of Charlene, and finally got some useful information out of her. It is said that Subai is very talented in investment. Such a young age, I started helping my family with the market. This is really impressive. Although there is no stupid person who can be admitted to Jiangcheng University, studying for exams and making money in business are two different things. Her best friend is looking forward to Xia Lin winning Subai's heart as soon as possible. As a result, within just a few days, Subai was the first to be captured by a beautiful girl in the same class. What is even more puzzling to her best friend is Charlene's attitude. No, there must be something hidden. You must be hiding something important from me. My best friend kept shaking her head like a detective confused by the chaos of a crime scene, grabbed Charlene's shoulders and shook her. She was shaken until she felt a little dizzy, and she said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, what am I hiding from you? You're clearly interested in this guy, but now that he's officially announced his relationship with another girl, you're completely indifferent and don't even show any interest? So what do you want me to say? Should I rush up to them, accuse them of premature love, and then break them up? Well, it's not that extreme. My bestie sighed, at least there should be a hint of jealousy, right? I'm already so old, and I'm still jealous. When Charlene said this, her tone was full of the charm of a mature older sister. In fact, her thoughts and ideas are indeed very mature. It can even be said that it is too mature, and the more accurate description is ahead of its time. She has seen many young masters from wealthy families. At the age of 18, it is still a long way to settle down. Having more romances and enjoying youth are what rich young men of this age like to do. It's quite normal, after all, rich girls also have a lot of fun. Just dating is already a very serious way of playing. Xia Lin doesn't like to fall in love and is too lazy to mess around with other men, so she sets her sights on Subai. After she's had enough fun with him, she'll take action and take him home to get married. As for the period in between, just exist as a close sister and cultivate feelings. It sounds a little bit strange, but it is in line with Charlene's family education background. Dating and getting married are two different things. Chen Yuxing becoming Subai's girlfriend does not conflict with her future becoming Subai's wife. Winning early does not necessarily mean winning in the end. The future is bright. Charlene picked up the hand-brewed coffee she had just made, took a sip. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his lips. However, in comparison, other people who know Subai or Chen Yuxing cannot be as calm as Xia Lin. I'm so pretty and lazy, but I was really eaten by this kid? Men's dormitory, building 7, room 510. Shui Tao was jumping up and down excitedly while holding his cell phone. His face looked a little ferocious, like an incompletely evolved primitive man. She kept muttering to herself, no, I just don't understand. Didn't Subai just make a small fortune? How could Chen Yuxing fall for him just because of that? This is too irrational. What kind of stupid and short-sighted woman would make such a decision? Wang Haoren, who was passionately playing the second game, interrupted, is it possible that Chen Yuxing likes Subai because he's handsome and has a good personality? Fuck, that's not right. There are plenty of guys who are more handsome than Subai, and there are plenty of guys with better personalities than him. Shui Tao said indignantly, just look at that guy from the mathematics department a few days ago, that rich second-generation guy from Guangdong province, who went to the girls' dormitory several times, asking about their well-being, bringing them breakfast, and so on. Isn't he a better character than Subai? Wang Haoren was shocked. So the locals' understanding of good character means something like serving breakfast. That's invincible. No wonder he can get together with Lu Yuan. I think they are a perfect match. Wang Haoren didn't find it strange that Subai suddenly announced that he was no longer single. Subai had told him something about Chen Yuxing. Wang Haoren knew that these two people were birds of a feather and could be considered the same. Only this kind of couple is worth dating. Those formulaic college couples are really boring. Brother by his good taste. Chapter 83 New System Function, Chen Yuxing's Potential. As for Subai's eating, Wang Haoren did not feel jealous at all about this matter itself. After all, he only likes girls from the two-dimensional world. So Wang Haoren simply posted a congratulations under Subai's circle of friends and continued to devote himself to his gaming career. In addition to Uryo, Wang Haoren has recently begun to study other netizens who spend money on the game, especially those rich people who can spend unlimited money on games, such as those who attack the sand. According to Subai's theory, this kind of game is more efficient in spending money. After he sets up the netizen studio, he will entrust Wang Haoren to create the best accounts. This made Wang Haoren very excited. He had never thought that he could be the big brother in the game played by the rich. So I am full of energy, and in this dormitory, the most unexpectedly and abnormally quiet person was Chu Mingzhi. Chu Mingzhi stared at the single loving posts in his circle of friends and fell into deep thought. If Subai and Chen Yuxing officially became a couple, then what about the previous little Simon Ben's brother? That can't be Subai's car. Although Subai has made some money recently, he still can't afford A GLE. Moreover, Brother Benz not only picked up Chen Yuxing, but also picked up the Wan sisters.so. Is there a possibility that Brother Benz is the real mastermind behind this? More Subai than Subai without anyone knowing. I did this to two. Oh no, 3 beautiful schoolgirls. Zhu was horrified when he thought about it carefully. Shudder. Master, are you having the fever here? If you are sick, go to the hospital immediately. Shuetao said cautiously, keeping a distance from Chu Mingzhi's bed. I was afraid of catching a cold from him. Fortunately, Chu Mingzhi quickly recovered. It's okay, I'm fine. Is it almost time for professional classes? I think so. There are still about 10 minutes left. No rush. Wang Haoren said calmly. He had calculated that he would finish this copy before setting off again, which would just not delay the class. At this time, in the presidential suite of the Marriott Hotel, Chen Yuxing took another bath. There is no other way, because I have to go to class, so taking a shower is a must. Why? There's no need at all. We're already boyfriend and girlfriend. It seems that Chen Yuxing has indeed regarded Subai as his own. It's also normal. Subai spent so much money on his mother's treatment and saved Chen Yuxing's only blood-related family member. With her straightforward personality, she naturally had no reservations towards Subai. Chen Yuxing blushed and muttered softly, that's true. I need to rest for the next 2 days. In terms of endurance, Chen Yuxing is much better than senior Zhou Jielu, but people always have their limits. After all, Chen Yuxing doesn't have a system. Stinky Subai, bad Subai. She was feeling coquettish in her heart, and she took Subai's hand, holding his fingers and going out with him. I like holding his hand and I like the feeling of having someone to rely on. Are you going back to the hotel tonight? I told you to rest, let's take a rest together. We don't have to do anything. Subai looked very sincere. He possessed the skill of Sigma Aura. In order to prevent his beloved girl from suffering, he had no problem with self-control. Chen Yuxing shook his head repeatedly and gave an answer that surprised Subai. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. All right. What an honest girl, big white goose. I suddenly feel that you are losing out by supporting me. Where's the loss? Even if I don't consider the money, I'm not at a disadvantage by dating you. I might even be gaining. Although Chen Yuxing's statement is a bit outrageous, it does make sense if you think about it carefully. What people usually call a sponsorship relationship is nothing more than one party seeking money and the other party seeking sex. However, Chen Yuxing was very satisfied with Subai himself. In other words, Subai spent money and effort, but he lost a lot. Subai laughed heartily and consoled him. If you think I'm at a disadvantage, how about we make a pact? What agreement? If you ever want to start a computer business, I'll invest the money and become a major shareholder, and you'll help me make money. Isn't that even? Yes, no problem, absolutely. Chen Yuxing's eyes lit up, but he quickly became anxious. Honestly, I'm not sure if I can achieve the level you imagine. After all, there are so many geniuses in the entrepreneurial world. Don't worry, I believe you can become an AI genius and promote the development of the country's high-tech industries. Subai became serious for once, which surprised Chen Yuxing. Hajabik, why are you starting to put on value? Chen Yuxing was a little nervous, but then again, the feeling of being trusted. Not bad. Who doesn't like their talents to be recognized by the people they love? What Chen Yuxing didn't know was that Subai could now see other things on her panel besides the regular information. Name. Chen Yuxing. Number of romances, 1 body size, 173 centimeters, 54 centimeters, B favorability, 95 potential. Possesses superb creativity and project integration capabilities, suitable for being the lead engineer of a technology startup. The potential column is a new item that will be unlocked and displayed after the S-level goddess's favorability reaches 95. Subai had not opened the character's attribute panel before, so he did not discover this module. Just now, when I was waiting for the traffic light, I looked at Chen Yuxing and randomly clicked on the panel, and it came out. Subai was overjoyed. When he saw the information about Chen Yuxing's potential, this is a good thing, a definitely good thing. According to the detailed rules of the system, investing in Chen Yuxing to start a business will also trigger cash back, and starting a business is, without a doubt, the most expensive thing in the world when it comes to burning money. It's simply a bottomless pit. In other words, it will become Subai's top source of cash back. TSK, as expected, this woman Chen Yuxing is not a simple one. Chapter 84. Subai and Chen Yuxing's CP feeling arrived at the classroom when this handsome man and beautiful woman walked in side by side. Almost all the students in the classroom were attracted by their attention, not to mention their looks. Subai and Chen Yuxing are both tall, standing together is doubly conspicuous. Their outfits are similar, American college style with a touch of street style. In fact, Chen Yuxing's clothes were copied by Subai from the sets Zhou Jielu had matched for him. And he placed an order from that trendy brand store and had them delivered to him. The effect on the upper body is really good. Having Chen Yuxing and Subai standing together makes them look like a perfect couple. Even the teacher couldn't help but look at them twice and nodded repeatedly. That's right, children nowadays are getting better and better in nutrition. One by one, like stars. Chen Yuxing had a cold face and was a little bit socially anxious. Fortunately, Subai asked Wang Haoren to help him occupy 2 seats in the back corner in advance. Wang Haoren's seat was different from that of his other 2 roommates, the locals and Mr. who were tactful enough to avoid it. They had a premonition that Subai and Chen Yuxing would sit together in class and be inseparable. If you don't stay away from this, you'll be so jealous. What do you mean?
Subai sat down and asked Wang Haoran. Ah, what do you mean? Did those two cause trouble in the dormitory?
In Subai's imagination, this afternoon in the dormitory should be very exciting. The locals have always been proud of finding love quickly, and they always run to Subai to show off, hinting at things like being rich is worse than being handsome, and only with money can you fall in love. Now, it can be said that he has been completely slapped in the face. Not only did Subai find a girlfriend, but she was also much better than Xuetao's girlfriend. Obviously, Lu Yuanyuan and Chen Yuxing are not qualified to be compared at all. For Xuetao's sense of superiority, this was a devastating blow. Even before binding the system, Subai didn't care about Xuetao's various show-offs. After all, he was not interested in girls like Lu Yuanyuan at all, and now, Subai doesn't mind making Xuetao feel uncomfortable. Subai's attitude towards the two geniuses in the dormitory is like the attitude of those trainers towards Arnold. Don't care about their thoughts or emotions at all, and won't be affected by them. Purely amusing. Subai has always held this attitude. If someone is willing to live in harmony with him, Subai will also return the favor with kindness. On the contrary, if it is a genius like Xuetao, they will get along with each other in a different way. You guessed it right. Xuetao was so angry that he couldn't even sleep during his nap. He feels terrible. Wang Haoran said. Do I need to guess? Subai's face showed a forced smile. Xuetao hangs out in various freshman groups every day, asking around to see who's found a partner. Then he asks for photos of the girls and compares them with Lu Yuanyuan. Really? Wang Haoran nodded in agreement. This guy is also weird. So what do you think I'll do if I can't win? Wouldn't that just be causing trouble for myself? If you can't compare, just say it's a high-resolution photo. It's fake at first glance. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, you have to win, right? Xuetao's unique winning style. It is said that several students have complained to Director Xia, but Director Xia probably thought the matter was too small to bother with it. Actually, no matter whether it's right or wrong, how can there be so much fun if I care? Wang Haoran is also a drifter, looking forward to the locals and Huye's activities all day long. This time, at the other end of the classroom, looking at Subai, with his cool and arrogant girlfriend on his left and his good friend on his right, he looks like a winner in campus life. Xuetao gritted his teeth. How could this happen? This should be my life. Xuetao, should be the focus of the class, not Subai, who starts to squander money recklessly after making a little fortune. Xuetao trembled all over when he thought about Subai doing intimate things with Chen Yuxing in a hotel outside the school not long ago. Damn it, I haven't even had my meal yet, and you, a poor bastard from outsider, are enjoying it first. This made Xuetao think of Lu Yuanyuan. Having said that, this woman has only let him hold her hand so far. Not to mention her lips, she has never even kissed her on the cheek. Thinking of this, Xuetao took out his cell phone and chatted with Lu Yuanyuan. Xuejitao, Subai and Chen Yuxing are in love, did you know? Picking nose Yuanyuan, how could I not know? They've already posted the official announcement on their WeChat moments. Yuanyuan, look at how interesting Subai's official announcement copy is. Look at yours, it's so tacky. Xuejitao, I'm called steady. Xuejitao, look at Subai's silly look. Only Chen Yuxing is immature now, so she likes him. Xuejitao, when school beauty Chen enters society, she will definitely dump Subai immediately. Yuanyuan, oh, what? Are you going to wait for her to dump Subai and then take over? Beat violently Xuejitao, ha, Yuanyuan, are you kidding me? I'm absolutely devoted to you. Talking about this, Xuetao couldn't help but curl his lips. That bitch Lu Yuanyuan is going to make trouble again. There are some things that everyone actually knows clearly. It was just a tacit understanding that was not spoken out loud. For example, a top-notch beauty like Chen Yuxing is also rich in connotation. No matter how many times you break up, there will always be someone willing to take over. There's no way, the conditions are here. It would be completely different if it was Lu Yuanyuan. But Xuetao couldn't tell the truth to Lu Yuanyuan, so every time Lu Yuanyuan got crazy because of jealousy of her beautiful roommate, Xuetao had to coax her again and again. To use the popular term nowadays, it provides emotional value. Considering her privileged status of being single and the fact that Lu Yuanyuan was a little beauty, Xuetao usually tolerated it. The problem is that Xuetao was in a bad mood today because of Subai, but Lu Yuanyuan revealed a strange emotion while chatting. She seemed to be envious of Chen Yuxing being able to be with Subai. Xuetao was a simple-minded person and couldn't keep things to herself. As they chatted, she couldn't help but ask Xuejitao, I think Subai is a pretty average boyfriend, right? Why do you seem so envious of Chen Yuxing? You're lucky enough to be with me, so aren't you more worthy of others' envy? At this time, Lu Yuanyuan, who was taking a class in another teaching building, saw this message. She became so angry that she coughed. Yuanyuan, are you okay? Cough cough cough, it's okay, there are a lot of colds these days due to the change of seasons. You should be careful. The female classmate sitting next to him asked with concern. Thank you. Lu Yuanyuan smiled gratefully. I looked at the phone screen again and my blood pressure immediately rose again. Xuetao, your emotional intelligence is truly unmatched. I don't ask you to be as considerate as a girl, but at least you should have basic manners, right? What does lucky to be with you mean? It made Lu Yuanyuan feel like she had gotten a great bargain. Is it normal for a normal person to talk to his girlfriend like this? It's really outrageous. Chapter 85. It turns out that Chen Yuxing's expressions can be so rich. Tell the truth, speak from your heart. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Shui Tao is the kind of boyfriend who was completely unremarkable. Being presentable is a rather metaphysical concept in girls' view of love. It doesn't mean that he has to be extremely handsome, but his overall image and temperament must be such that outsiders don't think she must be with him for money, and she has endured too much for money. For example, if a beautiful female college student is in love with a fat and big-eared contractor from outside the school, perhaps she would be extremely flattering in front of the contractor, but she would never be happy to post a photo of the two of them together on her moments. That's right, when it comes to love, most girls want both. They want both practical benefits and vanity in front of others. Of course, this kind of good thing doesn't happen often, so ordinary girls have to settle for the second best. Shui Tao is Lu Yuan's second best choice. Lu Yuan enjoys material benefits from him, so naturally she needs to endure the gossip of her friends, especially her female friends. After all, Shui Tao is really a loser. He is short, ugly, and has the temperament of a low-quality demolition resident. So Lu Yuan tried her best to postpone all the intimate behaviors that should exist between boyfriends and girlfriends. Things like kissing, hugging, and lifting up high can be done later if possible. As for the hotel room Shui Tao had been hinting at, Lu Yuan had already planned to use the excuse of "I am a traditional girl" to refuse to play poker with Shui Tao. It's normal to refuse to have sex during college, right? When faced with a man like Shui Tao, any girl would automatically become conventional, like a certain basketball player's intelligent groin. She never posts photos of Shui Tao's face on her moments. I feel like if I post it and someone I know sees it, I'll be secretly ridiculed. So here comes the question: how would Lu Yuan feel when she saw Chen Yuxing's circle of friends? The reason why that circle of friends post caused such a stir was not just because of the popularity of the protagonist. What's more, it almost directly tells everyone that I, Chen Yuxing, have slept with Su Bai. Lu Yuan admires Chen Yuxing's courage very much. This cold and arrogant academic master really likes to despise the world, but she couldn't help but wonder, there was another obvious reason why Chen Yuxing dared to post this. Sleeping with Su Bai is not a shameful thing, even a little bit worth showing off. A tall, handsome boy who studies computer science, with a gentle and down-to-earth personality and no strange rumors about him, he is already a very good boyfriend. Even if he is poor, this is something worth showing off. And now, Lu Yuan highly suspected that Su Bai was not just suddenly making a fortune as Shui Tao described. What is the reason? It's very simple. Lu Yuan and Chen Yuxing have been roommates for a month, and she knows very well that this girl is very smart. It's not the kind of intelligence that only knows how to study, but the person has clear and sharp insights into many things in society. Even when Lu Yuan is shopping online, if she is not sure about the product she wants to buy, she will ask Chen Yuxing for advice. Every glance is accurate. I can always help Lu Yuan close the hole. What a judgment. So, would Chen Yuxing, who is so discerning, fall in love with a man who starts spending in revenge after making a small fortune, and go to the last step at the speed of light? The answer must be no. Considering the Wan sisters from the broadcasting and hosting department, they are also two smart people, but they are also intimate with Su Bai. It seems impossible that three people misjudged Su Bai at the same time. Then, eliminating all impossibilities, what remains is the truth. Su Bai is the hidden rich man in the computer department. He is richer than the junior who drives a Porsche to school and the son of a real estate developer from Guangdong province. Just when this judgment came into Lu Yuan's mind, Shui Tao sent another message. Shui Jitao, picture Yuan. They're a young couple in class. Why are you secretly filming them? Shui Jitao, it wasn't me who took the photo, it was another classmate picking his nose. Shui Jitao, look at the clothes they are wearing, they are all new and fashionable brands. The premium of this brand is very high. Yuan, so what? Shui Jitao, don't you think this is inappropriate? It's so ostentatious for students to wear this kind of thing. How many students can afford to wear top-tier foreign brands? Yuan, not many students drive Magotan. Smile. Shui Jitao, no, how can it be the same? Shui Jitao, what does it have to do with Magotan? Shui Jitao, what I mean is, they just got together, and Su Bai bought such nice clothes for Chen Yuxing. What will happen in the future? Yuan, Su Bai is willing to spend money on his girlfriend, that's his freedom. Why are you criticizing him? Yuan, but you promised to treat me to Japanese food, but in the end you only agreed to order the basic set meal at 268 per person. Yuan, I just want to eat New Zealand lobster. At Shui Jitao, picking no. Shui Jitao, what's so good about lobster? It's fishy and tasteless. Next time, I'll take you to the South District cafeteria for spicy hot pot. Then Lu Yuan was too lazy to reply to him. No, talking to this man is really a test for my cardiovascular health. If you are not careful, your blood pressure will soar. Stay calm. Lu Yuan calmed down and started to chat with people she knew in the computer science department to collect information about Su Bai's recent movements. She wanted to find out how rich Su Bai was to attract the Wan sisters and Chen Yuxing to come to him, and in the first year professional course of the computer department. Su Bai and Chen Yuxing had already secretly held hands under the table. In fact, Su Bai didn't want to get involved. He was concentrating on the forum and watching netizens arguing about some irrelevant issues. Don't laugh, this is the essence of the contemporary internet, and it is impossible not to appreciate it. Moreover, by concentrating on watching netizens quarreling, Su Bai can completely not hear what the teacher is saying. Reaching the system's judgment of complete indulgence and automatically acquiring knowledge. It was purely Chen Yuxing who took the initiative to ask for holding hands. As a result, Holding her slender and delicate hand, Subai didn't want to let go. The two of them stayed together under the table until the end of the class. What are you waiting for? Subai asked as he put the top-of-the-line MacBook Pro into his backpack. I need to go to the lab and write some code. I've been so lazy lately. After saying that, Chen Yuxing paused, her pretty face slightly flushed as she emphasized, I'm not going back to the hotel with you. I want to stay in the dormitory tonight. Then he made a face at Subai and ran away. Subai was stunned for a moment, and then a silly smile appeared on his face, which was unique to men in love. That's great, you can enjoy pure love without any worries and without having to consider the pressure of reality. Subai can easily hold Chen Yuxing, who was so lovely, in his hands and pamper her for the rest of his life. The students passing by were completely dumbfounded. Oh my god, it turns out that the face of the cold and aloof academic beauty Chen Xiaohua can have such rich expressions. I have learned a lot. Chapter 86. Zhou Jialu wants to become Subai's exclusive housekeeper. Junior, I miss you so much. In the evening, Subai returned to the Escott Landscape Residences. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by Senior Zhou Jialu's hug and coquettishness. When he ran over with small steps, his steps were a little unusually stiff. Fortunately, it is his senior year and he doesn't have many classes, otherwise Zhou Jialu would probably be very inconvenienced these 2 days. Subai stayed with her for a while before whispering in her ear, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Well, it's all because my junior is so talented. Zhou Jialu felt helpless before getting involved in that kind of thing. Girls often have some unrealistic fantasies. For example, they hope that their boyfriends are as capable as possible. However, when Zhou Jialu put it into practice, he found that it was not the case at all. Subai is really too strong and a little too fierce. As a result, Zhou Jialu has not recovered until now. Of course, this also has something to do with her own physique. Subai finally discovered that the contrast between this senior sister's outward appearance and inner self was quite huge. She looks like a seasoned fox, but turns out to be a fragile and innocent little fox. Therefore, Subai did not bully her too much. After a simple tenderness, he let Zhou Jialu go for the time being and began to think about what to eat for dinner. When your wealth reaches a certain level and you gain complete freedom in dining, thinking about what to eat for each meal becomes a brain-consuming operation. Forget it, I'm too lazy to rack my brains, so I'll just go with the Japanese buffet. What do you think, senior? No problem, of course I have no problem, I'll listen to you. Zhou Jialu acted like a well-behaved little woman, took Subai's arm, and the two of them packed up and got in the car. Since they met until now, Zhou Jialu has not mentioned anything about Chen Yuxing to Subai. Of course she had already received the news through her circle of friends. After all, Chen Yuxing was her roommate, and they added each other as WeChat friends when they first entered school. But Zhou Jialu felt that since Subai didn't mention it, she wouldn't ask. If she were to be honest, she did feel a little jealous, but Zhou Jialu was a very sensible girl. She knows her situation and is only suitable to be Subai's lover. She is far from being as well matched with Subai as Chen Yuxing. Anyway, she already has enough advantages. Just figure out your own position and stay close to Subai and run your business. The clever senior student had already fully realized this. Subai was not sure how profound Zhou Jialu's awareness was. So while eating, he asked with a sly smile, Senior, didn't you play with your phone today? I played. What? Have you seen the circle of friends? What do you think? My thoughts. Zhou Jialu glanced at Subai with an angry look and reached out to pinch the soft flesh on his waist. It's more like a coquettish tickling than a pinch. If it were me, I would definitely not write something so childish. Where's childish? This isn't childish, it's obvious it was written by a college couple. Senior, you are a senior now and haven't graduated yet. But I'm the one who looks after your house, so I have to be more mature, right? Hearing Zhou Jialu say this so proudly, Subai pondered for a moment and said leisurely, Senior sister seems to like the role of housekeeper very much. Housekeeper, it sounds a bit old-fashioned, but that's what I mean. Zhou Jialu smiled as she peeled a lobster for Subai and put it into his mouth. I'm more of a family man and don't like fighting outside. If you trust me, I'm willing to be your housekeeper. This was actually the result of Zhou Jialu's careful consideration, not a spur-of-the-moment idea. People always have to do something. If you just do nothing but eat, drink and shop, that's not a bad thing, but you will feel spiritually empty after a while. Generally speaking, women of wealthy men either find a relatively leisurely job or open a small shop and do some business with the support of the wealthy man. Zhou Jialu thought about it and she seemed to have no interest in any of this. So, today, when I was strolling in the 300 square meter landscape complex, this idea suddenly came to my mind. Subai's home, including the current one with an annual rent of 1.33 million yuan and the properties he may purchase in the future, are definitely super large luxury houses. Then, there must be a housekeeper, and perhaps a few maids. Let's not talk about the maid for now. The choice of this housekeeper is very intriguing. It is said that high-end people will hire young professional women with good looks, figure, and professional qualities as housekeepers for Subai. This is obviously a way to pick up girls, but Zhou Jialu is not happy about it. Don't be fooled by the fact that she seems to be very tolerant towards Chen Yuxing. That's because Chen Yuxing is too strong. Does she really think any woman can compete with her for Subai? Of course, it would be better to have fewer competitors. Therefore, Zhou Jialu simply took the position of housekeeper himself. It just so happens that she likes to stay at home and manage all the trivial matters of the household. In this way, over time, Subai will become dependent on her. It is easy to use, but it is difficult to replace it. Of course, Jo Jelu didn't think that Subai would get tired of her and abandon her in the future. However, as the wife of such an outstanding rich man, she must find ways to provide value to Subai, which is a positive and long-term mentality. Junior, since I've already resigned and have nothing to do recently, why don't you find a place to learn the professional knowledge that a housekeeper should master, so that you can better help you manage the family in the future? Looking at Jo Jelu's serious expression, Subai nodded approvingly. Senior sister, you were so thoughtful. Hey, you're too kind. I just want to be with my junior for a long time. Jo Jelu's face showed a hint of melancholy as he spoke. After all, I'm not as talented as Chun Yuxing. If my junior gets tired of me, I have to have some personal advantages, right? Of course. Subai couldn't help laughing. If the kings of ancient dynasties had the awareness of being prepared for danger in times of peace like my senior sister, there probably wouldn't be so many tragedies of national destruction. The matter was settled, and the two smiled at each other and stopped discussing the topic, concentrate on enjoying the Japanese seafood buffet. Subai took the time to start thinking, if he really wanted to send his senior sister to participate in housekeeper training, where would be the best place to study? I always feel that this is a very niche training field. It is not like civil service exam training that can be done by any institution on the street. Chapter 87, Indulgence and Love can also trigger system rewards. Subai showed off 10 oyster sashimi and 10 grilled oysters with garlic before he came up with an idea for teaching the butler. It can't be called an idea. In fact, I just opened WeChat and asked Director Xia in private message. Given Director Xiao's background, he probably knows about it. Sure enough, the reply came quickly. Xia Tianlin, there are short-term training courses. Actually, there's not much to learn, but a lot of it requires experience and connections, so you need someone to introduce you. Xia Tianlin, why, brother, you have such a wide range of interests, you want to go to someone else's house and experience life as a housekeeper? Xia Tianlin, be careful, such a handsome butler might catch the attention of the young lady, and then she might do all sorts of unspeakable things. Supply white goose, sister, what are you thinking? It's just that a friend of mine is interested in this. Xia Tianlin, oh Xia Tianlin, just friends? Puff pastry big white goose _ scratching head puff pastry white goose, I owe you a favor. Xia Tianlin, why are you being so polite? Just go to the movies with me next time. Supplemented white goose, this is my sister's favorite movie, right? Then I guess I'm going to fall asleep again. Xia Tianlin, you sleep, I watch, that's how it's decided. Puff pastry big white goose _ confused. When you have good personal conditions, you will not feel insecure when asking others to do things for you. In fact, many times, bothering others is a sign of proactively showing goodwill and establishing long-term social connections in high-end circles. The process of seeking help from Director Xia went smoothly. The only thing that puzzled Subai was why Director Xia asked him to see a movie again. It was obvious that last time in the private cinema at Ascot Plaza, Subai fell asleep on her lap the whole time. For Charlene, is this something good to look forward to? Logically speaking, as an artistic young woman, if you watch a favorite movie with a boy and he falls asleep without any interest, you should be furious, right? Subai found it illogical. Etc. What are you thinking about, Junior? Jo Jelu suddenly leaned over and said with a wicked grin, why are you asking someone about something serious when you're still thinking about me? Ha, it's because the senior is too sexy. Jo Jelu looks very happy. Although he was with his senior, he was thinking about another woman. Alas, I have started to indulge myself emotionally lately. Ding. Hey, the host is really shameless. Reward cash plus 10,000 yuan. Oh wow, there are rewards for this too. Subai didn't care about the 10,000 yuan, but the information revealed in it was quite important. In other words, indulging in a romantic relationship can also trigger the system's rewards? Doesn't that mean that if Subai does something more outrageous in the future, he might get a high-level reward, lucky draw opportunities, limited edition merchandise, and physical attribute point enhancements? Subai wants them all. Ding. Detected the host's unique and unbridled behavior. Truly epic. Reward, free attribute points plus 3. Great, it's free attribute points, we are saved. At the same time, the system opened the character attribute panel function, and Subai was finally able to check his various values. Host attributes: physique, 82 brain, 75 appearance, 78 special, 90 skills, swimming, master, fundamentals of finance and business management, master, technique master, adept. Subai roughly studied the rules of adding attribute points. The attribute items are relatively general, and you can directly add points to the first 4 items to improve the corresponding effects. There is no upper limit for each attribute, which means that there is every chance of exceeding human limits. Author's note: this story is not about cultivating immortality, fantasy, or ancient martial arts. The system helps the protagonist improve his personal abilities and help the protagonist show off. The plot is limited to the scope of urban super-rich. The protagonist may be a bit supermodel but not too outrageous. Other than the protagonist, no one else will have extraordinary abilities. As for the skills in the 5th row, they are the skills that Subai obtained through lottery and other means. Consuming attribute points can improve the level of skills. The higher the level, the more attribute points are required. Obviously, adding attributes still brings the highest benefits at this stage. When the improvement of attributes does not have obvious feedback on reality, then consider skills. After all, Subai is only a freshman and is still in the stage of enjoying eating, drinking, and having fun. Skills and the like are not as good as adding attributes. After a little thought, Subai added the 3 attribute points he had just obtained to physique, increasing it from 82 points to 85 points. Suddenly, the physique that had already been strengthened by the transformation fluid was strengthened again. Ha! Junior, why do I feel like your muscles here just bulged a little? Joe Jellu was pinching Subai's arm for fun when he suddenly said in surprise. I don't know. Maybe I'm digesting dinner and growing muscles. Subai said nonsense. You're so funny. How can you grow muscles so quickly? Joe Jellu laughed so hard that his whole body shook. It's really fun to be with my junior. He is humorous and good at coaxing people. It's such a blessing to be able to hold on to such a top male idol. Subai has already sent information about the housekeeper training class to Joe Jellu. A link, plus a business card of the person in charge. Joe Jellu acted quickly, added a person in charge, and planned to start her career as a housekeeper. Chapter 88. How rich did this kid make? In the last 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, it was surprisingly calm, so nothing happened. Senior Joe Jellu was obsessed with housekeeper training, and Chen Yuxing is obsessed with scientific research. As for Subai himself, he was addicted to taking classes that required him to sign in person. Well, not really addicted. Subai listened to a class as a trial and found that the learning effect was completely incomparable to the knowledge in his brain that was automatically gained through the systematic indulgence and elimination of negative emotions. In other words, listening in class may be useful, but it is unlikely to be useful. Let's go. So Subai focused on playing on the computer in the corner, and occasionally discussed the new anime of the next season with Wang Haoran. It was not until the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival that Subai asked the 2 girls privately if they wanted to stay out tonight. Got 2 negative answers. Joe Jellu said that there would be a senior housekeeper with 30 years of work experience sharing her experience at the housekeeper training tonight. The location was a business hotel near the school. It would probably be almost midnight after the class, so she went straight back to the dormitory to sleep. Joe Jellu has been very motivated these past 2 days and is studying her major courses more seriously than when she first enrolled. Chen Yuxing's reason was rather funny. If I sleep with you tonight, I won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow morning. It can be seen that Chen Yuxing still likes traveling with Subai. Subai thought this was normal. After all, the 2 of them were in the honeymoon period and had just announced their relationship, so he didn't think too much about it. However, Chen Yuxing had his own little thoughts. This trip includes the cute doll like Jiang Qiran and the Wan sisters, a pair of legal giant Lolita who look very attractive. You must conserve your energy and have enough strength to deal with threats, although, from Chen Yuxing's perspective, these women have nothing to do with Subai, but Subai is so outstanding, it is very easy for him to get involved with a woman he doesn't know well. Subai didn't care. He decided to change things up tonight and play some black games with his buddies in the dorm, the Silver Twins. By the way, Subai saw another live broadcast of Locals vs Shanghai Master. Lunch isn't really important. I'm going to visit the old town this afternoon anyway, so I can just find a McDonald's and grab a bite. What are you talking about? I finally get to travel, so of course I have to eat something good. I have relatives who know of a restaurant there. They serve rural farm food, and I guarantee that everyone can enjoy the authentic Jiangqing flavors. It's a Jiangqing specialty. It sounds like it tastes weird. What if everyone gets diarrhea because they're not used to it? That would ruin our entire afternoon trip. It's okay to take a bath, right? I booked a special B&B for you. The scenery is amazing, so you can take a break. The overall plan of the trip had been finalized by Shuetao a few days ago and was made into a document and sent to the group. Subai looked at the document and thought, it was actually quite good, at least much better than the PPT that Shuetao used in the group presentation in the elective course. As expected, as long as it involves flirting with girls, the locals will be very attentive. What's the point of checking off the 8 groups' homework? And slacking off? It's unnecessary, but the details of the itinerary can actually be adjusted, such as what to eat for the first lunch after departure. Shuetao wanted to take everyone to experience the special dishes of Jiangqing countryside, but Chu Mingzhi objected. The 2 had been arguing about this issue for a few days, and they had not reached a conclusion until the night before departure. Subai was not present during the previous quarrels. Obviously, in the eyes of these 2 people, Wang Haoran is not worth seeking advice from just a little transparent otaku, but Subai is different. In Shuetao's eyes, Subai is a man who is no longer single, and is better than ordinary classmates. Subai, tell me, what are we having for lunch tomorrow? Me, I can do anything. No, buddy, please don't do anything. After all, this is the first meal after departure. It's very important. If we don't arrange it well and make those 3 beauties unhappy, wouldn't it be a failure? After experiencing envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Subai, Shuetao has now adjusted his mentality. That is, he suddenly had some money, so he made some revenge purchases and took the opportunity to pick up girls. After the money is spent, Chen Yuxing's novelty towards Subai will wear off, and they might break up soon. Only a local with a solid background like me, Shuetao, can maintain a long-lasting relationship. So Shuetao focused her attention on the other 3 girls in the traveling Group, try to leave a good impression on them through this trip. If he could win the favor of one of them, Shuetao would not hesitate to kick Lu Yuanyuan out and replace her with a better girlfriend. What is this called? Running towards someone better. So, this farm dish is Shuetao's opportunity to show his advantages as a local. Shumingzhi actually said he wanted to eat McDonald's. Subai thought for a moment and said, I think local food is better. At least it's fun. Then let everyone choose for themselves. If you don't like the taste, you can go to McDonald's. We're traveling together. It's not an autumn outing for elementary school students. When it comes to eating, if you don't like it, just find another way to solve the problem. There's no need to engage in that kind of formalistic collectivism. Shumingzhi was a little anxious. No, brother Subai, please look at the map. That place is very remote, even more remote than the ancient town we are going to this afternoon. It's almost in the mountains. Where can I order McDonald's? Yeah, then let's buy some hamburgers, fried chicken, etc. ahead of time. That way, if someone doesn't like the food, we'll have a backup. Ha, it's easy for you to say that. Why don't you bring it with you? Shuetao said sarcastically. Subai, who was invading the opponent's jungle with Wang Haoran, turned his head to look at Shuetao with a forced smile on his face. Okay, I'll take you. Before you leave the city, find a McDonald's on the roadside. It's the first lunch rush at 10 o'clock. Buy some food and bring it with you. I'll take care of it. If you buy food for an S-level goddess whose favorability meets the requirements, you can get cash back. Of course, Subai will not refuse this opportunity to make a profit. Shuetao suddenly felt a little aggrieved. I originally thought that Subai would be reluctant to pay the money. But I didn't expect him to agree so generously. Damn, this kid has been crazy lately. I don't know how much he won in the lottery. Instead, it makes Shuetao seem stingy. Let me make it clear in advance, it's not that I'm unwilling to pay for McDonald's, it's just a few dollars. Don't make any noise, this is very important. Subai interrupted Shuetao's feeble argument and concentrated on his operations. The leopard woman missed 3 of her darts, so the original plan of invading the jungle and killing people turned into a random attack with Wang Haoran. No, buddy, where's your cue? Wang Haoran laughed out of anger. Damn it, what a worthless hero. Subai was so angry that he laughed at himself. As expected, this kind of fish-blasting hero is not suitable for fish like him to play. It has to be Chen Yuxing. Seeing the two people playing LOL passionately and ignoring him, Shuetao moved his mouth and fell silent in depression. I had no choice but to go to Lu Yuanyuan to complain. As a result, Lu Yuanyuan didn't know what she was busy with and ignored him. Chapter 89. The cool academic master prepared good things for the trip. Female dormitory building 2, room 321. The atmosphere in the goddess dormitory, which is very famous in the school, is more lively than usual tonight. After all, it's a holiday tomorrow, and Jiang Qiran and Chen Yuxing are both going out to travel. Senior Zhou Jialu returned to the dormitory after a long absence, so Lu Yuanyuan hurriedly chatted with them. I'm too lazy to look at my phone. In fact, even if I saw Shuetao's message, I would be too lazy to reply. There were more important things that needed attention occupying Lu Yuanyuan's mind. Yuxing, tell me quickly, how does it feel to be with your boyfriend? Lu Yuanyuan's face was full of gossip. She was not interested in the one with Shuetao, but as an inexperienced girl, she was still very curious about adult matters, especially Chen Yuxing, a naturally cold beauty with expressionless face. It is really hard to imagine her and Subai being affectionate or even, at this time, Chen Yuxing was packing his backpack and preparing what he would take tomorrow. Hearing Lu Yuanyuan's gossip question, he answered almost without thinking, very happy. Haha, really concise and to the point. This made Lu Yuanyuan blush. Yes, the fact that Chen Yuxing can post such an amazing circle of friends means that she is honest in this regard. Lu Yuanyuan asked herself honestly, I can't be so calm from the heart. Put yourself in her shoes and think about it. If it was her and Subai who had that kind of relationship, Lu Yuanyuan must be ashamed to let others know. They may even deliberately conceal it. A girl's first time is still very valuable. Lu Yuanyuan should always claim that she is a flawless girl so that when she gets married, she can exchange more chips from high-quality men. What, you said? What if it's gone? You can still make up for it. So when Lu Yuanyuan saw Chen Yuxing being so frank, she felt that this girl was so honest that she was a little silly. If she breaks up with Subai in the future and grows up, and wants to marry a rich man again, her value will be greatly reduced. People's personalities are so different even. When Chen Yuxing was packing his school bag, he opened a courier package he had just received. When the girls in the dormitory saw the packaging of the product, their expressions suddenly changed and they felt a little uncomfortable. Mass sale. Chen Yuxing put the whole box into his school bag without changing his expression. There's even a bit of pride in the feeling. She carefully selected this model from JD.com based on Subai's characteristics. I placed the order yesterday and it was delivered to the school's express delivery station today. Chen Yuxing doesn't want to become a mother at such a young age. As I packed my luggage, I couldn't help but reminisce, and a sweet smile appeared on my face, the common smile of a girl in love. On another bed in the dormitory, Zhou Jialu was also packing his luggage. Compared to Chen Yuxing's, her luggage was much more complicated, mainly consisting of various personal belongings and fancy clothes. They were all luxury brands that Subai bought for her. Of course, her roommates only knew that it was bought for her by her new boyfriend, and they didn't know it was made by Subai. Zhou Jialu decided to keep it a secret for now and not let anyone know who her boyfriend is. Let the classmates think that he is an old and ugly man from outside the school, so that everyone will feel more balanced. On the other hand, if she publicizes her relationship with Subai in a big way, then many people will be confused about who is the real girlfriend. Between her and Chen Yuxing, Zhou Jielu has no intention of competing with Chen Yuxing in this regard. After all, what she wanted was the position of housekeeper. So Zhou Jielu put on a very natural expression and watched Chen Yuxing put the bulk-packed personal items into her school bag. He smiled secretly, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Subai. Xiaolu, photo Xiaolu, Jr., did you see that? Your girlfriend has prepared some great things for this trip. Puff pastry white goose _ probe supplementary white goose, senior sister, how can you be so insidious and even take secret photos of others? Puff pastry white goose _ spiral downward finger Xiaolu, oh, this isn't a candid photo shoot. I'm just sharing some of your girlfriend's life with you. Don't you want to know what your Shangsheng is like in the dorm? Puff pastry white goose, really? Supply white goose, so what's she like normally? She can't be buying weird things like this every day. Xiaolu, she's usually super cool, but according to Lu Yuan, who's been hanging out in the dorm lately, Sheng has been giggling for no apparent reason lately, like she suddenly had a serious illness. Xiaolu, alas, such an innocent girl was abused by someone like this, while chatting and joking with Su Bai. He packed his luggage. Of course she wouldn't go on the autumn outing with the 510 team. You're already a senior in college, why are you trying to join in the fun? It's boring. Besides, Su Bai also needs personal space. Men are like yo-yos. They need to be thrown out appropriately to allow them to spin freely and then taken back. In this way, the bearings can always remain lubricated. This mid-autumn festival, Zhou Jielu will go to another city in the province to attend training for a housekeeper training class. The organizer of the training camp was an uncle of Charlene's family. The main teacher was a respected grandmother who had served Charlene's family. It must be said, opportunities like this are rare. Zhou Jielu also wanted to take this opportunity to restore his body to its peak condition, and then have a friendly military exchange with Su Bai after the Mid-Autumn Festival and before National Day. Lu Yuan was still chatting with Chen Yuxing about gossip. The latter didn't talk much, and occasionally said a few shocking words. It took Lu Yuan a long time to digest each sentence. The atmosphere in the whole house is actually quite happy, with the harmonious feeling of a girl's dormitory, and it is not as intriguing as the goddess dormitory imagined by outsiders. The only one who was not very happy was Jiang Qiuran. This exquisite and beautiful girl, who usually has a two-dimensional feel, seems particularly absent-minded at this moment. Chapter 90, Self-Righteous Childhood Sweetheart. It has been more than a month since school started, and Jiang Qiuran feels that university life is pretty good. It's not as good as I imagined, but it's not bad either overall. It didn't exceed her expectations much. The only unexpected thing was Su Bai. She and Su Bai are genuine childhood sweethearts. When we were young, our families lived next door to each other and were both ordinary working class people. Since their parents are busy at work, they go to kindergarten and play together later. Su Bai's parents died in an accident, and Su Bai's relatives on both sides were unwilling to accept him, so Jiang Qiuran's mother naturally became Su Bai's guardian. Fortunately, Su Bai has a relatively independent personality, and the inheritance left to him by his parents is enough to raise him. Therefore, Jiang Qiuran's mother didn't pay much attention to Su Bai. Instead, he praised Su Bai for being sensible whenever he met someone. However, it was Su Bai's character that led to a fierce argument between him and Jiang Qiuran during the summer vacation. The two deleted each other as friends and agreed to pretend not to know each other after going to college, but Jiang Qiuran felt that Su Bai would definitely regret it. After all, she is a beautiful girl that Su Bai hardly comes into contact with in real life. If Su Bai sees her getting close to other boys in college, he will definitely be jealous. If Su Bai knew this idea, he would definitely burst into laughter. After all, Su Bai only regarded her as a buddy, a very pure friendship. But Jiang Qiuran was a person who was very prone to being self-indulgent in that regard. That's right, Jiang Qiuran, who is naturally beautiful, has been surrounded by praise from people around her since she was a child. She can be said to be arrogant and a bit tsundere. Her goal is to find a truly tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend. He is not an ordinary beauty who suffers to be with an old and ugly man for money, but a real rich young man who has both good looks and wealth, and also has some inner qualities. The falling out with Su Bai was actually related to this goal. Perhaps it was because the two knew each other too early and were too familiar with each other, and had been together since they could remember. Su Bai had no sense of boundaries when he was with her and didn't treat her as a girl at all. This won't do. Jiang Qiuran wants to pursue a tall, rich, and handsome man. If there is someone like Su Bai around, the rich man will mind a lot. This will definitely be a minus point. After all, Su Bai has good height and looks, the type that will make men instantly alert and develop a sense of competition, rather than the non-threatening otaku male protagonist in anime. When he first entered school, Jiang Qiuran thought he was so smart. Putting Su Bai aside, she is a pure and flawless beauty, without any childhood sweetheart whose relationship is so close that it seems ambiguous to outsiders. These days, I have met many high-quality men from Jiangcheng, Shanghai, and Beijing. Although Jiang Qiuran was not satisfied with it, she enjoyed the enthusiasm and even the licking dog-like attitude shown by those men towards her. She likes the feeling of being held in arms. When she goes out, someone will play with her. When she is hungry, someone will treat her to a meal. When she wants milk tea, there will be free takeout delivered downstairs. Of course, Jiang Qiuran would not let the boys bear the cost of these expenses. There was no ambiguity at all about the money she should pay, compared with those green tea girls who spend all day thinking about how to spend men's money. The difference is obvious. Therefore, there are a lot of people who like Jiang Qiuran. She plans to spend more time and choose carefully anyway. Even if you can't pick a good one, Su Bai is Your backup, after all, Subai is a computer major from a 985 university, and his income after graduation is likely to be good. Coupled with his physique and appearance, he is definitely a high-quality man in the eyes of ordinary people. If Jiang Qiran fails to pick a suitable rich man, she will reconcile with Subai and give him some hints. At that time, in Jiang Qiran's fantasy, Subai, who has been single for many years and is very depressed, will definitely be instantly overwhelmed and treat her well like a pug, wagging his tail. She is Subai's childhood sweetheart. She is so beautiful and has a nice voice. She is definitely the white moonlight in Subai's heart. Although Subai never admitted this, Jiang Qiran always believed as for whether Subai would find a partner? Impossible. With Subai's charming personality, he only studies and plays computer games every day. He never tries to please girls. How could any girl tolerate him? The above is Jiang Qiran's thoughts from the end of summer vacation until about a week ago, when the scandal between Subai and Chen Yuxing began to spread in the circle. Jiang Qiran felt something was wrong, but it was still just speculation. Jiang Qiran comforted herself that it was just a rumor spread by others. Judging from Subai's touching emotional intelligence and his pathetic financial situation, Jiang Qiran estimated that Chen Yuxing was just playing with Subai. There is not much inheritance left to Subai by his deceased parents. Subai does not spend it normally and keeps it as an emergency fund, and he gives Subai 1,200 yuan per month for living expenses. That's all. As Subai's own consumption habits also focus on energy saving. He wears cheap clothes from head to toe. It's all thanks to Ji Shuai's good foundation that he doesn't look shabby. However, Jiang Qiran still wanted to find out what kind of relationship Subai and Chen Yuxing had. That's why she chose to join the 510 travel team. I can also earn some credits and observe Subai and Chen Yuxing up close, killing two birds with one stone. However, the official announcement trend 2 days ago gave Jiang Qiran a wake-up call. She couldn't imagine that Subai was actually together with Chen Yuxing. How could you be with Chen Yuxing? He should have been unable to get over the breakup with me and been depressed for months, making it impossible for him to enter into any relationship. How come you came out so quickly? No, this is not just walking out. It flew straight into the sky. Although Jiang Qiran was reluctant to admit it, the fact was that Chen Yuxing was a goddess who was no less capable than her in every aspect. There is always competition among beautiful women. Originally, Jiang Qiran was a little hostile towards Chen Yuxing, and now he is even more hostile, especially the box of things she stuffed into Jiang Qiran's school bag tonight, which made Jiang Qiran break down. After keeping this high-quality backup for so many years, he was actually stolen away by another woman? Having said that, this Chen Shuaba is too amazing. She has only known Subai for a short time, but it has reached such a level. Could it be that she is in a relationship with Subai because of that aspect? The more Jiang Qiran thought about it, the more it made sense, but there was one thing that confused Jiang Qiran. Where did Subai get the money to take Chen Yuxing to stay at the Marriott? As a woman who was determined to marry into a wealthy family, Jiang Qiran easily recognized Subai and Chen Yuxing. They were probably at the JW Marriott Hotel near the school or something like that. In various groups, some classmates also said that Subai seemed to have made a small fortune recently. So, where did Subai get his money? Jiang Qiran knew him inside and out. However, Subai suddenly became so mysterious that she couldn't see through him, which made her feel uncomfortable, as if things were out of control. In short, Jiang Qiran must clarify all these doubts on this trip. Chapter 91, the scheming childhood sweetheart who gets up early to put on makeup the next day. Early morning. At around 5 o'clock, Jiang Qiran set an alarm, got up, and started putting on makeup. Makeup is a necessary skill for every girl in the art department. The difference in makeup skills between girls may be greater than the difference in appearance. Jiang Qiran learned makeup techniques from her mother. She started trying some techniques when she was in junior high school. She would read posts on Xiaomoshu when she had nothing to do. Gradually, she absorbed and mastered the techniques and developed her own style. It lasted from about 5 o'clock until 7 o'clock. Finally managed to get it done. The main thing is that she has to wash her hair and blow dry it. In order not to disturb her roommate's sleep, Jiang Qiran can only go to the public bathroom on the floor and blow dry her hair slowly on a low setting with the hairdryer. When going out to play today, image is extremely important. To attract Subai's attention away from Chen Yuxing. This idea seemed a bit evil, but Jiang Qiran was serious. The spare tire he had kept for many years was suddenly taken away by someone else. Jiang Qiran was extremely depressed, and even faced the person involved, Chen Yuxing, with full of hostility. On the other hand, Chen Yuxing slept until 7:30 before waking up slowly. She stretched in bed and turned around to see Jiang Qiran, who was fully armed, looking in the mirror. I was stunned. You're awake? Jiang Qiran noticed Chen Yuxing's gaze through the reflection in the mirror and felt a little embarrassed. Girls always feel embarrassed when they dress up very hard in the dormitory, because their roommates are often very curious about what they are doing when they dress so beautifully. There must be an important man to meet. This is an unspoken understanding among girls. They usually don't care about details in the dormitory, but when they have important people to meet, they have to dress up carefully. Chen Yuxing was stunned for a moment, and praised sincerely, Jiang Qiran, you look really good today. It's okay. You wear makeup supernatural, so I don't wear makeup. Talking about this, Chen Yuxing felt a little regretful. After all, would Subai like her more when she dressed up? Forget it, we have already experienced that kind of thing. There is no need to be so entangled with Subai. They are soulmates who understand each other, so there is no need to be like ordinary couples and be particular about this and that. Chen Yuxing climbed out of bed, washed up, and then changed into the trendy brand suit that Subai bought for her. I made an appointment with Subai last night to wear couple outfits today. Zhang Qiaran observed Chen Yuxing out of the corner of her eye for a while, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that she had no objection to her dressing up. Seriously. To be honest, I still feel a bit guilty. The main reason is that Chen Yuxing's temperament is too cold and oppressive. Zhang Qiaran thought again. What should I be afraid of? I am the first woman Subai was familiar with. I was here first. As soon as she put on her clothes, Chen Yuxing received a message from Subai on her mobile phone. Crispy white goose, are you up? Are you up? Supply white goose, I want to go out for breakfast, want to join me? Yuxi, together. The agreed time of departure is 9 o'clock. It's still early and Chen Yuxing is hungry. She must be thinking that Subai will take her out for something delicious. Chen Yuxing put on his school bag and walked out. Zhang Qiaran saw him and asked quickly, Yuxing, are you leaving so early? There's still quite a while before the gathering. Oh, my boyfriend and I are going to have breakfast. After saying that, Chen Yuxing walked out the door with his long legs, unaware of Zhang Qiaran's resentful look. We have such a great relationship that we even have to eat together early in the morning. This reminded Zhang Qiaran of the time during the summer vacation when she and Subai hadn't quarreled yet. She asked Subai to go out and eat the newly released internet-famous snacks, but Subai was too lazy to move and slept until noon. He ignored her even when she knocked on the door. Hateful. Instantly, jealousy surged into Zhang Qiaran's heart, and he subconsciously blurted out to Chen Yuxing's back, can you take me with you? Chen Yuxing stopped, turned around, and looked at Zhang Qiaran with some confusion. The latter explained a little unnaturally, anyway, I'm ready too. Let's go downstairs together. I won't come up later. Well, it's also an opportunity to get to know Yu Shang's boyfriend. We're going on a trip together soon. This reason was a little awkward, and coupled with Zhang Qiaran's evasive eyes, he looked suspicious. Fortunately, Chen Yuxing has a straightforward temper and doesn't like to guess other people's emotions. He nodded readily and said, sure, I'll ask Subai. If he's willing, I'll do it. There will be many days of being alone with Subai in the future, not just now. Besides, Chen Yuxing was also curious about how Subai would react when he saw such a beautiful and exquisite Zhang Qiaran, not to mention the boys. Even Chen Yuxing, who was also a woman, was stunned when she saw her for the first time when she woke up. Yuxia, can I bring my roommate along for dinner? Yuxia, she said she wanted to meet my boyfriend. Puff pastry white goose _ crispy white goose, which roommate? Yuxia, we're going hiking together later. Zhang Qiaran from the broadcasting and hosting department. Crispy white goose, okay, let her come along. Crispy white goose _ putting on a hard to stand mask. Yuxia, cat smirks. Yuxia, why do I have such a strange feeling? Puff pastry white goose, you think too much. Supply white goose, as a future AI genius, you must get used to perceiving the world rationally and not always trust your intuition. Yuxi, Yuxia, let me tell you, Zhang Qiaran looks really good today, wearing a Lolita dress and white silk shoes. You'll be absolutely astonished when you see her. Supply white goose, then should I just give a slight as a sign of respect? Rainbreak, cat breathing. Yuxia, you dare. Yuxi, cat fist. On the other side, Subai had just arrived at the parking lot and was starting his Mercedes-Benz GLE. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw Chen Yuxing posting several angry emoticons in a row. This cool and arrogant academic girl looks jealous, but I think she is no different from other little girls. Even more delicate and innocent than ordinary girls. Subai could feel Chen Yuxing's deep attachment and trust in him. She probably really planned to devote the rest of her life to Subai. She accepted Subai's support, but when she was jealous, she would express her emotions directly. Expression is expression. But in fact, when the two of them were cuddling before, Chen Yuxing also said that she would not interfere with what Subai did with other women. As long as Subai allows her to act coquettishly, and then doesn't starve her in that aspect, it will be fine. It should be said that Chen Yuxing's thought process is indeed different from that of ordinary people. This is exactly what Subai likes most about her. Compared to Chen Shuaba's frankness, Zhang Qiaran seems secretive. Goddamn, I want to meet your boyfriend. The acting was quite realistic. Subai drove slowly towards the girls' dormitory with a playful smile on his face. Then let's see what Ran is up to this time. Chapter 92. I really just treat you as a buddy. Chen Yuxing led the way and Zhang Qiaran followed behind. The two came to a main road halfway from the dormitory area to the playground. Subai is driving to pick us up and will be here soon. Chen Yuxing said this, then continued to play with his phone with his head down. It was a bit dull. To be honest, although Zhang Qiaran was her roommate, she and Zhang Qiaran were just acquaintances and were not very familiar with each other. Chen Yuxing's usual hobbies are playing with mobile phones and computers, and being addicted to anime and games. Zhang Qiaran is the kind of girl who likes shopping everywhere. Her life is very fulfilling. You can often see her posting on WeChat moments about where she checked in or what activities she participated in. It seems that she joined the school's animation club and did dubbing as a hobby with seniors. She is a very cheerful and popular girl with a great relationship with others, but in short, Chen Yuxing and her had nothing in common. She only cared about the expression on Subai's face when he saw Zhang Qiaran. A few minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz GLE drove up steadily, stopped in front of the two people, and rolled down the window, revealing Subai's handsome profile. A carefully trimmed hairdo paired with expensive new fashion brands of the season. He is clearly the boy she is most familiar with in the world, but he is completely different from the Subai in Jiang Qiran's mind. The girl couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise, and her cherry lips formed a cute O shape, making people want to find a glutinous rice ball to stuff in it. Get in the car. Subai's eyes fell on Jiang Qiran, lingered for a moment, and then looked at Chen Yuxing. Well, very good. At least from his expression, Subai was not at all moved by Jiang Qiran's beauty, and his eyes even lingered on Chen Yuxing's long black silk legs for a longer time. This fact made Chen Yuxing feel sweet in her heart, and she felt like she was being pampered. The corners of his lips curled up in a happy arc as he sat in the passenger seat. The passenger seat of the big white goose. Can only be mine. Jiang Qiran suppressed her shock, pursed her lips, and stepped on the pedal to get into the car. The large SUV has a tall and mighty posture, just like Subai's tall stature, and coupled with Mercedes-Benz iconic luxurious interior, it is full of style. Hello, I'm Chen Yuxing's roommate, Jiang Qiran. Hello, I'm her boyfriend Subai. It's a very formal and ordinary greeting. At least Subai had a strong psychological quality and managed to hold himself together without laughing. Jiang Qiran, on the other hand, felt uncomfortable and hesitant. Moreover, the doubts in my heart are constantly attacking my rationality. What's going on? Subai actually drives such a nice car. The image has also changed a lot. I saw a photo of Subai on campus taken by someone in the group before, but it didn't seem very obvious. The kind of luxury that comes to you cannot be truly reflected in photos. I made a small fortune. Maybe I made a fortune. Jiang Qiran knew that Subai's consumption habits mainly focused on tunt and rat. If he can take his girlfriend to stay at the Marriott Hotel and drive a Mercedes-Benz without any scruples, it means that the assets he has on hand must be at least tens of millions. Don't talk about revenge spending after making money, or spending $1 million in advance after making 500,000, etc. Other people who have been poor for a long time and have suddenly become rich may behave in similar ways, but this will never happen to Subai. Jiang Qiran understands Subai too well. What do you want to eat? There shouldn't be many choices for breakfast, then let's go for Cantonese dim sum. It should be more than an hour long, and breakfast is just a filler anyway. Actually, you don't have to eat it. Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. You have a cold constitution. Jiang Qiran was lost in thought, but his thoughts were interrupted by the conversation between two young couples in the front row. It's so corny. While chatting, Subai took the opportunity to lean over and kiss Chen Yuxing on the cheek while waiting for the red light. After the kiss, he turned around and asked Jiang Qiran, "We are going to have a Cantonese-style dim sum. Are you okay with that?" "I'm fine with that. I'll just eat with you guys." After a pause, Jiang Qiran asked, "Will it be expensive?" "Don't worry about the price. We're going to eat whether you come or not. One more person won't be much more expensive," Subai said casually, holding the steering wheel, and saw Jiang Qiran's complicated expression through the rearview mirror. I laughed secretly in my heart. In fact, he could probably guess what kind of mentality this girl was in right now. I really want to know why Subai suddenly became rich, but we had a quarrel before and haven't reconciled yet, so I can't bring myself to do it. So I was stuck. It's better to be a little awkward. Subai laughed secretly. There was something awkward going on during the summer vacation, but Subai didn't think he did anything wrong. That little thing wouldn't wipe out the friendship between the two of them over the years. Based on Subai's understanding of Jiang Qiran, this guy is too vain. He probably feels that having Subai, a childhood sweetheart who looks very ambiguous, is not conducive to her becoming a popular figure in Jiangcheng University, so he cuts off ties with her. Subai has recently heard everyone's comments about Jiang Qiran in various groups, and they are almost praising her as the national first love. It is said that she is not a green tea girl or a fish raising girl. When she goes out to play with others, she will take the initiative to pay for the meal. She has attracted many rich men, but she is not too close to anyone very good. This is consistent with Subai's understanding of Jiang Qiran. There was one thing that Jiang Qiran completely misunderstood. She felt that she would become Subai's white moonlight. Chen is overthinking it. Subai only treated her as a buddy. What's more, Jiang Qiran's cutting off is really unethical. Moreover, since it has been cut, why are you coming up to me with a licking face? Being rude at first and respectful later is laughable. Subai decided to obey her. Since you want to pretend not to know me, then I will cooperate with you to the end. Let's see who will give up first. Thinking of this, Subai, who was about to leave the dormitory area, suddenly had an idea, turned a corner, drive to the building next to Xiaoximan. Why don't we pick up the other two girls from the tour group and have dinner together? As he spoke, Subai called Wan Xinyan on WeChat, almost instantly. Brother Subai, what do you want to talk to me about? The sweet lowly voice, connected to the car computer through the mobile phone Bluetooth, exploded like thunder in the high-end car audio of Mercedes-Benz GLE. Are you ready to go out? I was just about to go get breakfast and passed by your building. Do you want to join me? Shangshang and Jiang Qiran are here too. Okay, we'll be there soon. Wait a moment. 5 minutes after a burst of hurried packing sounds, the WeChat call was hung up. Chen Yuxing stared at Subai expressionlessly, without saying a word, but typing on his phone. Yuxia, are you familiar with them? Yushi, cat, be alert. Puff pastry big white goose _ scratching head puff pastry white goose, confidant. Ask. The only person I'm asking is her confidant. Chen Yuxing looked at Subai's nonchalant expression, feeling both angry and amused. She lowered her head like a spoiled child and gave him a headbutt on the chest. Subai took the opportunity to rub her head and smiled happily. Jiang Qiran, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't laugh at all. Wait, what's going on? Not only is Subai in a relationship with Chen Yuxing, but he also seems to be having an ambiguous relationship with the Wan sisters? Chapter 93 Girls compete to be Subai's driver today. The Wan sisters also got up earlier. Originally, Wan Xinyan planned to go to the cafeteria and bring breakfast to Subai. This sounds like something a college student would do to a boy, but nowadays it is something girls take the initiative to do for boys, which is really the opposite of what Tian Gang does, who makes Subai so powerful. Last night, Wan Xinyan told her sister about this idea and received high praise from her sister. My sister also said that it would be nice if she could hug Subai while delivering breakfast to her. This made Wan Xinyan laugh and cry. In fact, before the two sisters had time to go to the cafeteria, Subai had already driven the car downstairs, said he would take them to breakfast. The other two girls were there too, carrying their backpacks. The two of them came downstairs to the dormitory. It's the same JK uniform, and even the school bag is the same style but in different colors. These sisters are really united. As soon as she got in the car, Wan Xinyan greeted Jiang Qiran first. After all, we are classmates in the broadcasting and hosting department, so we know each other. I also greeted Chen Yuxing, and the other party said two words coldly, hello. It's hard to tell whether the attitude is friendly or hostile. After all, Chen Yuxing usually has a blank expression on his face. The car accommodates four beautiful girls with different styles at the same time, which immediately makes the luxurious interior of the Mercedes-Benz look mediocre. TSK, this is a man's dream. Subai took a quick look around, nodded with satisfaction, started the car and drove towards the Cantonese tea house. Brother Subai, you got up so early. Aren't you very tired? Wan Xinyan suddenly asked. I'm not tired. It's just a normal wake-up time. Why do you think I'm tired? After all, Brother Subai is responsible for driving. Well, what I mean is, if brother doesn't mind, you can let sister help drive. Sister already has a driver's license and is very skilled at driving. Looking at her smug little expression, I'm afraid she was prepared for this. You know, when they are on a blind date or in a relationship, most girls will declare that they like traveling. This is not just a superficial introduction to hobbies. Traveling can actually test a boy's comprehensive abilities in a simple and efficient way: the ability to plan, the ability to take care of others, the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. Of course, the most important thing is financial resources. If I pay extra to use the VIP channel, won't I skip the queue? But then again, how could Wan Xinyan have the qualifications to test Subai? On the contrary, this trip is an opportunity for the Wan sisters to demonstrate their abilities. My sister turned 18 during the winter break of her senior year in high school and got her driver's license fast-tracked. I unexpectedly discovered that I have a talent for driving. It just so happens that my sister doesn't like to drink. From now on, when we go out together, I can let her drive. That way, Brother Subai won't have to hire a designated driver. Really? Subai looked at Wan Xinyan deeply through the middle rearview mirror. This is a good idea, I like it. In the back row, Jiang Qiran, who was sitting next to Wan Xinyan, had a twitching mouth. He observed her from the corner of his eye, horrified. Didn't I hear that the Wan sisters are very demanding and many boys wanted to flirt with them but were rejected, licking like this in front of Subai? Jiang Qiran immediately understood that Subai's counterattack was definitely not as simple as winning the lottery. To attract the attention of different girls, relying solely on occasional wealth is definitely not enough. Subai should have obtained some kind of stable high-income source. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiran became even more anxious. Otherwise, find an opportunity to reconcile with Subai privately. No, looking at Subai's playful expression, he must be resentful towards her. If Jiang Qiran takes the initiative to propose reconciliation and Subai disagrees, wouldn't that be so embarrassing? At the same time, Chen Yuxing's mood was also a little fluctuating. Biting her lip, she said to Subai, actually, I also got my driver's license. I can also help you drive. There was a hint of jealousy in those words. If Chu Mingzhi had heard it, his blood pressure would have skyrocketed on the spot, and he would have been sent to the school hospital by Wang Haoran. Subai was stunned. No, sister, how did it get to the stage where concubines compete for favor? However, since he invited the Wan sisters, Subai was somewhat prepared. Knowing that Chen Yuxing would be jealous, after a little thought, he made up his mind. Then Sheng, you try it first. Help me drive to the tea house and I'll turn on the navigation for you. Well, why, you don't dare, snort. The GLE was parked in a legal position on the side of the road. Chen Yuxing looked proud as he got out of the car and exchanged seats with Subai. He also took the opportunity to hug Subai from behind and put his thin lips close to his ear. You big scumbag. I hate you. The rich fragrance that was unique to Sheng immediately made Subai's heart itch. Don't worry, once we get to the resort in the suburbs, there will be plenty of time and opportunities to please this demanding girlfriend. Chen Yuxing's driving style is actually the same as Subai's, very methodical and steady. It is obvious to the naked eye that his proficiency is not as good as Subai's, but overall it's okay. Even better than many so-called veteran drivers. After all, she is a woman who can reach the top of the Korean server in League of Legends. With her dynamic vision and reaction ability, driving a car is not a problem for her. Wan Xinyan also took the opportunity to praise Chen Yuxing, making the latter feel embarrassed. After all, there was a small conflict between the two sides just now regarding competing for favor. Subai let her drive, thus safeguarding the dignity of his real girlfriend. How about letting Xin Yue drive when we get back from dinner later? Yeah.
I can do it. Wan Xinyue, who had just felt a little disappointed because of Subai's rejection, regained the luster in her beautiful eyes thanks to Subai's skill in balancing the 2.0. Yeah, plenty of water. By the way, can Jiang drive? No, I haven't learned my driver's license yet. Oh, that's such a pity. Subai said casually with a normal expression. Yes, yes. Following brother Subai, I can experience the feeling of driving a good car. Wan Xinyan agreed with a smile. If I rely on my own efforts, I probably won't be able to drive a car worth more than 800,000 yuan in my lifetime. Ah, Zhang Qiran couldn't laugh. Even a hint of melancholy could not help but appear in the corners of his brows. Damn Subai, you clearly know the answer, yet you pretend not to know and ask me. The resentment in my heart grew stronger, because the trigger for Zhang Qiran's previous quarrel with Subai was the issue of learning to drive. After the quarrel and the breakup, Zhang Qiran didn't want to go to driving school anymore. As a result, Subai was like nothing happened. He passed the second and third subjects in one go and got his driver's license quickly during the summer vacation. Now he pretends not to know and asks her. Needless to say, he is doing this on purpose to disgust her. Damn it, damn it, damn it, stinky Subai, he only knows how to bully others. Woo woo. There were some sparkling lights in Zhang Qiran's eyes, and she looked even softer and more delicious. Subai accidentally saw her expression in the rearview mirror, which was calm. There is absolutely no intention of showing mercy to women, just send them all, buddy. Why are you doing all this? Your green tea technique is totally ineffective on me, haha. This green tea girl is here to humiliate you severely. Chapter 94, One Fish, 2 months of living expenses. Mr. Su, welcome. As soon as they entered the tea house, the group was treated warmly. To be precise, it was the warm treatment given to Subai. After coming here last time, Subai thought the food and service were good, so he topped up his stored value card. The amount is based on the maximum amount of cashback provided by the system. The boss saw that Subai was a wealthy and enjoyable person, so he added him on WeChat long before going to the parking lot. Subai had already contacted the boss and said he wanted to have breakfast. I ordered a few dishes in advance and they are almost ready now. Are there any good seasonal goods? The price doesn't matter, as long as they are fresh and delicious. Subai asked. Yes, Mr. Su, yes. The boss smiled and said, we just got some wild grouper today, flown in from Malaysia. We steamed it and drizzled it with oil to restore the freshness of the ingredients. It's a little pricey, probably over 2,000 yuan by weight. I told you price isn't an issue, go for it. Boss Su has a really good appetite. I love meat and I can eat it for breakfast. The girls couldn't help but feel curious when they saw Subai chatting with the boss, who was so humble. This is considered a very high-end tea house. It is said that professors like to come here when they discuss business with their corporate partners. Cantonese cuisine has a mild and non-irritating taste and good presentation, making it suitable for business banquets. But looking at the way the boss treated Subai, calling him Boss Su all the time, the Wan sisters, who easily show their joy, could not help but reveal their admiration. Zhang Qiran continued to stew in his emotions. Only Chen Yuxing remained calm. She had little interest in such worldly pretense. She was just looking forward to the wild grouper her boss had just mentioned. Well, it should be delicious, but perhaps too bland for her. Why not dip the whole thing in the dry chili powder sauce? She suddenly had an idea. If it were in other occasions, this way of eating would probably be laughed at. After all, the selling point of wild grouper that costs 2,000 yuan per piece is the delicious meat. Dipping it in chili powder is such a waste. But when he was with Subai, Chen Yuxing seemed to be inspired and wanted to put the strange ideas in his heart into practice. Chen Yuxing whispered his thoughts to Subai, who nodded and said, okay, I'll tell the waiter later. Chen Yuxing's eyes were filled with joy. Don't you think it's a waste? After all, it's such a good fish. It's okay. If you like, you can come here often. The production of this kind of fish is actually quite good, except that it's a bit expensive. As long as you have a good relationship with the owner, you won't be out of stock often. In fact, this is the case with many high-end ingredients. As long as you are willing to pay more, you can always find them. Subai was afraid that he would not have enough money to pay more, so he did not feel much about the price, but Jiang Qiran's sense of reality was very obvious, and my heart was trembling. Mother Jiang gives Subai 1,200 yuan per month for living expenses. This fish plus the tea fee alone is enough to cover Subai's living expenses for 2 months. To be honest, even though there are many rich guys pursuing Jiang Qiran recently, no one would treat her to such an expensive meal. The most exaggerated one before was when school just started in early September. A senior from the Academy of Art ordered food for Jiang Qiran at a Michelin-starred restaurant. To prevent Jiang Qiran from hating him, he said she could go with a friend. In other words, the bootlicker himself is not present and just gets the benefits for free. But Jiang Qiran didn't go. If you take this kind of benefit, you will give people a chance to criticize you and you will have to pay a price. At the very least, your reputation will be damaged. She still wants to continue being the pure goddess admired by her classmates. However, Subai was enjoying a more high-end luxury so easily.
And comfortably. As he sipped the fragrant tea, Jiang Qiuran felt a mixture of emotions. She is usually very good at dealing with people, but today she seems particularly silent, with Wan Xinyan dominating the conversation at the dinner table. It wasn't dull at all. Wan Xinyan noticed Jiang Qiuran's abnormality, and sometimes looked at her and sometimes looked at Subai. Wan Xinyan's woman's intuition told her that there might be something fishy going on between these two people, especially Su Bai's expression, which seemed harmless but was actually full of evil intentions, made Wan Xinyan imagine a lot. Having said that, Su Bai suddenly called her out for dinner, which seemed to have a deeper meaning. Wan Xinyan, her name suits her, good at playing tricks, but unlike those girls who like to calculate men in intimate relationships, her heart is reserved for the common enemies with her partner. Since I want to follow brother Su Bai, I must think what Su Bai thinks and worry about what Su Bai worries about. Her black eyes rolled around, and a sweet smile bloomed on her slightly chubby face. Hey, Jiang is still single, right? I wonder if there are any boys on this trip who Jiang is interested in? After these words came out, Jiang Qiuran's face became even more ugly, and he quickly shook his head to deny it. No, I don't have any plans to fall in love for the time being. Oh, I see, it seems like Xiao Jiang has very high standards. It's a pity that the best student, Su Bai, has already been snatched up by Xue Buqin. Ah, really? Congratulations to them then. Jiang Qiuran answered stiffly, looked at Su Bai meaningfully, and couldn't help but said to Su Bai, you and classmate Chen got together so quickly, you must be very compatible, right? You've figured this out. Su Bai said with a smile, we're a match made in heaven. Chen Yuxing was struggling with the first dessert, biting the coconut cake in his mouth and expressing his approval vaguely. She even exchanged glances with Su Bai. To use the popular term on the internet, it is a CP feeling. Wan Xinyan paid close attention to Jiang Qiuran's emotional changes throughout the whole process, and became more and more certain of her judgment. However, they did not continue to discuss the topic of Su Bai's relationship in depth. She felt that if she continued talking, Xiao Jiang would be unable to hold back. So we started talking about the tourist resources around Jiangcheng, especially the Tianrong resort that we are about to visit. This comprehensive project that combines mountain climbing, ancient towns and amusement parks has become the first choice for short trips for people in Jiangcheng in recent years. Traveling doesn't necessarily have to be something new. As long as there are many options and I can relax, that's enough. By this standard, Tianrong Resort is a perfect choice. In addition to the regular projects mentioned above, there are also some that are specially for the wealthy who have plenty of money. There are also luxury hotels. By the way, which hotel did we stay in when we went out to play? Su Bai suddenly asked this while chewing on peanuts and chicken feet. Wan Xinyan was amused. Brother Su Bai, we are about to leave after dinner, how come you don't know where to stay yet? No worries, the locals booked the rooms for us anyway. Hee, it turns out that brother Su Bai is a very casual person. Jiang Qiuran felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. Wan Xinyan, who do you think you are? You act like you know Su Bai very well, although, this guy does have a cynical personality. Chapter 95 The legendary Lakeside Villa VIP service. In order to find out which hotel the locals had arranged for him, Su Bai opened the group chat of the 510 travel team and took a look. He usually doesn't click on this group, mainly because it is really boring. The content usually involves Xue Tao or Chu Mingzhi displaying feathers in different ways. Occasionally, the two of them would have disagreements and would even quarrel in the group. Or it could be some school activity forwarded by Jiang Qiuran or Wan Xinyan, probably posted by seniors in the club. In short, it has no nutritional value. The girls' private chats are still interesting. For example, Chen Yuxing is acting crazy and abstract, and Wan Xinyan takes a seductive selfie and sends it to Su Bai for appreciation. So you're staying at this Sheraton? Su Bai flipped through the information about the hotel and suddenly realized, not bad. It's not a big deal? Chen Yuxing continued. The Sheraton is already a very good hotel, more than enough for business use. I think professors at our school usually stay in hotels of this level when they travel on business. Wan Xinyan said, for brother Su Bai, it should be relatively poor. That's not the case. It's not like I haven't experienced hard times before. Although he said this, Su Bai's hands were honestly opening a ball. Locate Tianrong Resort, filter, luxury hotels, sort by price from high to low. It's not that I look down on Sheraton. In fact, nowadays, the gap between the room quality and services provided by mid-range boutique hotels and luxury hotels is getting smaller and smaller. For example, Sheraton, a tour, G Hotel, Vienna. There is no problem living here. Su Bai was not so pretentious as to insist on staying at the Hilton when he went out, but since we are on vacation, if there are any good rooms left, we should naturally take them. On vacation, it's time to indulge. Moreover, the premium for booking a hotel at the last minute during the holidays is ridiculously high. A famous example is Hainan during the Spring Festival, where even ordinary budget hotels can see their prices skyrocket. Logically speaking, the Mid-Autumn Festival is a popular time for short-distance travel, and all the regular rooms should be fully booked. However, Su Bai really found a dishonest one. Tianrong Manju using the same name as the resort is probably due to the real estate developers. Reasons. IT is an ultimate luxury, landmark top-level hotel. IT was built relatively late and has only been in operation for 2 years. At first glance, the mainstream room types are very expensive. Putting aside the quality of the hotel itself, at least in terms of price alone, it is comparable to Bulgari and Amman. All the cheaper rooms are booked. There are a few ridiculously expensive ones left, and you can order them today. There was one among them that Su Baiman was very interested in. It is a single-family villa built on the lakeside. The price for one night is 50,000 yuan. It is said that it comes with a series of distinguished services, and even has a dedicated maid team. Subai was a little unsure whether this thing was reliable. So I chatted privately with Charlene and asked her. The answer I got was, as long as you don't care about the price, just go for it. Xia Tianlin. The lakeside villa at Tianrong Manju is very comfortable. My family arranged for a boss from another province to stay there when he came to discuss business. Xia Tianlin. Oh right, that exclusive maid team has so many beauties. Since you have money, you can go and try it out. Xia Tianlin. No, aren't you going out with some pretty girls from our class in the art academy? Xia Tianlin. Thinking puff pastry big white goose _ scratching head crispy white goose. There's no conflict. It's a good opportunity for the girls to enjoy the treatment of being served by a maid. Crispy white goose. Thank you, Sister Lin. Xia Tianlin. You're welcome. Xia Tianlin. That villa has a swimming pool. Remember to send me a swimsuit photo. Bitter. Good job. What director Xia is concerned about is really strange. Subai pondered secretly, and when he thought about it, he realized that when Xia Lin was with him, she did often glance at him. It seems that my figure is very popular with Charlene. Thinking of this, Subai contacted the manager of Tianrong Manju Hotel, communicated with him, confirmed that the lakeside villa was available for occupancy tonight, and then paid and placed the order. Ding. Detected the host's excessive spending. Order a 3-night stay at Tianrong Manju Lakeside Villa for 150,000 yuan, triggering an 8x cashback, a reward of 1.2 million yuan. Boys, I did it! Subai announced excitedly. I found a lakeside villa. It looks very interesting. I'll post it in the group chat. Let's take a look. Then share the Meituan link to the 510 travel team. Shuejitao. No, Subai, where have you been? Why aren't you in the dormitory? Crispy white goose. Oh, I took them out for breakfast. Shuejitao, they a supplementary white goose. They are the 4 girls in the team. Supply white goose. Bring your silly son and Mr. Hu with you and drive directly to Xiaoximen. We'll meet there. Puff pastry white goose. Picture at this time, in dormitory 510, Shuetao was brushing his teeth. Her eyes, which were not big to begin with, were now covered with thick dark circles. Last night, Shuetao was so excited about all the wonderful things that might happen during the travel plan that she couldn't sleep well. These fantasies, well, it would be more appropriate to say they are fantasies. This included making the Wan sisters look at him with new eyes, attracting Jiang Qiran's attention and breaking Chumingzhi's defense, and even making Chen Yuxing see the economic gap between Subai and him and waver in his love for Subai. Afterwards, Shuetao couldn't help but start to deduce tomorrow's process in his mind. As time went by, I started to suffer from insomnia that I tossed and turned until after 3 o'clock before I fell asleep. As a result, I woke up in a daze and was brushing my teeth when I saw Subai's speech in the group and those 2 intriguing pictures. One photo was taken facing the dining table. Shuetao could tell at a glance that the steamed grouper in the middle was a wild species that was very expensive, plus a table full of exquisite Cantonese snacks. Shuetao was stunned by what she saw. Buddy, is it good to eat so early in the morning? That's too extravagant and wasteful. Look at another photo, for beauties gathered together. Shuetao's face immediately turned red. Damn it, Subai is such a disloyal guy. Why did he get up so early and run away? He was so anxious that he quickly sent a voice message in the group. My dear ladies, please eat less for breakfast. I have arranged a very good restaurant for lunch, where you can fully experience the characteristics of Jiangcheng. He said a lot of things in a flash. In the end, no one paid any attention to him. After all, the dishes were almost all served, and everyone was enjoying a variety of exquisite morning teas, especially the fish that cost 2,000 yuan. It is not something you can eat normally. They are all trying their best to taste different flavors. It was a full 5 minutes before Wan Xinyan looked at her phone. Shuetao's voice. Wan Xinyan looked embarrassed, too lazy to listen. Just transcribe it. As expected, the content was completely devoid of nutrition. Seeing the rich dishes in Subaifa's photos, he actually advised everyone to eat less breakfast. That's enough. We are all adults. We can eat whatever we like. Do we need you to tell us what to do? Wan Xinyan just wanted to laugh. Chapter 96. Why is Subai so bad? Although Wan Xinyan saw Shuetao's message, she didn't want to reply seriously. It was Subai who habitually glanced at his phone and said in the group, puffy white goose, it's okay, I have a good appetite. Shuejitao. Okay, please pay attention to the time and don't delay our departure. Puff pastry big white goose. Big white goose _ okay. The girls were basically concentrating on handling the fish in front of them. Everyone ate with their mouths full of oil. Be honest, although the wild gimmick brings an expensive premium, the fish meat is of excellent quality, tender and delicious, and with light seasoning, it can especially stimulate people's taste buds. Chen Yuxing also realized her strange idea of dipping grouper in dry sauce. Well, it tastes pretty good, after all. As long as the quality of the ingredients is high and the cooking method is not particularly dark, it is often good. At 8:30, we finished our meal, paid the bill, and left. This time it was Wan Xinyua's turn to drive. It is obvious that she is very talented in this area. Whether it is accelerating to overtake or changing lanes and entering a corner, she is more flexible than Chen Yuxing. Since when Xin Yue was driving, there were subtle changes in everyone's seating arrangements. Chen Yuxing wanted to sit next to Subai, so he pulled Subai to the back row. Jiang Qiuran didn't want to get close to Subai, but there was no way. This guy was full of bad intentions today and was very sarcastic. It was better to stay away from him. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiuran sat in the passenger seat. So it became that Chen Yuxing was on Subai's right and Wan Xinyan was on his left. TSK, not BAD. Subai's left hand. Chen Yuxing blinked. Well, it fits the temperament reflected in Chen Yuxing's circle of friends, showing their affection without any concealment. Jiang Qiuran felt more depressed when he saw this scene. It was clearly me who came here first, and I was the first to meet Subai. We have been childhood sweethearts for so many years. Asa result, just after temporarily breaking up with Subai, Subai immediately became super rich and fell in love with someone else. Jiang Qiuran was not convinced. If she had known Subai would be like this, she would not have quarreled with Subai. To be honest, in Jiang Qiuran's eyes, Subai's appearance, personality, and every aspect are the type she likes very much. In other words, apart from his financial conditions, Subai could be said to be Jiang Qiuran's ideal boyfriend. Otherwise, it would not have been kept as a spare tire for so many years. Asa result, now, Subai has to spend several thousand yuan on a casual meal, and he just booked a lakeside villa for 50,000 yuan a night. This strength has surpassed all of Jiang Qiuran's current suitors. She was really upset. Was God playing tricks on her? Or was he punishing her for not cherishing her hard-earned friendship with Subai? Just when Jiang Qiuran was struggling, she suddenly saw an extremely explosive detail in the rearview mirror out of the corner of her eye. The co-pilot seat is on the right, and through the middle rearview mirror, you can just see the situation on the left. I saw Wan Xinyan also secretly holding a hand. There is no doubt that this can only be Subai's hand. Suddenly, Jiang Qiuran's eyes widened. Oh shit, why is Subai so bad? He already has a girlfriend, yet he still does this kind of thing. However, what Jiang Qiuran couldn't understand was Wan Xinyan did not show any negative emotions towards Subai's obvious scumbag behavior. On the contrary, her eyes were as gentle as water, looking at Subai gently. It was as if this was what she expected Subai to do to her. How is this possible? Wan Xinyan, although she doesn't live in the goddess dormitory, is also a goddess-level existence. She is such a licker to Subai. No, this is much more outrageous than the average female lickspittle. A female lickspittle will allow a man to be with her simply as a friend without giving her any status. Jiang Qiuran felt that his tree views were about to explode. Jiangcheng University, Xiaoximen, the Magotan 330 was parked on the side of the road. It had just been washed yesterday, so the paint on the car body reflected the luster under the sunlight. Shui Tao was fixing her hair in front of the car window, looking very proud. Wang Haoren leaned against a big tree by the roadside, playing mobile games. Perhaps, this is the most emotionally stable man in the computer science department. Whether others are enjoying their youth or staying up late to indulge themselves, he is the same even after becoming Subai's younger brother. The main content of his life has not changed, except for the consumption level in the cafeteria. Xu Mingzhi was wearing his Sennheiser in-ear headphones, and the headphones were not connected to a mobile phone, but to a professional player in decoder. He looks like a master of music. Seeing Shuetao fiddling with his hair, Xu Mingzhi sneered and said sarcastically, "Stop messing around. Even if you comb your hair into a mess, you still can't compare to brother Subai's handsomeness." Shut up. What do you know? I have the temperament of a mature man. Does Subai have it? It doesn't exist. Shuetao stiffened her neck to defend herself, and then began to fantasize. What do you think? Will those girls get carsick in Subai's car later, and then say they don't want to ride in crappy domestic cars anymore, and all come to squeeze into my car? No, how do you know it's a crappy domestic car? Xu Mingzhi asked. Isn't that obvious? Shuetao said with an expression that seemed to see through everything. If Subai really has the ability to buy a nice car, then he wouldn't just have made a small fortune, he'd have made a fortune. Does he look like someone who can make a lot of money? Oh, that's not necessarily true. I think Subai's taste has improved a lot recently, especially his fashion sense. Maybe he has really taken off. How did you take off? I'm a freshman from a poor family, where will the money come from? The two debated for a long time but could not determine who was better, but Shuetao was really looking forward to the goddesses who got carsicked. A few minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz GLE drove from the end of the road. The Mercedes-Benz is definitely a good car in Jiangcheng, but it is not very conspicuous. The reason why Shuetao noticed it was that there were few cars on this road and it was boring to wait for someone. The second reason is that this car is this year's new top-of-the-line model. To be honest, for a car of the 56E level, few people are willing to buy the top-of-the-line model. GLE is willing to pay extra for the top configuration. It really has the strength, Shuetao said with emotion. Xu Mingzhi asked, how do you know it's top of the line from such a distance? If you pay a little attention to the details, you'll see that I know a lot about cars, unlike you who just tinker with your headphones all day long. Ha, you know so much about cars, but you only drive a Magotan. The real rich guys in school all started with BBA. You fucking, just when the two of them started their daily bickering again. To Shuetao's surprise, the GLE stopped in front of the Magotan. All four car windows rolled down at the same time, and the faces that appeared immediately made Shuetao's brain freeze. Chapter 97, Magotan wins easily, score 3.0. Let's go, why are you standing there?
Subai looked at Shuetao standing there in a daze and reminded him. Ah. Shuetao seemed to have just woken up from a dream, his expression a little grim. Is this your car? What else? I wouldn't rent a car just for a road trip, would I? Come on, I'm leaving first. We'll meet at the Sheraton after we get off the highway. Subai was too lazy to argue with Shuetao any further, although Shuetao's surprised look was quite funny, but based on Subai's understanding of this person, after being shocked, he would definitely pull Subai aside and ask him questions, and be very long-winded. In fact, being pretentious is not a fatal flaw. What is really annoying about Shuetao is that he is a chatterbox. So Subai had to avoid his chattering moments, directly order Wan Xinyue to drive away. When we get to Tianrong Resort, we can look forward to what funny words Shuetao will say. This is Subai's professional quality as a trainer. As expected, after GLE left, Shuetao immediately denounced him. Fuck, Subai, that kid is just pretending to be a jerk. He can't really buy it, right? No matter how rich he is, can he really make $1 million in such a short time? Xu Mingzhi also nodded in agreement. Wang Haoran put away his phone and sighed. I have seen Brother Bai's big green license. This car is indeed Brother Bai's. Shuetao was shocked. Are you sure? He's not photoshopping the picture to trick you, is he? It could also be generated by AI. Xu Mingzhi said. It's real. I've seen the real thing, not a picture or a video. Stop guessing. Brother Bai does have a way to make money. It's reasonable, legitimate, and there's no need to make malicious speculations. Shuetao blushed. No, I didn't make any malicious assumptions, I just meant, let's get going first. It's not too late to talk on the way. At Wang Haoran's reminder, Shuetao finally drove off. I caught Wang Haoran on the road and asked him questions. Wang Haoran casually responded with a few irrelevant words without revealing Subai's personal privacy. As a qualified younger brother, you must be aware of protecting the privacy of your elder brother. At the same time, Wang Haoran couldn't help but secretly complain that Subai was so foresight that he brought all the girls into his car. If there were a girl here, she would be annoyed too. Death by Shuetao, but in Shuetao's opinion, this matter was purely Subai's attempt to take advantage of others. After driving for a while, he couldn't help but frown and complain. Subai is such a jerk. He didn't even give us a seat with girls. The seats over there are full, but there's still an empty seat over here. Alas, maybe those girls all like to ride in Mercedes-Benz. Who would care about Magotan when there are Mercedes-Benz? Xu Mingzhi will not let go of the opportunity to attack Shuetao, but Xu Mingzhi, doesn't rely on his car to attract girls. Seeing the locals making a fool of themselves and being overshadowed by Subai, Xu Mingzhi actually felt gloating. Shuetao blushed. Damn it, Master Hu, why are you kicking me when I'm down? We should unite and face the outside world now. This made Wang Haoran laugh out loud. God damn well is united against external enemies, so how come Brother Bai is an outsider? Then he is really not kind. I organized this tour group. There are 4 men and 4 women. The money should be divided equally. Why did Subai take all the advantage? Shuetao looked righteous and stern. They were completely unaware that these 4 girls actually had their own agenda and were not as simple as they seemed. The Wan sisters took part in this trip just for Subai. Chen Yuxing is Subai's girlfriend, so naturally she has to follow Subai. Even Jiang Qiran secretly wanted to find out about Subai's situation. Shuetao foolishly believed that it was the appeal of Magotan that brought together this team. In fact, this is not the case at all. Subai scored 15.0 and won MVP. Magotan wins easily, and the score of Magotan is 3.0. Half an hour later, Shuetao was still driving because he got his driver's license after the college entrance examination and drove seldom. His driving skills were not very proficient. I was even beeped several times by the impatient car behind me. Shuetao, who was already annoyed because the girls ignored him, became even more annoyed now, always complaining. Wang Haoran was originally quite amused by listening to him bickering with Mr. Hu. As a result, Mr. Hu put on his Sennheiser noise-canceling headphones and ignored the locals. It became a stand-up comedy show for the locals. To be honest, it's a bit noisy. So Wang Haoran fanned the flames. Shuetao, if you're not convinced, just talk to them when you get to the hotel. Whoever wants to get in your car can come. We're all classmates, so it's easy to discuss. That's totally unnecessary. It's like I'm begging them to come. Shuetao immediately wilted. Just kidding, he could complain, but if he really had to confront the girls face to face, he would definitely be too shy to speak. They are all 9-point beauties. The oppressive feeling is too strong. They are no match for Lu Yuan and others. Moreover, even if he could come up with something to say, Shuetao was not sure which girl he could trick into getting into his car. Just talk. Subai has already bought a GLE, so wouldn't it be a laughingstock if he showed off his shabby Magotan? He had been looking forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival trip for so long, but a big problem occurred in the first stage. One of Shuetao's core values, Magotan, was crushed to pieces by Subai. Of course, Shuetao still didn't know that Subai's customized Panamera would soon arrive in Jiangqing. Otherwise, his blood pressure would have skyrocketed and he would have fainted on the spot and been sent to the school hospital by Wang Haoran, just like Xu Mingzhi. Ding dong. Just as Shuetao was struggling to squeeze through the holiday traffic, the group chat notification sounded. Mung bean paste glutinous rice balls. Arrived. Mung bean paste glutinous rice balls. Location sharing. Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. Shuetao, where have you been?
Just to report, sister has successfully driven us to the Sheraton Shuetao. Almost there, almost there. Mung bean paste glutinous rice balls, almost there. How long is it? Red bean paste glutinous rice ball, Shuetao, please send me your location. If we have to wait for you for a long time, we can just wander around the area first. Send location. Shuetao glanced at the navigation on the mobile map. Why is it the mobile map? Because this Magotan is a mid-range version. The car computer is not easy to use. In short, it is still more than 10 kilometers away from the destination. At the current speed of the traffic jam, it will take about half an hour to get there. In other words, Subai's car, which set off almost at the same time, arrived half an hour earlier than them. How to do it? Shuetao suddenly remembered that when they gathered at Xiaoximen, it was not Subai who was driving, but one. She knew, damn, this woman is such a great driver, how come she's so much faster than him? For a moment, Shuetao felt very humiliated. It would be fine if you said that your car was inferior to Subai's. As a result, his driving skills were not even as good as the girls in the team. This time, on Subai's side, everyone was also discussing Wan Xinyue's driving skills. You are a great driver, better than me. Chen Yuxing praised Wan Xinyue sincerely. It's okay. Wan Xinyue felt a little embarrassed. She was not very good at socializing. Besides, Chen Yuxing's personality is relatively rare among girls. Speak frankly and stick to the facts. I did not intentionally belittle them just because they were my rivals. Of course, it's hard to say whether Chen Yuxing is aware of Subai's relationship with them. The Wan sisters were a little unsure and had to act according to Subai's instructions. Subai had a pretty good idea of what was going on. With someone like Chen Yuxing, since she said she wouldn't interfere with his relationship with other girls, she would definitely keep her word. This kind of crisp and neat style is what Subai really needs. After all, the backyard must be harmonious and there can't be fires every day, otherwise it will affect his enjoyment of life. Subai looked around the surrounding scenery, took out his phone to search for nearby businesses, and interrupted the girls' chat. According to the plan, we're going to have the specialty dishes recommended by Shuetao for lunch. If any of you can't eat spicy food, please let us know in advance. We'll go buy some McDonald's as a backup. Chapter 98. In Chen Yuxing's worldview, Subai is the only I can eat spicy food, but my sister can't. Wan Xinyan immediately expressed her opinion, but I will listen to brother Subai. That's fine. Shunshang likes spicy food anyway. What about Jiang? Subai asked, even though he knew the answer. As childhood sweethearts, he of course knew that Jiang Qiuran couldn't eat spicy food, but this guy actually said stubbornly, I'm fine with it. Since I'm here, I naturally want to try the special dishes. Okay, it seems McDonald's doesn't have a lot of demand, so I'll just go buy some. There is a McDonald's next to the Sheraton, which saves Subai the trouble of running around. The others sat anywhere in the hotel lobby. Subai and Chen Yuxing went shopping. Actually, Subai originally wanted to send the Wan sisters to run errands. There is a ready-made workforce with excellent service attitude, so why not use them? But he found that Chen Yuxing always seemed to be hesitant to speak, probably because she had something to say to him, so he took the opportunity to be alone with her. The Wan sisters also understood Subai's intentions. So the two of them found a small table for two in the corner of McDonald's and sat down, chatting quietly while waiting for their order. Big White Goose, you and Wan Xinyan, did you get through that? When Chen Yuxing opened his mouth, he asked some very abstract questions, which made Subai's expression a little stiff. Subai scratched his head and said, No, sister, am I acting like she and I have already done that? Who knows? Humph, I think she is very flattering to you. Don't you just like obedient people? Chen Yuxing said sourly. Isn't that great? From now on, we'll have someone to drive for us. Imagine that scene, Wan Xinyue driving in the front, Wan Xinyan sorting out the itinerary in the passenger seat, and the two of us being affectionate in the back seat. Why do you say that we want to recruit them as maids? Chen Yuxing looked a little strange. That's about right. They mean the same thing. Snort. Now I understand. Chen Yuxing took a bite of the ice cream that Subai had just bought for her, thinking secretly in her heart. If that's the case, then the Wan sisters are nothing to be afraid of. It feels like a very low-level and ordinary ecological niche. Subai should like her. Chen Yuxing, more ever since being kept by Subai, Chen Yuxing felt that she had become softer and more love-minded. In fact, he had the vague idea of wanting to win favor. It's obvious that Chen Yuxing's habit is not to please anyone. The problem is that she really likes it, and Subai gave her too much. Perhaps this is also a kind of happy trouble. It is a rare opportunity to be able to compete for Subai's favor. Besides, she, Chen Yuxing, has a great advantage. Next question. There are still experts? I'm not trying to embarrass you, I just want to know. I understand. You want to ask what the relationship is between me and Jiang Qiuran? You discovered all this, don't I understand what you're thinking? Subai was a little proud, but he didn't bother to hide it from Chen Yuxing. We are childhood sweethearts. We have known each other since kindergarten. Well, to be more precise, we have been friends since I can remember. Then why? Chen Yuxing was shocked, then his brows suddenly relaxed. I see, you two had a fight, right? Subai nodded. Alas, he is indeed another me in the world. This is such a tacit understanding. If you give me some useful information, I can figure out the whole incident for you. Then can you guess the reason for our quarrel?
Su Bai had an expression that said, "Let me test you." Chen Yuxing thought eagerly, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "We had a quarrel when we were learning to drive at the driving school." "Fuck, how did you guess that?" "He earlier in the car, when you asked who could drive," Zhang Qiran's expression fluctuated greatly. "At the time, I was wondering why." Now it seems, as she was talking, Chen Yuxing's face suddenly darkened. "Wait, you didn't do that with her before, did you?" "God damn it." Su Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How come in your eyes? I've done that with every woman." To be honest, Su Bai felt that he was already very abstract in his bones, but he just concealed it well in normal times. After obtaining the indulgence system, she began to show her sexy side more. Chen Yuxing is the one who truly achieves natural abstraction. After hearing what Su Bai said, Chen Yuxing felt a little shy, her face flushed. "Well, then I'm speaking from my own perspective. I think if you like someone so much, you should win them over as soon as possible without any scruples. If we were childhood sweethearts, I would definitely win you over after the college entrance examination." "Shang, what? Were you the eldest sister of the Hahuan sect in some immortal world in your previous life?" "Nonsense, there's no way in the Hahuan sect that someone would practice dual cultivation with only one person real. It's true, I'm a germaphobe and very picky about my taste." "Humph, you're such a good loser, you wanton white goose." Chen Yuxing, whose curiosity was satisfied, became relaxed and started chatting with Su Bai. After getting the ordered food, the two returned to the hotel lobby. A few burgers, some snacks, and a drink. In the past, Su Bai would be reluctant to order this. All truly poor college students start with Wallace that if you lose weight, just think of it as losing weight now. You don't need to worry about the price at all. You can buy the new product at the original price. After waiting for a while, Xue Tao and his group finally arrived. In fact, when Su Bai got the meal, Xue Tao had already arrived, but it took a little more effort to park the car. This guy's driving skills are really terrible. It's so difficult to reverse into a parking space. The worst thing is that the parking space happened to be where the three girls were sitting and chatting, and they could just see outside through the glass window. Wan Xingyue, who witnessed Xue Tao's poor parking skills throughout the process, commented bluntly, "Xue Tao, I think you should buy a car with an automatic parking function." "That's not the case. I don't drive often, so I'm not very skilled at it." "Ha ha." Xue Tao laughed awkwardly. Chu Mingzhe pretended to be deep again, stealing a glance at Zhang Qiran from time to time. Hiss, "I have to say, it really looks good. Pure, white, thin and young is indeed the most mainstream aesthetic in contemporary times. What's more, Zhang Qiran is not just white, thin and young. She has a lot of talent. Although she is not as exaggerated as the Wan sisters, she is also very capable." Everyone lined up at the front desk to check in. Xue Tao didn't dare to act rashly when it came to room allocation. "Originally, when I was fantasizing last night, I was planning to make a joke and let Su Bai and Chen Yuxing live there, and then randomly pick a lucky man and woman. Now I don't even dare to make jokes. There isn't much parking in this hotel's parking lot, just the right spot, right next to Su Bai's GLE, the Magotan, which usually looks quite pleasing to the eye, looks really shabby compared to the GLE. Add to that the girls' teasing attitude towards his parking skills, and the truth is clear, they didn't take Xue Tao seriously at all." Chapter 99, Unexpected Prices of Farmhouse Vegetables. Xue Tao has decided to retreat and avoid the attack temporarily. Su Bai's sneaky super luxurious breakfast, coupled with the attraction of Mercedes-Benz, has completely blocked Xue Tao's material route. Wait until the fun part, and then consider whether there is a chance to pick up girls. Although he had such thoughts in his mind, Xue Tao actually had a very bad feeling. In this trip, he might become a complete cannon fodder. Well, how come Su Bai suddenly became rich? This is outrageous. It overshadowed the fact that he was from a wealthy local family. After checking in, a reminder to indulge in consumption popped up in Su Bai's mind. "Hey, as expected, you can stay here with the team at noon, and then go to the lakeside villa when it is ready in the afternoon. You can also enjoy the indulgent reward of 2 accommodations." It seems that Brother Tonzi is very tolerant in his indulgent judgment when traveling. This is how traveling is. If you want to be happy, you can't be frugal and you have to spend money. Although he said he was going out with his roommates, Su Bai actually didn't take it seriously at all. He would just do whatever he wanted to do. "Just send it all, buddy. Don't be polite." Su Bai was looking forward to the local specialty dish for lunch. The food in the province is not very different, with strong flavors, high salt and spicy flavors. Zhangcheng cuisine has been famous for a long time. The farmhouse restaurant that Xue Tao found is really good. After putting the luggage in the room, everyone prepared to go to the hotel. To Su Bai's surprise, the locals actually made a last-ditch effort in the group. "Xue Jitao, please have someone take my car and spread it out. I'm afraid it's too crowded over there." Red bean paste glutinous rice ball. "Xue Tao, what do you mean? Are you saying we're too fat?" Xue Jitao, picking his nose, "Not at all. Ha, why would I dislike you guys? You all have great bodies." Xue Jitao, "What I mean is, my car is pretty empty, which feels a bit wasteful." Yeah, if you think it's a waste, you can just give someone a ride. Xue Jitao, obviously, Chen Yuxing's suggestion, which seemed to be sound but actually had a strange train of thought, successfully made Xue Tao withdrawn. "You are worthy of it." Su Bai smiled. The road to the farmhouse restaurant is not easy to walk on, even have to go through a dirt road. It rained a little last night and the ground was a little muddy. Xue Tao drove the Magotan with great fear and almost fell into a ditch. "When I got there, I hurried to check if the chassis was scratched." Su Bai didn't have such concerns.
The SUV had a high chassis, so it was very comfortable to drive on unpaved roads in the countryside. As soon as we got off the car, we saw a courtyard with a distinct farmhouse style, with plastic awnings, folding tables, and plastic stools, giving us the feeling of a rural banquet. There was a constant stream of guests coming and going and waiters serving food. Unlike those high-end restaurants, the waiters here are not young and beautiful girls in black stockings and uniforms, they are all strong and healthy ants, very kind. However, after the food was served, Subai looked at the price. Well, the price had nothing to do with friendliness. The astute Wan Xinyan quickly raised her doubts. Shui Tao, this place looks like an affordable restaurant. Why are the dishes so expensive? You're not bringing us to a shady place, are you? How is that possible? Shui Tao was a little impatient. This store was recommended by my relative. It's very reliable. Although my family in Jiangcheng is not rich, it is still well known. Subai studied the menu for a while and said, it's probably the quantity and the nature of the ingredients that drive up the price. For example, free-range chickens and large fish heads from reservoirs, these are not cheap to purchase. There has been a surge in spending on food and beverages recently. It also gradually helped Subai understand the pricing logic of these more expensive restaurants. He has become very picky. Don't be fooled by the simple environment of this farmhouse restaurant. The food is really good. It must be said that this time the local relatives really didn't cheat him. Is that so? Brother Subai, you really know a lot. Wan Xinyan's eyes were almost sparkling as she looked at Subai with admiration. Jiang Qiran and Chen Yuxing, who were originally confused, immediately looked relaxed. This made Shui Tao ask himself, "Doi, a local, sound less reliable than Subai, a foreigner. Damn, you guys who only care about appearances think Subai is trustworthy just because he's handsome. What a stupid woman. She will be cheated sooner or later." Secretly complaining, Shui Tao was troubled by the menu. Originally, he wanted to wave his hand and tell everyone to order whatever they wanted and he would pay the bill, but the problem was that the prices in this store were far beyond his expectations. The budget his parents gave him for the Mid-Autumn Festival was not that much, and he couldn't just squander it on the first meal. There were some game dishes on the menu, and they didn't even have prices listed. You know, the current prices in restaurants are the most outrageous, and can be called hotel assassins. So for example, the price of the grouper that Subai treated them to in the morning would not appear on the menu. It would depend on how much the boss paid for the goods, plus the profit that the restaurant should make according to convention, and then sell it to customers. If the girls were allowed to relax a little, Shui Tao's small wallet might not be able to bear it. As a result, there was a bit of a lull at the dinner table. Shui Tao, a local, did not speak. Others don't understand Jiangcheng cuisine either. Fortunately, Subai spoke in time and broke the deadlock. How about getting one of these signature dishes? I'll pay, and you split the rest. Subai's proposal is really reasonable. When students hang out together, it's easy for them to have different views on consumption when it comes to eating. After all, in the same 985 university, the family backgrounds of students can be said to be very different. From this perspective, the college entrance examination is indeed a relatively fair system. Even if a gifted student comes from a family receiving minimum living allowance, he or she has the opportunity to study in the same classroom at the same university as the children of high-ranking officials. Then it would be a bit troublesome for students with different family backgrounds to spend money at the same table. Some people are used to spending lavishly and don't look at the prices when placing orders. Some people have to be thrifty and calculate the most favorable combination. Subai was quite interested in those signature dishes, so he ordered them all with his own money. The rest of the people discussed it together. So the girls immediately reported what they were interested in. Jiang Qiran ordered a hot pot of rice dumplings cooked with fermented glutinous rice. After ordering, she looked straight at Subai, trying to get some feedback from him. As a result, Subai remained calm. Of course, he knew what Jiang Qiran meant. As I recall, when Jiang Qiran had her first period in junior high school, she had terrible stomachache, so Subai went out and bought some rice dumplings with fermented rice wine and brought them to Jiang Qiran. Eat it hot and you will feel comfortable immediately. This is an unforgettable memory between the two of them, and Jiang Qiran was thinking about giving Subai a nostalgic look, and that pitiful and resentful look seemed to be silently acting coquettishly. Subai, I am your childhood sweetheart, and I am no worse than other girls. However, Subai just wanted to laugh when he saw it. No, sister, you cut ties with me because you despise the poor and love the rich, and now that you see I'm rich you're hinting at reconciliation. How could this be possible? Ignore. Subai just ignored it. If you want to reconcile, come and ask me, otherwise, no deal. Subai is not depressed because he has no women to accompany him. Shang Shang and the Wan sisters are so good together, why does he have to flatter Jiang Qiran? Chapter 100. You like it is not equal to I accept it. Ding. The host has been detected to have overindulged in spending. A purchase of 2,974 yuan at the farmhouse restaurant has been triggering a fourfold cashback, with a cash reward of 11,896 yuan. After Subai placed his order, he asked the waiter to pay for the dishes he ordered. To be honest, it is really expensive, but it was also the result of Subai's complete lack of restraint, ordering all kinds of expensive game. But compared to the fish in the morning, it actually doesn't seem that exaggerated. After all, there are several big dishes. What was more surprising was that the Indulgence cashback was triggered. This is a very strange situation. These dishes were eaten by a table of people together, so they should not be included in the system's cashback. Otherwise, if Subadian treats the whole class to dinner every day, Wouldn't that be just a random cash rebate? So Subai asked in the system and soon got Tongzi's explanation. If the number of S-rank goddesses with a favorability of 80 or higher with the host is greater than or equal to half of the diners excluding the host, this meal qualifies for the indulgence cashback. Oh, I see. Wait, Subai suddenly discovered something wrong. There were 7 people besides him, excluding the 3 men, that is to say, the favorability of the remaining 4 girls is over 80. Everything else is easy to explain. But what's going on with Jiang Qiran? Subai quickly opened Jiang Qiran's panel. Name: Jiang Qiran, age 18, body 161 centimeters, B number of romances 0, first kiss, Alai Chu Yi, still alive, current favorability 82. Wow, it turns out that our childhood friendship is so valuable. Subai was really shocked. In fact, he had known for a long time that Jiang Qiran broke up with him because she wanted to pursue high-end material things, not because she hated him. Subai, the logic is quite strange, but it is not strange when applied to Jiang Qiran. If she were an ordinary girl, she would think that there is nothing wrong with having a poor handsome guy as a backup and then flirting with a rich man. But Jiang Qiran couldn't do it. In fact, with her personality, she couldn't even raise fish. She just wandered around among the good-looking men in the school and got to know all kinds of people. What a waste, not pure enough, but not a bitch at all. Anyway, Subai thought it was quite funny. On a different note, Subai felt that Jiang Qiran should be satisfied with her current state, right? Many boys liked her, and she had the best of both worlds, but Subai really didn't expect that she would be willing to fall in love with Subai. This made Subai a little scared. Brother, don't get involved. He didn't want to date someone like Jiang Qiran. There were plenty of reliable girls around him. Isn't it said that it's hard for a man and a woman who grew up together to have the idea of falling in love? At least Subai never had any worldly desire for Jiang Qiran. Rather than treating her as a girl, it would be more accurate to treat her as a neighbor's cat. Big cats, forget it, whatever. Just because she likes me, does that mean I have to respond? Does not exist. As Subai's wealth grows in the future and his extravagant lifestyle becomes more and more exposed, more and more women will like him. Letting things take their course is the state that Subai pursues, so he just needs to quietly appreciate Jiang Qiran's performance and watch it for fun. Subai is essentially a very lazy person, which fits in well with the indulgence system. The deepest indulgence in this world is to let nature take its course. Chu. Returning to the dining table, Subai saw Jiang Qiran pick up a piece of food with chopsticks from the cold dish that had just been served. Then I was instantly overwhelmed by the spiciness and started sneezing and having a runny nose, with tearful eyes. So cute. Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi stared with their eyes wide open, their throats moving. They wanted to hand her a napkin, but both of their hands reached for the tissue at the same time. Bang! In the chaos, the pack of tissues jumped up from the table and flew right into Subai's hands. Subai, this local and Mr. Hu are really a pair that loves and hates each other. If you hand a tissue to a girl, Fei will grab the tissue box, invincible. Woo, paper, I need paper. Jiang Qiran, with tearful eyes, was a little unconscious due to the spiciness. When she saw Subai, she pulled his clothes and snatched 2 pieces of paper from his hand, then he stuffed the used paper ball back into Subai's hand. Subai was stunned, the others were also stunned, with varying expressions of reaction. Jiang Qiran wiped away her tears and suddenly reacted, her cheeks immediately turning pink. When a girl blushes, the color and texture of her face are also different. Some of them were bright red, very dark in color, and looking at them you could tell she must be feeling very embarrassed. Jiang Qiran's color is a pinkish red, reminiscent of ripe peaches in autumn. If you can't handle spicy food, don't force yourself. Didn't we buy McDonald's? Yen, go get it from the trunk of my car. Okay, after saying that, Subai returned to his seat with a normal expression on his face. Hey, just playing dumb. However, the 2 roommates looked as if they saw the jungler in both the upper and lower lanes giving up at the same time, and they kept pinging question marks. No, buddy, how come you are having an affair with the school beauty Jiang? So this tour group is actually your harem group, especially Xu Mingzhi, who had originally set his sights on Jiang Qiran and was planning to talk to her about classical music and hi-fi equipment, but he didn't even take out the vinyl records he had collected for many years, and suddenly found, why does Jiang Qiran look at Subai with such resentment, like an abandoned woman looking at a scumbag? Something is wrong, very wrong. Fortunately, the dishes ordered by everyone were soon prepared and served. I have to say that this farm dish looks really good. The ingredients are solid, the quantity is ample, and the key is that it is cooked to perfection, commonly known as having pot smelled. Everyone's appetite is whetted. I'm eating. The minor disturbance seemed to have quickly dissipated into thin air. However, everyone has their own little plans in mind and remembers every unusual detail. After dinner. On the way to the bathroom, Wan Xinyan took the opportunity to ask Jiang Qiran. Ran, I remember you introduced yourself at the beginning of the school year. Are you from Anzhou First Middle School? Yeah, what's wrong? Nothing much. I was just thinking that brother Subai also came from Anqing No. 1 Middle School. You two should have known each other before, right? Wan Xinyan asked casually. Her intentions were hidden so well that Jiang Qiran couldn't be sure how much she knew. Tsk, this girl is not an easy person to deal with. It's better to say that none of the women around Subai seem to be simple. So Jiang Qiran also played dumb. Well, I know there is a person named Subai, but I didn't know him before. I see. When I saw you asking him for tissues, you were quite skilled. I almost thought you had a history. Jiang Qiran complained silently. I think Wan Xinyan is also a bitch. She seems to be unintentional, but in fact she is in cahoots with Subai, and is here to disgust her on purpose. Well, realize that the past cannot be changed, but know that the future can be pursued. The separation has already happened. It is useless to feel sorry for yourself. You should use your identity as a childhood sweetheart and an old hero to get close to Subai again. She is unwilling to accept it, so Jiang Qiran also showed a beautiful girl's social fake smile. By the way, why does Yin Yen call him brother Subai? You're not his biological sister, are you? Chapter 101 Qingmei's regret, Subai's veil. Oh, that's because brother Subai is very mature and outstanding, so I call him that. You see, if you can have a brother like this, life will be very happy, right? Wan Xinyan answered with a longing look on her face. This answer was like a knife stabbing Jiang Qiran's heart. That's right, Subai's personality is indeed much more mature than his peers. It's not the greasy type that pretends to be mature. If we talk about greasy, his roommate Xue Tao is more like that. It's a feeling of being at ease just by being with him. The reason why Jiang Qiran felt that something was missing in her life during the first month of school was because of Subai. In the past, I had a friend named Subai who knew me well and I could talk to him about unhappy things, but that's no longer the case. The funniest thing is that in order to catch a big fish, Jiang Qiran cut ties with Subai and gave up some emotional things. In the end, it turned out that Subai was the biggest fish. Seeing Wan Xinyan's eyes lighting up when she mentioned Subai, Jiang Qiran felt so uncomfortable. I couldn't help but speak a little aggressively. Won't his girlfriend be unhappy if you call him brother? I don't know. Anyway, Subai has no objection. His girlfriend should be able to accept it. Shengsheng is very magnanimous. She even praised my sister for her great driving skills. Aha, is that so? Lunch is over. Everyone returned to the hotel to rest. Subai and Wang Haoran live in the same room. This kid is full of energy and doesn't need a nap. He is tired of playing games and is watching animation with headphones on. Brother Bai, how about I leave first and you stay with your girlfriend? Wang Haoran suggested. That's not necessary. Just take a short break at noon to recharge your batteries. After touring the ancient town this afternoon, I'll take them to the lakeside villa. All four of them are going with you? What else? Really, Subai fell asleep immediately. Half an hour later, open your eyes on time, feeling refreshed. Since strengthening my body, my sleep quality has also improved. To some extent, sleep quality greatly reflects the health of the body. Many people's physical collapse begins with insomnia, and Jiang Qiran was obviously unable to sleep. She and Chen Yuxing were in the same standard room. This is normal, after all. Wan Xinyan and Wan Xinyue are twin sisters. Jiang Qiran felt very awkward being alone with this aloof academic master. All of a sudden, along the way, I saw too many affectionate interactions between her and Subai. My treasured childhood sweetheart was snatched away by this woman. First, Jiang Qiran wanted to be angry, but couldn't. This matter is mainly her own fault. Her operation was too clumsy. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiran's clever ideas began to emerge. She thought she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Just open QQ on your phone and switch to a small account that you rarely use. Come to think of it, she had actually quarreled with Subai when she was in junior high and high school. The so-called childhood sweethearts have had countless conflicts since they were young. I'm used to it, but Jiang Qiran is a person who cares about face and can't bring himself to take the initiative to reconcile with Subai. This QQ account is the backup contact method between her and Subai. If she wants to reconcile with Subai, she can just post some updates or change her signature, and Subai will receive a reminder. Then Subai had just woken up and ran to the window to stretch. The message that popped up on his phone made him stunned. Asuka recently modified her signature to mango sticky rice. This word means Asuka, the character in the classic anime. Bro thinks he is Asuka. Well, maybe this is the kind of sympathy between tsundere girls. Subai thought it was a bit funny, but what should he say? Mango sticky rice was the safe word he and Jiang Qiran agreed upon. What this means is that if you see this word, it means Jiang Qiran has given in. Although it has been cut me out. Subai decided to talk to Aunt Jiang because she had taken care of him over the years. Crispy white goose. Luckin coffee downstairs from the hotel. Then I got dressed and went downstairs. In Luckin coffee store, I found a seat by the window and ordered 2 red velvet lattes. Soon, Jiang Qiran also arrived. What's the matter with you suddenly looking for me? I can't come to you if nothing happens? Yes, isn't this because they're worried about affecting your image in school? Jiang Qiran bit her lip and said sullenly, Subai, are you still angry with me? No, I just think being friends with you is a bit troublesome. Now I feel very happy without this burden, so I don't want the burden to come back. You. Looking at Jiang Qiran's flushed little face, Subai laughed heartily. Sit down, I ordered 2 cups of red velvet latte. Snort. Jiang Qiran sat down, holding up the hem of her skirt with both hands. Today she wore a Lolita skirt, but without a petticoat. To be more precise, it was a Lolita-style dress, which really highlighted her slender girlish figure. It must be said that Jiang Qiran is indeed very girlish. Although he treated her as a buddy, Subai was still interested in her purely because of her feminine charm. In other words, bro, you smell so good. It can be seen that Jiang Qiran dressed up carefully today. Whenever there are many beautiful women around, they will inevitably compete with each other for beauty. This is the nature of girls. In the words of a certain book, it is called female competition. Oh yeah, a female competition. Why are you here? You're rich now, so you can afford Starbucks, right? Jiang Qiran made indirect inquiries to In fact, she really wanted to ask Subai how he made his fortune, but she was afraid that Subai would laugh at her if she asked directly. Starbucks is awful. It has nothing to do with whether I can afford it or not.
I just prefer the taste of Luckin coffee. Subai sighed. Ah, this is the difference between you and Chen Yuxing. They prioritize experience over price. Subai, you. Zhang Qiuran's chest trembled with anger. If you have any objections to me, just say it. I have a problem with you? Ran, it's you who has a problem with me, okay? Didn't I give you some pointers at the driving school back then? As for being so angry, to put it bluntly, you're just trying to take advantage of the situation to stir up trouble and cut ties with me. Sai, our friendship isn't as important as your plan to marry into a wealthy family. Subai suddenly became unusually serious, and every word he said was heartbreaking. Zhang Qiuran was shocked instantly at he actually knew everything. Zhang Qiuran was a little anxious. Subai, don't misunderstand, there's no need to explain to me. It's your freedom to maintain whatever kind of persona you want and pursue whatever kind of life you want. Subai paused, a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. We are just childhood sweethearts, I don't like you, and I don't want to be your boyfriend. Rather, it was you who betrayed our friendship first. I'm sitting here chatting with you because Aunt Jiang has taken care of me for so many years, and I promised Aunt Jiang that I would help her take care of you. This is my duty as a human being. As for whether I forgive you or what I think of you, that's my freedom. It's none of your business. The ridicule made Zhang Qiuran lose face. She, who was always tough-talking, had to show a submissive expression in front of Subai. Dubai, I was wrong. I'm sorry, that's good to know. After saying that, Subai stood up and left gracefully. He took away both red velvet lattes. Of course, the other cup was not for Zhang Qiuran, but was ordered for Chen Yuxing. Chapter 102. Chen Yuxing swears on the territory. Subai finally figured it out. Zhang Qiuran probably saw that he was rich, so she had an idea and decided to play the childhood sweetheart card again and get along well with Subai. According to the system's measurement, Zhang Qiuran's favorability towards Subai was originally over 80, and she was willing to date him. Then why didn't you express your love for Subai in all these years? It's very simple, because Zhang Qiuran is a very materialistic girl. Subai knew about this a long time ago. Zhang Qiuran's family background is indeed a bit special. Her mother was originally arranged by her family to have a blind date with a financially well-off man. However, Zhang's mother already had someone in her heart, and eventually broke with her family and eloped with her lover, TSK. This crappy plot seems like something out of those melodramatic TV dramas from the 2000s. In short, Zhang Ma and the man she loved settled in Anqing, got married, and gave birth to Zhang Qiuran. However, the married life of this young couple was not ideal. The man to whom Zhang Ma once devoted her life without hesitation gradually became hideous under the wear and tear of time. After a few years, the man actually ran away, leaving this mother and daughter to live a life of poverty. At least Aunt Jiang was strong inside. She raised her daughter while pursuing her career. Although she didn't make a lot of money, she could make ends meet. Even after Subai's parents passed away, she still had enough spare money to support Subai. To be honest, it's already amazing. Subai has always admired his aunt. It is normal for Zhang Qiuran to not believe in love since she grew up in such a family. After all, in today's society, everyone is pursuing material things. However, the friendship that was given up in pursuit of material things cannot be taken back just like that, and Subai is not a rag. Xiao Jiang, you need to show more sincerity. The more uncomfortable she feels, the more she will learn her lesson. Subai sent a message to Chen Yuxing, asking her to come downstairs for coffee. To be honest, the standard room at the Sheraton is a bit narrow. Of course, compared with the budget hotels, it is definitely much better. It's simply because Subai is used to staying in suites, but the lobby on the first floor is very spacious and grand. It's quite comfortable to find a place to sit and drink some coffee. Chen Yuxing came down quickly, took the coffee and asked, Big White Goose, did you just ask Zhang Qiuran out for that? Can you be more normal? I asked you out, that's more like it. But I noticed she was quite emotional when she left and came back. What happened? Did you have a fight? Chen Yuxing is curious. Subai discovered that this person was actually quite gossipy, but Chen Yuxing was not interested in what happened to most of the people he met, but she was interested in Subai, and as a result, she was also interested in the love-hate relationship between Subai and Qingmei. As for the possibility that her position would be replaced by Qingmei? That was impossible. Her position in Subai's heart was undoubtedly the highest. It wasn't really an argument, I just teased her a few times. Just think of it as me teasing her with a cat teaser. Most of the time, Subai simply treated Zhang Qiuran as a big cat. She doesn't have much brain capacity, but she likes to play tricks, and she's as arrogant as a particularly beautiful little female cat. As long as you don't treat her as your girlfriend or someone you want to pursue, it's actually quite fun to tease her in your spare time. But today, I saw Zhang Qiuran's beautiful makeup. Subai's attitude towards her changed from a cat to a cat girl. Well, if she could come to her senses and try to please Subai in that way, she could be forgiven a little. Overall, Subai's attitude towards this childhood sweetheart is different from that towards other girls. It must be handled ruthlessly. This is based on Subai's understanding of her character. Dealing with women is like playing a game. You need to adopt different strategies when facing different heroes. Cat toy? Your cat toy. Chen Yuxing lowered her head and looked at a certain part of Subai with a somewhat vulgar expression. No, for a cold and beautiful girl, this cannot be said to be vulgar, but instead it aroused Subai's interest. I think you deserve to be teased.
Subai grabbed Chen Yuxing's hand, ran to the parking lot, and drove the GLE to a relatively desolate area nearby. I plan to do something with Chen Yuxing before the others wake up from their nap. Not only Chen Yuxing has a great demand for it, Subai is also quite addicted. Compared to that little loser senior Zhou Jielu, Chen Yuxing is much more resilient, exhilarating and cool battle. Really now, don't you want it? I want to, but... Chen Yuxing said guiltily, they'll need to take this car later. When he thought about how Subai had just dealt a blow to Jiang Qiuran's mentality, and then did such a shameless thing with her, and then they were fighting, and Jiang Qiuran would be sitting there unaware of it, I couldn't help but hum softly. Isn't that better? Just like in the animal world, they release scent to claim territory. You should also stake your claim. After all, you're my girlfriend. Having said that, Subai didn't compare much and started to practice. Watching anime in the car, there is a unique kind of happiness. Chen Yuxing finally understood what was going on. She even felt the essence of Subai's strange theory of occupying territory, especially when Jiang Qiuran got into the car, sniffed, frowned, and then felt unwell. Chen Yuxing felt secretly happy. Humph. I made you quarrel with the big white goose and made you not cherish your childhood sweetheart. Are you stupid? Now I am the only one who can eat Subai, and you can only smell it and stare blankly. In ancient times, Zhangcheng was a place of great power but with a rough character. This can be seen from the construction pattern of this ancient town. While visiting the ancient town, Mr. Hu suddenly became excited, took off his Sennheiser noise-canceling headphones, and took the initiative to act as a tour guide. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wan Xinyan spent a long time researching on her phone and questioned, but this ancient town is completely rebuilt to imitate ancient architecture. It shouldn't have anything to do with ancient times, right? Chu Mingzhi was stunned and stopped in his tracks. Really? Yes, I saw it on the Zhangcheng forum. This was originally a farmer's cornfield. Later, according to the overall planning of the Tianrong resort, an ancient town was built. It's embarrassing then, wasn't it all in vain that I just spent so long analyzing from the perspectives of history, culture, and geography? Chu Mingzhi wanted to find a city wall and bang his head against it to die. Fortunately, this ancient town is not big, and we finished the tour in less than 2 hours. It also includes time to watch performances, where several young ladies in Hanfu were dancing and broadcasting live. Subai stopped to admire it for a while, but felt bored, not to mention an S-level goddess. At best she is just an ordinary beauty. The girls around him recently are of too high a quality, which has raised Subai's aesthetic threshold. It seems that ancient towns all over the world are the same, nothing special, Chen Yuxing concluded. Really? Even the snacks they sell are the same: grilled cold noodles, stinky tofu, starch sausage, and pancakes. I want to eat grilled cold noodles. Eat. Subai and Chen Yuxing went hand in hand to buy grilled cold noodles. After watching anime in the car, Chen Yuxing seemed to have awakened and became more open than before. He was not shy at all in being affectionate with Subai in front of other girls. He even couldn't help but peck Subai on the mouth a few times while waiting for the cold noodles to be cooked. Subai's lips are very beautiful and it feels great to kiss them. Kissing is indeed the most direct way for humans to express their emotions. You know, many people who work in special industries can do other things, but they can't kiss. Jiang Qiuran tried hard to avoid their gaze, but couldn't help but sneak a peek at Subai and Chen Yuxing being intimate. Her mood was a little explosive. No, this can't go on. Am I really going to let Subai go and drift away from her? I must do something to regain Subai's favor. Unconsciously, under Subai's control, Jiang Qiuran gradually developed the mentality of a bootlicker. If those boys who were obsessed with her knew this, they would be horrified. Chapter 103 Sadomasochism Vlog. I feel like this ancient town scene is perfect for vlogging. Just as everyone was about to leave and thinking about what to eat for dinner, Jiang Qiuran suddenly made a suggestion. To be honest, this suggestion is quite useful, because the others were so engrossed in having fun that they had completely forgotten what they were here for. It's all because eating, drinking and shopping are so exhausting. So, what kind of content should we shoot for the vlog? If it's just a simple travel record, it probably won't be competitive. After all, every group is traveling. Wan Xinyan followed and thought she also wants to use this activity to earn some credits. It would certainly be a good thing to take fewer boring elective courses. How about we also learn from those young ladies who were live streaming and wear Hanfu? Chu Mingzhi suddenly suggested, I'm not very talented, but when I wear Hanfu, I actually have some of the charm of an ancient handsome man. Subai. Sweating like soybeans, Shuetao glared at me and said, you have a shifty look in your eyes, and you look like a eunuch in your feiyu suit. Jiang Qiuran cleared his throat and said, if you don't mind, I can actually rent a set of clothes and do a traditional Chinese dance. It will definitely be eye-catching with the background here. Jiang Qiuran had obviously planned this in advance. When talking about her professional field, she regained her usual smiling and energetic girlish temperament. Jiang Qiuran thought about it and decided that if she wanted to reconcile with Subai, she had to show her advantages first. Oh, yeah, Ran used to study dance, but later switched to broadcasting and hosting. Wan Xinyan, who is also an art student, suddenly realized. I met a teacher from the dance department before, and he said it was a pity that Jiang Qiuran changed her major. We lost another good student. Well, that should be great. Chen Yuxing nodded happily. Well, the credits are secured. She didn't think too much about it.so everyone voted unanimously to pass Jiang Qiuran's plan. It was not until Jiang Qiuran put on the rented hanfu that everyone realized why this most popular beauty in the art academy had captured the hearts of so many boys. A swaying figure in clear automized it fully reflects the natural beauty of pure desire beauties. Paired with exquisite hanfu, it is simply amazing. If there were such concubines serving in the past, it would be easy to understand why the king did not attend the morning court. The key point is that this hanfu is obviously very formal and conservative, without any sense of borderline, but when Jiang Qiuran puts it on and dances to the music, her every frown and smile makes people's heart beat fast. Subai had to admit that his childhood sweetheart was indeed very charming. Ran, you are great. You feel like you are even better than those dancing anchors on TikTok. Wan Xinyan was holding up her mobile phone to take the photo. She saw the finished product at the first time and couldn't help but praise her highly. Thank you. Now that you've joined the team, you must make a contribution. After saying this, Jiang Qiuran looked at Subai with an expression as if he was asking for credit. Subai was amused. No, sister, you, a lazy cat, actually took the initiative to take on the core of the team's tasks. Oh my god, has Jiang Qiuran been possessed by some alien creature? It seems that she really understood the essence of chasing her husband to the crematorium. Be a useful woman. Subai had no expression on his face and nodded slightly. Jiang Qiuran immediately breathed a sigh of relief and continued to suggest, by the way, if it's just me dancing, it probably won't be enough. We need more members to appear on camera. What Jiang Qiuran said makes a lot of sense. Then she said that they could shoot some interactive shots just like they did in a music video, like a sitcom, then edit it together with the music, and the effect is great, because it's just a simple shot, no acting is required and everyone can participate. This idea was very interesting and was unanimously agreed by everyone. Wan Xinyan immediately dragged her sister to rent hanfu, and also dragged Subai along. Chen Yuxing doesn't like being on camera. That's what social anxiety is like. Jiang Qiuran said it was okay, she could be responsible for the post-production of the video and also participated. Okay, then I'll be responsible for the post-production. Chen Yuxing nodded. She knew how to use basic video editing software, although she didn't know much. But with her proficiency in computers, she could look up tutorials and edit the video. However, Jiang Qiuran is a little too enthusiastic and seems to want to promote vlog in particular. I don't know what hidden intentions he has, Chen Yuxing thought silently, but before he could come up with anything, the people who had rented hanfu came back one after another. The fastest ones were the Wan sisters, which was a bit surprising. After all, from a stereotypical perspective, girls are slow to change clothes. However, Wan Xinyan was quick-witted. She not only adjusted clothes for herself and her sister, but also helped Subai choose. Subai was wearing a blue shirt, and looked as handsome as an ancient scholar. Coupled with his tall stature, gentle and refined appearance and masculinity, he can be directly cast in ancient costume dramas without any problem. As for the Wan sisters, they dressed up as two little maids and tied their hair into cute buns. Over there, the locals and Mr. who were having trouble making a decision, and it took them a long time to come back. The result was horrific. Shui Tao was right. Xu Mingzhi was a dignified man with a sinister temperament. He really looked like a eunuch in the flying fish suit. However, Shui Tao did not realize that the visual effect of himself wearing hanfu was even more horrible, not as good as Shui Tao. The result was that Jiang Qiuran's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them. Just as they were expecting Jiang Xiao's praise, Jiang Qiuran said, it just so happens that our plot requires two villains. How about you two play the villains? Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi, to be honest, they felt like crying. This isn't a place for tourism, this is a place to be bullied. Jiang Qiuran clasped her hands together and blinked her cute big eyes. Pleased with everyone's cooperation, this vlog will definitely win an award. Well, let him be a villain. Shui Tao gritted his teeth. In fact, playing a villain is more of a test of personal ability. Xu Mingzhi said seriously. Subai. Sweating like soybeans. No, buddy, is there any possibility people ask you to play a villain because you look like a villain, and it has nothing to do with your personal ability? Of course, I see through it, but don't say it out loud. Subai just complained secretly that Jiang Qiuran was still as charismatic as ever. No wonder he is doing so well in the animation club. She can be said to be a natural green tea, and of course, she can also be said to be good at stirring up emotions. Wan Xinyan can no longer be responsible for this filming. After all, she and Wan Xinyu have to play the role of maids who take care of Master Subai. So Wang Haoran was asked to shoot it. Yes, everyone almost forgot about Wang Haoran. After all, this guy was always following behind playing with his mobile phone, and his presence was very weak. He had no interest in ancient costumes, but happened to be in charge of the filming. Working as a liver transplant surgeon for many years has given Wang Haoran an iron fist. It's very stable to take pictures with your mobile phone. It also makes full use of the resources. Under the direction of Jiang Qiuran, the filming work started quickly. After all, this is a student hobby project shot for fun, so angles, lighting, and scripts are all unnecessary. The plot of the MV is also very simple. It is about Subai, a young man from a noble family, and Jiang Qiuran, a beautiful woman in troubled times, who fall in love. However, due to realistic reasons and some classic misunderstandings, they separate and miss each other. Chapter 104 Qingmei's humble and shocking kneeling. Chen Yuxing found a place to sit and watched others filming videos. To be honest, Su Bai and Jiang Qiuran are going to play opposite each other as lovers, which Chen Yuxing thinks is quite funny. TSK, what's a loser childhood sweetheart doing? It's a very low-level and ordinary green tea technique. After being roommates with Jiang Qiuran for a while, Chen Yuxing could also see that this girl was very scheming, although Chen Yuxing is not good at playing with interpersonal relationships, but she is not stupid, she is very smart. If you have the guts, then take advantage of this opportunity to tease the big white goose. Humph, the big white goose has tried all kinds of ways of watching anime with me, so how could she be tempted by your little tricks? Chen Yuxing thought confidently, this is what love is like. Once you appear hypocritical in the eyes of the other person, the more you use verbal skills, the more you will reduce the other person's favorability. Well, I wonder what Jiang Qiuran will do. Chen Yuxing took the grilled cold noodles that Su Bai bought for her and ate them happily. She likes spicy and strong food. Half an hour later, the shots required for the video have basically been shot. It quickly progressed to the final scene. The scene is a small bridge in flowing water, with two parties passing each other holding paper umbrellas. The last scene freezes on Jiang Qiuran looking back. Jiang Qiuran's sad expression made her very immersed in the role. Wang Haoren, who was in charge of filming, couldn't help but swear, fuck, awesome, school beauty Jiang, she can even get into the acting department, right? The pure little drama bone said yes. However, Jiang Qiuran did not respond politely to the compliment as everyone expected. Sadness still remained on her face, and it was getting more and more intense. A few seconds later, Jiang Qiuran burst into tears. I burst into tears. Ran, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying so sadly all of a sudden? Wan Xinyan took out a tissue and helped Jiang Qiuran wipe her tears. To be honest, these tissues were prepared for Su Bai. As a caring sister of her brother, Wan Xinyan not only brought tissues in her small bag, but also brought iodine, band-aids, quick-acting heart pills, Yunnan Bio aerosol. Well, most of them were just in case, and they probably wouldn't be used, but Jiang Qiuran's crying was really scary. Shui Tao and Xu Mingzhi, who had just played villains, felt heartbroken when they saw this scene. I wanted to go up and comfort her, but I was too embarrassed. I had no choice but to stand on the sidelines and join in. Classmate Jiang, who bullied you? Just tell us. We are all classmates and we will help you to the best of our ability. That's right. No one bullied me, woo-woo, it's my own fault. Jiang Qiuran raised his head and stared at Su Bai. Taking advantage of the mood of filming the vlog, I actually told everyone my true thoughts during this period. So, this is all my fault. I didn't cherish Su Bai and my heart wasn't pure. Now I just want to ask for his forgiveness and continue being his childhood sweetheart. I really can't lose you. As long as we can get back together, I'm willing to do anything. After saying the last sentence, Jiang Qiuran rushed in front of Su Bai. He actually knelt on the ground with a thump and hugged Su Bai's thighs. A shocking kneeling. When the other three women saw the scene, their mouths opened wide and their minds went blank. To be honest, Chen Yuxing knew Jiang Qiuran's secret, and Wan Xinyan could also figure it out to some extent. They thought that Jiang Qiuran might continue to use the green tea trick, but they never expected that she would actually self-destruct. It is enough to show that sometimes, even the most popular beauty will be controlled by impulse when her defenses are broken. It can also reflect Su Bai's charm from the side. Shui Tao was already speaking incoherently. Xu Mingzhi was so shocked that he was speechless. He has always regarded himself as a knowledgeable man. After comparing them, I found that their youth is the real youth. While Su Bai was entangled in love and hate with his childhood sweetheart Chen Yuxi, he was still fiddling with headphones and literary collections, hoping to attract girls with his talent and sentiment. As it turns out, it's the numbers that are the problem. Jiang Qiuran, who is usually the center of attention at school, is so humble in front of Su Bai. Where in the world can you find a childhood sweetheart as extreme as Jiang Qiuran? She is just after Su Bai's money. Xu Mingzhi no longer believed the excuse that Su Bai just made a small fortune recently. Judging from the consumption level reflected today, the family is definitely well off. I just don't know why I was keeping a low profile before. The locals in Shanghai, still wearing ancient costumes playing the villains of local tyrants and evil gentry, looked as dejected as if they had been slapped in the face by the domineering protagonist. Only Su Bai still had a trace of doubt. Is this little girl really sincere in admitting her mistake? At this moment, the system suddenly rang ding. Jiang Qiuran's favorability detected +3, current favorability, 85. It was Jiang Qiuran who knelt down in shock, but her favorability towards Su Bai increased. Is this the feeling of being tortured? Thinking of this. Su Bai looked down at her experimentally, his face cold and indifferent. Pinch her face and lift it up. You think this will offset the image of you in my mind, right? The tone was also cold and without mercy. Ding. Jiang Qiuran's favorability detected +1, current favorability, 86. Jiang Qiuran's body trembled noticeably. An unnatural blush appeared on her cheeks. No, I know this is far from enough. I just want to find a way to regain your trust. Take your time. Su Bai gave a non-committal answer, but I already have an idea in my mind. It turns out that I was too lenient with this girl before. I have to suppress her and control her. It is obvious that Jiang Qiuran now treats Su Bai like a girl treats a domineering president. The worse Su Bai treated her, the more she enjoyed it. The decisive factor is probably Su Bai's current economic situation. After all, a domineering president must first have money. If you don't have money to pretend to be a CEO, you are just a complete fool. Old Xue, Xu Mingzhi said quietly, I suddenly feel like this trip has lost its meaning. You're right. Shui Tao was also listless. Why don't we go back to school and let Subai from the ditch take them out to play? It won't be for us two anyway. That won't work. It's hard to cancel a hotel reservation. Old Shui, I have a suggestion. Look at those girls wearing hanfu over there. They're actually not bad. Although they can't compare to the ones in our team, at least they won't have any emotional entanglements with Subai. Shuetao turned his head and glanced at Chu Mingzhi. This child's faith in Taoism must have been shattered by Subai's blow. At first I liked Chen Yuxing, but then Chen Yuxing and Subai officially announced their relationship. Later he fell in love with Jiang Qiuran, but it turned out that she was Subai's infatuated childhood sweetheart. But in fact, Shuetao is not much better. Old Chu, what you said makes sense. Let's split up with Subai now. That's right. Anyway, the vlog has been filmed, and the mission is accomplished. So the two of them said something to the others and slipped away decisively regarding the retreat of Mr. Hu and the locals. Everyone said I have no objection. After all, no one wanted to play with them. The only one who felt a little regretful was Wang Haoran. Without these two guys, you will miss out on a lot of incredible fun. Alas, I'm so lonely. Just when the locals and Mr. Hu were about to flirt with the girls in Hanfu, a message came on Chu Mingzhi's phone. He was his high school classmate. Chapter 105 Jiang Qiuran awakens strange attributes. I saw the GLE enter the school again today. I wonder which beautiful girl the uncle picked up this time. Who? Several people. Don't worry about it. Chu Mingzhi raised his head, looking a little sad and angry. I originally thought that the mysterious Mercedes-Benz man would be a rich man outside the school, a bald and fat middle-aged man. That way, he'll feel more balanced, and I would secretly feel fortunate if Chen Yuxing and the Wan sisters really had connections with people from other schools. But the car belongs to Subai, your brother Subai from the ditch. You are so handsome and so rich, don't you let others live? At this time, Shuetao was also fiddling with his mobile phone with sweat on his forehead. Crazy deletion of those pretentious remarks related to driving a Magotan as a freshman. After all, his roommate drives a top-of-the-line GLE worth over 800,000 yuan. This makes him look like a clown. Subai's car crushes his in terms of price, style, and practicality. Alas, if my parents were willing to buy me such a nice car, maybe Lu Yuan would not be so resistant to holding hands and kissing. Maybe they have already reached the big base now. Shuetao thought angrily, his face full of envy. With Wan Xinyan's subsequent comfort, Jiang Qiuran gradually calmed down and wiped away her tears. As for Subai, he didn't care when Jiang Qiuran's emotions would calm down. Subai went to the snack stand. I just saw a spicy fried skewers stall and wanted to buy some for Chen Yuxing. Big white goose, I really admire you. Ah? Subai scratched his head and looked at Shang. What's wrong with me? You don't seem to be soft-hearted towards Jiang Qiuran at all. Well, that's how childhood sweethearts are. If I'm soft-hearted and she gets ahead of me, I'm actually doing her a favor. Subai spoke with such audacity, but if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. Jiang Qiuran is a little bit stupid, has a weird personality, and is trying to hook up with a rich guy, so he can't play the game at all. It would be better for Subai to control her himself and let this guy live a peaceful life. Only in this way can I repay Aunt Jiang for her upbringing. The spicy fried skewers were ready quickly. Chen Yuxing held a handful of skewers in his hand, squinted his eyes, and started eating happily. This time, Jiang Qiuran sent a message from his second account on Subai's mobile phone. Asuka, Baymax, I will show you my attitude and actions to satisfy you. Subai raised the corner of his mouth and replied, supply white goose, still calling me Dubai? Is this the attitude you should have? Asuka, dog katas Asuka. Voice. Subai turned down the volume and put the phone to his ear in receiver mode. Then I heard Jiang Qiuran's sweet girlish voice, calling out delicately. Master Subai shuddered when she heard this. Ding. Jiang Qiuran's favorability detected +1, current favorability, 87. It is right to control her, and controlling her is not messing around. You know what, Xiao Qingmei's serval face is quite hot. Supply white goose, from now on, just call me. Okay Asuka, actually, it's also possible in public places. Asuka, look forward to crispy white goose. No, I still want you even if you're shameless. At this time, Jiang Qiuran used the excuse of going to the bathroom and shouted that voice message in the toilet. Although he was admitting his mistake humbly, it made her particularly happy. She felt like she was going to break down. However, this kind of brokenness gave Jiang Qiuran a full sense of security. She knew that using the green tea trick on Subai would not work. After all, we know each other well. She really regretted it. Under the control of reason, girls can distinguish between physiological affection and the optimal rational choice. Some girls would choose to eat in different places, but Jiang Qiuran doesn't like that kind of chaotic life. It's nothing else. I'm just afraid of getting sick. She has been a germaphobe since she was a child. After recently coming into contact with several so-called high quality boys in college, I have become more deeply aware of my own misophobia. Those boys are all in good condition, the appearance can't be said to be bad, but when Jiang Qiuran thought about having intimate relations with them, she instinctively repelled it. Forget about that, I don't even want to hold hands. But it was completely different when he was with Subai. Until he was in junior high school, Jiang Qiuran and Subai were still playing and fighting, having all kinds of physical contact, and even resting in the same bed. So, it would be best if Subai became rich, so that Jiang Qiuran wouldn't have to please other rich men. Mom said, don't let the impulse of so-called love control your rationality. Marrying for love is destined to tragedy. Money is the source of happiness, and now, the fountain of happiness appeared on Subai's body, but Jiang Qiuran seemed to have inadvertently ruined a good hand. Maybe this is retribution. Fortunately, there is still a chance to save the situation. Jiang Chiron directly expressed her sincerity to Subai by giving up her dignity, but in reality, she didn't seem to feel how painful it was to give up her dignity in front of Subai, quite the opposite. It seems quite comfortable, maybe sometimes. People are swords. In the past month or so of college life, Zhang Chiron was complimented by many people every day, but over time, he no longer felt anything. That's just how it is, however. After being treated so badly by Subai, the happiness he gained in such a short period of time was actually more than the total happiness he gained in a whole month. From then on, the idol-level school beauty Jiang secretly awakened a strange attribute. Brother Bai, you take them to continue playing. There's a small comic exhibition at the nearby convention center. I'll go check it out and won't be with you guys. After returning to reunite with everyone, Wang Haoren said to Subai. Okay, let's go. After the comic convention, I'll go back to the hotel to edit the video and try to get it out as quickly as possible. Shit, I have to win the award this time, as long as the judges are not crazy. As the photographer, Wang Haoren was deeply touched. I have to say that when it comes to being on camera, people with good looks are just likable, Chen Yuxing asked doubtfully. Didn't we agree that I would edit the video? No, I can do it. I'm pretty free anyway. Wang Haoren took the initiative to take on this job.as for Chen Shuaba. When you have time, you should play a few more games with Subai. When you are a subordinate of a big boss, you still have to be aware of it. Wang Haoren's parents are both migrant workers, and they have known since childhood that money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. But if you are brother Bai's younger brother, you must do your job conscientiously. Can't float. I'm staying at the lakeside villa tonight. Anyone want to join me? We have plenty of rooms. After returning to the Sheraton Hotel, Subai asked this question. All four girls raised their hands. Alas, it is indeed a question with no nutritional value. Subai stopped pretending and drove everyone to Tianrong Manju. Man, the entrance to this hotel shows its extraordinary features. A straight asphalt road with oversized lawns and fountains on both sides. It gives the impression of being in a large English manor. The three-story villa standing by the lake can be seen from afar. The girls were already excited, especially the Wan sisters, who were shouting and taking pictures of the distant scenery, and couldn't help but post a circle of friends. Hello, Mr. Su, welcome to Tianrong Manju. I am your exclusive housekeeper tonight, Li Shuang. As soon as he entered the hotel lobby, Subai met the housekeeper who was responsible for arranging all the complicated matters in the villa tonight. Clearly, this is experienced and professionally trained hotel staff. Uniform, black stockings and high heels, pretty face, and slim figure, but there was no flirting. The main reason was that Subai came alone with four young and stunning top beauties, which surprised the housekeeper. This young man is really powerful. Yes, anyone who can book a lakeside villa during the peak holiday season cannot be an ordinary person. However, Subai is indeed younger than Li Shuang expected. Chapter 106 Pool Party and Swimsuit War. Working in a service industry like Li Shuang's, one also has to learn to judge people. For example, Subai is different from those shy local bosses. You can tell at a glance that he is usually surrounded by beautiful women and is never hungry. Look at these four beauties, they are all so young and their faces are full of collagen. Each of them is a school beauty. In this situation, trying to show your affection to the other person will only have a negative effect. As long as the butler does his job well, he can let the guests experience the ultimate luxury of Tianrong Manju. With a plan in mind, Li Shuang led everyone to visit the villa. Subai made a reservation in the morning, and so far, all the related facilities have been completed. It includes the interior of the villa, as well as the garden, tennis court, and swimming pool outside, not to mention the garden, private tennis court and swimming pool. These girls have never seen them. Perhaps you will catch a glimpse of it occasionally when you are driving past the villa area, but there is no chance of close contact. It's quite hot today. Why don't we have a party by the pool after dark and have a barbecue on the grass next to it? That way we can have dinner too. Wan Xinyan started to offer new ideas. In fact, we ate a lot of fish and meat at the local restaurant at noon, so no one is hungry now. Even Jiang Chiron, who couldn't eat spicy food, showed off the McDonald's food that Subai bought. So the dinner itself is not very important, but the form should be a little fancy so as not to waste this sky-high priced villa. Pool party? That's interesting. Subai nodded. Okay, you and Li Shuang go discuss it and come up with a plan. I'm going to take a shower and change into some cool clothes. I've been running around outside all day. This place is called Tianrong Manju, which has the word man in it, so it's perfect for barbecue. A perfect match. I think after saying that, Subai said goodbye to the girls and went to take a shower in the large bathroom on the first floor of the villa. This villa is really big, with several bathrooms alone. According to the housekeeper, usually these villas are rented by senior employees from core departments of large companies for team building. Look at this statement: big, core, advanced. Housekeeper Li Shuang is so emotionally intelligent. The bathroom on the first floor is the largest one. Subai roughly estimated, hiss, that's a bit too evil. Let's have a good swim first. Subai took a comfortable hot bath while watching TV series on his top-of-the-line iPad. Meanwhile, the girls placed their luggage in their assigned rooms. What, you mean the master bedroom and the prime location on the second floor? Of course it belongs to Subai. After all, It was Subai who paid for the lakeside villa worth 50,000 yuan a night. Besides, everyone present respected Subai. I was trying my best to please him. Female competition masters per capita pool parties are naturally part of the female competition. Everyone stayed in their rooms for a while, and then almost simultaneously came to the cloakroom on the third floor of the villa. In the cloakroom, some basic spare clothes are prepared, mainly loose home clothes, for guests to use. They are equivalent to the bathrobes used in bathing centers, but they are more high-end. And then there's the whole row of swimsuits. All styles and sizes are available. It's obvious that the hotel wants its guests to have fun in the pool. So, even though none of the four of us brought swimsuits, it doesn't matter. They couldn't help but look at each other, and sparks seemed to fly in their glances. I want this. Chen Yuxing picked up a more conservative black swimsuit and then fled the scene. She was not very adaptable to the Shura-like atmosphere. Moreover, wearing a swimsuit is also quite embarrassing for Chen Yuxing. When she was watching anime with Subai, she was not conservative at all and was very wild, but if there were other girls present, Chen Yuxing, who has social anxiety, would feel embarrassed. Then the ones left are the Wan sisters and Jiang Qiuran. Obviously, Jiang Qiuran will face the pressure of fighting two people alone, not pressure. As a natural green tea girl, she is not afraid of the intrigues between girls. On the contrary, this is Jiang Qiuran's area of expertise and her comfort zone. Well, I suggest you choose the split type. Jiang Qiuran pinched his chin, looking thoughtful. Why? Because your figures are cute. A one-piece might look a bit out of place. Wan Xinyan tilted her head and smiled. Tisk, I even put it up for you. However, the next moment, Wan Xinyan's mouth opened into a round O shape. Jiang Qiuran quickly and decisively chose a swimsuit. This one-piece ballet-style dress is very figure-flattering, with a drawstring and hollow designed to highlight the slenderness of the figure. On the other hand, this kind of swimsuit is very picky about body shape. If you have even a little extra fat, the effect will be disastrous. However, Jiang Qiuran was not afraid at all. She even pulled a small curtain and changed into it on the spot. What a coincidence, this number is just right for me. Jiang Qiuran jumped out and looked in the mirror. Her flawless figure, like a doll's, and her curves blended the sweetness of a girl with a slight desire, simply stunned the Wan sisters. Sister, I feel like compared to her, we are like two potatoes. Wan Xinyue was a little depressed. That's not the case. Sister, don't underestimate yourself. Wan Xinyan smiled and complained in her sister's ear, she only looks good on camera. Boys actually like chubby girls. Even though we have short legs, our lay is big. In this world, if you want to stand out, you have to compete with differentiation. Therefore, Wan Xinyan scoffed at the advice Jiang Qiuran gave them. What two-piece swimsuit? That's a pure waste of their giant lowly advantage. You have to know that Subai watches anime, and his concentration in the two-dimensional world cannot be underestimated. So, Wan Xinyan directly bought two S-size swimsuits. It's the kind of thing that female students wear during swimming lessons in Japanese anime. A simple dark blue, stretch fabric. After putting them on, the two sisters' most proud advantages were immediately highlighted to the fullest, and because they are student swimsuits, even though they are short, they still look very attractive and there is nothing out of place. Let Jiang Qiuran see who Brother Subai's gaze will linger on more. However, when the Wan sisters rushed to the swimming pool, they found that they were the only ones there. No one else has come yet. I wonder what they are hesitating about, not to mention Subai, who is addicted to taking baths. Jiang Qiuran went back to her room to touch up her makeup, add a waterproof coating. When it comes to the refinement of femininity, Jiang Qiuran is confident that she is better than anyone else. She has always been a very refined girl. Chapter 107 Twins, Schoolgirl. Speaking of makeup, compared to the slightly childish makeup of the Wan sisters, Chen Yuxing gave Jiang Qiuran a stronger sense of oppression, because this divine being doesn't wear any makeup at all. As a roommate, Jiang Qiuran passively observes Chen Yuxing every day. She discovered that Chen Yuxing not only didn't wear makeup, but also didn't take care of her skin. Brush your teeth as soon as you wake up in the morning and then wash your face with clean water and not even any facial cleanser. Even so, Chen Yuxing's face never looks sloppy, her face is not oily, and her skin is in excellent condition. It can only be said that he is gifted. From a medical point of view, as long as a girl has a good enough physique, she only needs to wash her face with warm water every day and does not need any skincare products. However, most people cannot meet this innate condition. Chen Shuaba is indeed the most talented woman Jiang Qiuran has met since he came to Jiangcheng University. A beautiful face with a cool and elegant demeanor, a tall figure, and a head. No wonder Subai likes her so much. In comparison, Jiang Qiuran, who has always claimed to be a two-dimensional beautiful girl, feels that she is a bit mediocre. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiuran cheered up. Work harder on your makeup touch-ups. I even sprayed some perfume before going out. The Chanel Encounter series, worth thousands of dollars, is a very fresh and elegant fragrance that is attractive to girls and men. Jiang Qiuran saved up her pocket money for a long time to buy this bottle. Smell can play an unexpected role in the ambiguous interactions between men and women. I originally planned to keep it in reserve and use it when I met my Mr. Right. Who would have thought that this man-killing incense would eventually fall on Subai's head? Swimming pool. Sister, they haven't arrived yet, why did you jump in first? Wan Xinyue sat by the swimming pool, paddling her feet in the water. Her delicate and fair skin matches the temperament of that giant lowly very well. Wan Xinyan was already in the water, swimming as a warm-up. He poked his head out and replied, because this sweatshirt looks better when it's wet, and I'm going to play in the water with Brother Subai later, so how can I not warm up? What if I get a cramp? I see. Wan Xingyue suddenly realized, but shook her head a little dejectedly and said, I can't swim.
Oh, I'm so useless.
The twin sisters have completely opposite personalities, one active and the other quiet, not to mention swimming. Wan Xingyue was afraid of falling when swinging on the swing when she was a child.
What's the big deal?
Don't be sad, sister. Look, Subai will teach you how to swim later.
Isn't it fun?
That's the truth. Wan Xinyue's eyes lit up. I imagine that scene. Subai, wearing only swimming trunks, gave her close guidance in the swimming pool. Just thinking about it makes me happy. An unnatural blush appeared on her face, and she pushed herself away from the shore and slid into the shallow water. Then I'll warm up first, okay? I'll help you. Let's get a feel for the water first. So when Subai arrived at the swimming pool, he happened to see the two sisters playing together. Hiss the swimsuit. Is it too small? No, considering their short height, they really need to wear size S. S stands for slim. The problem is that their dumplings are not thin at all. They are really invincible, right? Can those cosplayers who are in the Sakumazu style compare with the level of the Wanja sisters? The visual temptation is even greater than the aerobics uniform that day. Subai stood on the shore and admired it for a while before Wan Xinyan noticed his arrival and waved her hand to brother Subai. Yeah, can't swim. Can you help teach her? Okay. Subai agreed without hesitation. Even hesitating for a moment would be a blasphemy to my second brother. Subai was too lazy to use the ladder and jumped directly into the swimming pool. Water splashed everywhere, but Subai quickly stabilized his body and swam back and forth twice. The movements are skillful and the speed is amazing. Wow, brother Subai, have you ever practiced swimming for competitions? You're amazing. It's okay, I understand a little bit. I didn't expect that the swimming, master level, I got from brother Tonzi would come in handy so soon. Although it's not a serious use, it's great to show off in front of girls. Then I'm relieved. Brother Subai will definitely be able to teach Xinyue how to swim. It's wrapped. Come, let's learn to hold our breath first. There is no danger in the shallow water area. Even so, Subai still guards the whole time in a serious and responsible spirit. After struggling for a few minutes, Wan Xinyue finally had the courage to bury her face completely and held her breath for more than 10 seconds. It seems that the lung capacity is good. After all, they do aerobics regularly.
According to Wan Xinyan, the two of them chose aerobics in physical education class not randomly.
They were selected for the aerobics team of the art college and will participate in the competition during the sports meet. After practicing for about 10 minutes, Wan Xinyue finally felt a little exhausted. Brother Subai, I'm a little tired. Can I lean on you for a while?
No problem, come on.
Wan Xinyue enjoyed Subai's embrace in the water. She raised her little face and her eyes met Subai's. Close your eyes immediately. Just as Subai was about to taste it, Zhang Qiran's energetic voice came. Hey, you guys have already started playing?
Wait a minute, I want to play too.
The elegant ballet-style swimsuit makes Zhang Qiran shine like an idol. Subai felt that this proud and spoiled childhood sweetheart of his was probably the most qualified person he knew to debut as an idol, but judging from his temper and IQ, well, it feels a little off. Zhang Qiran stepped onto the diving board beside the swimming pool and jumped into the water gracefully. Unlike Subai's mind style, the splash was very small, and it moved through the water as lightly as a butterfly. She can't compare with Subai in terms of speed, but she swims very beautifully. Wan Xinyan was a little stunned. What a great swimming style, school beauty Zhang. There's a water gun over there, let's play with water together. Zhang Qiran's throat inexplicably tightened, and her already sweet voice took on a hint of coquettishness. He took a water gun and attacked Subai. Subai was not willing to be outdone, so he took a floating board as a water splashing tool and fought with Zhang Qiran. So the swimming teaching session was interrupted by Zhang Qiran. It was intentional, absolutely intentional. Wan Xinyan smelled a hint of scheming from Zhang Qiran. It seems that this must be a strong opponent. It is not difficult to see from the actions in the ancient town that Zhang Qiran is determined to become Subai's beloved woman. Chapter 108. You were born to do this. Subai's floating board offensive ability is ultimately limited, far inferior to the water gun in Zhang Qiran's hand. So what's the easiest way to deal with a shooter? It's close combat. Subai suddenly gave up the float and dived into the water, swimming underwater to Zhang Qiran's side, causing the latter to exclaim in surprise.
Don't come over here.
You stop it. Subai hugged Zhang Qiran and tickled her right there. Having grown up together, they remember each other's weaknesses very well. Zhang Qiran burst into giggles after being hit first by Subai. After just a few breaths, he could no longer stand in the swimming pool and quickly begged Subai for mercy. I was wrong. Woo, Dubai, please let me go. I don't know if he was afraid of being tickled more or if he was taking the opportunity to express his feelings. That little look of her smiling with tears in her eyes is really top-notch. Even Subai, who was used to Zhang Qiran's beauty, was a little surprised. Only then did he release the hand that was holding Zhang Qiran's slender waist.
Really? You've ruined my makeup. Zhang Qiran scolded. Didn't you apply a waterproof coating?
With your style, it should be foolproof. Then you'd splash water on other girls and mess up their makeup, and then take a twisted pleasure in it. Oh no, how could I be that bad? Jiang Qiuran's little trick was exposed by Su Bai, and he scratched him twice in frustration. This is Su Bai's particularly irritating habit. He likes to expose Jiang Qiuran's green tea behavior, but that's what good friends are like, they sabotage each other. After playing around with Su Bai for a while, Jiang Qiuran actually felt a long-lost happiness. It's been a long time, but actually it's not that long. I haven't felt it for almost 2 months. That's right, it was actually ever since I had a falling out with Su Bai. Becoming a beautiful girl that everyone likes was quite glorious at first, but after a long time, Jiang Qiuran felt a little bored. I feel that life is becoming more and more boring. All that hype and enthusiasm is purposeful. To put it bluntly, the boys who hold her in high esteem just want to sleep with her. When I think about it this way, I suddenly feel that life is very boring, but Jiang Qiuran knew that this was not a problem with life itself, or rather, the lives of most ordinary people were more boring than she had imagined. Looking back, she realized that Su Bai was the extraordinary and interesting thing in life. There will never be another childhood sweetheart as good as Su Bai, but she did do something stupid, and she regrets it so much. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiuran's nose suddenly felt a little sore. She put her arms around Su Bai's neck and whispered in his ear, "You're still the best. I regret it so much. Can we not separate in the future?" With a crying voice. At the same time, Su Bai, Jiang Qiuran was encouraged and blinked his eyes. The hot breath smelled very pleasant. "I'm willing to do anything for you, whether it's outside, at school, or when I go back home for the holidays." "Yeah, when you go home for the holidays and the other girls aren't around you, Dubai, you'll be lonely, right?" Ding. Jiang Qiuran's favorability detected +2, current favorability, 89. Su Bai was a little overwhelmed by the girl's shy yet bold charm. Quickly activate Sigma Aura. "That's enough." Su Bai knocked her head. "Have we ever been together? Don't put on a stage play here. We've already shot enough material for the vlog, thank you. If you have excess energy and nowhere to vent it, why not have a swimming competition with me? If this little devil keeps messing around, I think we should just stop having a pool party and start something else. Let's start with some purely green and healthy activities." "Swimming?" Jiang Qiuran was stunned for a moment, then showed an amused expression. "Are you really going to compete?" Jiang Qiuran's doubts were justified. She and Su Bai learned to swim together when they were young. The coach is a serious middle-aged woman, a retired athlete from the provincial second team, especially strict. Jiang Qiuran didn't think it was a big deal, but Su Bai was naughty and the coach couldn't stand him. And he couldn't stand the coach either. I dropped out of the class and learned how to do it by myself by floundering around in the reservoir. She is a pure and unconventional person, so she definitely can't swim as fast as Jiang Qiuran. I think you are asking for trouble. That may not be the case. You know, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. That soft and mushy knee is gone. Now I am terrifyingly strong." The two of them boasted and ran to the diving platform on the shore to prepare for the competition. The Wan sisters left the spacious lane in the middle for them and cheered for brother Su Bai. "Use your phone to time the time. 3, 2, 1, go." Jiang Qiuran observed Su Bai's departure movement out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. Wait, doesn't this guy only know how to doggy paddle? Every time he jumps into the water he's like an aerial bomb, but now he's so agile. There was no time to think about it. Jiang Qiuran swam hard. After one round, Su Bai was left far behind. I was shocked. At this speed, he should be able to join the school team, right? Could it be that Dubai has been exercising regularly in the past 2 months? In the end, Su Bai maintained his lead until the end without any suspense. He even swam on his back for a while in a very arrogant manner. Jiang Qiuran was so angry that he paddled hard and rushed to him to scratch him like a kitten panting in frustration. There was another fight, but this time something unexpected happened. Jiang Qiuran's expression suddenly changed. He frowned his pretty little eyebrows and groaned in pain. "Ah, I think I have a cramp. It hurts so much, Dubai, please help me." Once Yan's eyes widened. It took me just 1 second to get into the role. Even Zhang Yimou would be shocked by this acting. The little actor said yes. However, Su Bai instantly realized that Jiang Qiuran was not acting like a character, but was really suffering from cramps. "I guess it's because I swam too hard just now." In order to prevent Jiang Qiuran from struggling and drowning in the water, Su Bai quickly picked her up and used his strong arms to lift Jiang Qiuran to the ground on the shore. Then he went ashore, carried her and placed her on a soft cushion, pinched her calves and start massaging them. Su Bai knows a little about how to deal with cramps. When they were growing up as children, he and Jiang Qiuran had snored in their sleep countless times. It is also normal to help each other deal with things. This scene somewhat awakened Su Bai's childhood memories. He couldn't help but pinch Jiang Qiuran's calf and look at her. According to the current popular classification, her legs should be called comic legs, mainly slender and straight, with that fair and delicate skin. It feels great to touch. Chapter 109, Xingxing's long legs are only visible to me. However, Su Bai was not at all shy and admired it calmly. Comment on Jiang Qiuran's figure from time to time. Actually, comic legs aren't very popular anymore. You should eat more and work out when you have time. You need to have some curves, otherwise how are you going to compete with other women? Dubai is right. I will pay attention to exercise in the future. Exercising more can also help prevent disease. Su Bai made sharp comments casually. Such an atmosphere actually makes me feel like I'm back in the innocent days of my childhood, Jiang Qiuran thought silently. Brother Su Bai is really versatile. He can even treat muscle strains. Wan Xinyan ran over again to praise him. There are little stars in his eyes. Her admiration for Su Bai is real and reliable. After all, her thoughts are very simple. She just wants to find a rich and powerful man to rely on. These are all basic life skills that you need to learn too. Well, I have a friend who is currently learning various household chores. When she returns after completing her studies, I'll have her teach you all alone. Okay, hee, it's great to follow Brother Su Bai. I can also learn new knowledge. Su Bai reached out and rubbed Wan Xinyan's head. So good. Wan Xinyan happily rubbed her face against Su Bai's hand, like a happy puppy. Zhang Qiuran felt so uncomfortable seeing such a flattering face. If she had realized her inner thoughts earlier, her status in Su Bai's eyes would definitely be higher than Wan Xinyan's now. Well, Su Bai's preferences are actually quite simple. You can say he is unsophisticated, or that he is a straight man who doesn't understand romance. But if you ask yourself, honestly, Su Bai just doesn't like the complicated relationships in idol dramas or female romance novels. He likes straightforward, passionate love. Take Shengxing for example. She likes Su Bai and accepts Su Bai's support without hesitation. No matter whether Su Bai invited her to eat upper-class hot pot or spicy fried skewers on the roadside, she was extremely happy, looking at Su Bai with bright eyes and full of love. Even though he was born with expressionless face and cold eyes, he couldn't help but let out his love. Su Bai likes this, but in fact, Su Bai has another hobby. That is bullying Zhang Qiuran. It's a bit perverted but very reasonable pleasure point. It's like watching the Gauze female ghost segment in anime. It's like the joy of elementary school students bullying girls. You see, she is obviously very happy when I do this. It's my childhood sweetheart satisfying his or her preferences, so Su Bai continued. After being scolded by him, Zhang Qiuran immediately became obedient and quiet. Woo, the strong Su Bai. I like it so much. I'm not sure if this guy is serious or just kidding. Never mind, just assume he's serious. The Wan family twins next to them originally wanted to learn Su Bai's first aid techniques, but he saw Zhang Qiuran suddenly stand up. Phew, thank you. I feel a little unwell. I'll go back to my room first. Zhang Qiuran fled in a panic, limping. Su Bai smiled evilly and looked at her back. Brother Su Bai, what did you do to her just now? Wan Xinyan was curious. I wanted to. Wan Xinyue's thoughts leaped to the next level. Forget it, let's go into the water and continue teaching Ye to swim. Yeah, okay, I want to learn how to swim. Wan Xinyue is full of energy. However, at this moment, a cold and royal sister's voice sounded. Sorry, I'm late. Su Bai turned his head and was immediately attracted by Chen Yuxing, who was walking slowly towards him. Black one-piece skirt swimsuit, very simple style. When worn by Chen Yuxing, it exudes a fairy-like air, especially the pair of long legs, which are dazzlingly white. Chen Yuxing's skin is a very rare and high-end cold white skin. It has a perfect texture like jade. Su Bai was instantly attracted by the attention. Even with the Sigma aura turned on all ass, Shengsheng is indeed his favorite. In the swimsuit segment, Chen Yuxing won. She lifted her hair, stared at Su Bai in a daze, and said uncertainly, isn't it a bit strange? No, very good. Su Bai stepped forward and gave Chen Yuxing a firm hug, then kissed her on the cheek. I like you. Chen Yuxing was shy. Although she didn't know where Zhang Qiuran had run off to, the Wan family twins were still watching her. As long as the big white goose likes it, I really like it, but you must never go to any beach or water park in the future. You don't want to show it to others, do you? You really understand me. Just for you to see. Suddenly, Chen Yuxing thought of something else, and said in a coquettish tone, what if I want to go to the water park in the future? It's no big deal. I'll save up some money and buy one. Then there will be only the two of us in the whole garden, and we'll only hire female staff. Anyway, you can't let other men see your long legs. Then it's a deal. Chapter 110. Chen Yuxing has a cold body, so a hot bath is suitable for her. Facts have proved that talent can indeed lead to crushing victory. Chen Yuxing does not have the scheming of the Wan sisters, nor does she have the makeup skills and routines of Zhang Qiuran. Even the swimsuit was chosen randomly, but he can capture Su Bai's heart. I can only say that this girlfriend was indeed the right choice. Wan Xinyan saw it all, and to be honest, she was quite jealous, but she quickly calmed down and adjusted her mood. It's normal that I can't compare to Chen Yuxing. She didn't expect to have such a high status in Su Bai's eyes. Instead, he quietly left the swimming pool with his sister and went into the house to tour the villa. So as not to disturb the love between Su Bai and Chen Yuxing. After hugging for a while, Su Bai realized that the Wan sisters had slipped away. Patting Chen Yuxing on the back, he asked, do you want to learn how to swim? No. Chen Yuxing shook his head. I'm afraid of the cold. I've tried swimming a few times before, but I felt uncomfortable for a long time afterwards. Then why did you come out in your swimsuit? If I don't wear a swimsuit, your soul will be seduced away by the girls in swimsuits. Chen Yuxing muttered with resentment. Su Bai laughed for a while, but did not force it. After all, he had long known that Chen Yuxing had a cold body and was indeed not suitable for playing in the water. For example, she often wears black stockings because her peripheral circulation is poor and she needs to keep warm. But now that I'm wearing a swimsuit, I have to put it to good use. Su Bai suddenly had an idea. Let's go to the bathroom on the first floor of the villa to take a bath. It should be quite comfortable to take a hot bath. Well, that bathtub is very big.
Hearing that the bathtub was very large, Chen Yuxing immediately understood what Subai wanted to do. She pushed him away slightly, glared at him for a while, and then butted her head against his chest. After being affectionate for a while, she agreed to go to the bathroom with Subai. Keep your voice down a bit later. Why? And you still ask why? It's good that they heard it. This is helping you assert your sovereignty abnormal. While saying that Subai was a pervert, Chen Yuxing entered the bathroom and locked the door, but his eyes lit up as he looked around at the furnishings in the bathroom. It's really high-end. The design is spacious and thoughtfully designed for comfort, with soft furnishings in many places, unlike ordinary hotel bathrooms that are filled with hard marble. When the outdoor barbecue started, Chen Yuxing's face was still flushed. Zhang Qiran also has it. Moreover, the look in her eyes when she looked at Subai was particularly intriguing. Who could have imagined that such a change would happen while Subai was treating her muscle strain? So embarrassing. I don't know if the Wan sisters noticed it. It shouldn't be noticeable. Judging from their appearance, they have never experienced this before, so they shouldn't be able to distinguish the subtle changes in their state. At that time, Zhang Qiran had tried very hard not to show any abnormality. She finally realized that Subai didn't take her seriously at all. Not only was he indifferent to her charm, he even enjoyed teasing her like he did when they were children. This is really difficult. How can I reconcile with Subai? Subai said that he hoped to see her sincerity, but Zhang Qiran was not sure what Subai meant by sincerity. Zhang Qiran sadly discovered that she seemed to no longer be able to see through Subai. In fact, there have always been many things about Subai that she cannot understand. For example, Subai likes some niche anime, the kind with blurry images from the 1990s. For another example, Subai likes to watch ghost videos, which Zhang Qiran completely cannot understand what is so good about. However, these misunderstandings don't matter. Subai before was not someone Zhang Qiran needed to please, but now he has become the target of her pursuit. It can be said that the offensive and defensive situations are different. Human hearts are so realistic. When you have no money, no one will care even if you think your soul is interesting, and when you are rich enough, a beautiful sister will ask you with admiration, brother, who are Xiango and Diangun. Hey, this is the beauty of Chen Yuxing. She and Subai are very compatible. It has nothing to do with money. Subai's wealth just gives them an opportunity to enjoy their relationship for a long time. This time, Subai was editing photos on his mobile phone. Chen Yuxing watched from the side, holding Subai's shoulders with her small hands. It was a handsome selfie that Subai took in the swimming pool just now. Prepare to send it to Director Xia. When booking this lakeside villa, I asked Director Xia, and she wanted Subai's swimming pool photos in return. Subai prepared a few for her. I have to say, this brother Tongzi's enhanced body is really handsome, and he's not the kind that's just for show. He's the type that looks like he can really fight. In fact, Subai is indeed very good at fighting, and he is a master of military combat skills. Not long after the photo was sent, Charlene replied almost immediately. He posted several drool-worthy emojis in a row. Chen Yuxing frowned at what he saw. It's shameless for an old cow to eat young grass. No, I'm not old. A woman 3 years older than us is a gold brick. Director Xia is 4 years older than us, so if you round it up, he's still a gold brick. Being 3 years older is a gold brick. Her stack is overflowing, so she's just an iron brick. That's fine. Subai scratched his head. Chen Yuxing was like that. He would often come up with some strange metaphors that only academic masters could come up with. Although both are studying computer science, some are still struggling with advanced mathematics and probability theory in their freshman year, while others have already started coding. Subai belongs to the former. He has a good learning ability, but actually has limited interest in computers. He chose this major to make money. Of course, I don't have this worry now. You just need to try your best to spend money to get cash back, and then support Chen Yuxing in his technological entrepreneurship. It's also a way to contribute to the country's science and technology. Let's have some positive energy. Brother Tongzi. This time, Li Shuang, the exclusive housekeeper for tonight, came with a few carts. Boss Su, the ingredients for tonight are all ready. Shall we start setting up the stove now? After deciding to have an outdoor barbecue, Subai arranged for the housekeeper to prepare the ingredients, vegetables, meatballs, soy products, and most importantly, all kinds of meat and seafood. Subai directly deposited 20,000 yuan and asked Li Shuang to buy according to this meal standard. This further made Li Shuang realize the generosity of this young master. Some companies come to this villa for team building and also have outdoor barbecues. That's why the villa has a full set of equipment. However, generally it only costs a few thousand yuan for a few people to purchase some ordinary ingredients and create an atmosphere. Subai directly asked for all kinds of top quality ingredients, as if 20,000 was just the most ordinary daily consumption for him. As a result, Li Shuang took people to do some shopping, trying to buy the most expensive things, but ended up not spending all the 20,000 yuan. Well, even a man and 4 women can't finish the 20,000 yuan worth of Wagyu beef and king crab. So Li Shuang wanted to improve the service, and considerately brought people to help Subai set up the stove. Okay, you guys can help out, but I mainly want to do it myself. Subai looked eager to try. This thing is like building blocks and making models, and it is a hobby that boys have in their bones. When it comes to barbecue, the main point is to enjoy the fun of doing it yourself with the help of the Lakeside Villa's own team of maids. It really feels like being an emperor. This can be considered as a way for Subai to experience it. After a while, Subai quickly finished the entire barbecue grill. His hands-on ability is quite good. This time, he asked Li Shuang. Your hotel should have a wine cellar, right? I want to open a bottle of red wine. Do you have any recommendations?
Chapter 111 Red Wine. Barbecue. Hearing this, Li Shuang became more spirited. Brother Fu has started to output again. Not only should we eat well, we should also drink wine. It seems that he really has a casual personality. If he plans to open a few bottles of good wine with the girls, he usually brings wine with him. After all, the wine you buy through channels that family members know can be much cheaper than buying it in hotels or restaurants. Rich people are actually very good at saving money in this area. However, Subai has been conditioned by the indulgent system to develop the habit of doing whatever he wants. Even from a rational point of view, this premium for impromptu consumption can generate more cash back, which is a good thing. Li Shuang flipped through her phone for a while, took out the wine list and showed it to Subai. Subai quickly made a choice that suited his personal preferences. 2 bottles of red wine, 2 bottles of white wine, and a bottle of whiskey. The whiskey is an ordinary style at the food level, the famous Johnny Walker. The price is mainly supported by the wine, so Subai tries to choose the more expensive ones. Ding. The host's excessive consumption has been detected. The total amount of alcohol purchased is 52,988 yuan. This triggers a tenfold cashback, and you will receive cash plus 529,880 yuan. With a shake of the hand, 500,000 is deposited into the account. After making the arrangements, Subai announced, "Let's have some good wine tonight and have fun. You can sleep in tomorrow morning and think about climbing the mountain in the afternoon." Yeah. Wan Xinyan led the cheering. Although she also likes outdoor sports, mountain climbing will have to be put on hold for a while when she can enjoy fine wine. The last time she and her sister went out to dinner with Subai, they happened to see Subai opening a bottle of collectible red wine worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, which surprised them. As for the taste of the wine, they don't understand red wine, but at least they can taste it, and it is indeed delicious. Li Shuang got busy again and personally organized a wine opening ceremony. Subai had seen this thing once, so it wasn't new to him, but the other girls were quite interested in it. Jiang Qiran even took a video and posted it on his moments. Suddenly, the sound of comments rang out. It received even more likes than Chen Yuxing's post about escaping singlehood. After all, she is a super popular beauty, so she must be good at socializing. Chen Yuxing, a homegirl, can't compare to her. After a series of words of envy and flattery, someone who knew the matter finally said what Jiang Qiran wanted to see. "Oh my god, isn't this a lakeside villa in the Tianrong resort? The price during the off-season is almost 20,000 yuan a night. Now it's the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, so it must be around 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, right? Whose birthday party did school beauty Jiang attend?" This person is a senior student from the student union whom Jiang Qiran knows. My family is quite rich. After she reminded them, the attention of the people in the comments section shifted from the beauty and exquisiteness of the scene to the discussion of how much is it worth. Soon, an older man who knew a lot about red wine pointed out that the red wine and dry white wine that were bought were very expensive. It seemed that the host of this banquet was a really rich guy. However, someone immediately refuted it. What's with the really rich guy? Really prestigious birthday parties always book out an entire floor in a prime location. This place is just average. Even a resort area is still a suburb. Indeed, although this statement is a bit sour, it does make sense. As a venue for birthday parties, the lakeside villa is certainly high-end, but it is not particularly top-notch. After all, the cost of booking a good wedding banquet is tens of thousands of dollars, but this situation is completely different. Subai just brought a few friends here to play. Not only were there few people, but the catering arrangements were also very clear. More than 100,000 yuan was spent that night. Jiang Qiran's eyes lit up. "This is what I've been waiting for." Immediately posted a comment. It's not a birthday party, just a regular gathering with friends. I'm here to accompany the boy I've always had a crush on." It takes about a minute for the comment to be sent. Jiang Qiran deleted it decisively. Pull if the comments were left open. Subsequent public opinion would be too explosive and everyone would come to dig into the matter. In that situation, if Subai was involved, Subai would feel troubled. Well, based on our understanding of Subai, that would definitely be the case. From another perspective, deletion can actually arouse more imagination. As for the comments being seen by her suitors, this is exactly the effect Jiang Qiran wants. Let them know that Jiang Qiran already has someone in his heart. Stop trying to get close to her. In order to reconcile with Subai, the first thing she had to do was to tell those suitors that she, Jiang Qiran, already had someone in her heart. What a popular beautiful girl. It's better to be dominated by Master Subai. Such a drastic change made Subai gasp in amazement and jokingly said, "I'm shocked. If you do this, won't those people be heartbroken tonight? Will they even be able to have a good Mid-Autumn Festival? So what?" "I didn't." Jiang Qiran suddenly reacted and turned around, only to find that Subai had come behind her at some point with a wicked smile on his face. Suddenly I felt a little embarrassed. You saw everything?" "I see. Well, I think you've done something measured. Keep up the good work." "I will continue to work hard." Jiang Qiran stood on tiptoe, kissed Subai lightly on the ear, and softly called out "Master" next to his ear. "You really can." Subai pinched her a little bit and then went to grill skewers. Jiang Qiran stared at his back and secretly clenched her fists. Although, this is far from enough to win Subai's favor again, but Jiang Qiran will work hard. Barbecue actually requires a lot of skill and heat. But how does the saying go? As long as the quality of the ingredients is good enough, you can make it fly. Take beef for example. Good beef tastes better when it is roasted medium-rare. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it also has a unique taste, including lamb and fish. There are actually half-cooked dishes. This is also the reason why Subai asked Li Shuang to purchase good ingredients. After all, he is not a professional barbecue player, so the ingredients must be better. Subai can cook, which allows him to control the heat much better than the girls when grilling meat. The worst cook was obviously Jiang Qiran. She had hardly ever been in the kitchen and wasn't even good at sprinkling salt or cumin. Subai asked Wan Xinyan to teach her. Chen Yuxing didn't know how to do it either, so Subai taught her step by step and also helped her with some stickers. This is enough to show that the four women on the field have obvious differences in their status in Subai's eyes. Subai has a scale in his heart, and he adopts different coping strategies according to the girl's qualities and her feelings towards him. Li Shuang saw it, and then very perceptibly took the lead in decanting the red wine and handed 2 glasses to Subai and Chen Yuxing. Mr. Su, Miss Chen, please first try this Screaming Eagle from Napa Valley in the United States. It's a cult wine, known for its rich fruit aroma, high concentration, and silky tannins. It's perfect with strong barbecue. Chapter 112, The Pressure from Queen Chen Yuxing. In traditional Western cuisine, the taste of red wine is actually very important. It should match the food of the day, and even the climate and weather when eating. As autumn is approaching and we are having outdoor barbecue, this Screaming Eagle can be said to be a very suitable choice. Li Shuang felt that Subai had good taste. However, in reality, Subai just clicked on the system's auxiliary information, read the detailed reviews of several wines, and then chose this one. Why don't you try it too? Well, I haven't been drinking much. Then try it today. Anyway, I'm with you and you don't need to worry about your safety. It's true. Many girls who have never drunk alcohol have a very cautious mentality. What if they get drunk? Will they be taken advantage of, especially when going out? Any girl with normal upbringing will pay attention to this. Chen Yuxing was lucky. The first time he drank alcohol was with Subai, and it was on such a romantic occasion. The lake was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the sunset, with lawns and a large villa behind it. In front of her was sizzling barbecued beef. She had just sprinkled a lot of chili peppers on it under Subai's guidance. Then I'll try. Chen Yuxing's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly took the red wine glass and took a sip. Delicious. Yeah, I guess that you must like red wine. After all, our tastes are quite similar. Subai said happily. No, where doesn't it look like? I like strong flavors, I'm very specific. But you like all flavors, you scumbag. Okay, I'm a scumbag. Not only is my head a scumbag, my little head is a scumbag, and my tongue is also a scumbag. Subai teased and clinked glasses with Chen Yuxing, savoring this rare delicacy. Housekeeper Li Shuang was watching from the side, feeling very envious. Not only Chen Yuxing was envious, but Subai was also envious for being able to get such a good girl. After working at Tianrong Manju Hotel for a long time, Li Shuang has seen many wealthy people in Jiangcheng, and has also seen the female companions they brought with them. To be honest, most of these women have an air of worldliness that is hard to conceal. Even though they have tried very hard to pretend to be fresh and unworldly, it is actually useless. A person's temperament radiates from the inside out. If you don't have any substance, it's useless no matter how much you pretend. Maybe it can fool young boys who are not very worldly wise, but any man who has a little experience in dealing with women will instantly become bored with those vulgar women. On the contrary, Chen Yuxing's scholarly air and clear aura could not be concealed at all. A good girl. Although the styles of the others are different, they are not comparable to the prostitute, alas. As expected, Mr. Su was very wise. Know who to cherish. Chen Shuaba, my sister, and I are here to toast you and wish you and brother Subai a happy marriage. Everyone enjoyed a glass of red wine and some grilled skewers, and the sky became completely dark. At this time, Wan Xinyan's cute face with a little baby fat was already flushed. He raised the second glass of wine and toasted Subai and Chen Yuxing with a laugh. Chen Yuxing and her eyes met briefly. She read the key information from Wan Xinyan's humble expression. This glass of wine represents surrender and weakness. It symbolizes that the other party has given up competing with Chen Yuxing and has been subservient. Well, it's worthy of being Wan Xinyan. Chen Yuxing is usually a little disgusted with girls who are particularly good at making trouble, but the Wan sisters are an exception, because their attitude is very clear, and they can be said to be open bitches. Well, thank you. I also wish that your friendship with Subai, brother, will last forever. After saying that, Chen Yuxing glanced at Subai out of the corner of her eye, with a bit of sarcasm, but more of her unique charm. Subai was amused and kissed her near the earlobe, put his arm around her slender waist and raised his glass. 4 people clinking glasses. Wait, yeah, don't you know how to drink? Subai was just about to finish the glass of wine when he suddenly realized his blind spot. Wan Xinyu said sternly, well, I want to express my sincerity to brother Subai and sister Yushang. After saying that, he drank it in one gulp, then he staggered and was about to fall to the grass. Fortunately, Subai was quick-witted and caught it for her. Your sister's alcohol tolerance is really outrageous. Subai was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You should know that when drinking red wine, the goblet is actually only filled with a little, at most a quarter of a cup. As for red wine, it should be more elegant, not as usual when drinking white wine. Pouring it full at just this little amount actually knocked Wan Xinyu down. It turns out that he can't drink. Well, he is very suitable to be Subai's personal driver. Big white goose, please help send her back to her room first. I'll eat some barbecue skewers outside by myself. Chen Yuxing said. There's an inexplicable sense of majesty as the mother of the country. Subai understood her hint and nodded. Okay, Xingsheng, you can play by yourself for a while, I'll be back soon. How long will it take before you come back? It's hard to say. It depends on what kind of service Wan Xinyan wants to provide him. The figures of the three people disappeared into the entrance of the villa. Jiang Qiuran, come here, I have something to tell you. Me? Oh, okay. Jiang Qiuran was a little surprised to be suddenly called out by Chen Yuxing. When he came in front of her, the height difference between them gave Jiang Qiuran a strong sense of oppression. After all, Chen Yuxing is 1.73 meters tall, while Jiang Qiuran is only a little over 1.6 meters tall. The oppression of the queen. After brewing a bit of atmosphere, Chen Yuxing said coldly, if you want to get along well with Su Bai, I don't object. After all, you two have been friends for many years, and I see that Su Bai is quite happy when he teases you. Yeah, I'll try my best to make everyone happy. Chen Yuxing was quite satisfied with Jiang Qiuran's humble and pleasing appearance. It seems that she understands and knows how to face her in the same way as she faced Su Bai. In other words, he treated her as his principal wife. Chen Yuxing nodded and reminded, but you have to be careful not to affect Su Bai's mood, and don't affect our normal life, understand? I understand. I'll pay attention. Jiang Qiuran took the initiative to pick up a grilled skewer of meat and handed it to Chen Yuxing with both hands respectfully. Thank you, Sister Yuxing, for agreeing to let me stay with Su Bai. After saying this, Jiang Qiuran became excited again. This made Chen Yuxing feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, it was a private lakeside villa. If something like this happened in school, my classmates would probably imagine a palace drama. A guest room on the third floor of the villa. As for the guest rooms, they are quite large, and the furniture, including the 2.5-meter bed, are all high-end international brands. In other words, the grade of the entire villa inside and outside is in accordance with top-notch standards. Make sure the quality of the most expensive room type in this resort matches its price. Chapter 113, strolling along the lake with Xingxing, watching Su Bai easily carry Wan Xingyue to the bed, cover her with a small quilt, and put her in place. Wan Xinyan sighed, brother Su Bai is really strong. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to toss my sister around at all. Really? Su Bai looked her up and down, then looked at Wan Xingyue. That's normal, right? You two probably weigh the same. No, my sister is 2 kilograms heavier than me. It's only 2 kilograms, what impact can this have? 2 kilograms in a critical area has a huge impact. Brother Su Bai, do you want to compare? Oh, I want to compare you. Will your sister agree? I agree. Wan Xingyue, who fell asleep after drinking, I have no objection, so Su Bai conducted a field investigation in the spirit of seeking truth from facts. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, my sister is actually a little better than me. There are some other differences besides this. After all, I prefer sports. As they chatted, the bedroom fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of the two people breathing. Darkness engulfed the room, with only a small night light at the end of the bed emitting a little light. In such an atmosphere, people are particularly emotional and prone to doing things beyond common sense. Wrong. It's not beyond common sense, in Wan Xinyan's opinion. What happened between her and Su Bai was a natural thing. Rather, she was looking forward to Su Bai's. She also has to thank Chen Yuxing for allowing her and her sister to have some time alone with Su Bai on this romantic night and in this romantic place. Very nice. Brother Su Bai, can I sit on your lap? I rarely enjoy the feeling of being pampered. Sure. Su Bai sat down on the bay window and motioned Wan Xinyan to come over. I remember you said that your parents passed away a long time ago. Yeah, it's similar to my brother's situation, which is why we like him. We like tall and imposing men, strong men, and men with money. Alas, besides, we don't really have any particularly outstanding qualities, except for our looks. If we really had to fight in the job market, pay off student loans, rent an apartment, and provide for our future life. Just thinking about it makes it so difficult. My sister and I are really tired of being poor. Normal. My mission is to make life better for poor girls like you. Hee, we won't let brother Su Bai down. Follow me and live a good life from now on. A wave of fatigue came over Wan Xinyan, making her eyelids twitch. In addition to the red wine he had just drunk, Su Bai's embrace felt very warm. Soon, she fell asleep. Su Bai gently placed her next to Wan Xingyue. After watching it carefully, he nodded secretly. Very good, the two sisters' sleeping faces are so cute, I couldn't help but take pictures. As for when to meet Wan Xingyue, let's wait until she sobers up. I guess Wan Xinyan will arrange it. This girl knows a lot. Only a sensible girl is worthy of long-term companionship. Jiang Qiuran is also doing well now. Although she is not as sensible as Xiao Wan and Xiao Lu, her style is really fresh to Su Bai. With all sorts of thoughts in his mind, Su Bai took a shower before going outside. Chen Yuxing had already eaten and was lying on a folding rattan chair, facing the lake in the distance, holding his mobile phone and playing something. Su Bai walked over, blindfolded himself, and came to Chen Yuxing, relying on his sense of direction. Let me guess, you're on the forums, chatting with them about the new game that came out this weekend. Big white goose, you are the roundworm in my stomach. No, the roundworm is too thin. How can a man be thin? So funny, what a weird angle. Chen Yuxing stood up, took Su Bai's hand away, and kissed the tip of his nose. Play with me. What are you playing? I want to play that two-player game with you this weekend. Chen Yuxing paused and emphasized, and you can only play with me, not with other girls.
I promise.
This request must be agreed to. The gaming sector is Chen Yuxing's private domain, because she met Subai through the game. Playing games is also Chen Yuxing's area of strength. She doesn't care what Subai does with other girls, but as a master in the gaming field, she must be treated as such. What a smart big white goose, it understood her meaning so easily. Chen Yuxing smiled happily. She was a girl who seldom smiled and usually had a dull expression, but she was particularly cheerful in front of Subai. After a while, Chen Yuxing asked Subai, who is better, me or Wan Xinyan?
Of course it's you.
If I really have to choose a favorite, I still prefer the long legs of the queen.
Really?
Why do I feel like you're a Lolita who's hiding deep inside?
You're overthinking it.
You can check out my favorites on Bilibili and Douyin, which contain all the queen-loving people. Look. Subai shamelessly opened the not-for-public display favorites folder and showed it to Chen Yuxing. Chen Yuxing flipped through the pages with great interest. How do you say that?
Well, in terms of quantity and viewing frequency, the mature woman genre is firmly in first place, but the other genres are equally represented. Yes, I am a very philanthropic person. You are shameless.
Humph. Chen Yuxing shrugged his shoulders and nudged Subai's side chin with his head. Big white goose, accompany me for a walk by the lake. Good. Ever since I was a kid, I've had a dream, which is to live in a big house by the water, to walk aimlessly along the water when I have nothing to do, and then go to work when inspiration strikes. So your dream as a child was to become a writer?
No way, programmers can work like this too. There are remote positions available. Speaking of this, Chen Yuxing sighed, big white goose, do you think I can really become an outstanding chief engineer like you said? I feel that the competition in the industry is very fierce.
Although I am smart, there are too many smart people.
But most smart people don't have the resources that you have. What resources do I have? You have me. Look at my account balance.
I'll give it to you to start your own business in the future. Subai showed off on his mobile phone. With the recent unremitting indulgence, the deposit has approached 90 million. Chen Yuxing was stunned and opened his mouth. But starting a business is a bottomless pit.
That's fine. I'll invest and make money for you. We can use the money we make from foreign capital markets to develop technology in China. Let's focus on integrity, okay?
Chapter 114. Why is the favorability increasing so randomly? Trust is a very precious thing, and it usually takes years of accumulation to be polished. Fortunately, Subai has brother Tongzi to help him identify people, and Chen Yuxing's temperament is particularly compatible with his. Therefore, investing money in her career can be said to be something that must be done. Everyone has to have a career. Subai himself is very casual, so his career is to invest in things he wants to do and invest in people he thinks are great. Ding. Favorability of S-rank goddess Chen Yuxing detected +1. Current favorability, 96. Get a special reward. Select your holding card. Select a company with a market value of less than 1 billion and turn it into a company with 70% absolute control of the host's shares. After the S-level goddess's favorability reaches 95 or above, each point of favorability will receive a special reward. This self-selected holding card is very useful to Subai. After all, creating a new company from scratch is still very troublesome. Access qualifications, employees, managers, even good office space are not that easy to get. It doesn't mean that you can get everything if you pay enough money. Putting the holding card aside for the moment, Subai held Chen Yuxing's hand and walked by the lake for a long time. Until her hands were a little cold, they went back indoors to do something interesting. She brought a large box of bulk goods, and just now she allowed Subai to be alone with Wan Xinyan. Now, of course, I have to pay you back double. The next morning, several pairs of black stockings were scattered on the floor. Subai jumped out of bed at 7 o'clock on time, so energetic. Oh, it's really relaxing and indulgent. Looking at the sleeping face of the girl beside him, Subai couldn't help but feel a little obsessed. This guy doesn't look that cold when he's asleep, especially since he had just pampered her last night. Even now, when he was asleep, there was a satisfied smile on the corner of Chen Yuxing's lips. Subai got up quietly, left the master bedroom of the lakeside villa, and went to the guest room to take a look around the one lying on the bed and still sleeping. Well, it should be Wan Xinyan. These two people look so similar that it is difficult to tell them apart without their temperament. Subai distinguishes by feel. So he went downstairs and heard some noise in the kitchen. When I went over, I found that Wan Xinyue was wearing an apron and cooking. A pure cotton tank top and pure cotton shorts are a very simple home outfit, but when worn on Wan Xinyue, it is extremely pleasing to the eye. With an apron, she looks like a cute little cook. Hey, brother Subai, good morning.
Good morning. I accidentally fell asleep last night. Woohoo, I seem to have missed a lot of things. It's not a lot. If you want, I can always give you more. Is it okay now?
Wan Xinyue turned down the heat of the porridge, her big eyes flashing with desire as she moved closer to Subai. Subai was a little surprised. Are you going to do it here?
Well, other people's first time is usually in the bedroom, right? The kitchen feels amazing.
My elder sister, Wan Xinyue, speaks in a simple way. The ability to express is limited, and he can only speak in gesture, like some small animal that has just learned to speak human language and is not very proficient. Subai smiled and agreed happily. I have to say that the girls in the broadcasting and hosting department are all very talented. Suddenly, Subai noticed someone approaching and looked up. In the dining room outside the kitchen, Zhang Qiran was holding a toothbrush and a cup in her hands, with toothpaste foam on her mouth, staring blankly at the magical scene in the kitchen. Subai remained calm and raised his middle finger towards Zhang Qiran. The latter fled in panic.
Brother Subai, it seems like something ran over just now. It's a big rat. Such a quick answer, don't be distracted.
Wait until one Shinyue starts making breakfast again. Subai Kai came to the garden in front of the villa, refreshed and stretched his body. He performed a set of military fighting techniques. I don't know which traditional martial arts the fighting skills given by Brother Tonzi are derived from. Generally speaking, many practical fighting skills are the result of optimizing, adapting, and integrating traditional techniques from various ethnic groups around the world. I'll find a professional martial artist to spar with someday. Before he finished throwing the punch, the system's cheerful notification sound rang in his mind. Detected S-rank goddess Jiang Qiran's favorability +1, current favorability, 90 reward lucky draw chance +1. No, sister, how do you increase the favorability of Nyoamo? What did I do to you to increase your favorability? Subai felt more and more that it was right for him to dominate Jiang Qiran. It was safest for me, her childhood sweetheart, to satisfy her strange hobby. Aunt Jiang, this is for you. We have done our best to show filial piety. The favorability level is over 90, which is the level of eternal love. There is a reason for any loyalty that lasts until death. For example, Senior Xiaolu loves money. For example, Chen Yuxing and Subai are soulmates. And Jiang Qiran's rise to prominence was obviously not just due to money, based on Subai's observations, combined with the system's feedback on the timing of the favorability growth information pop-up. It is not difficult to deduce the truth. Subai stimulated Jiang Qiran's hidden attributes. There is a small group of people whose brains have strange feedback loops. Once you try certain hidden corners, you can never go back to normal life. Subai hasn't spent a penny on Jiang Qiran yet. Just treat them with a domineering attitude like a domineering president, and we got the current result. Beautiful. Subai was in a good mood. Taking advantage of the cool morning weather, he ran to the lake for a walk. By noon, the girls had gradually woken up and their physical condition had adjusted to the point where they could go out and play. So in the afternoon, we went hiking. Shuetao and Shumingzhi, those two funny guys, took action on their own. Judging from their circle of friends, they must have gone to a nearby nightclub with a group of Hanfu-clad young ladies from the ancient city last night. That's fine, those young ladies were only average in appearance and temperament. Actually, Shuetao and Shumingzhi were quite rational in attacking them. As for Wang Haoran, after watching the comic convention, I took the subway back to school. Comic conventions are not suitable for a complete otaku like me, Wang Haoran told Subai on QQ. In that case, Subai took the four girls to climb the mountain by himself. Chapter 115. Hey, my friend, I'm here. The eagle-like man Tianrong Mountain near Jiangcheng is not hideout. We started climbing at noon and reached the top in less than 2 hours. There is also a cable car to go down the mountain, so we don't have to worry about running out of time or being dangerous after dark. Basically, it has nothing to do with climbing majestic and dangerous peaks, but this is exactly what Subai meant. When taking girls out to play, one has to choose a simple route. If it is just for hiking, he prefers to go alone. Or bring someone who is professional in this field. In short, the experience cannot be reduced. That's right, Subai attaches great importance to experience. Brother Subai, if you go as fast as you can you reach the top of the mountain in an hour? Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at the lively scene of many tourists, men, women, young and old, Wan Xinyan couldn't help but ask. It's really lively at Tianrong Mountain during holidays. Probably. I haven't tested the limit of my physical fitness recently. Subai was telling the truth. Besides, even if he reached his limit, he still had Brother Tonzi's Indulgence judgment method to reset his physical fitness. Resetting, like cancelling the backswing in an action game, feels like a core mechanic. This system can not only bring Subai huge wealth, but also provide different conveniences and excitement to life. There are so many people. Wan Xinyue also sighed, looking a little uncomfortable for some reason. However, after glancing at Subai beside her, her face became lively again. As Subai asked her what was wrong, but Wan Xinyue hesitated and couldn't explain clearly. It was her younger sister Wan Xinyan who expressed it on her behalf. My sister means that we never go out to play on holidays before, especially on family occasions like this. After all, Grandma is our only relative, and we can't drag her along to climb the mountain. That makes sense. Subai said with emotion. It's okay, I will be your family from now on. Brother Subai is the best. After expressing their loyalty to Chen Yuxing last night, the Wan sisters became much more relaxed. Even when Chen Yuxing was around, they could hold Subai's arms and act coquettishly. Subai no longer needed to hide anything and pinch the fleshy but wrapped in yoga pants. It was that day that Subai bought it for them at Lululemon. Jiang Qiran has also been trained to a good level by Subai. In other words, these four are currently a very harmonious team. Senior Zhou Jielu naturally wouldn't resist either. Despite this, there will still be competition for favor among girls, even Chen Yuxing paid attention to her appearance today. She still didn't wear any makeup, but she chose an outfit of a sweatshirt, a short skirt, and black stockings, which reminded Subai of a character in an idol anime. It's a pity that Chen Yuxing's hair is not short chestnut hair, otherwise, it would be more similar. Seeing that Subai was very interested in the Wan sisters' yoga pants, Chen Yuxing pouted. When they started climbing the mountain, she said to Subai, if I run out of energy halfway up, you have to carry me up. Of course, I'll definitely carry you up there. Otherwise, do you expect those two little hamsters to carry you up there? Where's the hamster? Subai pointed at the Wan sisters walking in front. It made Chen Yuxing laugh. Jiang Qiran followed behind the two of them, closely watching the intimate interaction between Subai and Chen Yuxing. My heart is bleeding. To be honest, I feel very uncomfortable that my own pig is being eaten by other cabbages, but this feeling of regret, when savored, actually has a unique and wonderful taste. Jiang Qiran might feel uncomfortable, but it is unlikely that Jiang Qiran would feel uncomfortable. It Seems that Subai has already transferred it to the position. In addition, she had practiced dancing and had good physical strength, so she kept her face flushed and followed them with great interest. Chen Yuxing doesn't have much physical strength. Facts proved that she had overestimated herself. Not to mention half the journey, she gave up after just 1/3 of the way. Sometimes God is fair. He gave Chen Yuxing a beauty that could rival all the school beauties without makeup, and an intelligence that even Subai's brother Tonzi would recognize. It also gave her the scumbag physical strength. This physical disadvantage is not obvious when exercising indoors. After all, it was Subai who was mainly moving, and what was tested more was the woman's physical endurance. Come on, I'll carry you the rest of the way up. You're really unlucky. I thought you were joking. Chen Yuxing was stunned. It's easy to sprain your back when you carry someone up a mountain. She was just acting coquettishly and didn't really want Subai to carry her to the top of the mountain. That's too outrageous. Chen Yuxing is still rational, although she is quite light in weight. She has a slim and slender figure after all, but no matter what, he is still a living person. Chen Yuxing is still very considerate of her husband. This is the big white goose that will accompany you for the rest of your life. If you hurt his waist at such a young age, you will die of loneliness in the future. Subai, however, looked nonchalant. I'm serious, believe me. Under his insistence, Chen Yuxing had no choice but to say with a smile, let's give it a try first. But don't be too stubborn. If you can't do it, you must give up in time. Look at what you said. Today I will refresh your opinion of my physical fitness. Subai became interested. Hey, my eagle-like man is here. Subai took steady steps, start mountaineering with weights, holding Xingxing's long legs with both hands. The feeling is extremely wonderful. Passers-by saw this and envied the intimacy of the young couple. However, some men secretly complained. TSK, this kid is too pretentious. How many steps can he take with someone on his back? I'm afraid he'd be out of breath after climbing a few dozen stairs. That's right. No matter how powerful love is, it can't really carry a girl to the top of a mountain. Looks like he's still a college student. College students these days are all fragile and have very little physical strength. I bet he'll wither soon. 3, 2, 1, then, the big brother who was counting down 3 seconds watched Subai walk past him at full speed. Social big brother, oh my god, this guy is invincible. Despite the passersby's pessimism, Subai carried Chen Yuxing on his back and quickly completed another third of the journey. Seeing this, the other 3 girls did not disturb their world of 2, but kept a distance and followed behind. Ran, has Subai's physical fitness always been so abnormal? Wan Xinyan's expression was a little shocked. Besides being shocked, she recalled her personal experience of Subai's physical fitness last night, and a touch of infatuated charm was added to her. Well, he's always been in good health. Zhang Qiuran was also worried. Although Subai's health had always been good, it was not to such an exaggerated degree. Just like his wealth, it only surfaced after he broke up with Zhang Qiuran.